In this world, some are born with extraordinary destinies. Such a fate befell Jiang Yi, perhaps. At the tender age of 3, he was inducted into the esteemed Kunlun Immortal Sect. By 5, he was concocting elixirs. By 7, crafting artifacts. At 9, inscribing talismans, and at 10, mastering array formations. At 15, he shattered the limits of his mortal coil, ascending into the Tao. At 16, Jiang Yi transcended into the refining Tao realm. During the Kunlun Immortal Sect's martial convention, he vanquished the elites of all immortal sects with unrivaled prowess, earning renown throughout the lesser immortal world. Before reaching 18, Jiang Yi had accomplished the 9 great feats decreed by the Kunlun sect leader, positioning him as a candidate for the leadership. To many, Jiang Yi was a phenomenon, a rapidly ascending prodigy, and an unattainable legend. Point 9 Profound Peak, Moon-Embracing Pavilion. The radiant moon cast its silvery light upon Jiang Yi's face, adding a touch of frigidity to his handsome countenance. The master of 9 Profound Peak had been gazing into the night sky for 3 hours, silent and eerily still. A faint aura of spiritual light enveloped Jiang Yi, with restless mana erupting from his body, solidifying into tangible forms, transforming into armies of immortals and demons locked in a fierce battle, disrupting the tranquil night. This was perhaps a reflection of Jiang Yi's inner turmoil. Outside the moon-embracing pavilion, footsteps echoed along a flagstone path. However, upon witnessing the spectacle of Jiang Yi's warring mana, the newcomer was awestruck. Incarnation of the Tao, Yi's face paled, his dark eyes flashing with disbelief. As an exceptional figure among the Kunlun Immortal Sect's disciples, he was rendered nearly speechless by the spectacle of this moment. The floor of the Grand Hall was lined with lifeless bodies, their appearances hauntingly tragic. These corpses belonged to the most distinguished disciples of the Kunlun Immortal Sect, hailed as the golden generation of the Little Immortal Realm, embodying the future of Kunlun. The architect of this ruin was none other than Jiang Yi. At Tianqi Peak, during the battle between immortals and demons, the Kunlun Immortal Sect suffered devastating losses. 30,000 inner disciples and 5,000 direct disciples all perished. This is what we call a single misstep leading to total defeat. A mere mistake? I beg to differ. I have heard whispers that Jiang Yi colluded with the demon clan, swallowing our sect's 35,000 elite disciples whole. Jiang Yi has long since betrayed us. I have also caught wind of similar rumors, however. To protect Jiang Yi, the sect has chosen to keep this under wraps. Being relegated to an outer disciple is hardly distinguishable from being a menial servant. How amusing this is! As the walls crumbled, the crowd turned against Jiang Yi, who had not anticipated such swift betrayal from those who had once flattered him. Jiang Yi furrowed his brow, poised to speak, but was silenced by a glance from Jiang Yi. Having grown up together and sharing the same master, their bond had always been strong. Now, witnessing Jiang Yi's misfortune, Jiang Yi yearned to plead for him. The fall from grace was a chasm few could endure. Elder lawmaker, is this judgment not excessively harsh? Senior brother Jiang has rendered 9 great services to the sect and earned countless accolades. Though he may have faltered this time, he cannot bear the entirety of the blame. Can there not be leniency? Although Jiang Yi was restrained by Jiang Yi, Jiang Shuang, one of Jiang Yi's closest allies, was unrestrained by such considerations. Although Jiang Shuang was merely 15 or 16 years of age, she possessed the allure of a stunning beauty, akin to a celestial being stepping forth from a painted scroll. Her warm-heartedness and vivacious disposition garnered her considerable following within the sect. Furthermore, being the beloved granddaughter of the sect leader, her involvement held a certain weight in various matters. This decision was not made solely by this elder. It reflects the consensus of the Elder Council. Moreover, although Jiang Yi had achieved countless merits, he had received corresponding rewards, including the revered Longya ancient sword. symbolizing the sect leader's heir. However, this time, it was indeed Jiang Yi's dereliction of duty. How could one overlook the loss of 35,000 lives? While other matters may be open to negotiation, there is no room for bargaining in this situation. The law enforcement elder, with a countenance as cold as frost, decisively extinguished the last flicker of hope within Ji Wuxuan. Indeed, 35,000 lives. Who could possibly disregard such a tragedy? Jiang Yi thought to himself with a wry smile. He silently gazed upon the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, each familiar face belonging to those who had entrusted their lives to him, causing his heart to ache like a dagger. If I discover who is behind this treachery, I will ensure they face retribution, Jiang Yi declared, his brow furrowed, veins throbbing at his temples, and his fists tightening involuntarily. 3 days prior, at Tianqi Peak, the battle between the celestial and demonic forces had unfolded. Jiang Yi led 35,000 elite warriors in a combat against the demon race, only to be ambushed mid-battle by a mysterious organization that conspired with the demons to annihilate his forces. What perplexed Jiang Yi was the uncanny familiarity the mysterious organization exhibited with his tactics, leaving him utterly unprepared. They even adeptly intercepted the distress signals he dispatched from his sect, extinguishing them with ruthless efficiency. The most baffling aspect for Jiang Yi was that, despite having the opportunity to eliminate him, the adversaries chose to grant him a chance to survive. In recent days, Jiang Yi finally pieced together the puzzle. He was convinced that someone within the sect was orchestrating his downfall. Regrettably, he found himself in a position where he was the target of widespread blame, unable to defend his innocence. For now, he had no choice but to endure this humiliation. However, what Jiang Yi could not tolerate was that, in their quest to ruin him, his adversaries had sacrificed the lives of 35,000 members of the sect, many of whom were his close friends and trusted allies. This grudge must be avenged, Jiang Yi vowed through gritted teeth, silently swearing to himself. Chapter 2. Intimidation within Jiang Yi's treasure pouch. All items are of superior quality, even extraordinary artifacts, devoid of any inferior wares. The classification of treasures ascends from the lowest to the highest: talismans, spiritual instruments, profound artifacts, Tao instruments, and celestial artifacts. Those fortunate enough to possess a profound artifact are considered prime candidates for nurturing by the major sections. Jiang Yi, being equipped solely with profound artifacts, incites envy among his peers. The Longya, a superior Tao instrument, is to be bestowed upon that soon-to-be sealed waste? What a farce, even if it were granted to him. Could he possibly wield the Longya, which weighs 18,000 pounds? Within the grand hall, mockery began to surface. Enough, let us refrain from further jests. Jiang Yi, do not take offense. Simply surrender the Longya ancient sword. The law enforcement elder's gaze fixed sternly upon Jiang Yi. While Jiang Yi could readily relinquish his other treasures, the Longya ancient sword was different. To him, it transcended mere artifact status. It was akin to a brother who had fought alongside him through countless battles, rescuing him from the brink of death on numerous occasions. The Longya embodied the master's profound expectations of him, creating an emotional bond that was simply irreplaceable. In the grand hall, golden light flickered, brilliance radiated, and a formidable aura of dragon sovereign chi surged forth, leaving all present gasping for breath. In Jiang Yi's palm, an ancient, elegantly crafted black sword, intricately adorned with dragon engravings, trembled slightly. Without any preamble, the law enforcement elder reached out, a torrent of magical power enveloping the Longya ancient sword, attempting to seize it directly from Jiang Yi's grasp. However, the Longya ancient sword did not succumb to the violent surge of magical power. It merely struggled fiercely in Jiang Yi's grasp. The authority of the law enforcement elder was immensely formidable, yet he could not effortlessly seize the sword from Jiang Yi. This scene was undeniably somewhat humiliating, causing a slight flush to rise on the elder's cheeks and a warmth to creep into his ears. Jiang Yi's cultivation was truly astonishing, as he, with his 5th level of body refinement, could contend against a powerful practitioner of the spirit refinement stage. Undoubtedly, the Lanya ancient sword played a significant role in this. However, had it been anyone else, even with the Lanya ancient sword in their possession, they would have been crushed without the slightest chance for resistance. Jiang Yi, do you dare to defy orders? Or have you long harbored thoughts of betrayal? The law enforcement elder suddenly barked. Jiang Yi clenched his teeth, but ultimately relinquished his hold, and the Lanya ancient sword flew out abruptly, landing in the elder's hands. Nonetheless, the sword was exceedingly unruly and difficult to control, requiring considerable effort from the elder to barely subdue it. Many witnessed this spectacle, although they felt a mixture of envy and jealousy towards Jiang Yi. They could not deny the profound potential he possessed, being capable of wielding the Lanya ancient sword. Hand over your Dao fruit. The law enforcement elder's words were sharp and aggressive, as he swept his large sleeve, unleashing a beam of crystalline light that materialized into a massive crystal above the Great Hall. A medium-grade Dao artifact, the Divine Sealing Tablet? Ji Wushuang's delicate face changed, her watery eyes widening in astonishment. A genius of Jiang Yi's caliber, whose Dao fruit contained dozens of Dao seals, was far superior to an average person. Only through the suppression of a Dao artifact could his cultivation be truly sealed. Ah, how truly thoughtful of you. Jiang Yi could only manage a wry smile, recognizing that this was likely a design orchestrated by his unseen adversaries. Unfortunately, in the face of the colossal Kunlun Immortal Sect and the lurking enemies, he found himself woefully inadequate, lacking the strength to contend with them. Gazing up at the shimmering monument of the gods, Jiang Yi sighed softly, compelled to extricate his Dao fruit from within. A sphere of radiant light, reminiscent of the blazing sun, gradually merged into the monument. Countless ancient inscriptions on the monument glowed brightly, and the seals activated, completely binding his Dao fruit. Although a seal implies the potential for liberation, given Jiang Yi's current stage of cultivation, should his Dao fruit remain sealed for several decades, or even centuries, he would inevitably fade into obscurity in this world teeming with prodigious talents. In that fleeting moment when the Dao fruit was sealed, Jiang Yi felt an overwhelming sense of deflation, as if all his spiritual energy had been siphoned away. This occurrence only emboldened the onlookers, who now regarded him with renewed disdain. Jiang Yi had truly become as ordinary as a mere mortal, devoid of any magical power, likely unable to best even an outer sect disciple. Considering Jiang Yi's extraordinary talent and credentials, it was indeed a pity for him to be relegated to the status of an outer sect disciple. Perhaps it would be best this way. The alchemy peak is in need of a young alchemist to tend to the furnace. Why not have Brother Jiang Yi assist? This way, his talents would not go to waste. The words of Elder Qi Yunzi, the alchemy elder, were quite intriguing. If Jiang Yi recalled correctly, Qi Yunzi had once implored him on his knees to serve as his alchemical apprentice, and it was only after acquiring his secret formula that he ascended to his current esteemed position. No, Qi Yunzi, what do you mean by this? Jiang Yi's talent in weapon forging is not inferior to that in alchemy. Our forging peak is in dire need of a blacksmith. With Jiang Yi's physique, it is undoubtedly feasible. Additionally, Lingtian Valley is lacking someone to tend the fields. Would Jiang Yi be interested? In an instant, several elders began to argue over Jiang Yi. Yet, it was evident to all that such fierce contention was nothing but a profound humiliation for Jiang Yi. A mere furnace keeper? A blacksmith? A farmer? Huh. You truly hold me in high regard, Jiang Yi mused with self-deprecating amusement. Within the grand hall, the law elder gazed at him with a cold indifference, intently stating, Jiang Yi, you are now an outer disciple. I grant you a privilege. You may choose freely among the alchemy peak, forging peak, or Lingtian Valley. A privilege? Huh. What an extravagant privilege. I withdraw. Jiang Yi uttered these 3 words without a moment's hesitation, his tone icy. Indeed, with your innate talent, you shall swiftly reclaim your peak. Have you not yet seen the truth? If I remain in Kunlun, I would only meet a more pitiful demise, Jiang Yi remarked. If this place does not welcome me, There will be another that does. If all else fails, I shall simply cease my endeavors. Yet, my life must not be sacrificed. Although Jiang Yi has suffered this silent indignity, he will surely avenge it. Within the sect, there are enemies aplenty. They lurk in the shadows while I am exposed to the light. Should I remain in Kunlun, I would continuously endure humiliation and blows, which I fear would bring great joy to my adversaries. They need not seek my death, but they certainly relish the thought of my downfall, watching me live a wretched and miserable existence. Otherwise, they would not have deliberately spared me a path at the peak of abandonment. A simple declaration of I withdraw exudes an air of nonchalance and arrogance. Let us see how long you can bask in your triumph. Young man, your cultivation is currently sealed, and you are incapable of soaring through the skies. Whether you can even escape the Tenfold Island remains uncertain. Even should you manage to leave the Tenfold Island, the Kunlun Mountain region is fraught with ferocious beasts. Would you not simply become a meal for them? Moments later, the mocking laughter of Qi Yunzi and others shattered the tranquility of the Grand Hall. You insufferable lot. Ji Wushuang's face flushed with anger, nearly prompting her to take action. Enough, junior sister, go and see off brother Jiang, Ji Wuye advised. Though their words were harsh, given Jiang Yi's circumstances, it was indeed improbable for him to depart from the Kunlun Immortal Sect. Cursed lot, just wait for me. Ji Wushuang stamped her foot and transformed into a streak of crimson light, darting out of the hall in pursuit of Jiang Yi. All right, the judgment assembly has concluded. Everyone is dismissed. The elder of law enforcement waved his hand, dispersing the crowd. At that moment, dawn broke. The resplendent sun rose, casting its reflection upon the ethereal waters of the Kunlun's tenfold island spirit lake, as if 10 suns had plunged into the depths, enveloping the entire Kunlun in a breathtaking, otherworldly aura of purple mist and radiance. Ji Wushuang and Jiang Yi had grown up together, entwined in a bond akin to childhood sweethearts. Thus, the impending departure of Jiang Yi from the Kunlun Immortal Sect was something she could hardly bear to accept. Withdrawal does not equate to surrender. Jiang Yi replied with a faint smile. What do you mean? Ji Wushuang inquired, perplexed. Was Jiang Yi's departure from Kunlun merely an impulsive act of defiance? Did he harbor other intentions? Yet, you currently possess no cultivation. How will you traverse the world? Ji Wushuang remained somewhat apprehensive. The essence of cultivation has dissipated. Am I not knowledgeable about alchemy? Alchemists are indeed a rare breed. Jiang Yi chuckled. Alchemist, do you not intend to reforge your path in the realm of immortality? Ji Wushuang furrowed her brow, pondering the intentions of this enigmatic individual. Observing the somewhat bewildered young lady, Jiang Yi smiled gently and chose not to pursue the topic further. He retrieved a thumb-sized piece of black jade from his possession, saying, My dear, although this ancient jade is not a magical artifact, it has been with me since my birth. My master mentioned its mysterious origin and special significance. I must depart now, and I have little to leave you, so I present this to you as a keepsake. This piece of ancient jade is a pair with the one I wear around my neck. Chapter 4. A New Identity in the True Dragon Ancient Dynasty. At the Martial Marquis Mansion, the morning training grounds. With the dawn yet to break, the latest cohort of disciples, recently recruited by the Martial Marquis Mansion, began their rigorous training, honing their physical prowess. Amongst these hundreds of disciples stood a robust man clad in black attire, resembling an unmoving mountain. Jiang Yi, a second-tier martial master of the Martial Marquis Mansion, known by the moniker Iron Diamond, possessed a body impervious to blades and swords, capable of tearing tigers and leopards apart. Having attained the 6th level of physical cultivation. Strength. First cultivate strength, then refine energy. Raw power, subtle force, hidden strength, internal energy, energy radiance, aura, blood transformation, nurturing the heart, and spiritual connection. The 9th level of physical cultivation, each step taken with purpose. You all have been selected from among thousands to join the Martial Marquis Mansion. You must bring honor to our name and cannot afford to be outshone by the disciples of the General S. Mansion. The General S. Mansion is our sworn rival. Anyone who does not strive diligently in their training and brings shame upon the martial marquis mansion will promptly be shown the door. Certainly, if the path of martial arts proves insurmountable, your expertise in alchemy and talisman crafting may render you invaluable to the martial marquis mansion. In the morning training grounds, Jiang Yi's voice thundered, reverberating through the air and leaving all present in a state of shock, their faces pale. With the wealth of alchemical knowledge stored in Jiang Yi's mind, securing a position as an alchemist within the martial marquis mansion would be a trivial pursuit. The mansion grants one individual the coveted opportunity to enter the Black Xian sect of the demonic cult each year. Should I obtain this qualification and gain entry into the Black Xian sect, I would have the chance to uncover the identity of my adversary. The leaders of the demonic faction certainly know who has wronged me from the battle at Tianqi Peak. As Jiang Yi strolled through the morning training grounds, he pondered deeply. To exact vengeance, one must first ascertain the identity of the enemy. Remaining at the Kunlun Immortal Sect would yield no clues. Thus, infiltrating the demonic ranks and probing from the other end of the trail is the only way to uncover the enemy's identity. Jiang Yi understood that Wuhou City fell under the jurisdiction of the Black Xian sect, and the martial marquis mansion had received considerable favors from them, securing a guaranteed spot for cultivation in the Black Xian sect each year. As an alchemist of the martial marquis mansion, his duty was to submit a specified quantity of medicinal pills each month. In the morning training grounds, youthful faces stood attentively, their postures rigid as they listened to Jiang Yi's admonitions, their eyes brimming with reverence. However, at that moment, a figure strode directly into the courtyard, boldly waving toward the imposing Jiang Yi amidst the gazes of the crowd. "Hey, little Zhao, come over here and carry me to the apothecary pavilion." The novice disciples gaped in astonishment at the leisurely advancing Jiang Yi, their minds racing with bewilderment at the audacity of this newcomer. How dare he speak to their teacher in such a manner? To think that he would have a formidable martial master carry him, treating a person as if they were nothing. It seems this fellow is itching for a fight. In the morning training grounds, many disciples reached this conclusion and prepared to witness the spectacle. After all, at this moment, Jiang Yi appeared to be merely at the third level of body refinement. Not distinguishable from the other disciples in the courtyard, he certainly did not exude the aura of a formidable warrior. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, Jiang Yi, with his mountain-like physique, sprang into action, charging towards Jiang Yi like a wild bull. Without uttering a word, he crouched down, clasping his hands behind his back, transforming himself into a makeshift seat. After shooting a glare at the astonished disciples, Jiang Yi bellowed and swiftly disappeared with Jiang Yi on his back, akin to a rampaging bull. All that remained in the morning training grounds were the bewildered faces of over 100 youthful disciples, rendered speechless. The medicine pavilion is not far from the martial general's residence, yet it is perched atop a perilous peak. Given Jiang Yi's current capabilities, it would take him at least 3 to 5 days to ascend the medicine pavilion, resulting in certain tardiness. However, with Jiang Yi carrying him along the mountain path like a cheetah, they arrived at the medicine pavilion in just 1 or 2 hours. "Thank you, Zhao, for your hard work." Upon reaching the summit's plaza, Jiang Yi jumped down from Jiang Yi's back, brushing off the dust from his clothes. "Hee, brother Jiang, you flatter me. That blood-nourishing pill you gifted me last time was truly miraculous. I dare say in a few days I shall reach the 7th level of body refinement. I must express my gratitude to you." Jiang Yi chuckled, scratching his head. "Not at all. Go ahead. Remember to come back to fetch me down the mountain later." Jiang Yi replied with a smile, waving his hand. "Certainly." Jiang Yi nodded and departed from the medicine pavilion. The apothecary hall is vast and majestic, divided into various sections such as the medicine hall, alchemy chamber, and medical pavilion. Upon entering the grand hall, Jiang Yi immediately sensed something amiss. The crowd today is unusually large. Something must have transpired. Jiang Yi was taken aback. Numerous alchemists and physicians congregated, engaged in fervent discussions. It seems the young lady has been poisoned. What kind of toxin could be so formidable? Several first-rate physicians and alchemists appeared at a loss, which was quite perplexing. It is rumored that during a hunting expedition, she was attacked by a third-tier 7 flame serpent, an incident that has already attracted the attention of the martial general. What? The venom of the 7 flame serpent is notoriously difficult to remedy. This is dire. So, it is indeed the young lady who has been poisoned, which explains the gathering of so many people. However, is the 7 flame serpent's venom truly so insurmountable? Heh! A smile crept across Jiang Yi's face. If he could cure the young lady, he would undoubtedly earn the favor of the martial general. This opportunity must not be overlooked. The venom of the 7 flame serpent is trivial. Even a mere alchemy apprentice at Kunlun Immortal Sect could handle it, let alone Jiang Yi, the champion of the alchemy competition. In the grand hall, a burly man clad in armor was bellowing, "A bunch of useless louts, all of you. Is there not one among you capable of resolving the 7 flame serpent's poison?" As several first-rate alchemists emerged from the medical pavilion, their faces ashen, the eager individuals in the hall quickly abandoned their intentions, bowing their heads in silence. Chapter 5. The chief underling. Everyone is well aware that the young lady, Jiang Qingwei, is the prize jewel of the martial general. Whosoever manages to save Jiang Qingwei will undoubtedly earn the general's favor, with unimaginable rewards to follow. Regrettably, the esteemed alchemists and physicians within the apothecary hall find themselves utterly perplexed, let alone the individuals beneath them. Everyone desires the benefits, but such aspirations require the requisite abilities. General Lin Shanhua is already drenched in sweat and seething with rage, yet no one dares to step forward. For a moment, the vast apothecary hall lies in profound silence. May I give it a try? A faint voice unexpectedly emerges from the crowd. Although the tone is subdued, it pierces through the oppressive quiet of the hall like a sharp dagger. Is it actually this boy? A startled exclamation escapes someone's lips. Although Jiang Yi has only been in the general's residence for 2 months, he has already garnered a certain notoriety, albeit for less than commendable reasons. Isn't he the alchemical apprentice? What is he doing here? The young lady was bitten by the 7 flame serpent, not merely stung by a mosquito. Surely, he is here to cause trouble. This fellow, who can only concoct blood-nourishing pills, has been living off the hospitality of the residents. To claim he can cure the venom of the 7 flame serpent? What a ludicrous notion. General Lin, please do not allow this boy to attempt treatment. It may only worsen the situation. The previously oppressive hall suddenly buzzes with activity as numerous alchemists and physicians unleash their scornful remarks, directing their repressed frustrations at Jiang Yi, displaying palpable disdain towards him. Logically, Jiang Yi, being new to this environment, should not have garnered such enmity. However, when compared to the venerable elder alchemists, Jiang Yi's youth is striking. He is merely at the age of an apprentice. To receive the same respect and treatment as these seasoned masters at such a tender age naturally incites their embarrassment and discontent. Moreover, Jiang Yi possesses a distinctive trait. He exclusively concocts blood-nourishing pills, not for any other reason than the minimal cost associated with their creation. This, however, has led others to mistakenly believe that his knowledge is confined solely to these pills, merely to sustain himself within the confines of the Martial Marquis mansion. Lin Shanhua momentarily paused, having no acquaintance with Jiang Yi, yet the tone of the other alchemists suggested that this individual was rather unreliable. Jiang Yi, you are merely a third-tier alchemist. If you can attend, then I can too. Suddenly, an impatient individual shouted out. Attend where? Get lost. Lin Shanhua glared at the audacious fellow. Upon hearing this, an elder clad in a purple-gold robe involuntarily twitched his mouth, as the chief alchemist of the Martial Marquis mansion. Feng Danzi's expression darkened significantly. Lin Shanhua sighed helplessly. Though he was a novice in the medical field, he at least understood that fire poison attacks the heart and lungs, rather than freezing one to death. Quickly prepare a piece of red copper essence, a thawing pill, 3 stalks of blood-transforming grass, and a vial of rootless liquid. The young lady is likely to roll her eyes at this rate. Any further hesitation could lead to trouble. Jiang Yi paid no heed to the mockery. Who the hell are you? Why should I listen to you? Lin Shanhua, already of a fiery temperament, was further provoked by Jiang Yi's disruption. He advanced and seized Jiang Yi, intent on throwing him out of the hall. Not good, not good. The young lady is rolling her eyes. Someone come quickly. At that moment, a maid's shrill scream echoed from the medical chamber, plunging the apothecary into a profound silence, as everyone stood frozen, mouths agape, staring at Jiang Yi. Lin Shan Tiger had initially seized Jiang Yi, intending to cast him out, yet he abruptly halted, creating a rather comical scene. He immediately prepared a series of essential items: red copper essence, thawing pills, blood transformation grass, and rootless liquid. What are you all dawdling for? Go. He bellowed at the alchemists and physicians after releasing Jiang Yi. In the medicine hall, chaos ensued as the gathered individuals hurriedly assembled everything Jiang Yi required. If anything were to happen to the young lady, the wrath of the martial marquis would surely befall all the alchemists and physicians present. Despite their underlying disdain for Jiang Yi, the gravity of the situation compelled them to set aside their reservations. Everything relies on you now. Lin Shan Tiger's gaze towards Jiang Yi had entirely transformed. In the medical chamber, an elegant and tranquil room was enveloped in an intense heat. Upon entering, Jiang Yi found himself surrounded by a wave of warmth. Lying on the bed was none other than the young lady, Jiang Qingyue, a quintessential beauty. Regrettably, her complexion was flushed, her body resembling charred coal, emanating wisps of black smoke. Two maidservants, their faces etched with anxiety, tirelessly wiped her down with damp towels. Additionally, a distinguished middle-aged man adorned in resplendent robes stood within the chamber, exuding an aura of immovable stability and formidable presence. This was Jiang Taifeng, one of the three martial marquis of the True Dragon ancient dynasty. His prowess had shattered the limits of the 9th stage of body refinement, advancing into the 9th realm of alchemy. A figure of notable distinction, he had refined true qi to a razor-sharp edge, capable of shattering stones from a distance. And he was recognized as a top-tier expert within the True Dragon ancient dynasty. However, the usually composed Wuhou Jiang Taifeng was now drenched in sweat, his heart aching as he watched his daughter in dire straits. "My lord, the alchemist has arrived," announced Lin Shanhu as he led Jiang Yi forward. Following closely were several other alchemists, including Fong Danzi, who were not only prepared with the necessary herbs for Jiang Yi, but also eager to witness his potential failure. Chapter 6. The gamble. Ordinary fire poison, as Fong Danzi had described, would indeed incinerate the body's cerebral meridians, a process characterized by exothermic reactions. In contrast, the seven flame serpent's venom draws in and expels heat. The sweltering heat enveloping the room was, in fact, a release of the internal heat trapped within Jiang Qingyue, whose exterior appeared charred and burnt, while her inner body had long since frozen, with her meridians obstructed. Fong Danzi and his companions had initially taken a misguided approach, heading in the wrong direction. Could they truly heal her? At present, Jiang Yi placed the red copper essence into Jiang Qingyue's mouth, emanating warmth to begin dispelling the cold within her. Meanwhile, medicinal herbs such as the blood transformation pill were intended to help thaw her meridians, allowing the medicinal properties to take effect. For now, this would suffice. After a stick of incense had burned, Jiang Yi observed as Jiang Qingyue's complexion returned to normal, with no more black smoke emanating from her body. He contemplated briefly before rising from beside her bed. This scene rendered Fong Danzi and the others, who had eagerly awaited Jiang Yi's embarrassment, speechless, astonished into silence. "Is she all right?" Wu Hou inquired anxiously. "I have temporarily suppressed the seven flame serpent's venom, ensuring that the young lady will remain free from grave harm for 7 days. Once I concoct the 7 Shin blood ginseng pill, I will be able to eradicate the poison completely," Jiang Yi replied. Upon hearing these words, Wu Hou's expression softened somewhat. The 7 Shin blood ginseng pill is indeed a 5th-grade elixir. Can a mere alchemical apprentice, who ranks below the 9th grade, truly concoct such a potion? Do you possess the requisite level? Humph. Fong Danzi scoffed with a sarcastic smile. In the realm of officials, there exists a hierarchy of 9 grades and 18 levels. Similarly, alchemists are categorized into 9 grades. The ability to produce a certain grade of elixir determines one's standing as an alchemist, But to gain a recognized title, one must undergo the alchemist's assessment. Jiang Yi holds the rank of a third-grade alchemist within the Wuhou mansion and can at most be considered ninth grade, often mockingly referred to as an alchemical apprentice. In contrast, Fang Danzi has passed the Alchemist Guild's evaluation and is a seventh-grade alchemist. Yet he still falls significantly short of being able to concoct the 7-Xian blood ginseng pill. Level? Does your elevated rank truly matter? Can it cure the young lady? Fool, Jiang Yi chuckled. You. Fang Danzi gritted his teeth, his face flushing with anger. How dare this fellow call him a fool in front of Wu Hou, clearly disregarding his authority. Very well, even if you could create the 7-Xian blood ginseng pill. You claim it would take merely 7 days. The preparation of the 7-Xian blood ginseng pill requires at least 3 months. This is common knowledge among all alchemists. Fang Danzi retorted. Common knowledge? With all your understanding, can you heal the young lady? Fool. Jiang Yi shrugged with a smile. No matter how eloquently Fang Danzi spoke, he had failed to heal the young lady. Jiang Yi seized upon this single point to ensure Fang Danzi's humiliation. Fang Danzi trembled with rage, his face ashen. Your assertions are mere fabrications. I assure you, the concoction of a 7 profound blood ginseng elixir within a week is an impossibility. Unattainable even by the most esteemed royal alchemists. To gamble with the young lady's life is unconscionable, while experimentation on others might be considered. Subjecting Xiaoya to such peril is something I cannot condone. The Marquis fixed his gaze upon Jiang Yi, inquiring, Are you certain of your ability to produce this elixir within 7 days? Jiang Yi responded with a smile. Distrust nullifies the purpose of employment. Trust necessitates faith. Have faith in me. Such self-assurance, the Marquis mused, his eyes momentarily wavering. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, Very well, I shall place my trust in you this once. Should you succeed, you may name your reward. Conversely, should you fail to cure where, you shall forfeit your life. Upon hearing that Jiang Yi would pay with his life, Fang Danzi's eyes gleamed, and his lips curled into a subtle smirk, betraying his anticipation of the young man's demise. Jiang Yi, unfazed, nodded and smiled. Very well. The truth will be revealed in 7 days. The martial skill, Ravaging Demon Hand, is divided into 4 moves: gaze-stealing strike, groin-sweeping thrust, throat-locking grip, and heart-piercing blow. As expected of a demonic art, it is insidious and malevolent, yet remarkably simple and practical. With my current abilities, I should be able to master it within a few days. Yes, this is the one. Cultivation arts are categorized into 3 tiers: martial skills, divine powers, and laws. Each tier is further divided into 9 ranks, from highest to lowest. Formerly, as a disciple of the Kunlun Immortal Sect, Jiang Yi was forbidden from practicing any demonic arts. However, having renounced his affiliation with Kunlun, he is now unconstrained, and the practice of demonic arts no longer violates any principles. In this ruthless world where the strong prey upon the weak, only those who survive possess the privilege to choose their own fate. Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes. Deep within his mind, the haunting image of 35,000 cold corpses resurfaced, serving as a constant reminder of the grim reality he faced. However, for someone like Jiang Yi, who had once mastered the 5th level of alchemical cultivation, the technique known as Cursed Demon Hand was utterly trivial. After a single glance, he comprehended its essence entirely. Was there truly a need to elaborate further? The techniques within are far too complex. Perhaps it is best to let this matter rest. Jiang Yi, disinterested, smiled and departed. The steward was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head, displaying an expression of utter bewilderment. Chapter 7. The Stone of 3 Lives in the vast alchemical chamber of the Wuhou residence. Fang Danzi fixated on a kneeling alchemical apprentice with a chilling glare. What of your investigation into Jiang Yi's background? Fang Danzi inquired, his voice low and menacing. Master, that boy has only been at the Wuhou residence for 2 months. His origins are rather obscure. He likely lacks any significant family or royal connections. The apprentice stammered, his voice trembling. With a sudden crash, Fang Danzi slammed his palm onto the table, his countenance transforming into one of fury. No background. Yet he dares to be so arrogant? To insult me, calling me a fool and a bastard before the Lord? This time, you're finished. He commanded, Go. Keep a close watch on him for 12 hours without blinking. Report every action of Jiang Yi, his eating, drinking, and even his most basic needs. Jiang Yi had indeed displayed a degree of arrogance within the apothecary pavilion. Initially, Feng Danzi, unaware of Jiang Yi's true stature, had presumed he possessed some grand background, which led him to underestimate his position as the chief alchemist. If Jiang Yi possessed a significant background, even if he were unable to concoct the 7 Mysteries blood ginseng pill by his own means, he could still leverage his connections to procure one within 7 days. At that point, he would undoubtedly find himself in a position of disadvantage. These 4 techniques are straightforward yet practical, insidious and treacherous, should one master them proficiently. They could yield numerous variations. In Jiang Yi's small courtyard, his figure darted about energetically. Despite his cultivation being sealed, his physical prowess was remarkably formidable. His flexibility, strength, explosive power, speed, and endurance were all astonishing. Wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, Jiang Yi felt a surge of astonishment within. Although he understood that demonic techniques could be mastered swiftly, he had never practiced them before. Yet, through his current explorations, he discovered that the speed of his progress was far beyond his expectations. Gazing at his hands, Jiang Yi nodded in realization. He had unexpectedly reached the 4th level of the body refinement inner chi realm. With the support of inner chi, his cursed demonic hand would suffice to confront them. He could perceive faint wisps of dark energy swirling at his fingertips. This was inner chi. When cultivated with depth, inner chi could manifest as radiant energy, capable of forming a field to suppress adversaries. After a brief respite, Jiang Yi raised his gaze to the night sky, where the full moon shone brightly. He found himself momentarily lost in thought, recalling how, during his time in Kunlun, Ji Wushuang would often drag him to the moon-viewing pavilion to admire the moonlight during such nights. He wondered how that girl was faring now. Murmuring softly, Jiang Yi's fingers involuntarily brushed against the piece of black jade resting on his chest, a token of their promise. However, the moment his fingers made contact with the jade, a jolt of electric sensation surged through him, startling Jiang Yi into a sudden alertness. What could this mean? Jiang Yi widened his eyes, fixating intently on the ancient jade pendant resting against his chest. The essence of the soul. Was it truly the power of the soul? Could it be merely an illusion? No, Jiang Yi was certain. Moments ago, he had distinctly sensed a ripple of soul energy. As a seasoned practitioner, he could not be mistaken. This ancient jade, it must harbor some mystery. Securing the door, Jiang Yi promptly removed the jade and concentrated his gaze upon it. It was inner energy. The previous flow of inner energy had permeated the jade, triggering that fleeting wave of soul power. Soon, Jiang Yi reached this conclusion. Yet, was it not peculiar? Previously, in Kunlun, he had attempted various methods to stimulate this jade, but to no avail. Now, merely practicing a 3rd-tier martial technique. Could it be that the demonic hand was the catalyst due to its dark nature? Jiang Yi ventured a bold hypothesis and once more employed the demonic hand, channeling a thread of inner energy into the jade. Sure enough, the jade responded with another fluctuation of soul energy, revealing a faint, ethereal glow. Who are you? What entity resides within this ancient jade? To Jiang Yi, phenomena such as soul possession or spiritual seals were not particularly alarming. He had witnessed many wonders in his time. He could now ascertain that this ancient jade was likely a magical artifact, and the being within it was either a spirit or a soul that had been sealed away. I am the spirit of this Sanxing stone. You may call me Hong, came the voice. Indeed, it was a spirit. However, what exactly was this Sanxing stone? Jiang Yi gradually regained his composure. The Emperor's seal, are you familiar with it? In essence, this 3-live stone is akin to the jade seal of Yama, the king of hell. Within the 3-live stone lies the profound secrets of the 3 great tomes of the universe, the book of life and death. Should you master these teachings, you would possess the power to decree life and death upon the populace at your whim. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi was momentarily taken aback, his lips twitching as he expressed his skepticism. You can decide who lives or dies. Is that truly the case? I was once a formidable practitioner of the fifth realm of refinement. Do not attempt to deceive me. Fifth realm of refinement. A master? Huh. Please be serious. Jiang Yi rolled his eyes, feeling a pang of embarrassment from the other's reaction. All right, I shall refrain from mocking you, but do you truly not remember anything? Inquired the voice. Remember what? Jiang Yi responded, astonished. Your past life, and the mission that brought you to this world. The voice suddenly turned solemn. Chapter 8. Past and present. The night had deepened, and within Jiang Yi's chamber, the candlelight flickered. The dim glow cast shadows upon his face, accentuating the perplexity etched upon it. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Yi felt increasingly bewildered by this unexpected presence. Past life? Mission? Speak plainly. Do not keep me in suspense. After a moment of contemplation, Hong finally spoke. To put it simply, neither you nor I belong to this realm. We traversed here from the end of the Law era alongside the Three Lives Stone, and our purpose is to fulfill a mission. Your extraordinary talent and remarkable speed of cultivation are not merely due to luck or diligence. They stem from your origins in the future's end of the Law era. Your physical form, your soul, your spiritual fortitude, and all that comprises you have undergone eons of refinement and evolution. The denizens of this era are far too primitive to be compared to you, which only serves to accentuate your genius. While Jiang Yi could maintain a semblance of composure at the emergence of Hong, he found his equanimity severely tested upon hearing these words. Moreover, the speaker seemed utterly sincere. Jiang Yi was taken aback, needing a moment to compose his thoughts and regain his equilibrium. Very well, he conceded. Assuming what you say is true, what specific purpose am I to fulfill? And what recompense awaits me upon its completion? After taking a deep breath to steady himself, Jiang Yi voiced his queries. Hong hesitated, seemingly deliberating how to proceed. Jiang Yi rolled his eyes, retorting, Do not insult my intelligence with platitudes about the time not being ripe or that it is inconvenient to disclose. If you do not elucidate the matter today, I shall consign you to the latrine, where you shall be subjected to perpetual ablutions. You insolent whelp, you are ruthless indeed. Hong sputtered, nearly leaping out of the Sanxing stone in indignation. Jiang Yi had no desire to be led by the nose by a mere artifact spirit. He was determined to seize control of his own destiny. Very well, Hong relented. I shall enlighten you. Our advent into this era is driven by the need to eradicate the spirit of a malevolent artifact. Fortunately, the limitless decree was obliterated by the powerhouses of the final Dharma era. However, its spirit, known as Celestial Pinnacle, separated from its corporeal form long ago and remains in the current immortal demon era. So long as the spirit endures, the limitless decree will inevitably be reborn, and no era shall ever know tranquility. The words spoken by Hong truly left Jiang Yi feeling alarmed. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, Where is the spirit of the artifact, Tianji? I do not know, Hong replied. I have only been in this world for less than 18 years alongside you. If you are unaware, how could I possibly know? Moreover, even if we were to discover the location of Tianji now, with your current level of strength, it would be of little consequence. Jiang Yi nodded, acknowledging the validity of Hong's words. Even if you were to locate Tianji, what difference would it make? An artifact spirit capable of binding hearts and manipulating the world is not easily vanquished. Are you not the spirit of the Three Lives Stone? Surely you possess numerous methods to enhance my strength? Jiang Yi's eyes gleamed with a sudden thought, focusing on Hong. Now you seek my assistance? Yet you dared to cast me into the cesspool before? Humph, Hong retorted, somewhat irked. Oh, I wouldn't dare. Jiang Yi replied with an awkward smile. After a moment of contemplation, Hong continued, You, my dear fellow, shall cater to my every whim, nourishing me with magical energy daily. In 3 months' time, I shall impart to you the knowledge of cultivating the Nine Nether Gate. The Nine Nether Gate? What is this technique? I do not recall having heard of it before. Jiang Yi's spirit was suddenly stirred. This is not merely a technique. It is a formidable array from the realm of the underworld. In the Book of Life and Death, the array consists of 10 levels. Once mastered, the Nine Nether Gate allows one to traverse the realms of yin and yang, enabling the dead to speak and facilitating transactions with certain spirits to uncover their secrets from life. Jiang Yi was evidently captivated by this underworld array of 10 levels. Having studied formations for many years, he had never encountered such an extraordinary and peculiar array. It is akin to a martial enthusiast, yearning for the sacred texts of a profound martial art. Jiang Yi was utterly absorbed in the discourse, while Hong had fallen silent, claiming that only after the infusion of demonic energy could revival occur. Was this not blatantly an invitation for him to channel more demonic energy into the Three Lives Stone? That cunning old man. Jiang Yi stroked his chin, a look of unfulfilled eagerness on his face. However, upon further reflection, a thrill coursed through him. Given his current strength and relying solely on past experiences, attempting a resurgence to overthrow Kunlun seemed as implausible as a mortal ascending to the heavens. But the situation had changed. With Hong's assistance and the cultivation of the Book of Life and Death, Jiang Yi suddenly felt a newfound confidence. For the time being, the notion of mission was secondary. With the old man's support, the prospect of toppling Kunlun no longer seemed an impossibility. A faint smile played on Jiang Yi's lips, joy evident in his demeanor. Though the hour was late, and he should have been resting, Jiang Yi found himself tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep, his mind abuzz with plans for the future. In the blink of an eye, dawn had broken. Since slumber eluded him, he decided to rise and engage in energy visualization during this auspicious moment. For a cultivator like Jiang Yi, even a sleepless night would not lead to languor. A brief period of meditation would suffice to restore his vigor. After a long sigh, Jiang Yi opened his eyes and slowly rose. With only 6 days remaining, it was imperative to procure materials for crafting the 7 mystical blood ginseng elixir. Feng Danzi, prepare to weep. Jiang Yi brushed off the dust from his clothes and left the courtyard with a spirited demeanor. Hidden beyond the small courtyard, a pair of eyes watched Jiang Yi's departing figure, glinting with a cold light. Chapter 9. The Dog in Power in Wuhou City, on Baichao Street. The bustling thoroughfare was already alive with vibrant voices early in the morning. Baichao Street, an ancient thoroughfare nestled in the southwestern corner of Wuhou City, boasts a rich history and is renowned far and wide. Along its sides, numerous apothecaries and merchants can be found, with many alchemists and physicians frequenting the area to trade medicinal herbs. Are you jesting, my friend? Is this alchemical recipe truly sound? The young apprentice at the venerable Bai Pavilion gazed at Jiang Yi's formula, momentarily stunned for 3 heartbeats before managing to utter these words. This particular recipe comprised 36 herbs, of which more than half were entirely unfamiliar to the apprentice. Simply procure the herbs according to this formula. Cost is no concern, Jiang Yi replied with a smile. Offering no further explanation, the apprentice scratched his head, a look of distress upon his face. Having worked in the apothecary for 7 or 8 years, he had seen countless herbs daily. The thousands of medicinal ingredients housed within the shop were second nature to him. Yet, this recipe presented an undeniable challenge. What on earth is this? At that moment, a portly middle-aged man sauntered forth from the inner chamber. Master Lu. The apprentice immediately bowed in reverence, presenting Jiang Yi's recipe with both hands. This Master Lu was not only the proprietor of the Bai Pavilion, but also an esteemed 8th-grade alchemist, well known along Baichao Street. Should he advance further and pass the 7th-grade alchemist examination, he could secure a position within the general's mansion or Wuhou mansion, becoming a chief alchemist revered by many. Much like the esteemed Feng Danzi, Master Lu accepted the recipe, casting a languid glance over it, his demeanor remarkably casual. However, as the distinguished Lu scrutinized the medicinal ingredients listed in the formula, his expression underwent a myriad of changes, confusion, astonishment, and disbelief, until he ultimately settled into a state of shock. So, are the ingredients present? Jiang Yi questioned, observing Lu's dazed demeanor. The ingredients are indeed available, but this is the formula for the 5th-grade elixir. The 7 Mysteries Blood Ginseng Pill. Who is your alchemical master? Who is your teacher? Lu suddenly lifted his gaze, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he meticulously examined Jiang Yi from head to toe. Given Jiang Yi's youth, Lu could hardly fathom that such a profound formula could have been penned by him. Very well, I shall gather the herbs for you immediately. Lu nodded, preparing to take matters into his own hands. Master Lu, those ingredients are also required by my teacher, so I hope you could facilitate this for me. Jiang Yi chuckled. At that moment, a figure strode into the apothecary, bursting into hearty laughter. Jiang Yi's expression shifted as he cast his gaze toward the newcomer, a familiar face. Zhao Lu, a lad of 17 or 18, and the disciple of Master Fong, who had previously overestimated his abilities in attempting to cure Jiang Qingyue as a third-grade alchemist. Upon Zhao's entrance, Jiang Yi instantly grasped Master Fong's intentions. The underlying motive was not the pursuit of alchemical refinement. With his limited skills, he was incapable of concocting fifth-grade elixirs. Instead, Master Fong aimed to disrupt Jiang Yi's plans and seize the necessary ingredients. The adage, a clever woman cannot weave without thread rang true. Without the requisite herbs, how could one possibly refine a pill? This tactic was ruthlessly cunning, severing Jiang Yi's chances at the root. Master Fong also desires these ingredients? Lu found himself in a quandary. Fong Danzi, the premier alchemist of the Wuhou mansion, holds a position of great esteem and wields considerable influence throughout Baichao Street, making him a figure not to be trifled with. The medicinal herbs required for the 7 Xian blood ginseng pill are exceedingly rare, with some ingredients available for only a single batch. If they were to be sold to Fong Danzi, they could not possibly be sold to Jiang Yi. Shopkeeper Lu, a shrewd individual, is adept at reading the room. How could he remain oblivious to the fact that Zhao Lu is specifically targeting Jiang Yi? However, since Jiang Yi possesses a 5th-grade pill formula, it is likely that he has substantial backing, leaving Shopkeeper Lu in a precarious position. What? Is Shopkeeper Lu feeling conflicted? It is said that Wanao Hall in the north of the city has long set its sights on your territory, and the bidding conference next year is intended to secure it without fail. At this, Shopkeeper Lu broke into a cold sweat. Being ousted from Baichao Street would make it exceedingly difficult to make a comeback. To offend Fong Danzi for the sake of a complete stranger seems hardly worth the trouble. My apologies, young sir, but it appears we may not have the herbs you seek. I suggest you explore other shops, Shopkeeper Lu said, filled with regret. Explore other shops? It is unlikely to be that simple. Fong Danzi is intent on targeting Jiang Yi. Thus, no matter which store Jiang Yi attempts to procure herbs from, they will invariably be snatched away. Narrowing his eyes, an imperceptible flash of fury and murderous intent crossed Jiang Yi's gaze. Fong Danzi, you truly spare no effort. This tactic is indeed ruthless. The heir of the illustrious Kunlun Sect has fallen to such depths, being toyed with by a mere mortal. How could Jiang Yi not be incensed? Stepping out of the apothecary, he strolled along Baichao Street, his mind racing with thoughts and reflections. Jiang Yi was acutely aware that Zhao Lu was vigilantly monitoring his every move, with reports being dispatched to Fong Danzi without respite. He found himself bereft of any opportunity. Remaining under Fong Danzi's scrutiny would undoubtedly thwart his endeavors in alchemy. Thus, he contemplated depleting Zhao Lu's financial resources before compelling the man to serve him as a treasure courier. With a contemplative stroke of his chin, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited within him, leading to a cunning stratagem. A young apprentice knelt before him to deliver a report. Fong Danzi, stroking his beard, radiated an aura of satisfaction. Well done. A clever woman cannot cook without rice. Jiang Yi, you cannot even gather the materials for alchemy. Let us see how you dare to contend with me. The cat plays with the mouse, how amusing. Jiang Yi, I shall methodically bring about your demise. Chapter 10. The quest for herbs in the deep mountains. The following morning, in the martial training grounds of the Wuhou mansion, numerous novice disciples commenced their practice. Under the watchful eye of the formidable Iron King, Zhao He. Little Zhao, come here, carry me out for a while. Jiang Yi entered the training grounds, waving his hand with practiced ease. Upon seeing Jiang Yi, the expressions of the novice disciples transformed dramatically. No longer did they wish to witness his antics, but instead, their gazes shifted to Zhao He, all wearing expressions of silent mourning. Brother Jiang, Did you not just deliver a pill a few days ago? Jiang Yi exclaimed in astonishment. This time, it is not a visit to the apothecary pavilion, Jiang Yi replied. Then where are we going? In a few months, there will be a martial competition against the general's mansion disciples. It is of great significance. I fear without my supervision, these youngsters will become complacent. Enough of this idle chatter. Come with me, and I assure you victory in the competition. Jiang Yi waved his hand dismissively. Given the gravity of his words, Jiang Yi could not evade the matter. You lot, practice diligently during the contest with the general's manor. Should any of you falter, pack your things and leave, he thundered. With that, Jiang Yi hoisted Jiang Yi and departed from the martial marquee manor. The Medicine Valley. A secluded gorge situated 100 miles from the martial marquee city lay nestled against the medicine pavilion, its ancient forests teeming with rare and exotic flora. Jiang Ge, what prompted you to venture to the Medicine Valley for herbs? Jiang Yi inquired, his expression fraught with vigilance. It is said that numerous ferocious beasts lurk within. Including some of the 7th rank, it is no place to tread lightly. I wagered with Fong Danzi that within 7 days, I would concoct a potion to revive the young lady. You have heard of it, I presume? Jiang Yi retorted. The news had indeed sent ripples through the entire martial marquee manor. Who was unaware? But, Jiang Ge, are you truly confident? Jiang Yi, though on amicable terms with Jiang Yi, recognized that Jiang Yi was merely a third-grade alchemist within the manor, while crafting a nourishing blood elixir posed no challenge. The thought of producing a 5th-grade 7 blood ginseng pill was beyond Jiang Yi's imagination. Even if all the ingredients were procured, where would the time for alchemy come from? He added, gathering herbs? I never claimed that our purpose in coming to the Medicine Valley was for that. The medicinal materials will be delivered to us, Jiang Yi replied with a smile, his hands clasped behind his back as he strode deeper into the valley. Scratching his head, Jiang Yi felt perplexed and hurried after him with further questions. However, Jiang Yi remained silent until they reached a desolate spot, where he finally came to a halt. I have not squandered my nourishing blood elixirs. I have secretly attained the 7th level of body refinement, the blood transformation stage. Brother Jiang, how did you discern that? Jiang Yi's expression changed dramatically. He believed he had concealed himself adeptly. Never mind that for now, the messenger with the medicine has arrived. You will have your hands full shortly, Jiang Yi remarked with a smile. What? The messenger has come? Jiang Yi could sense the presence of these individuals. And so could Jiang Yi. After following for so long, it was time to take a breather, otherwise, the opportunity would be lost. Jiang Yi wore a half-smile, his gaze suddenly sharpening as it swept through the depths of the dense forest like a blade of light. Haraha. So you knew all along that someone had followed us here. From your demeanor, it appears you even intend to commit murder and robbery. Although Zhao Lu was not particularly astute, he could infer the other party's intentions from Jiang Yi's posture and tone. With his hands clasped behind his back, Zhao Lu slowly emerged from the thicket, his triangular eyes narrowing into a line, glinting with cold light. Surrounding him were 7 martial masters, each brimming with internal energy. Their hair billowing, exuding an aura of formidable presence. The oppressive energy they radiated would have shattered the spirit of an average 4th-stage body refinement practitioner, instilling sheer terror. Yet, what sort of individual was Jiang Yi? A 5th-stage alchemical practitioner, a paragon among the younger generation of the minor celestial realm. A candidate for the leadership of the Kunlun Celestial Sect, he had faced countless grand spectacles. Even before the might of Mount Tai, he remained unperturbed, let alone in the presence of these mere trifles. Zhao Lu then shifted his gaze, directing it toward the ironclad Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi, you are merely a 2nd-tier martial master within the martial marquee mansion. You fail to adhere to your station and dare to assist this brat in opposing my master, who bestowed upon you such audacity. You believe that having cultivated an aura is sufficient to contend with the 7 aura realm martial artists behind me? Upon uttering these words, the group of martial artists erupted into boisterous laughter, displaying an air of casual ease, as if confronting a lamb destined for slaughter. Let us not escalate matters. My master has decreed that he must be spared, lest we find ourselves unable to account to the Lord. Proceed. Zhao Lu sneered and gestured dismissively. Chapter 11. Not a single one left. Let us dispense with superfluous words. Hand over the medicinal herbs. Just yesterday, Zhao Lu's sycophant had paraded his prowess before me, and I, Jiang Yi, could no longer endure the provocation. In a surge of fury, I acted before my adversary could make a move. With a sudden tautness, my muscles coiled like a drawn bow, and with a powerful thrust, I launched myself forward. Step after step, I dashed forth like an arrow in flight. When a common man's wrath ignites, it can result in bloodshed. A master swordsman reigns supreme within a confined space, where their lethal prowess is unmatched. For an ordinary body cultivator, the range of 5 paces constitutes a perilous zone, even if one possesses the stature of a lord. Allowing a commoner to encroach upon that distance renders life and death equally precarious. No one anticipated that Jiang Yi, the one with the weakest cultivation, would dare to strike first, disregarding all else and viewing the 7 martial artists as mere phantoms, relentlessly advancing toward Zhao Lu. Such an imposing aura is not something an ordinary body cultivator could possess. In a flash, as the onlookers stood astounded, Jiang Yi unleashed his demonic hand, fingers sharp as blades, executing a dual dragon pearl technique. The murderous intent radiated, chilling the air and rendering it suffocating. This intensity of killing intent cannot be acquired merely through rigorous training or the execution of ruthless techniques. Only through enduring countless life or death battles. Sanctified by the ablution of infinite blood and the departed, and refined through the accretion of time, can such a suffocating aura of slaughter be distilled. Alas, my eyes! A harrowing scream echoed from the depths of the medicinal veil, causing a flurry of avians to scatter from the trees in startled disarray. Employing a constricting grasp with unwavering resolve, Jiang Yi's counterattack was seamless, his demon hand seizing Zhao Lu's throat. With the application of force through his digits, his inner energy surged. Bang! Before the eyes of the assembled, Jiang Yi crushed Zhao Lu's larynx. Despite Jiang Yi's mere 4th-level body refinement cultivation, his physical constitution was remarkably robust. With a squeeze of his fingers, not only flesh and blood but even ancient trees and mountain rocks would be pulverized. Crack! With a twist and a pull of his wrist, Jiang Yi extracted Zhao Lu's bloody throat, causing a burst of gore and a pungent stench. Zhao Lu's eyes were wide with astonishment, his pupils dilated, and he was not killed by Jiang Yi's constricting grasp but by sheer terror. As Zhao Lu, devoid of life, crashed to the ground, everyone was dumbfounded, struck speechless by the spectacle. In the depths of the medicinal veil, in a secluded forest, a sharp, acrid scent of blood permeated the air. Zhao Lu lay in a pool of blood, his death a gruesome sight. With his eyes ruined and his throat destroyed, it could be said that he did not die whole. In Jiang Yi's former moral compass, this would have been considered an act of demonic depravity, utterly intolerable. However, time had imparted many lessons to Jiang Yi. Since his departure from the Kunlun Immortal Sect, Jiang Yi had learned to adapt. In the face of the brutal law of the jungle, survival was the ultimate imperative. In the depths of the forest, an eerie silence prevailed as the 7 martial artists stood frozen, their eyes wide with horror at the tragic demise of Zhao Lu, utterly motionless. Even the Iron Titan, Zhao He, was taken aback, unable to fathom that this individual, merely at the 4th level of body refinement and typically preoccupied with alchemical pursuits, could unleash such ferocity in combat. Who was Zhao Lu? The esteemed disciple of the chief alchemist of the Martial Marquis Mansion. Surely they understood the adage that one must consider the master when dealing with a dog. Facing the onslaught of 7 practitioners at the Chi Field realm, it was evident that with his current strength, Jiang Yi would be obliterated. However, Zhao He could not remain a passive observer. With events having escalated to this point, he found himself inexorably drawn into the fray, leaving no room for self-preservation. The only recourse was to gamble everything, wagering his life and fortunes, fervently hoping that Jiang Yi would emerge victorious and rise to prominence. 7th level blood transformation. Zhao He bellowed suddenly, unleashing a torrent of energy that surged forth, generating an overwhelming aura of dominance that reverberated throughout the scene. Having ascended to the 7th level of blood transformation, His internal energy was tenfold that of a practitioner at the 6th level of the Chi Field realm. And the force he exuded immediately stunned the 7 martial artists. Blood transformation? This was inconceivable. Wasn't Jiang Yi merely a second-tier martial artist? The expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically, their faces etched with fear. The blood transformation realm represents a watershed moment. Once one crosses into this level, a profound transformation occurs within the blood, allowing the meridians to flow freely, with a continuous surge of blood power invigorating the brain, heart, and countless nerves, significantly enhancing the practitioner's 5 senses. Within the illustrious halls of the Wuhou Mansion, entering the realm of blood transformation elevates one to the esteemed rank of a first-rate martial artist, affording the privilege of becoming a personal attendant to the prominent figures such as the young lady, or even integrating into the family lineage, thus becoming part of the Jiang clan. At this moment, Jiang Yi's eyes were bloodshot, and his skin flushed a deep crimson. His vision, hearing, and mental agility had all undergone remarkable enhancement. To him, the movements of his opponents appeared to be significantly sluggish, their martial techniques riddled with vulnerabilities. Everyone kneel. Jiang Yi stood as a formidable figure, exuding an aura of wrath akin to a wrathful deity. A ferocious wave of earthy yellow energy erupted from him, sweeping across the surroundings with the force of a cataclysm reminiscent of a mountain collapsing or the earth splitting apart. The sheer intensity of this energy sent the 7 martial artists hurtling backward, causing them to spew blood uncontrollably. The technique he employed was known as the mountain moving force, a second-tier martial art capable of remarkable feats, surpassing even the remnants of the demon hand cultivated by Jiang Yi. Most significantly, Jiang Yi had diligently honed his inner energy for many years, now capable of unleashing the full potency of the mountain moving force, enabling him to vanquish the 7 practitioners of the 6th level of body refining in a moment of peril. Despite his choice to assist Jiang Yi, he was acutely aware that these individuals were martial masters of the Wuhou Mansion, and injuring them would undoubtedly bring repercussions. Jiang Yi took a deep breath, and his gaze suddenly turned icy. Chapter 12. The alchemical method. Jiang Yi's words struck like a thunderclap, causing Jiang Yi's imposing figure to shudder involuntarily. For reasons unknown, he suddenly perceived the profound depth of the thoughts expressed by this individual before him. Was Jiang Yi truly only at the 4th level of body refinement? Such enlightenment seemed a concept every cultivator could grasp and discuss eloquently. Yet, when faced with the crucible of choice in a real situation, how many could step outside the confines of the chessboard and see through the intricacies of the game? Had Jiang Yi not already attained the 5th level of path refinement, he too would find it difficult to comprehend this truth. I understand, Jiang Yi exclaimed, enlightened by Jiang Yi's guidance. Without further ado, he dispatched all 7 martial masters. He then disposed of their bodies deep within the dense forest, where a pack of wild wolves carried them away. Amidst the tranquil valley, by an unnamed brook, the 2 were washing the blood from their bodies. Jiang, are you truly only at the 4th level of body refinement? I feel as though you are no less formidable than those ethereal beings of the path refinement stage, Jiang Yi said, his expression one of skepticism as he sat by the stream. In the mundane world, those at the path refinement stage could soar through the skies, command thunder and wind, and even scorch mountains and boil seas, earning them the reverence of deities. Path refinement, deities? Jiang Yi couldn't help but chuckle. At that moment, he finally understood the sentiment behind Hong's earlier jest at his expense. We shall revisit this topic at a later time. The pressing matter at hand is to concoct the 7 mysterious blood ginseng pill. Our recent actions have been quite significant, having eliminated 8 individuals. If we fail to ascend to the position of Feng Danzi, no amount of excuses will save us from death. Conversely, should we succeed in reviving the young lady, even the flimsiest justification would leave Feng Danzi at a disadvantage, Jiang Yi stated. Jiang Yi scratched his head, chuckling innocently. Brother Jiang, I have faith in you. After all, my life is already wagered on you. Jiang Yi found himself increasingly fond of this fellow, laughing heartily. As long as you trust me. This time I shall not only refine the 7 mysterious blood ginseng pill, I will also assist you in producing 100 cultivation-enhancing chi pills. With these pills, your disciples will be able to condense their inner energy within a month, even developing their chi manifestations. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi was left utterly astounded. 100 cultivation-enhancing chi pills, if sold in the market, would amount to a considerable fortune. Even the disciples of the Martial Marquis Mansion can only receive one pill every 3 months. Brother Jiang, you mustn't be pulling my leg. If there truly are 100 of these pills, wouldn't the disciples of the General's Mansion be utterly decimated by my little rascals? Jiang Yi exclaimed joyfully. Jiang Yi shook his head with a smile, then inquired curiously, why does the Martial Marquis Mansion harbor such animosity towards the General's Mansion? Jiang Yi had only been in the Martial Marquis Mansion for 2 months and understood that the two factions appeared to be in fierce opposition. Yet he was unaware of the underlying reasons. During the True Dragon Ancient Dynasty, the General's Mansion and the Martial Marquis Mansion held the military power of the empire, consistently at odds both on the battlefield and in politics. This enmity transcends individual grievances, having persisted through generations. Especially in this generation, the General's manner has become increasingly arrogant, frequently provoking the Martial Marquis manner. The martial competition between the disciples of the Martial Marquis and the General's manner is imminent. And if we do not curb the General's arrogance soon, they may become even more insufferable. Jiang Yi elaborated on the underlying issues. I see. Jiang Yi pondered thoughtfully. This implies that Jiang Taifeng of the Martial Marquis must harbor a profound hatred for the General's manner. If I can assist the Martial Marquis in diminishing the General's arrogance, coupled with curing the young lady's 7-flame serpent venom, I would undoubtedly earn the Martial Marquis's trust. At that point, obtaining the trial qualification for the Demon Sect's Black Shin Gate would likely be within my grasp. By the way, Brother Jiang, I've heard that concocting the 7 Shin pill requires at least 3 months. Even with the herbs we have now, will we have enough time with only 5 days left? Jiang Yi's voice interrupted Jiang Yi's thoughts. Jiang Yi smiled slightly, exuding confidence as he replied, Of course we have enough time. 5 days. 1 day would suffice. What? 1 day? Brother Jiang, you must be jesting. Jiang Yi exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Despite Jiang Yi's lack of knowledge in alchemy, he understood that even the simplest pill could not be refined in a single day. Ignoring Jiang Yi's astonishment, Jiang Yi produced an unusual teapot from his belongings. What is this? Jiang Yi inquired. An alchemical furnace. The blood-nourishing pill you will consume was crafted using this. Jiang Yi replied with a grin. What? An alchemical furnace? This small thing. Jiang Yi was once again taken aback. Who told you that an alchemical furnace must be as large as a water vat? That is merely the method of laymen in alchemy. What I refer to as the Danbo method involves immersing medicinal herbs in water to amalgamate their intrinsic powers, subsequently boiling and refining them in a Dan furnace, akin to brewing tea. As Jiang Yi spoke, he shattered the herbs he had seized from Zhao Lu and soaked them in the Dan furnace, resembling the process of steeping tea. Jiang Yi had acquired this Danbo method from the Kunlun Alchemy Secret Tome, which offers numerous advantages over the traditional fire forging technique. The fire forging method demands an extraordinarily precise control of heat. An excessively fierce flame may lead to the explosion of the elixir, whereas the Danbo method, with the moderation of water, virtually eliminates the risk of such calamities. Conversely, insufficient heat in the fire forging process fails to extract the essence from the herbs. Furthermore, the fire forging technique is time-consuming, necessitating constant supervision of the Dan furnace to manage the heat, which is both laborious and taxing. The Danbo method, however, is significantly more sophisticated, as the Dan furnace is both exquisite and portable, allowing for alchemical endeavors to be conducted anywhere. In contrast to the traditional alchemist who requires a dedicated alchemical chamber to commence their work, the Danbo method can be deemed one of the most efficient alchemical practices. However, its complexity is formidable. Even those esteemed first- and second-tier alchemists, often heralded as the kings and emperors of elixirs, may not fully grasp the quintessence of the Danbo method. The essence of this method lies in the unique properties of water. Water nourishes all things without contention. Even medicinal herbs of varying attributes can be washed and boiled together in water, achieving remarkable compatibility. However, the most formidable challenge of the Dan boiling technique lies in the understanding and mastery of water properties. A true master of this art can even manipulate water to isolate the medicinal potency of herbs, only to reunite them at the opportune moment, amalgamating their strengths. Every step of the process, from timing to sequence and positioning, must be executed flawlessly. Chapter 13. The performance begins having completed the preparatory tasks. Jiang Yi retrieved it from his sleeve. The talisman bore intricate and peculiar golden patterns, crafted from a blend of vermilion and fire phosphorus powder, meticulously ground into a golden lacquer. What could this be? Zhao He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, astonished by Jiang Yi's seemingly endless array of trinkets. With no one else present in the deep valley, and trusting Zhao He to some extent, Jiang Yi felt no need to conceal his abilities. This is known as the fire symbol, which offers greater controllability and sustainability compared to traditional wood-fueled methods for alchemical refinement. Jiang Yi did not scorn Zhao He's ignorance. Instead, he patiently addressed his inquiries. "Brother Jiang, you can even draw talismans?" Zhao He's lips twitched, and a shiver ran down his spine. What a joke! In the past, Jiang Yi was proficient in alchemy, talismans, and formations alike. Although his cultivation was currently sealed, it did not imply a loss of prowess in other areas. Jiang Yi was indeed a cunning strategist, harboring several talismans and even concealed weapons, all prepared for unforeseen circumstances. Had Zhao He not intervened, Jiang Yi could have relied on his talismans and hidden weapons to escape. He was not the type to relinquish control of his fate to others. With Jiang Yi's current abilities, although he can only produce the most rudimentary fire talisman and forge the simplest alchemical furnace, this is nonetheless sufficient to concoct the 7 mysterious blood ginseng pill. While alchemical talismans, tools, and formations may appear to be unrelated, they are, in fact, mutually reinforcing. Jiang Yi's prowess in alchemy stems from his understanding of tool forging. He knows precisely what type of alchemical furnace he requires and forges it accordingly. He is aware of which talismans can facilitate the alchemical process and comprehends the formations that can enhance the efficiency of his craft. With these aids during alchemical refinement, his efforts yield remarkable results. How many ordinary alchemists possess such insight? As the day drew to a close, a whistling sound emanated from the small alchemical furnace, reminiscent of a kettle reaching its boiling point. Jiang Yi nodded with a smile, elegantly lifting the teapot and inhaling the nearly perfect fragrance of the elixir. The pill was complete. The furnace opened. At that moment, a gentle radiance emanated from within, and Zhao He eagerly stole a glance, discovering a plump alchemical pill glowing like a luminous pearl. The instant the furnace was opened, the pill radiated its brilliance, a hallmark of a 5th-grade elixir. "Brother Jiang, I am truly in awe of you," Zhao He exclaimed. "This time, that arrogant Danzi will be in for a rude awakening. I can't wait to see his humbled expression after all his previous bravado." Ha! With a hearty laugh, Zhao He felt a weight lift from his heart. The successful creation of the 7 mysterious blood ginseng pill not only spelled trouble for Danzi, but also meant that Jiang Yi's status would undoubtedly rise, bringing Zhao He along in the ensuing glory. Jiang Yi continued, "Understood. I shall follow Brother Jiang's arrangements." Currently, Zhao He harbors profound respect for Jiang Yi. Recognizing that he is no fool, he is acutely aware that Jiang Yi conceals numerous secrets, far beyond the mere identity of a young alchemist. Aligning oneself with the right individual is infinitely more beneficial than enduring solitary cultivation for a decade or two. In the days that followed, Jiang Yi diligently cultivated his inner energy while simultaneously infusing the 3 live stone with magical essence. Inner energy, energy radiance, and energy field, these appear as 3 distinct realms. However, they are interconnected, representing a process of accumulation and sedimentation. Provided there is sufficient accumulation of inner energy, the formation of energy radiance will occur swiftly, leading to the emergence of an energy field. Jiang Yi had secretly concocted several essence cultivation pills, and with their assistance, Coupled with his experience, achieving an energy field within 4 to 5 days is hardly a fanciful notion. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi was not idle. He too immersed himself in cultivation, solidifying his blood transformation state. He did not seek further advancement but aimed to maintain his current condition. Thus, time flew by swiftly. In the alchemical chamber of the Martial Marquis mansion, 2 young apprentices knelt upon the ground, drenched in cold sweat and trembling incessantly. Master Fong's expression was grim. His brow furrowed as he glared at the two and demanded again, "What is the matter?" His gaze shifted to another apprentice. "Master, it is possible that they were schemed against by Jiang Yi and his companions. That iron diamond Jiao He accompanied them to the Medicine Valley." The apprentice stammered, clearly fearful of repercussions. Jiao He is merely a second-tier martial artist, an energy field practitioner at best. It makes no sense. Master Fong muttered to himself, his frown deepening. Rather than believing he was attacked by ferocious beasts, Fong Danzi preferred to subscribe to the latter's assertion. "Master, I believe you may be overthinking this. That fellow Jiang Yi, even if he were to acquire the medicinal herbs, how could he possibly concoct the 7 Mysteries blood ginseng pill within a mere 5 days?" The young apothecary, noticing Fong Danzi's diminished ire, mustered the courage to speak. "Indeed, how could I have overlooked this? Even if he possesses the herbs, without an alchemical furnace in these remote mountains, it would be utterly futile. Haraha. It seems I have indeed been overly concerned." Fong Danzi erupted into hearty laughter, feeling considerably relieved. "You are quite clever, young man. From now on, you shall take Zhao Lu's position." He chuckled. "Thank you, master." The young apothecary bowed repeatedly in gratitude. "Now, follow me to the apothecary pavilion. The appointed day has arrived. Let us await Jiang Yi's embarrassment." Haraha. With a buoyant spirit, Fong Danzi pushed open the door and stepped out. Chapter 14. Citywide Manhunt. Today marks the day when Jiang Yi and Fong Danzi reveal the outcome of their wager. Consequently, numerous onlookers have gathered early at the apothecary pavilion. Typically, the pavilion is spacious and empty, yet today it is brimming with over 100 individuals, nearly the entirety of the Martial Marquis mansion's alchemists, physicians, and even some unrelated spectators have come to witness the spectacle. Today is the day of revelation, and it remains uncertain whether Jiang Yi can fulfill his promise. Fulfill his promise? To concoct a 5th-tier 7 Mysteries blood ginseng pill within 7 days? My friend, do not jest. That fellow Jiang Yi, having merely subdued the young lady's 7-flame serpent venom momentarily, is already parading about with unwarranted confidence. On that day, you did not witness how audacious this fellow was. He brazenly insulted Master Fong Dan, calling him a fool right in front of the Marquis. Such arrogance is truly remarkable, as he evidently disregards Master Fong Dan entirely. To claim the ability to concoct a 5th-grade elixir within 7 days? Jiang Yi is indeed a braggart without any forethought. As the deadline approaches, I am keen to observe how this young man meets his demise. Having offended Master Fong Dan, it is certain that he will not escape retribution. Rumors suggest he is wagering his very life. Yet even if the Marquis spares him, he is likely to suffer terribly at Master Fong Dan's hands. Alas, he is indeed a most unfortunate soul. Within the apothecary, the crowd had already begun to chatter animatedly. It was clear from their tone that none held any hope for Jiang Yi. They believed his promises were nothing more than foolish overreach. To these quacks, the notion that someone could successfully refine the 7 mystic blood ginseng pill in just 7 days was simply unimaginable. It is akin to the ordinary folk who, having never witnessed cultivators soaring through the skies, would naturally assume such feats to be impossible. Of course, if they were to learn that Jiang Yi managed to complete the 7 mystic blood ginseng pill in merely 1 day, one can only wonder what expressions of astonishment would grace their faces. Cough. Master Fong Dan, you have arrived. The crowd discreetly lowered their voices. However, contrary to their expectations, Master Fong Dan's expression was not as dark as they had anticipated. Rather, there was a peculiar glint in his eyes, hinting at a certain excitement. As they observed his demeanor, the onlookers gradually grew bolder. Master Fong Dan, it seems that this time, Jiang Yi is destined to suffer a most grievous defeat. A flattering remark was made with a smile, yet a chilling expression swept across Fong Danzi's face. He chuckled softly. Lose? I shall not only ensure his defeat but also render Jiang Yi utterly untraceable. Although Fong Danzi wore a smile, it concealed a blade of malice. The frigid aura of murderous intent sent shivers down the spines of those within the medicine pavilion. Fong Danzi was known for his meticulous vendettas, determined to make it abundantly clear that anyone daring to challenge his authority would meet a dire fate. Death, indeed. Jiang Yi would surely face an end without burial. An embarrassed alchemist chimed in to agree, as everyone present discerned the grim fate awaiting Jiang Yi that day. From now on, if everyone adheres to their roles, I assure you I shall not be a burden. The implication of Fong Danzi's words suggested that Jiang Yi was as good as dead. Within the medicine pavilion, the atmosphere grew tense. Fong Danzi's presence instilled a sense of trepidation, as all feared inadvertently offending him, which could lead to Jiang Yi's fate becoming theirs. Having lost face to Jiang Yi, many had privately mocked him, and now he felt compelled to assert his authority, lest another challenger like Jiang Yi arise. However, this tense ambience did not linger for long. As the esteemed General Jiang Taifeng and others, including General Lin Shanhui, soon arrived at the medicine pavilion. Greetings, Lord. The crowd bowed in respect. Jiang Taifeng merely nodded before directly approaching Fong Danzi. Has Jiang Yi arrived? He inquired with no superfluous words. As a practitioner of the refining path and a top-tier expert within the true Dragon Ancient Dynasty, Jiang Taifeng emanated an aura of authority that rendered even the previously audacious Fong Danzi cautious and respectful. On that day, Jiang Taifeng's agreement to Jiang Yi was driven by motives that transcended merely wishing for Jiang Yi to cure Jiang Qingwei. Rather, he sought to assess Jiang Yi's true capabilities. With a discerning eye honed through countless encounters, Jiang Taifeng sensed that Jiang Yi was far more complex than he appeared. If Jiang Yi were indeed a gem lost to the sea, would he not be fortunate to have stumbled upon such a treasure? The ability to concoct a fifth-grade elixir within 7 days is a rarity indeed, likely unparalleled throughout the entire Kunlun Ancient Dynasty, surpassing even the esteemed royal alchemists. Naturally, Jiang Taifeng was not without his precautions. He had already leveraged his connections to procure a 7-Xian blood ginseng pill. Should Jiang Yi fail to fulfill his promise, Jiang Qingwei would not suffer dire consequences. Lord Marquis, while I too wish for Jiang Yi to successfully refine the 7-Xian blood ginseng pill, I fear that within 7 days, no one in the entire Kunlun Ancient Dynasty could achieve such a feat. Even my esteemed ancestor would find it impossible. Jiang Yi may very well be too intimidated to show himself, fleeing in fear of failure. As far as I know, he has not been seen for several days. Fong Danzi spoke with a tone of indifference, yet a subtle hint of schadenfreude crept into his words. Fleeing in fear? If Jiang Yi dares to toy with the life of the young lady, I shall pursue him to the ends of the earth. Lin Shanhui's eyes widened in alarm. Jiang Taifeng raised his hand slightly to calm Lin Shanhui, indicating that he should temper his emotions. What are your thoughts on this matter? Jiang Taifeng's gaze shifted to the other alchemists and physicians within the apothecary pavilion, who were all shaking their heads with forced smiles. It is evident that no one believes Jiang Yi possesses such capabilities. Jiang Taifeng's countenance also displayed a hint of solemnity as he pondered inwardly, wondering if he had misjudged the situation. Was Jiang Yi merely spouting nonsense, allowing his fervor to lead him into wagering his life? Despite his reluctance to concede this notion, the current circumstances suggested that Jiang Yi might indeed not appear. My lord, should I issue a warrant for Jiang Yi's capture? Lin Shanhu inquired. Having watched Jiang Qingwei grow up, Lin Shanhu held deep affections for her. Thus, he was naturally displeased by Jiang Yi's reckless gamble with the young lady's life. We must pursue him. We must indeed issue a warrant. How dare Jiang Yi treat the life of a young lady so frivolously? If we do not apprehend and execute him, who knows how many others he may endanger? Fong Danzi concurred. Jiang Taifeng contemplated for a moment, glancing at the sky, which was already darkening. His gaze turned a shade colder as he gestured dismissively, saying, You shall handle this matter. Understood. I shall ensure this rogue is brought to justice. Lin Shanhu responded, departing with determination. Chapter 15. Public humiliation within the apothecary. Many individuals exchanged covert smirks, as Jiang Yi's downfall seemed to be a consensus among them. After all, in their eyes, Jiang Yi was indeed inconsequential. A healer requires not only exceptional medical skills, but also an unwavering commitment to medical ethics. A person devoid of such ethics, regardless of their proficiency, would never gain acceptance. Clearly, to the onlookers, Jiang Yi was perceived as a man lacking in moral integrity. As fellow alchemists of the Marquis' estate, they naturally held disdain for associating with someone of his ilk. Ah, Jiang Yi, you dare to play with me? You shall soon find your days far from pleasant. Alas, it is a pity that I could not witness you being relentlessly pursued by the world. A sight too dreadful to behold. Fong Danzi's eyes narrowed slightly, and a sense of triumph surged within him, accompanied by a covert smirk. However, at that moment, footsteps echoed from the entrance of the apothecary pavilion. Lin Shanhua, with a complex expression, spoke, Jiang Yi? Jiang Taifeng was taken aback. Lin Shanhua nodded and gestured towards the two figures outside. You may enter. Inside the apothecary pavilion, countless pairs of eyes shifted in astonishment. Everyone believed that this matter was settled, even preparing to disperse. Yet, none anticipated the sudden turn of events. Jiang Yi truly dared to show up. Indeed. That must be the case, Fong Danzi mused. Amidst the myriad incredulous gazes, Jiang Yi walked in at a leisurely pace, a faint smile gracing his lips, with Zhao He following behind, equally composed. Jiang Yi, you have indeed come, Jiang Taifeng remarked, his gaze flickering. Having promised the Marquis, I must endeavor to fulfill my commitment. Jiang Yi replied with a smile. The 7 Xian blood ginseng pill requires at least a 3-month alchemical process. I suspect this fellow is a spy dispatched by the general's residence, perhaps seeking to poison the young lady under the guise of this opportunity, Fong Danzi declared solemnly. Fong Danzi's cunning and treachery were truly insidious. At this juncture, he even attempted to frame me with such a heinous crime. What a vile individual. Jiang Yi scoffed inwardly. 3 months to concoct such a pill? Fong Danzi, with your meager abilities, you dare to call yourself the chief alchemist? My brother Jiang can complete it in a day. Just then, Zhao He suddenly interjected. Given that Jiang Yi was now assured of his position, poised to surpass Fong Danzi at any moment, Zhao He felt emboldened. Upon hearing this, Fong Danzi's expression turned ashen. Being humiliated by Jiang Yi was bearable, after all. They were both members of the alchemist community. However, it was utterly unacceptable for a mere martial artist to overstep his bounds. What are you even worth? A brute with a simplistic mind and robust physique dares to engage in discourse regarding the art of alchemy with me, even with the Lord present. Fong Danzi could no longer tolerate this affront. Enough of the chatter. Jiang Yi, since you have brought the medicinal elixirs, let us proceed into the chamber to attend to the young lady. Jiang Taifeng's voice resonated with authority, silencing any defiance within the apothecary. This is agreeable. Yet I require a few more assistants. Master Fong Dan, you and your colleagues may enter to lend your support. Everyone is welcome to observe, facilitating a valuable exchange of knowledge. Jiang Yi cast a sidelong glance at Fong Danzi, a knowing smile gracing his lips. In truth, Jiang Yi had no need for assistance. His primary aim was to lead Fong Danzi and the others into a position of disgrace. Thus, Master Fong, do join us. Jiang Taifeng gestured dismissively and strode towards the medical hall. Fong Danzi let out a cold snort. Even if Jiang Yi barred his entry, he would find a way to sneak in. He was eager to ascertain whether Jiang Yi possessed genuine skill or was merely posturing. The other physicians and alchemists certainly would not miss this riveting spectacle. Should Jiang Yi prevail, it was evident that the previously arrogant Fong Danzi would face a dismal fate. Conversely, if Jiang Yi faltered, his path would likely lead to ruin. Regardless of the outcome, the tension was palpable. In the medical hall, Jiang Qingwei lay quietly upon the bed as Jiang Yi retrieved a small jade vial from his sleeve. All eyes were drawn to the object in Jiang Yi's hand. Pop! As the bottle cap was removed, a faint ethereal glow emanated from within. A Dan light? This is truly a 5th-grade elixir, someone exclaimed in astonishment. The Dan light is a hallmark of 5th-grade elixirs, easily discernible even to those lacking in alchemical knowledge. Fong Danzi's body trembled violently, his complexion growing increasingly pallid. It is indeed a 5th-grade elixir. A surge of indescribable dread and loathing coursed through his heart. Fong Danzi could never have anticipated that Jiang Yi would actually produce the 7 Xin blood ginseng elixir. Wasn't this utterly perplexing? He had been monitoring Jiang Yi closely, even thoroughly investigating his background. From any perspective, it was inconceivable for Jiang Yi to possess a 5th-grade elixir. The young lady was about to undergo a blood purification process, with tainted blood likely seeping from the soles of her feet. Jiang Yi instructed the 2 maidservants accordingly. Having said that, he turned, casting a gaze at Fong Danzi that held a hint of amusement. "Master Fong Dan, the time has come for you to showcase your skills." The young lady had yet to regain her bodily functions and would likely find it difficult to expel the tainted blood on her own. However, Master Fong Dan could use his mouth to extract the tainted blood from the soles of her feet. Given your exceptional alchemical prowess, this task would be best suited to you. Chapter 16. Chief Alchemist, what did you say? Fong Danzi's lips twitched involuntarily. Jiang Yi spoke with an air of politeness, a beaming smile adorning his face. Yet this expression sent shivers down Fong Danzi's spine. A surge of inexplicable rage ignited within him, his cheeks quivering in agitation. Nearly unable to restrain himself from uttering a curse, was he not essentially being asked to lick the soles of the young lady's feet? And yet, it was all couched in such grandiloquent terms. No matter how one puts it, as a chief alchemist of considerable renown, my standing is not insignificant within the Martial Marquis Mansion, Baichao Street, or even the entirety of Wuhou City. If word of this incident were to spread, how could I possibly maintain my reputation henceforth? At this very moment, a foul blood seeped from Jiang Qingyue's feet, not merely tainted with a hint of poison, but emanating a putrid stench that far surpassed that of excrement. Is it possible, Master Fong, that you even disdain the young lady? Feigned Jiang Yi, observing the reluctant expression on Master Fong's face. You, Master Fong stammered, pointing an accusing finger at Jiang Yi, his body trembling with indignation. With an expression of innocence, Jiang Yi turned to Wu Ho Jiang Taifeng, sighing, alas. If only we could complete this final step, the young lady's ailment would be cured. Since Master Fong harbors disdain for her, I am rendered powerless. Jiang Taifeng, well aware of the animosity between Jiang Yi and Master Fong, recognized that Jiang Yi was seizing this opportunity for retribution. However, at this moment, the talents and abilities displayed by Jiang Yi had thoroughly impressed Jiang Taifeng. To concoct a 5th-grade elixir within 7 days is an accomplishment even the royal chief alchemist cannot achieve. Would Jiang Taifeng risk offending Jiang Yi for the sake of Master Fong? Master Fong, do you dare to express disdain for the young lady? Jiang Taifeng's tone suddenly turned icy, causing the very air in the room to feel as if it might solidify. As a distinguished martial marquis of the empire, commanding millions, he exuded an imposing aura that rendered Master Fong utterly incapable of resistance. My lord, please forgive me. It is my duty to treat the young lady's illness. How could I possibly harbor disdain? Master Fong's face turned pale as he hastily offered his apologies. Having spoken, Fong Danzi felt a wave of despondency wash over him. With a resigned clench of his teeth, he trudged forward, making his way toward the bedside. Outside the medical hall, the onlookers held their breath, their minds already conjuring the imminent tumult. With the Wuhou present, Fong Danzi, despite his audacity, dared not act out of line. He could only comply with Jiang Yi's command and obediently attend to the young lady's feet. As he bent down, an overwhelming weight bore down upon him, rendering him breathless. The stench was intolerable, making his nose twitch involuntarily. Fong Danzi, be mindful of the time. Should you dawdle any longer, the optimal moment for treatment will slip away, and any residual effects on the young lady will be dire, Jiang Yi scoffed. At this pronouncement, Fong Danzi's body trembled violently, lowering his head. He silently vowed with a grimace, "You wretched brat, the humiliation of today shall be repaid 100-fold." After uttering this self-soothing curse, He closed his eyes and finally buried his face at Jiang Qingyue's feet. Subsequently, a series of slurping sounds pierced the stillness of the medical hall. An excruciating noise that sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers, leaving them feeling exposed and vulnerable. Suddenly, an uproar erupted outside the hall. The crowd, unable to contain themselves, began to retch, the scene unfolding before them far too outrageous to comprehend. Who was Feng Danzi, the esteemed chief alchemist of the Wuhou mansion? A figure of great power and influence. Who could have imagined that he would be reduced to such a pitiful state by an inconspicuous young alchemist? The reality of him actually licking the young lady's feet was simply unfathomable. Alas, the reputation of Feng Danzi lies in tatters, and the days ahead appear bleak. Jiang Yi is indeed a formidable individual. Having successfully healed the young lady, he is likely to usurp Feng Danzi's position. Such sensational news must be sold to the storytellers on the street at a handsome price. After a considerable interval, Feng Danzi finally rose, panting heavily. His expression one of shock. Jiang Qingyue's once bloodied feet were now, indeed, as pristine as if washed clean. Huh, Feng Dan. You are truly a person of great courage and tenacity. I am genuinely impressed. Jiang Yi clasped his hands in salute, not forgetting to offer his praise. With a scoff, Feng Danzi nearly expelled a mouthful of blood, furious to the brink of madness. My lord, the young lady will soon recover, Jiang Yi remarked with a smile. Disregarding Feng Danzi, Jiang Taifeng stepped forward to assess Jiang Qingyue's injuries, confirming that her bodily functions had returned to normal, her complexion rosy. Ha ha ha. Splendid. Indeed, I did not misjudge, Jiang Taifeng declared. Jiang Yi, you have not disappointed. Speak, what conditions do you desire? A man of his word. Jiang Taifeng would not retract his promises. Moreover, he was keen to curry favor with such a talented individual as Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi replied with a smile. I have no other requests. I merely promised Master Zhao would concoct a batch of Piyuan Jueki pills for his disciples to enhance their strength, thereby enabling them to shine in the forthcoming martial arts tournament against the general's estate. It would be even better if Master Feng could lend a hand. Feng Danzi, the real drama is just beginning. You dared to send assassins after me. Brace yourself, for what lies ahead will surely be a trial for you. Jiang Yi harbored a cold smile, casting a casual glance at the other party. Upon hearing this, Jiang Taifeng chuckled, stating, As for my conditions, this matter is quite simple. Henceforth, you shall be the chief alchemist of the Wuhou Manor, with all alchemists and physicians within the manor at your disposal. Chapter 17. Defiance? A ruthless beating. Yet now, Jiang Yi had unexpectedly transformed into the newly appointed chief alchemist, garnering the favor of the Wuhou. This series of abrupt changes was so startling that the onlookers struggled to comprehend it. At this moment, silence enveloped the crowd, each person concealing ulterior motives, seemingly contemplating how to deliver their premeditated scornful remarks to Feng Danzi without causing discord. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi was in high spirits, wearing a smug expression. He had staked his life and fortune on Jiang Yi and was pleasantly surprised to have won. His own status would rise correspondingly. Feng Danzi, why do you linger in a daze? Shouldn't you hand over the token of the chief alchemist? Zhao Yi admonished. You. Feng Danzi trembled with rage. Jiang Yi, I underestimated you. However, if you desire the token, you shall retrieve it yourself. As he spoke, Feng Danzi dramatically flicked his sleeve, revealing a dark golden token inscribed with the title of Chief Alchemist in his hand. Jiang Yi nodded with a smile and stepped forward, ready to receive the token. You little wretch, how dare you claim the title of Chief Alchemist? Feng Danzi suddenly roared, launching an attack towards Jiang Yi. The onlookers in the apothecary, however, were not surprised by this turn of events. Given Feng Danzi's temperament, he would never easily relinquish the token, especially after enduring such humiliation. How could he allow Jiang Yi to benefit? Although Feng Danzi specialized in alchemy, he had also attained the 6th level of body refinement. With a single punch unleashed, a surge of energy twisted into a ferocious force capable of shattering stone. This audacity enraged Lin Shanhu, who had been observing the situation in silence. Fong Danzi dared to strike first, openly defying orders, disregarding the authority of his martial general. On another front, Lin Shanhu recognized that Jiang Yi, being of lower cultivation, was no match for Fong Danzi. Should he sustain injuries, it would be difficult to account for this to the martial general. However, just as Lin Shanhu prepared to intervene, a shocking scene unfolded. Fong Danzi's fist halted merely an inch from Jiang Yi's face, as if it had struck a steel plate, producing a thunderous sound. Fong Danzi's fist could advance no further. His expression shifted dramatically upon noticing a faint aura swirling around Jiang Yi, dissipating his punch with each inch. An aura? Jiang Yi had also cultivated an aura? This was inconceivable. Just 7 days prior, Jiang Yi was undeniably at the 3rd level of body refinement. It was astonishing. He had leaped 3 levels in a mere week. In the apothecary pavilion, a wave of astonishment erupted as the crowd witnessed the aura emanating from Jiang Yi, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. Even Lin Shanhu trembled violently. Just 7 days ago, he had almost thrown Jiang Yi out of the apothecary pavilion for his pitiable weakness, which hardly seemed like a facade of hidden prowess. Lin Shanhu inhaled sharply, clearly taken aback by the rapid ascent in Jiang Yi's cultivation. Fong Danzi, did you think I was oblivious to your intentions to ambush me? If you wish to contend with me, you are still far from capable. With a scornful sneer, Jiang Yi unleashed a surge of his inner aura, a palpable shift that resembled a tidal wave of force, violently repelling his adversary. Jiang Yi, now a cultivator of the aura realm, possessed a physique and an abundance of inner energy that far surpassed Fong Danzi's capabilities. Thwack! A torrent of blood erupted from Fong Danzi's mouth, painting the air with a crimson mist. In mere moments, the entire apothecary was saturated with the coppery scent of blood. The swiftness of the event left the onlookers in the apothecary, including Lin Shanhu and Zhao He, utterly stunned. Fong Danzi lay writhing on the ground, a pathetic sight. Could this truly be the same alchemic apprentice who once subsisted on crafting blood-nourishing pills? The transformation was terrifying, a complete departure from his former self. Waves of excruciating pain coursed through Fong Danzi's body, his internal organs ruptured, his spine fractured upon impact with the pillar. Little did Fong Danzi know the extent of Jiang Yi's newfound power. His attempt at making an example had backfired spectacularly. With gritted teeth, Fong Danzi fought through the agony, attempting to rise. But as he lifted his head, a shadow fell upon him, and a large foot descended, crushing his face into the ground. Jiang Yi pinned his opponent beneath his foot, his cold gaze fixed upon him. Fong Danzi, do I now possess the qualifications to claim this token? You are worthy. The token is yours. Spare me, I beg you. Fong Danzi was evidently intimidated by the murderous aura emanating from Jiang Yi, leaving him no courage to resist. Trembling, he extended the chief token towards Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi casually accepted the token, yet his foot remained firmly planted on Fong Danzi's face. If I were to let you go so easily, everyone would come to trouble me. And that would be quite bothersome, Jiang Yi scoffed. Having encountered Fong Danzi's character before, Jiang Yi understood that only a blood lesson would compel him to submit. Furthermore, as Jiang Yi had just ascended to the position of chief alchemist, it was essential to establish his authority by setting an example. What do you want from me? General Lin, save me. Don't you remember the pills I refined for you? Please help me. Fong Danzi could only place his hopes on Lin Shanhu. Lin Shanhu was taken aback, not expecting Fong Danzi to view him as a lifeline. He let out a cold laugh. Is that so? I don't recall you ever refining pills for me. Apologies, Alchemist Fong, but as a simple-minded brute, my memory isn't particularly sharp. Chapter 18. The harbinger of disaster. Jiang Yi had initially thought that Lin Shanhu would intervene, but to his surprise, Lin Shanhu also found Fong Danzi distasteful and showed no intention of intervening, making the situation even more manageable. This was the price Fong Danzi had to pay for his earlier indiscretions. With a foot firmly planted on Fong Danzi's face, Jiang Yi cast a sharp glance around the apothecary pavilion, his piercing gaze sweeping over the alchemists and physicians, seemingly declaring to all who the true chief alchemist was. What was that you just said? That I am merely a novice in alchemy? And you dare accuse me of indulging in gluttony within the Duke's residence? Just a moment ago, were you not rather arrogant, prancing about with such exuberance? Dare to leap again and test your luck? Those summoned by Jiang Yi trembled with fear, their faces as pale as paper, drenched in cold sweat, pleading for mercy. In an instant, the apothecary hall, filled with over 100 individuals, resounded with cries of submission, as the alchemists and physicians yielded entirely to Jiang Yi's authority. Fong Danzi, henceforth, keep your wits about you. Stepping on a thorn is not a pleasant experience. Jiang Yi scoffed. Noticing that time was of the essence and his objectives had been achieved, he deemed it unnecessary to prolong the encounter. With a swift kick, he sent Fong Danzi sprawling before departing the apothecary hall, invigorated. Soon after, the alchemical apprentice ascended to prominence, healing the young lady and decisively defeating Fong Danzi, thereby claiming the title of the new chief alchemist. This string of sensational news spread through the Duke's residence like wildfire. For days on end, it became the topic of conversation over tea and meals. Whenever Jiang Yi ventured out, the servants he encountered bowed and flattered him incessantly. His status had undeniably transformed. Yet to solidify his position and gain further trust from the Duke, Jiang Yi recognized the need to seize the moment. In the near future, the martial arts competition between the Dukes and the General's disciples was approaching, and the matter of concocting the Pei Yuan gathering pill had been placed on the agenda. On this day, Jiang Yi, accompanied by Fong Danzi, Zhao He, and others, arrived at Baichao Street to procure various raw materials for alchemy. The morning light bathed the spacious and pristine Baichao Street, enhancing the allure of this ancient thoroughfare that had stood for a millennium. Typically, those who meander through Baichao Street are either affluent or of noble status. This is certainly not a marketplace for the common folk. One must possess considerable wealth to feel at ease while shopping here. Fortunately, Jiang Yi, now the chief alchemist of the Wuhou mansion, finds no obstacle in this regard. This visit to Baichao Street carries an air of confidence and distinction. After wandering for a brief while, Jiang Yi suddenly halted, his gaze momentarily lost as it fell upon a familiar apothecary, the 8 Flavors Pavilion. On a previous occasion, he had ventured here to procure medicinal herbs but encountered relentless obstruction from Fong Danzi, leaving him feeling suffocated and ultimately returning empty-handed. Who could have foreseen that shortly thereafter, Fong Danzi would become his subordinate? This very apothecary. He resolved to enter and take a look, with his hands clasped behind his back. Jiang Yi strolled into the 8 Flavors Pavilion, followed silently by Zhao He, Fong Danzi, and their companions. 5 coins of North Mountain Snow Frog Essence, 8 coins of Snow Lotus Seeds, 3 coins of Snow Mountain Ginseng King, 1 vial of Barbarian Bear Bile. Young master, this is for you. Even early in the morning, the 8 Flavors Pavilion welcomed numerous patrons, indicating a flourishing business. It is no wonder that nearby merchants are eager to flock to Baichao Street. On that day, Zhao Lu had leveraged Fong Danzi's name to intimidate the proprietor of the 8 Flavors Pavilion, compelling him to refuse Jiang Yi in a bid to safeguard his lucrative establishment, a reality that left Jiang Yi feeling quite despondent. Young master, what would you like to order? Oh, how could it be you again? Upon recognizing Jiang Yi, Manager Lu's initially cheerful demeanor transformed into one of astonishment. Am I not welcome? Jiang Yi replied with a smile, approaching Manager Lu. Little ancestor, please do not return. Master Fong has already sent someone to warn me. You must leave, quickly. Manager Lu hurriedly approached, nervously pushing Jiang Yi, fearful of being seen by others. Just then, in a daze, Manager Lu happened to glimpse a group entering through the doorway, with Master Fong prominently among them. Upon seeing Master Fong, Manager Lu froze, nearly terrified to the point of losing his senses. The 8 Flavors Pavilion represented his very livelihood, painstakingly built by generations, and he had no desire to see it destroyed so easily. Little did Manager Lu anticipate that the unfolding events would lead to this very coincidence, with Jiang Yi's presence in the 8 Flavors Pavilion being unexpectedly witnessed by Master Fong. And Master Fong, Manager Lu's voice trembled uncontrollably, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. Sensing the peculiar atmosphere in the apothecary, many passing merchants turned their curious gazes towards the scene, and the previously bustling hall fell into a profound silence. Upon seeing Master Fong, a reflexive tension gripped him. "And Master Fong, it is not my fault. Your words are etched in my heart. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall on this individual. He intruded without permission. It has nothing to do with me." Truly. Manager Lu immediately stepped forward and, with a thud, knelt before Master Fong, repeatedly bowing and pleading for mercy. The sight caused an uproar among the onlookers, as none expected Manager Lu to kneel in public. Jiang Yi's mind stirred, reflecting, Manager Lu is genuinely terrified of Master Fong. This man is indeed formidable, and one can only imagine the misdeeds he has committed in private. "Manager Lu, please rise and speak." Jiang Yi wore a helpless smile, while Manager Lu displayed a mournful expression, glaring at Jiang Yi with a look that suggested he might commit murder. "Silence. If it weren't for you, would I be in this predicament? Because of you, my ancestral legacy is on the brink of destruction, you calamity." As a businessman, Manager Lu was typically refined and diplomatic. But this situation threatened the very existence of the Eight Flavors Pavilion, causing him to lose his composure. His anger was genuine. Within the apothecary, many merchants had a good rapport with Manager Lu. Observing this scene, they began to whisper among themselves, realizing that all this turmoil stemmed from Jiang Yi's actions. This fellow is truly a harbinger of disaster. It seems the century-old efforts of the Eight Flavors Pavilion are destined for ruin. Some patrons sighed, looking at Manager Lu with considerable sympathy. Chapter 19. Chief Accomplice Jiang Yi felt quite distressed, having inexplicably transformed into a harbinger of misfortune. It should be noted that his intentions for visiting the Eight Flavors Pavilion were straightforward. He merely wished to assist in revitalizing its business to atone for the troubles and losses he had previously caused Manager Lu. Little did he anticipate that instead of gratitude, Manager Lu would perceive him as the source of all misfortune. However, it appeared that Manager Lu was somewhat out of touch, as he remained unaware that Jiang Yi was the newly appointed chief alchemist of the Martial Marquis Mansion. Ignorance does not equate to guilt, thus, Jiang Yi chose not to dwell on it. "Manager Lu, do not be ungrateful. Do you realize the tone in which you are addressing me?" Zhao He's expression darkened, his tone turning sharp. Manager Lu was momentarily taken aback, puzzled. "Who? He? Is he not merely a young alchemist?" Lu Zhonggui slightly restrained his emotions and countered with a question. "A young alchemist? Huh. Lu Zhonggui, your information is rather lacking, isn't it? To suggest that Brother Jiang is a mere young alchemist." Zhao He was amused by Lu Zhonggui's innocent charm, clearly unaware of the truth. After a brief pause, Zhao He continued, "The young alchemist you refer to is, in fact, the newly appointed chief alchemist of the Wuhou Mansion." At these words, Lu Zhonggui felt as though struck by a thunderbolt, his mind momentarily blank. Jiang Yi, this seemingly insignificant young alchemist, was actually the newly appointed chief alchemist of the Wuhou Mansion? How could this be? Surely this was a jest, or perhaps a deliberate attempt to amuse himself. A torrent of confusion flooded Lu Zhonggui's mind. In the Eight Flavors Pavilion, many merchants exhibited expressions of disbelief, their gazes filled with astonishment. "You are the chief alchemist?" Lu Zhonggui stared blankly at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi merely smiled in silence, offering no denial. Gulp. Lu Zhonggui's throat involuntarily moved, swallowing hard as he drew in a sharp breath, his gaze slowly shifting towards Fong Danzi. At that moment, Fong Danzi's expression had grown even more awkward. He couldn't help but lower his head slightly, his eyes evasive. The pride that once adorned him now nearly vanished. "You are the chief alchemist. So what of Alchemist Fong now?" Lu Zhonggui inquired, puzzled. Before Fong Danzi could respond, Zhao He interjected with a laugh. "Alchemist Fong is, at best, nothing more than a chief assistant now. Ha ha ha." The corners of Fong Danzi's mouth twitched as anger surged within him. He shot Zhao He a cold glare, yet dared not utter a word. "Just a few days ago, I was mercilessly beaten by Jiang Yi, reduced to a mere shadow of my former self, on the brink of utter ruin." Although Fong Danzi harbored immense fury, he dared not display it in Jiang Yi's presence. The chief, the subordinate. Lu Zhanggui's cheeks quivered slightly as he observed the silent Fong Danzi, his mind in utter disarray. Given Fong Danzi's character, how could he possibly endure such humiliation? Yet, astonishingly, Fong Danzi not only restrained himself, but also refrained from uttering a single word, which spoke volumes. Within the apothecary, the onlookers were utterly perplexed, questioning the nature of the situation. Hey, Xiao Fong, let us not waste any more time. Hurry up and fetch the medicine. At that moment, as the atmosphere in the Eight Flavors Pavilion grew heavy with silence, Jiang Yi patted Fong Danzi on the shoulder, commanding him to procure the medicine. The tone, the gesture, the demeanor all unmistakably reflected a master's command over a servant. What? This fellow dares to treat Fong Danzi as a mere servant? Everyone present held their breath, feeling as though they were trapped in a surreal dream. After all, this was Fong Danzi, once a force to be reckoned with. The tension in the air escalated, rendering the crowd mute. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard amidst the oppressive atmosphere, as if the very air was thick with moisture. It seemed that Fong Danzi was on the verge of an explosive outburst. Numerous scrutinizing gazes were fixed upon him, leaving him with no avenue of escape. Akin to the torment of 1,000 cuts, wishing fervently to find a crevice in the ground to vanish into forever. When had Fong Danzi ever endured such disgrace? The fury within him was palpable. Alas, at this moment, did he possess any choice but to obey? Yes, the humble servant understands. Fong Danzi suppressed the fury within. Bowing slightly before Jiang Yi in the presence of the multitude, his tone imbued with profound respect. The previously hushed atmosphere of the apothecary shattered abruptly, as gasps of astonishment echoed through the air, revealing expressions of utter disbelief that contorted the faces of those present. Not a single soul could fathom the sight of Fong Danzi, once a commanding figure, now displaying such abject servility. Was this truly the same chief alchemist who once wielded power with ease? Manager Lu, please rise. With my presence, the Eight Flavors Pavilion shall not be expelled from Herb Street, Jiang Yi remarked with a gentle smile. The dazed manager Lu was suddenly jolted back to reality, grappling with the extraordinary turn of events. In disbelief, he pinched himself, and upon feeling a sharp pain, he joyfully ascended from the ground. I hardly know what to say. The Eight Flavors Pavilion is safe. This is truly splendid. Generations of hard work preserved. What fortune I have! Manager Lu exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion, desperately seeking someone to share in his exhilaration. Benefactor, you are indeed my greatest savior. All the medicinal herbs you require today shall be offered free of charge. No. From now on, whenever you need anything, the herbs from the Eight Flavors Pavilion will be yours without cost. Tears of gratitude streamed down Manager Lu's face as he grasped Jiang Yi's hands, bowing repeatedly, now esteemed as the chief alchemist of the Martial Marquis Mansion. Jiang Yi possessed the power to dictate the fate of the Eight Flavors Pavilion. His assurance that the pavilion would not be ousted from Herb Street meant that no other apothecary could usurp its position. Not only did this preserve the Eight Flavors Pavilion, but it also discreetly aided Manager Lu. Haha, there is no need for complimentary gestures. I come on behalf of the Wuho Mansion, wishing to avoid idle gossip from the outside world. Purchasing your medicinal herbs serves as a means to compensate for the previous losses endured by the Eight Flavors Pavilion. Jiang Yi smiled. In truth, Jiang Yi not only assisted Manager Lu, but also aimed to convey to him, and indeed to all of Baichao Street, that he is the one who can influence Baichao Street, rendering Fong Danzi a relic of the past. Chapter 20. The malicious guest strikes. Time flew by, and 2 months swiftly passed. During this period, Jiang Yi successfully concocted a batch of yuan gathering pills as promised, which he presented to Zhao He, significantly enhancing the cultivation of his disciples and earning him greater trust from Wuho. Simultaneously, Jiang Yi continued to diligently refine his martial arts, drawing from past experiences and integrating the essence of both celestial and demonic practices. His cultivation progressed at an astonishing pace. In just 2 months, he ascended from the 6th layer of body refinement to the 9th layer of spiritual connection, a truly remarkable feat. The body refinement stage primarily involves the rigorous tempering of the physical form and the unlocking of bodily potential. This process is lengthy and enduring, often requiring years, if not decades. Initially, one cultivates strength, which transforms into energy, nourishing the blood, which in turn evolves into spiritual connection. Once the blood vessels undergo metamorphosis and elevation, supplying ample nutrients and energy to the brain's neural pathways, the mysterious realm of the brain can begin to perceive the existence of magical power. The brain is humanity's most enigmatic structure. To this day, no known principle can elucidate its mysteries, nor can anyone fathom the extent of the energy it harbors or the complexity of its neural architecture. However, the cultivators are aware that within the realm of the mind lies a mysterious gateway to enlightenment. The 9 transformations of vital essence represent a series of profound shifts, each serving as a powerful impetus towards this threshold. It is only upon the opening of this portal that one truly embarks on the path of cultivation. To transform blood essence into magical power, imbued with sentience, is the essence of spiritual communication. At this very moment, Jiang Yi is seated in his training chamber, surrounded by a subtle flow of energy that spirals around him, an intricate dance of black and white, circulating in harmony, a mesmerizing spectacle of the arcane. This is no longer mere internal energy. It is blood essence, endowed with formidable power, even solidifying into a formidable barrier. Though Jiang Yi appears as tranquil as a placid lake, anyone daring to approach him would be instantly obliterated by the swirling black and white blood energy, a testament to the pinnacle of his cultivated aura. After the blood essence has circulated for 7 complete cycles, it gradually dissipates, retracting into Jiang Yi's being. With only 2 transformations remaining before achieving the 9 transformations of vital essence, it is anticipated that within a month, he will unlock the gateway to enlightenment and step into the stage of refined cultivation, restoring his path to enlightenment. Jiang Yi exhales softly, murmuring to himself, "Refining the body is to cultivate one's physical form. Refining the path is to cultivate the essence of enlightenment." The essence of enlightenment is the source of magical power. Once mastered, it grants the ability to traverse the skies, command the elements, wield flying swords to vanquish foes, and perform myriad miraculous feats. That is the true embodiment of a cultivator. Rising slowly, Jiang Yi's countenance remains as serene as water. A flicker of light dances in his eyes, and in a moment of reverie, he recalls the days spent cultivating at the Kunlun Immortal Sect. It was during the Grand Martial Assembly at Kunlun, upon first achieving the essence of enlightenment, that Jiang Yi shone brilliantly, basking in the spring breeze of triumph. In those days, I immersed myself in the tranquility of the monastic life, honing my swordsmanship, wandering like a carefree cloud, and occasionally sneaking off with my dear friends, Ji Wushuang and Ji Wuye, to pilfer our master's wine. This would inevitably infuriate him, leading to a frantic pursuit throughout the entire sect. My time in Kunlun was always so carefree and blissful. Reflecting on those moments, Jiang Yi couldn't help but break into a broad smile. "Wuye Wushuang, I wonder how you are faring in Kunlun without me. Surely, you wouldn't find yourselves resorting to stealing the master's wine out of boredom." Jiang Yi sighed softly. His gaze drifted to the unassuming jade stone resting against his chest. "Over the past 2 months, I have infused the 3 live stone with demonic energy daily. The day of the old demon Hong's revival is drawing near." As he tucked away his melancholic thoughts, a flicker of exhilaration swept through Jiang Yi's eyes. Once Hong awakens and imparts his knowledge of the grand formations of the underworld, my arsenal will only expand. Since discovering the extraordinary qualities of the 3 live stone, Jiang Yi had diligently explored its mysteries. With each infusion of demonic energy, he sensed that the stone greatly facilitated his cultivation of demonic arts. Not only did it accelerate his training, but it also possessed a remarkable ability to clear his mind, allowing him to practice without the fear of being ensnared by demonic thoughts. The techniques of the celestial and demonic sects were traditionally difficult to master simultaneously. Yet with the harmonizing influence of the 3 live stone, This barrier had been nearly obliterated, granting Jiang Yi the potential to cultivate both paths. The three-live stone truly is a treasure of boundless utility. If the old demon Hong is willing to assist me, I am certain I can reclaim my former pinnacle and even surpass my past self. Jiang Yi was resolute. With this thought, Yi felt a surge of confidence. However, at that moment, a series of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the training room. Is it Zhao He? Just by the sound of those footsteps, Jiang Yi had already discerned the identity of the visitor. By attuning his senses to the atmosphere, he could recognize individuals, a skill acquired through the mastery of the spiritual communication realm, which significantly heightened his perceptive abilities. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon. And indeed, Zhao He's voice followed. Jianggu, there's trouble. What is it that has you in such a fluster? Come in and speak. Jiang Yi responded. Zhao He hastily pushed open the door, beads of sweat adorning his brow, his expression fraught with anxiety. The general's residence has taken action, surrounding the Marquis's residence with a large contingent. Zhao He gasped. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Yi regarded Zhao He with evident astonishment. How could this happen? Has the general grown so audacious? Zhao He elaborated. It has come to my attention that the general received an imperial edict to inspect the armory of the Marquis's residence, only to discover the loss of the emperor's bestowed true dragon sword. He intends to hold us accountable for this. The true dragon sword, a treasure of immense significance granted by the former emperor, how could it possibly be lost? There must be some foul play at work, Jiang Yi mused to himself. The Marquis believes the same. Merely days ago, the true dragon's sword was in the armory, yet it vanished coincidentally when the general arrived for inspection. Presently, the Marquis and the general are in a standoff at the armory. The general has even threatened to execute the entire household of the Marquis, and we, too, are not exempt from this turmoil. This situation has escalated dramatically. Jianggu, you must accompany me at once. Zhao He wore an expression of urgency. Chapter 21. The Rise of the Small Man. Within the weaponry hall of the Wu Hou mansion, upon stepping inside, a chilling aura of cold iron enveloped him. And the solemn, imposing atmosphere caused Jiang Yi's nerves to tighten slightly. This hall was one of the forbidden areas of the Wu Hou mansion, notoriously guarded, and generally, individuals lacked the qualifications to enter the weaponry hall. However, at this moment, the usually solemn and quiet hall had transformed into a cacophony. Distant voices of argument could be heard emanating from within the inner chamber. Jiang Taifeng had lost the true dragon sword, bestowed by the late emperor. And according to imperial law, his entire family was to be executed. Executed? Do you think this Marquis is easily intimidated? Indeed, I acknowledge that you, Jiang Taifeng, have made significant contributions to the empire, but you must understand that the true dragon sword symbolizes the fate of the empire. The late emperor's bestowal upon you was a mark of immense trust, yet you treated it with utter frivolity. The loss of the true dragon sword signifies grave implications, of which you are all too aware. Long Wang, this matter does not pertain to you. How dare you bring people to besiege my Wu Hou mansion today? Overstepping your bounds. Inside the inner chamber of the weaponry hall, the atmosphere was taut, swords drawn and tension palpable as both parties confronted one another. Jiang Yi's gaze swept across the scene, noting Jiang Taifeng's sullen countenance, clearly struggling to suppress his fury. Opposite him stood a tall, burly man clad in a silver robe. This middle-aged individual possessed strength not inferior to Jiang Taifeng's, having attained the Dao fruit stage, a figure of notable prowess in the realm of refined Dao. Behind General Long Guang stood 7 or 8 formidable experts, each at the 9th level of body refinement and the spirit communication realm. Jiang Yi could sense that these individuals likely possessed the formidable strength of the 7th or 8th transformation of vital energy, mere steps away from entering the path refinement period. Their presence was clearly intended to assert dominance. However, what astonished Jiang Yi most was the familiar figure standing behind Long Guang, an elderly man clad in a purple robe. Feng Danzi? Jiang Yi furrowed his brow as a torrent of thoughts surged within him. The fact that Feng Danzi was among the ranks of the general's faction raised troubling questions. Had he perhaps betrayed them? If Feng Danzi had indeed defected, He might very well be the orchestrator behind this scheme. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yi realized the situation was becoming increasingly precarious. The old adage rings true: while one can guard against external threats, internal betrayal is far more insidious. With Feng Danzi possessing intricate knowledge of the martial Marquis manner, his assistance to the general's faction could spell disaster for them. When had Feng Danzi turned? Jiang Yi cast a glance at Zhao He and inquired. They had not rushed in, choosing instead to observe the unfolding situation from a distance. Feng Danzi. Zhao He was taken aback, his gaze sweeping towards the back of Long Guang, where he finally spotted Feng Danzi. Damn it. I thought it was mere coincidence that the true dragon sword was just lost, and now the general's faction is here to investigate. It turns out it's that scoundrel Feng Danzi. Zhao He suddenly understood, his teeth grinding in frustration. It appeared that Feng Danzi had long been plotting this betrayal, preparing to strike back. Just as Jiang Yi pondered his next course of action, a sudden commotion erupted from within the armory. Jiang Taifeng, do not refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Today, as a general of the realm, I am acting under imperial decree. If you do not obediently surrender, I will, with a single command, obliterate your Marquis Wu's estate. Dragon Guang's voice thundered, as he shattered a hardwood chair beside him with a forceful strike. The general's manner held slightly greater sway than the Marquis Wu's, and with a pretext in hand, coupled with the imperial edict, he felt emboldened in his arrogance. Alas, it seems that unless Dragon Guang receives a satisfactory answer today, the Marquis Wu's estate may not escape this calamity, Jiang Yi muttered, his expression grave. You. Jiang Taifeng trembled with rage, while the clan elders behind him gritted their teeth, holding their tongues. Very well, since you refuse to yield, seize the Marquis Wu's estate, Dragon Guang declared, waving his sleeve. Ready to act. Dragon Guang was indeed decisive, a man of his word. Once the Marquis Wu's estate was seized, even if they managed to escape death, their reputation would suffer. With their prestige diminished, the general's manner would inevitably rise above them. At this moment, the entire Marquis Wu's estate, the entire Jiang family, teetered on the brink of disaster. Hold. However, at that critical moment, a voice echoed from outside. Dozens of pairs of eyes shifted abruptly, turning towards the entrance, where a youth in purple robes, with his hands clasped behind his back, leisurely strolled into the inner hall. Dragon Guang was undoubtedly the cat, and Jiang Taifeng was the mouse he held in his grasp. Jiang Yi, composed and unhurried, slowly approached Dragon Guang, gazing at the towering man before him without the slightest hint of fear. General, are you suggesting that the true dragon sword, bestowed by the late emperor, has been lost within my Marquis Wu's estate? Is there any evidence? Jiang Yi smiled and retorted. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd momentarily fell silent, only to erupt into laughter moments later. Haraha, is this fellow an idiot? The true dragon sword was lost in the Wuhou mansion, an indisputable fact. What further evidence is needed? Indeed, everyone witnessed it. Do you still wish to quibble? Can someone who poses such foolish questions even be a Dan Master? Has the Wuhou mansion fallen to such depths? Haha, this lad must be deliberately causing trouble. Does he not think we have enough complications already? Jiang Taifeng's expression darkened as he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, uncertain of what trick Jiang Yi was attempting to play. Long Guang stepped forward, grasping Jiang Yi firmly and coldly stating, Boy, do not jest with me. However, in the face of such ridicule and Long Guang's imposing presence, Jiang Yi remained unfazed. With a swift motion, he slapped away Long Guang's hand and laughed coldly. The real fools are you. The absence of the true dragon sword from the armory does not imply its absence from the Wuhou mansion. In the absence of concrete evidence, it amounts to slander. Your intelligence is indeed lacking. I truly worry for the future of your general's residence. Upon hearing this, Long Guang was momentarily taken aback, and the surrounding laughter gradually faded. Indeed, while the true dragon sword might not be in the armory, it could very well be concealed elsewhere. With this realization, the crowd suddenly found themselves unable to laugh. Chapter 22. Military order document inside the armory hall. The atmosphere grew tense. Are you implying that the true dragon sword is still within your Wuhou mansion? After a long pause, Long Guang finally reacted, his expression darkening as he fixed a steely gaze on Jiang Yi and inquired, "Indeed, that is the essence of the matter." Jiang Yi nodded without hesitation. Observing this, the crowd once again stirred. For both parties were acutely aware that the true dragon sword was no longer housed within the Wuhou mansion. Otherwise, Long Guang would not be so brazenly amassing troops, and Jiang Taifeng would not have remained silent, refraining from retaliating. It was precisely because everyone understood this unspoken truth that doubts arose regarding Jiang Yi's assertion. "Jiang Danshi, could you come here for a moment?" Jiang Taifeng signaled to Jiang Yi, who, understanding the implication, approached him. The two engaged in a hushed exchange. "Jiang Danshi, this jest cannot be taken lightly. To speak candidly, the true dragon's sword has indeed been stolen. I am aware of this fact, yet if we do not provide them with an explanation today, the Wuhou mansion will immediately find itself in dire straits. I intend to use a delaying tactic to stabilize our position for the time being. I will handle subsequent matters." Jiang Yi whispered, "A delaying tactic? This." Long Guang is not easily deceived. "What shall we do if they insist on seeing the true dragon sword?" Jiang Taifeng inquired anxiously. "That is easily resolved. We shall claim that the true dragon sword is currently stored elsewhere for safekeeping, merely a precaution against theft. Any excuse will suffice. Even if Long Guang suspects this to be a ruse, he will have no evidence to substantiate his doubts. Provided I am granted a month's time, I can forge a true dragon sword." "What? Forge a true dragon sword?" Jiang Taifeng's expression changed dramatically, nearly causing him to exclaim aloud. This revelation was utterly astonishing. The true dragon sword had been bestowed by the late emperor, and there existed only one in the entire realm. How could it possibly be crafted anew? Trust those who do not arouse suspicion, yet suspect those who do. Jiang Yi offered no further explanation, relying on this phrase to assuage the other's anxiety. Indeed, upon hearing these words, Jiang Taifeng immediately recalled the miraculous feat of Jiang Yi, who had refined the 7 Xin blood ginseng pills within a mere week. Alas, given the circumstances, there appeared to be no better recourse. "I must place my family's fate in your hands, Master Jiang. I stake the lives of my entire family upon you." Jiang Taifeng grasped Jiang Yi's arm, his gaze imbued with sincerity. Long Guang let out a low grunt, his eyes shifting to Jiang Taifeng, and with a grave expression, he declared, "Very well. Since Lord Jiang has spoken thus, I, the general, shall grant you this favor. However, you must pledge a military oath. Should you fail to present the true dragon sword within a month, I shall ensure that the heirs of the Jiang family become servants. As for your daughter, Jiang Qingwei, I shall have her serve as my personal maid. What did you say?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Taifeng's fury ignited. Never had anyone dared to insult the Jiang family in such a manner. Jiang Qingwei was a particularly sensitive subject. Any affront against her would be intolerable for Jiang Taifeng, even if the offender were the emperor of the true dragon ancient dynasty. "What? Is Lord Jiang afraid?" Long Guang sneered. Jiang Taifeng's countenance turned frigid, his eyes seemingly ablaze with indignation. "Very well, I shall affirm this military oath. Yet, today your general's residence has caused a stir throughout the city. Should the true dragon sword not be lost, I shall demand a commensurate price from your residence." Jiang Taifeng nearly shouted in his fury. Long Guang, a man unaccustomed to submission, would not yield easily. "What price? Speak plainly," he retorted coldly. "If the true dragon's sword has not been lost, you must bow and acknowledge your mistake in front of the world. From henceforth, the members of the general's mansion shall keep their distance when encountering those from the Martial Marquis mansion," Jiang Taifeng stated. Jiang Taifeng's move was indeed ruthless. He was already committed. For those who walk barefoot fear not those who wear shoes. Chapter 23. Spiritual Artifacts and Spiritual Arrays in the Martial Marquis Mansion. In the conference hall, Jiang Taifeng sat uneasily in his chair. The hall was filled with numerous family generals and senior elders. What? To forge another true dragon sword? Surely this is a jest. The true dragon sword was bestowed by the late emperor, unique across the realm. How could it be reforged? As Jiang Taifeng voiced his thoughts, it inevitably stirred a considerable uproar within the family. In merely a month, Long Guang would return. It was hardly feasible to forge a magical artifact in such a short span, let alone a superior spiritual weapon like the true dragon sword. It was utterly absurd. At that moment, a gray-clad elder shook his head and scoffed. The levels of magical treasures are classified as law, spirit, profound, Tao, and immortal. In the realm of mortals, magical artifacts are already rare. Only a few seasoned artificers possess the skill to forge them. As for spiritual weapons, particularly one of the caliber of the true dragon sword, it would require a master artificer dedicating years to its creation. Great Elder, given the circumstances, we have no choice but to take a gamble, Jiang Typhon remarked with a sigh, casting a glance at the gray-clad elder. The great elder pondered for a moment before shaking his head. The question remains, who possesses the capability to forge the true dragon sword within a month? Even within the imperial family's artificer guild, one would struggle to find such a master. Indeed, the forging of the true dragon sword within a month seems an endeavor only achievable by the masters of reclusive celestial sections. This sentiment was echoed by others present. Indeed, in the ancient dynasty of the true dragon, those capable of crafting high-grade spiritual artifacts are exceedingly rare, and accomplishing such a feat in merely 1 month is nearly akin to reaching the heavens. Jiang Typhon's gaze gradually shifted towards Jiang Yi, drawing the attention of others as well. The elders, including the Grand Elder Lin Shanhua, were momentarily taken aback, their expressions reflecting a mix of complexity. For an outsider like Jiang Yi, to rise so swiftly in status within the Duke's residence over just a few months, to the point of being comparable to these venerable figures, was truly astonishing and somewhat disconcerting. Yet, given Jiang Yi's capabilities, it was undeniable that he could silence the majority. Consequently, as Jiang Typhon placed the family's fate in Jiang Yi's hands, the emotions of the onlookers became a medley of conflicting feelings. Is there a design for the true dragon sword within the Duke's residence? Jiang Yi disregarded the intricate gazes directed at him and proceeded to the crux of the matter. Bring forth the design for the true dragon sword, Jiang Typhon commanded. Soon after, a family attendant entered, carrying the design, which he unfurled slowly and hung upon the wall. Jiang Yi's eyes flickered as he began to scrutinize it. The true dragon sword measures 3 feet and 3 inches in length and 3 fingers in width. Its blade is adorned with intricate dragon patterns, while the hilt is embedded with precious jade, resembling dragon crystal. Although the dragon motifs may appear chaotic, they are meticulously carved according to a unique trajectory, concealing the structure of a spiritual array. The essence of spiritual artifacts lies in their imbued spirituality, which significantly enhances their power. It is precisely the infusion of spiritual artifacts that empowers the spiritual formations. Therefore, the crafting of such artifacts necessitates not only the expertise of an artificer, but also the exceptional skills of a formation master. To create a spiritual artifact independently, one must undoubtedly be adept in both the art of crafting and the intricacies of formations. This is the root of the unease experienced by Jiang Typhon and his companions. This is the original design of the true dragon sword. What do you think? Jiang Typhon inquired. The sword's core is forged from black gold, while the pair of blood crystal gems at the hilt serves to accumulate magical energy, and the patterns on the blade represent the structure of the formation. Indeed, although it is a superior spiritual artifact, the materials are not particularly rare. The only challenge lies in the accompanying formation, Jiang Yi mused, stroking his chin. Upon hearing this, the senior elders in the conference hall exchanged glances, their expressions shifting, seemingly unable to fathom that this youth, who appeared merely 17 or 18 years of age, spoke with such authority. Furthermore, Jiang Yi had only glanced at the design, having yet to touch the actual item. Yet he had already discerned the forging materials of the true dragon sword, which was truly astonishing. Jiang Typhon paused for a moment. Then a hint of joy flickered across his face. It seemed Jiang Yi was not merely boasting, and there was a genuine possibility he could forge the true dragon sword. After all, Jiang Typhon had never encountered anyone who could deduce the materials of a magical artifact from just a design. Not even a first-rate artificer from the royal family possessed such prowess. With years of experience in the Kunlun Immortal Sect, Jiang Yi had encountered countless rare materials and had even been a champion in crafting competitions. How could he be daunted by such a trivial matter? Black gold and blood crystal gems are the key. If you could assist me in procuring these materials, I would have some confidence, Jiang Yi expressed. The materials are not an issue, General Lin. You shall attend to this immediately, Jiang Typhon commanded. Since Master Jiang Dan is aware of this forging technique, he must also understand that crafting spiritual artifacts necessitates the assistance of a formation master. However, I am uncertain where to find such a master. The Grand Elder appears rather skeptical of Jiang Yi. My assertion regarding the challenges of enhancing with spiritual formations primarily stems from my ignorance of the specific formation employed in the true dragon sword. Oh, so it is the dragon flame formation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi's spirits were lifted. Spiritual formations are classified into 9 grades, and the dragon flame formation is an 8th grade formation, which is not overly complex to establish, yet it requires a substantial amount of fiery essence. In this mundane world, fiery essence is quite rare. Provided he can absorb sufficient fiery essence, constructing the dragon flame formation would be as effortless for Jiang Yi as quenching one's thirst. Should you have any requirements, do not hesitate to express them. Those within the Marquis's residence are at your disposal. Jiang Typhon afforded Jiang Yi considerable respect and authority. Without further ado, Jiang Yi nodded and hastily departed from the assembly hall. Jiang Yi now wielded immense power, which left the Grand Elder and others feeling somewhat discontented. Alas, the fate of the entire Jiang family rested in Jiang Yi's hands, and they could only acquiesce reluctantly. Chapter 24. The City That Never Sleeps as evening approached. Jiang Yi was diligently preparing the materials for forging. He meticulously placed materials such as black gold and blood crystal jade into a treasure pouch. It must be said that the efficiency of the Marquis's residence was indeed remarkable. Within half a day's time, all the rare materials required for forging the true dragon sword had been gathered. Knock, knock. Brother Jiang, it's me. Just then, a voice called from outside the door. Come in, Jiang Yi beckoned. I have news regarding the matter you asked me to investigate. Zhao He closed the door tightly, wearing a cautious expression. Oh, pray, share what you have learned. Jiang Yi raised his eyebrows slightly. Zhao He nodded and said, This afternoon, I interrogated several alchemists under Feng Danzi. The plot of Feng Danzi to rebel had long been in the making, but only 2 of his most trusted disciples were involved, demonstrating great caution. Moreover, it is said that these 2 alchemists have already met their demise. I suspect it was to silence them. As for the other secrets, the remaining alchemists are unaware of them. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yi's gaze flickered slightly, and he remained silent. Brother Jiang, it truly is wicked of Feng Danzi to not spare even his own confidants, Zhao He remarked, shivering involuntarily. Indeed, with Feng Danzi's allegiance to the general's mansion, he cannot afford to leave any incriminating evidence behind. To kill in order to maintain silence. It seems these 2 deceased alchemists must have known many of Feng Danzi's secrets, including the whereabouts of the true dragon sword, Jiang Yi pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. The true dragon sword is not in the Wuhou mansion, but it cannot be definitively stated that it resides in the general's mansion either, until the matter is confirmed. I shall refrain from jumping to conclusions. Indeed, if I were to master the 9 Nether Gates spiritual formation, wouldn't I be able to uncover Feng Danzi's secrets? Jiang Yi's spirit surged with excitement, his expression beaming with joy. Zhao He, observing Jiang Yi's exuberance, scratched his head in confusion and asked, Brother Jiang, have you thought of a solution? Jiang Yi's eyes twinkled as he glanced at Zhao He and replied with a faint smile, Indeed. I have a method to make the dead speak. Wow, what? Make the dead speak? At this revelation, Zhao He trembled all over. He. There is no need for you to inquire further about this matter. In due time, the truth will be unveiled. Naturally, Jiang Yi would not disclose the secret of the 3-live stone. Moreover, the magical aura of the 3-life stone had not yet fully manifested. With Jiang Yi's current cultivation at the 9th level of the refining path, he would still require several more days to absorb the necessary magical energy. Jiang Yi was also uncertain whether he could swiftly master the 9 Nether Gates spiritual formation. However, at least he now held a glimmer of hope, which greatly invigorated him. Xiao Zhao, do you happen to know if there is a lava valley or a volcano valley near Wuhou City? I intend to draw upon some fiery essence to forge the true dragon sword, Jiang Yi inquired. Zhao He furrowed his brow and scratched his head, responding, Lava Valley. Volcano Valley? It seems there really isn't one. However, if you seek to absorb fiery essence, I know that near the City of Eternal Night, there exists a vast amount of it. The City of Eternal Night? Jiang Yi was taken aback. Indeed, located 300 miles from Wuhou City, there lies an ancient city of unknown name, shrouded in mystery. It is nestled against the fire maple forest, which illuminates the night with the glow of its fiery maple trees, rendering it as bright as day, seemingly devoid of night. Consequently, it has come to be known as the City of Eternal Night, Zhao He elaborated. The fire maple tree is a plant that absorbs the fiery essence from the earth, possessing remarkable vitality. Its entire form is resplendent in red, and at night, it emits a gentle glow. One can only imagine the breathtaking spectacle of an entire forest of fire maple trees after dusk. Furthermore, this plant possesses a spiritual quality. Should it absorb the fiery essence from the earth for several millennia, it could cultivate into a spirit. In his past experiences in Kunlun, Jiang Yi had even utilized the ancient fire maple wood in the concoction of elixirs. Ah, so it is the fire maple wood. This is splendid news. The spiritually infused fiery essence is indeed an excellent material for constructing spiritual formations. Jiang Yi's countenance brightened as he suddenly glimpsed a path to hope. Xiao Xiao, please prepare yourself. We shall journey to the City of Eternal Night together tomorrow morning. Understood, Jiang Yi acknowledged, and Zhao Yi nodded before departing. The following day, at dawn, after bidding farewell to Wu Hou, Jiang Yi set off alongside Zhao He towards the City of Eternal Night. A distance of 300 miles is hardly daunting for 2 practitioners who have attained the 7th level of body refinement. Moreover, with the exceptional steeds provided by Wu Hou, they arrived at their destination in merely 3 to 4 hours. As Zhao He had described, even before entering the city, they beheld a gentle luminescence enveloping the city from afar. It was midday, and despite the blazing sun overhead, the brilliance of the fiery maple wood was still visible, affirming the city's legendary status. The midday sun was particularly relentless, compounded by the fiery aura lingering in the air, causing passers-by to sweat profusely. Even someone like Jiang Yi felt parched and uncomfortable. How do the inhabitants of the City of Eternal Night manage to endure such conditions? Zhao He wondered aloud, wiping his brow. If they, with their cultivation, found it taxing, one could only imagine the plight of the ordinary citizens. There must be spirit arrays in place to provide thermal insulation. Otherwise, it would be impossible for anyone to reside here, Jiang Yi speculated. As expected, upon entering the city, they were immediately greeted by a refreshing breeze, alleviating much of their earlier discomfort. What astonished Jiang Yi even more was the city's prosperity, which far exceeded his expectations. Countless shops, pharmacies, martial arts halls, and taverns adorned the streets, a veritable cornucopia of offerings that rivaled even Wuhou City. Merchants bustled about, and numerous mercenary groups traversed the city, contributing to the vibrant atmosphere. The fiery maple wood serves as an excellent material for alchemy, and the intense aura of this blazing forest attracts many fire-attribute spirit beasts. It is no wonder that numerous mercenary groups frequent this area. Jiang Yi sat astride his horse, surveying the surroundings. Mercenaries are those who live on the edge, with a thirst for wealth and an adventurous spirit woven into their very essence. They dare to embrace any risk in pursuit of greater commissions. Naturally, where spirit beasts abound, so too do mercenaries. Only 2 more individuals are needed for the Sacred Soul Mercenary Group to embark on their journey. Is there any brave soul willing to join? A burly man shouted from around the corner. What? The Sacred Soul Group is recruiting? I must hurry to make up the numbers. It is the Sacred Soul Group. Renowned for their impeccable success rate, those who ally with them have never perished along the way. I wish to enlist, Yin Xiao, allow me to join. In an instant, A throng of people surged towards the corner, even scattering previously assembled mercenary teams as they rushed over to sign up. This scene left Jiang Yi somewhat astonished. Chapter 25. The Sacred Soul Group. In mere moments, the corner was crowded to the point of suffocation. Dozens of mercenaries were clamoring to join the Sacred Soul mercenary group. Is it truly so overwhelming? Jiang Yi tightened his grip on the reins, observing from a distance. Although he had long resided in Kunlun, dedicating himself to cultivation, he had occasionally ventured down the mountain and encountered various mercenary groups. Never, however, had he witnessed one with such profound influence. It is essential to note that while mercenary groups are often formed on a temporary basis, they typically consist of familiar faces, as familiarity breeds trust and eliminates the need for adaptation. Even with the arrival of newcomers, once an agreement is reached, they are unlikely to withdraw midway. This is an unspoken pact. However, it is quite alarming that many individuals are choosing to abandon the already established mercenary group. Jiang Yi's eyes flickered, revealing a look of yearning. Is it truly as exaggerated as it seems? 100% survival rate? Jiang Yi inquired. Is there any doubt about it? The one currently recruiting is named Xiang Feng, a formidable figure at the 9th level of body refinement, possessing remarkable martial prowess. Behind him stands a scholar in white, named Yunyang, who has already entered the stage of alchemical cultivation, his abilities profoundly inscrutable. He paused momentarily before continuing. The leader of the Sacred Soul Gang is the most enigmatic, typically remaining in the shadows. He is likely regarded as a semi-celestial expert, rumored to be a direct disciple of the Black Mystic Sect. Direct disciples of the Black Mystic Sect. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi, who had previously shown little interest, suddenly felt a shock within his heart, realizing that amidst this desolate land, he could encounter disciples of the Black Mystic Sect, practitioners from the minor celestial realm, who consider themselves extraordinary, refer to themselves as celestials, deliberately distinguishing themselves from the mortals of the mundane realm. For a formidable sect like the Black Mystic Sect, being a disciple nearly signifies a foot in the minor celestial realm, making their direct disciples akin to semi-celestials. Jiang Yi was contemplating ways to infiltrate the Black Mystic Sect. Establishing early connections would undoubtedly benefit his future plans. He yearned for a stable and prosperous life for his family. In his heart, he was a hero. He gazed up at the sky, his eyes shimmering. Jiang Yi fell silent for a moment, realizing that within Zhao He's heart lay a dream of becoming a mercenary. Reality may be somewhat harsh. For Zhao He, the loss of his cherished hero is profound. In contrast, Jiang Yi has known only a life of solitude, having wandered without parents until the age of 3 when he was taken in by Kunlun. To Jiang Yi, Kunlun represents his very parents. Yet, not long ago, Kunlun abandoned him, transforming him from a favored child into an outcast, from a celestial being into a mere mortal. With a gentle pat on Zhao He's shoulder, Jiang Yi suddenly smiled. Come, let us join the fray. Dismounting, he strode towards the street corner. Zhao He, momentarily taken aback, stared at Jiang Yi's retreating figure, his eyes wide with surprise, before hastily following and grasping Jiang Yi's arm. Jiang Ge, wait a moment. What exactly are we about to do? Zhao He queried, utterly perplexed. Did you not wish to join the Sacred Soul Gang? They are short 2 members, and we fit the bill perfectly. Jiang Yi countered. Please, Jiang Ge, with our abilities, they might look down upon us. Zhao He replied with a wry smile. How will we know unless we try? Jiang Yi shook his head, a smile gracing his lips as he melded into the crowd. Zhao He felt his ears grow warm. He had no desire to embarrass himself, yet Jiang Yi was already in motion, leaving him with no choice but to follow. 7th level of body refinement. Just 2 months ago, Jiang Yi had only just cultivated his aura, and now he has soared 3 realms to reach the spirit connection realm. Truly astonishing. Zhao He was taken aback, having been unaware that Jiang Yi had already attained the 9th level of body refinement. I shall give it a try, said Xiang Feng, somewhat skeptical. In the past, there had been many who inflated their abilities, only to struggle under the burden of a liability during missions. Xiang Feng advanced, his presence looming like a mountain, casting a shadow that enveloped Jiang Yi entirely. Without preamble, a punch was launched, as Xiongfeng sought to ascertain Jiang Yi's true cultivation. Jiang Yi understood that if he did not exhibit some strength, they would undoubtedly refuse. Although Xiongfeng's punch was without affectation, a casual blow, his mastery of physical cultivation was such that even this impromptu strike could shatter boulders. Jiang Yi naturally could not evade, and met the blow with a palm strike. Courting death? He dares to meet Xiong head-on? Exclamations arose from the surroundings. Many onlookers could almost envision Jiang Yi's body being blasted away like a sandbag. Zhao He gritted his teeth, poised to intervene, but alas, it was too late. Thwack, the fist and palm collided abruptly. However, the anticipated scene did not unfold. The fist and palm separated upon contact, and the dust on the ground was stirred into tumultuous waves by a surge of potent internal energy, pelting faces with a stinging sensation. Subsequently, Jiang Yi and Xiongfeng each retreated 3 steps, an even match. This occurrence immediately incited an uproar. Zhao He's expression transformed, as he was delighted to find Jiang Yi unharmed. The muscles on Xiongfeng's face quivered, as he gazed at the youth with some trepidation. Although his punch had been casual, without full force, the youth had similarly responded with a casual block, and had managed to gain the upper hand after the initial blow. It was somewhat unnerving. Even Yun Yang was taken aback, inhaling sharply. Among body cultivators, this was the first time he had witnessed someone capable of contending with Xiong's brute strength. Excellent. You're the one, Xiongfeng declared decisively. Very well, with no objections. The 2 of you shall join us immediately. After some deliberation, Xiongfeng finally acquiesced. The inclusion of an expert like Jiang Yi would undoubtedly be a boon to the Sacred Soul Gang. Their agreement to enlist Zhao He was largely out of deference to Jiang Yi. Of course, Zhao He's peak 7th level of body refinement was also an acceptable qualification. The Sacred Soul Mercenary Corps consisted of 7 individuals: Jiang Yi and Zhao He, Xiongfeng, Yun Yang, and a pair of Warm Life brothers. All middle-aged cultivators at the peak of the 8th level of body refinement. As for the leader of the team, it was unexpectedly a woman. Your Majesty, the recruits have arrived. At the edge of the fire maple forest, Xiongfeng gestured towards Jiang Yi and Zhao He, an awkward expression on his face as he gazed at the young maiden before him. This girl, barely 16 or 17 years of age, possessed a charming and endearing appearance. With limpid, intelligent eyes, flawless skin, and a cascade of light purple hair gathered into a high ponytail that swayed playfully as she moved. Her name was Tanghua, the leader of the Sacred Soul Gang, her cultivation level unknown. Tanghua sauntered over, casually scrutinizing Jiang Yi and Zhao He, adopting the air of a leader. She crossed her arms over her chest, an action that irresistibly drew the eye. This is the leader of the Sacred Soul Gang? Jiang Yi was inwardly astonished, the corners of his mouth twitching imperceptibly. He had imagined that the one who commanded the Sacred Soul Gang would be a formidable figure with a powerful aura and cunning intellect. After all, hunting spiritual beasts was an exceedingly perilous endeavor, not child's play, and it was difficult to reconcile that with the naive girl before him. However, Zhao He beside her widened his mouth in astonishment. Although the leader of the Sacred Soul Gang had always been shrouded in mystery, and their true identity seldom revealed, he could never have imagined that the graceful young lady before him was indeed the leader of the Sacred Soul Gang. I am Tanghua, the leader of the Sacred Soul Gang. You may call me Your Majesty. With a playful smile, she continued, by the way, what are your names? Why, Your Majesty. Jiang Yi suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He shivered involuntarily, casting a glance at Yun Yang and the others behind Tanghua, only to find them all with their foreheads in their hands, heads bowed, as if to signal that they did not know her. Seeing the 2 of them struggle to speak, Tanghua's expression soured. All right then, Your Majesty, I am Jiang Yi, he said, forcing a smile despite his embarrassment. This was hardly a venture to hunt spirit beasts. It felt more like playing house with Tanghua. Well, since you have acknowledged me as your leader today, I assure you that once we enter the forest, your lives will be free from worry, Tanghua stated with a satisfied nod, her smile radiant. The initiation ceremony had finally concluded. Behind Tanghua, Yun Yang sighed helplessly. Little Yun, why are you wasting words? Quickly give them the items. We are setting off, Tang Guo exclaimed, turning to glare at Yun Yang, her high purple ponytail swaying as she led the way into the forest. Xiongfeng and the others swiftly followed suit. The Return Essence Pill is a 7th-grade elixir used for rapid recovery of vital energy and replenishment of stamina. The explosive Qi Talisman enhances inner energy bursts, doubling the aura for a duration of 1 incense stick, classified as a 7th-grade talisman. The Wind Control Talisman, when affixed to the body, allows for brief gliding through the air, also a 7th-grade talisman. To Jiang Yi, these items were indeed quite ordinary, scarcely deserving his attention. However, for an average cultivator like Zhao He, they were akin to treasures of immeasurable value. It is important to recognize that, even within the imperial families of the realm, such items are considered rather lavish and are not casually bestowed upon others. Only certain clandestine sects and celestial or demonic factions dare to squander them so liberally. The fact that the Sacred Soul clan casually presents these materials to newcomers is undoubtedly a testament to the influence of the disciples of the Black Mysterious Sect. As they ventured deeper into the forest, Jiang Yi subtly absorbed the fiery essence of the woods while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. Within the depths of the forest, ancient trees loomed overhead, and waves of heat surged, reminiscent of stepping into a molten hell. Without a certain level of cultivation, one would truly struggle to withstand the searing temperatures. After half an hour, Jiang Yi and his companions encountered 3 waves of spirit beast attacks. However, these beasts were all of the 9th rank, and Jiang Yi barely had the chance to engage before others effortlessly dispatched them. No wonder the Sacred Soul clan had never faltered. With their combined strength and experience, facing 9th-rank spirit beasts was as simple as chopping vegetables. Even when confronted with higher-ranked beasts, as long as they did not exceed the 7th rank, they possessed the capability to hunt them down. Moreover, as direct disciples of the Black Mysterious Sect, they undoubtedly carried life-saving artifacts, providing them with opportunities to escape even in encounters with formidable foes. In just half a day's time, Tang Guo had led the group to effortlessly acquire dozens of spirit beast cores, a feat truly astonishing in its efficiency. Your Majesty, shall we take a moment to rest? It would allow everyone to regain some energy, Yin Yang suddenly suggested. Tang Guo continued to walk at the front of the group, arms crossed, her complexion unflushed and breath steady, her purple ponytail swaying gently. Upon hearing Yun Yang's words, she turned to glance at the visibly weary companions, nodding in agreement. Very well then, let us rest here. With that, Tang Guo made her way to the shade of a large tree, closing her eyes to recuperate. The others sighed in relief. Jiang Yi and the others began to meditate and regain their strength, while Yun Yang busied himself with counting the spirit beast crystal cores. It was at this moment that Jiang Yi gradually realized the extent of Tang Guo's formidable prowess, far exceeding his initial expectations. Throughout their journey, Tang Guo had not taken a moment's respite, leading the charge and dispatching foes with a vigor that seemed even more profound than Yun Yang's. Who would have thought that this petite figure harbored such immense energy? When engaged in battle, she was decisive and ruthless, truly resembling a little demoness. Oh, is that not our Tang clan's young lady? Still indulging in her queenly games? Just as the group was resting, a frivolous voice abruptly echoed through the tranquil forest. The 27th chapter, Interclan Conflict. The group's gaze shifted, drawn to the source of the voice, where several figures approached leisurely. The leader, clad in blue, had long hair cascading over his shoulders, a playful smirk gracing his lips, and his eyes glimmered with a hint of languor, exuding an air of charm. Bo Yao, what brings you here? Xiongfeng sprang to his feet instinctively, a surge of energy emanating from him, his expression alert. What is happening? Jiang Yi whispered, his voice tinged with concern. These individuals belong to the Black Wind Mercenary Corps, the sworn enemies of the Holy Soul Gang. The leader, known as Bo Yao, was rumored to have entered the refining stage, possessing considerable strength. At this moment, their appearance heralded no good tidings. Zhao He whispered in his ear, "Why can't we be here? Do you think this is your family's garden?" Bo Yao cast a disdainful glance at Xiongfeng, scoffing coldly. You. Xiong Feng's cheeks flushed with anger, his robust form trembling slightly with rage. Nevertheless, he dared not retaliate. The disparity between the 9th level of body refinement and the 1st level of path refinement was akin to the chasm dividing heaven and earth. Bo Yao, I advise you to disappear swiftly while this young lady has yet to unleash her wrath. Beneath the grand tree, Tang Guo rose slowly, her expression tinged with gravity. Miss Tang, such words are unwarranted. After all, we share the bond of fellow disciples, do we not? Bo Yao replied with a roguish grin. He was no ordinary mercenary but a direct disciple of the Black Mysterious Sect. However, despite being of the same school, they belonged to different factions, engaged in both overt and covert rivalries within the sect. So this fellow is also a direct disciple of the Black Mysterious Sect. It's no wonder he is so audacious, Jiang Yi mused, opting to observe the unfolding situation for the time being. So what is it that you desire? Tang Guo's demeanor grew increasingly frosty, her ponytail remaining perfectly still against her back. At her words, Bo Yao and his companions exchanged sly smiles. Their gazes greedily fixated on the pile of glimmering spirit beast cores before Yun Yang, their avarice evident. So they intend to covet the spirit beast cores? Not a chance. Yun Yang snorted derisively, sweeping his sleeve to conceal all the cores within his treasure pouch. Yun Yang, who do you think you are? Don't presume that just because you have recently entered the 1st level of path refinement, you can act arrogantly. In the Sacred Soul Gang, do not mistake our leniency for weakness. This is not the Black Mysterious Gate. Even if we were to annihilate you, no one would be the wiser. Behind Bo Yao, a young man clad in black gazed with the sharpness of a blade, his tone imbued with an air of lethal intent. Junior brotherly, let us not be so uncouth. We are, after all, fellow disciples, are we not? Let us discuss matters amicably. A playful smile danced upon Bo Yao's lips. Moreover, given how charming and lovely our Miss Tang is, we ought to extend a modicum of respect. How about this? You leave us 4/5 of the spoils, and you may depart here unscathed. This fellow is utterly merciless, making such outrageous demands. Jiang Yi furrowed his brow, calculating furtively. Apart from Bo Yao, there were 2 other formidable practitioners from the Black Wind Gang, their cultivation levels surpassing Yun Yang's. The remaining 2 were merely at the 8th level of body refinement, posing little threat. On Jiang Yi's side, only Tang Guo and Yun Yang had entered the refining stage, rendering their overall strength inferior should a conflict arise. They might indeed face total annihilation. 4/5? I shall not yield even a single piece. Tang Guo's fury ignited. Refuse to comply? Then do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. In these desolate mountains, even if we were to slay you, no one would know, Bo Yao retorted, his anger flaring, igniting a murderous intent. Almost simultaneously, a shadow shot forth like a wraith, leaving behind a trail of afterimages in midair, its speed unervingly swift. The assailant was none other than the young man in black. In an instant, the shadow loomed over Yun Yang, hands flipping to unleash 2 dark crimson blades that descended with lethal precision. The Blood Amber Demon Blade is a superior spiritual weapon, forged from the essence of 5 Yang and 2 Yin spirits. It houses a 7th-grade spiritual formation within, rendering it a treasured artifact for cultivators at the 1st and 2nd levels of the refining path. 2 crimson beams slashed through the air, unleashing a searing aura that tore apart the void. Yin Yang's expression changed dramatically. He seemed taken aback by the opponent's possession of such a demonic weapon, and he was immediately forced to retreat repeatedly. Yun Yang's cultivation was already inferior to that of his adversary, and coupled with the menacing aura of the demonic blade, he found himself at a disadvantage in terms of momentum. Be careful, Xiao Yunzi, Tang Guo exclaimed anxiously, her figure flickering as her blue ponytail soared high. She struck out with an open palm towards the cloaked youth. The blade's edge flared with intensity, materializing into a streak of azure lightning, akin to a whip or chain, which struck fiercely against the blood amber demon blade. Boom! The crimson light erupted violently, and the force from both sides was instantly neutralized. Tang Guo practiced the dual thunder technique, mastering 1 primary thunder and 1 secondary thunder, a relentless force of great potency. Unfortunately, she had only grasped the superficial aspects of the primary thunder, let alone cultivated the secondary thunder to counterattack and repel the blood amber demon blade. Which was already a formidable feat, Tangua. Your opponent should be me, Bo Yao scoffed, joining the fray. Jiang Yi felt a surge of urgency. This battle could not be avoided. It was imperative to resolve it swiftly. His gaze darted like lightning, quickly scanning the chaotic melee, and he vanished, reappearing beside Yunyang. The Holy Soul Gang, leveraging their numerical advantage, could hold back another refining path cultivator. Although Tangua faced Bo Yao, the latter seemed somewhat apprehensive, reluctant to strike with lethal intent. This may be related to Tangua's identity. Otherwise, she would not be addressed as Miss Tang so frequently. Yunyang, on the other hand, clearly does not possess such noble status and may even face the threat of annihilation. Furthermore, Jiang Yi has uncovered a secret about the blood amber demon blade, which appears to contain a substantial amount of demonic fire energy. This energy encompasses both demonic aura and flame, precisely what Jiang Yi desperately requires. Seizing the moment, as the young man in black relentlessly attacked Yunyang, Jiang Yi unhesitatingly executed this ruthless technique. At present, Jiang Yi's vital energy surged, manifesting as a radiant aura that enveloped his fingertips, capable of penetrating gold and shattering iron. With a potency tenfold that of before, even a cultivator at the first level of the refinement path, when caught off guard, would inevitably be struck. Coupled with Jiang Yi's extensive combat experience, dealing with a cultivator at the first level of the refinement path was not beyond his capability. Thud, as anticipated. Taking advantage of the young man's moment of inattention, Jiang Yi's dazzling strike landed true. A cry of anguish escaped the young man in black. Before he could even register the creeping pain, darkness engulfed him, rendering him unable to perceive anything further. Yunyang's expression brightened upon witnessing the opponent's myriad of flaws, and he promptly unleashed a barrage of 18 powerful punches, each strike resonating with tremendous force, ultimately pulverizing the adversary's chest into a mushy pulp. The blood amber demon blade also fell to the ground, and Jiang Yi, with swift reflexes, quickly secured it within his possession. With this demon blade, extracting the flame energy contained within should suffice for constructing the spiritual array of the true dragon sword. The remaining demonic aura might even have the potential to awaken the old demon Hong. Jiang Yi felt a surge of secret delight. At the nexus of their gazes, Yunyang stood, a crimson head dangling from his grasp. Though its features were marred beyond recognition, the assembly apprehended instantly that it belonged to the black-clad youth. Yunyang had indeed slain a cultivator of the acumen realm. It must be borne in mind that Yunyang himself was merely a fledgling of the acumen realm, having only recently ascended to its ranks, rendering him ostensibly outmatched. Yet, alone possessed full cognizance of the events unfolding, having surreptitiously interceded, blinding the adversary at Yunyang's nadir, thus affording him the opportunity for a decisive blow. Even Yunyang himself seemed somewhat perplexed, the intensity of the battle having overwhelmed him, leaving him no respite, let alone the capacity to attend to his actions. Is dead. Following a fleeting moment of bewilderment, registered the event, muttering under his breath. His brow furrowed, the previous air of amusement supplanted by a palpable solemnity. Was acutely aware that their audacity in this plunder stemmed from their numerical advantage in acumen realm cultivators, whereas the Holy Soul Gang possessed but two. Now, with its demise, their ranks dwindled to a mere pair of acumen realm cultivators, while the Holy Soul Gang boasted a greater number. The equilibrium had shifted precipitously. Moreover, Yunyang's capacity to vanquish raised questions of concealed strength or latent secrets, instilling caution in and his cohorts. You dare to butcher a fellow disciple, Yunyang. I shall denounce you before the Elder of Punishments. Reluctant to engage directly, resorted to threats. Upon hearing those words, Tangua was immediately filled with rage, glaring at Bo Yao and scolding him. You coward. I thought you had some courage, but it seems that when faced with defeat, all you can do is whine and complain. This is the extent of your abilities. No matter how you protest. I shall certainly report this matter to the Elder of Penal Law, and there will be witnesses. The slaughter of one's own kind is a crime deserving of capital punishment. And when the time comes, Yun Yang will pay with his life. Bo Yao let out a cold snort. You. Tang's anger surged. Suddenly, a hearty laugh echoed through the air, leaving everyone bewildered. As the crowd turned their gazes, they discovered that the source of the laughter was none other than Jiang Yi. What are you laughing at? Bo Yao narrowed his eyes, his voice icy. It was clear he perceived Jiang Yi's laughter as mockery directed at him. In this desolate wilderness, even if you were to kill them, no one would know. Jiang Yi advanced slowly, a cold smile gracing his lips. That was your exact phrase, if I recall correctly. The previous chaos had left everyone somewhat dazed, but Jiang Yi's words struck a nerve instantly. Indeed, this isn't the Black Xian sect. If we say that Zhou Qing met with an unfortunate accident while hunting spirit beasts, no one would be the wiser. The burly Xiong Feng burst into laughter. This is what we call a lack of witnesses. Bo Yao found himself at a loss for words. Jiang Yi chuckled inwardly. His objective had been achieved. Simply awakening the others to the truth, there was no need for him to intervene further. You, shameless. Bo Yao trembled with fury, pointing a finger at Tanghua, but hesitating to act further. Well, are you going to bite me? Tanghua placed her hands on her petite waist, standing tall and proud. Bo Yao, you have underestimated us far too much. This lesson serves as a reminder not to belittle others. Yun Yang, having slain Zhou Qing, was filled with righteous fury, his resolve sharpened, as if his spirit and combat will had undergone a profound elevation. Such brutal skirmishes present the most opportune moments for cultivation, incomparable to the mere competitions of sections. Yun Yang, await your reckoning. We shall settle our scores in due time. Realizing the situation was beyond his control, Bo Yao decided against further self-deprecation and turned to leave, his tail tucked between his legs. However, in that fleeting moment of turning, his gaze momentarily locked onto Jiang Yi, a distinct glimmer of chilling malice flashing in his eyes. Bo Yao was no fool. He understood that had it not been for Jiang Yi's interference, Zhou Qing would still be alive, and he would not have found himself in such a humiliating predicament. Who permitted your departure? Just then, Jiang Yi spoke once more. He had already sensed the murderous intent in Bo Yao's eyes. Since he had been marked for death, there was no need for him to hold back. As Bo Yao and his companions halted, they slowly turned back, their expressions as cold as iron, appearing quite grim, their eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. Even Tanghua and Yun Yang were taken aback, believing this affair to be concluded, yet unaware of Jiang Yi's hidden intentions. You insignificant wretch. What do you think you are? Bo Yao suppressed his rage. Had it not been for the numerical superiority of the Holy Soul Gang, he would have already struck at Jiang Yi. After all, to Bo Yao, a mere grasshopper who had yet to step into the refinement realm was unworthy of conversation. And his irritation was palpable. What I am is of no concern to you. However, you dare to extort the wealth of the Sacred Soul Gang. Now that you have faced defeat and wish to escape this forest, do you not think it prudent to leave behind some token as a price for your survival? Jiang Yi smiled faintly. Upon uttering these words, everyone was taken aback. It was indeed a remarkable occurrence for someone to dare to extort Bo Yao. Although Bo Yao's cultivation was not particularly high, he was a direct disciple of the Black Mysterious Sect and held a certain degree of notoriety in this vicinity. Acting as a local tyrant, it was always he who extorted from others. Never had anyone dared to siphon off his resources. Such an event was rarer than a blooming iron tree. Yet Jiang Yi had the audacity to do so, since the other party had already harbored murderous intent. It was better to strike first, inflicting a severe bite on Bo Yao to instill a sense of caution within him. Furthermore, Jiang Yi was destined to join the Black Mysterious Sect. Having already offended Bo Yao's faction, it was imperative to ally with Tanghua's side and secure some benefits for them. Thus, upon entering the Black Mysterious Sect, he would not be isolated and unsupported. What did you say? After a full 3 moments, Bo Yao, filled with rage, broke into a twisted smile, his eyes wide open, fixating on Jiang Yi as if he were to devour him whole. It seems you have not heard clearly, so I shall be succinct. Leave your treasures and then depart. Jiang Yi maintained a gentle smile, still exuding an air of calmness. Chapter 29. The Great Cauldron Forging Swords. Indeed, they are numerous now. If they were to engage recklessly, there might be casualties. A few murmured quietly behind Bo Yao, and their brief exchange fell like a bucket of cold water, instantly dousing his fury. So, Bo Yao, hand over the spiritual beast crystal cores you have acquired. Tang Guo extended her delicate hand and waved at the other party. Since Jiang Yi had already taken the lead, as the leader of the Sacred Soul Gang, Tang Guo felt compelled to play along. No matter how troublesome the opponent might be, such was her character. Moreover, Jiang Yi had done nothing wrong. Why should they only endure exploitation without ever extorting others? Well, very well. Tang Guo, you are indeed formidable. Bo Yao gritted his teeth and suddenly drew out a treasure pouch from his sleeve. There were quite a number of crystal cores. This young lady graciously accepts. Tang Guo opened the treasure pouch and glanced inside, the radiant glow of the crystals causing her eyes to narrow slightly. There appeared to be nearly 1,000 crystal cores. This fortune was indeed not insignificant. This bounty was not solely from the spiritual beasts hunted by Bo Yao and his companions, but also included spoils from robbing other mercenary groups, all of which now belonged to Tang Guo's faction. Clenching his fist, Bo Yao watched as Tang Guo and her companions reveled in their excitement, secretly vowing revenge. Remember this. One day I, Bo Yao, shall make you all yearn for a life you cannot have and a death you cannot escape. With such a substantial fortune acquired, everyone was genuinely thrilled, to the extent that Bo Yao and his companions left in disarray, hardly paying attention. With approximately 1,000 crystal cores, it was sufficient. There was no need to continue this endeavor. Let us divide these treasures. Tang Guo beamed at everyone. Originally, she had planned to stay a few more days to hunt for additional crystal cores, but now, with each person able to receive over 100 cores, it had far exceeded her expectations. Over 1,000 crystal cores, such a rare and bountiful harvest. Yet, the greatest joy lay not in the wealth itself, but in witnessing Bo Yao's humiliation. This fellow had been exceedingly arrogant within the Black Xian sect. At this moment, everyone remained perplexed as to how a person with merely the 9th level of body refinement could possess such audacity. Of course, had they been privy to Jiang Yi's legendary history, it would not have seemed so astonishing. Indeed, the adage "a young calf is not afraid of tigers" aptly encapsulates the sentiment. Jiang Yi smiled faintly, offering no further explanation. However, he still had tasks left unfinished. The Wuhou mansion awaited his intervention. Despite his fervent desire for vengeance, there exists a paramount obligation that transcends personal retribution, responsibility. The lives of 35,000 disciples from Kunlun had once been entrusted to Jiang Yi, and he felt he had betrayed their trust, an eternal scar etched upon his conscience. In a few days, I shall visit the Black Xian sect, he declared. It is settled. Tang Guo snapped her fingers with delight. In response, disciples of the Black Xian sect, such as Yun Yang and Xiong Feng, shared in her excitement. Though their interaction had been brief, they had begun to develop a fondness for Jiang Yi. Perhaps this is an illustration of a distinctive personal charm. Although crafting a high-grade spiritual artifact is not particularly challenging for Jiang Yi, his cultivation was currently sealed, significantly hampering his efficiency in forging. Furthermore, the fiery essence required for constructing the spiritual formation was contained within the blood amber demon blade, necessitating time to extract it. With a month remaining, it should suffice. Jiang Yi exhaled slowly. In the Evernight City, within a spacious stone chamber, stood a large cauldron. This cauldron, procured by Jiang Yi in Evernight City, was not intended for alchemical purposes, but rather for the forging of artifacts. The art of refining weapons using a cauldron was a prevalent method during the epoch of celestial and demonic beings, yet it demanded a profound mastery from the blacksmith. For those who were merely average artisans, it was advisable to utilize the facilities of a legitimate forge, where the tools were far more sophisticated. In the 30th chapter, The Awakening of the Demon Spirit, Fortune smiled upon the endeavor. After 20 days, the sword embryo emerged, flawless in its form. The next task was to temper the sword body. The rhythmic sounds of hammering echoed through the stone chamber incessantly over the subsequent days. The process of shaping the sword was not particularly arduous. It relied heavily on sheer strength. Jiang Yi, wishing to assist Jiang Yi, found his offers rebuffed time and again. Jiang Yi's hands-on approach was not only his trademark, but also a reflection of his resolute attitude. Is the forging complete? Jiang Yi, who had been resting nearby, was suddenly roused by the melodious sound of the sword. Jiang Yi held aloft the true dragon sword, its blade catching the gentle morning light streaming through the window, shimmering brilliantly with a divine radiance, exuding an intimidating coldness. A faint smile graced Jiang Yi's lips. Each successful creation of a magical artifact elicited such a look of fulfillment. Every piece was akin to a beloved child, a sentiment that is difficult to comprehend without personal experience. The sword body was now forged, yet it still lacked a touch of spiritual resonance. Only with the addition of a spiritual array could it be deemed a resounding success. As Jiang Yi spoke, he gently placed the true dragon sword into a meticulously prepared treasure box. A sword is a weapon that requires the concealment of its aura. Prolonged exposure of its brilliance would betray its inherent murderous intent and majesty, rendering it mundane, even turning it into mere scrap metal. Thus, to forge a sword, one must also provide a scabbard or a treasure box to contain its radiance. Xiao, how many days remain until the deadline? As Jiang Yi posed his inquiries, he retrieved a small jade vial. Only 3 days remain. Brother Jiang, is there still time? Jiang Yi expressed his concern. Although the true dragon sword had been forged, the time required to construct the spiritual formation remained uncertain. 3 days. That should suffice. Jiang Yi nodded affirmatively. He then placed the jade vial upon the stone table. This artifact, known as the Spirit Gathering Bottle, was specifically provided by the Martial Marquis for the collection of fire essence. Blood Amber Demon Blade. It is your time to sacrifice. With a flick of his wrist, a curved blade was released, its crimson light illuminating the stone chamber in a blood-red hue, suffused with a menacing aura that was nearly suffocating. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yi grasped the blood amber demon blade, fervently drawing forth its demonic energy, which he subsequently infused directly into the 3-life stone. The demonic energy contained within the blood amber demon blade was more than sufficient to awaken the old demon Hong. In addition, with his other hand, Jiang Yi channeled his internal energy, rhythmically striking the blade's surface to coax out the fire essence within, which was absorbed by the spirit gathering bottle. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Yi could not help but feel a pang of regret. This was a superior spiritual weapon, imbued with a 7th-grade spiritual formation. Possessing such a demon blade would at least double one's combat prowess, and even cultivators at the 1st and 2nd levels of the refinement path would covet it. Yet Jiang Yi, with an unfaltering demeanor, was destroying this exquisite spiritual artifact without a hint of remorse, which struck Jiang Yi as a grievous waste. Of course, Jiang Yi remained unaware of Jiang Yi's former identity. For Jiang Yi, the blood amber demon blade held no allure. After all, his previous treasured artifact was the Longya Ancient Sword, a true superior Dao artifact. What does it mean to possess a superior Dao artifact? Above the spiritual artifacts lies the mysterious artifacts, and beyond the mysterious artifacts are the Dao artifacts. The sword, revered as the sovereign of weapons, stands as a superior Dao artifact, with Longya capable of rivaling other exceptional Dao artifacts. From Jiang Yi's perspective, the destruction of a superior spiritual artifact is but a trivial matter of little consequence. After a flurry of activity, the once menacing blood amber demon blade, radiating a fierce crimson aura, has now dulled and grown silent, akin to scrap metal. With a sigh, Jiang Yi prepared to commence the construction of the spiritual array. Observing the full vial of fire essence, he could not help but nod in approval. This step, known as foundation laying in the construction of the spiritual array, is akin to building a house. Engraving the array patterns is akin to excavating the foundation. Imbuing the patterns with spiritual resonance constitutes the foundation laying. Thereafter, the skeletal structure is erected, followed by the infusion of fire essence, which is comparable to adding bricks to a house. Once everything is in place, the final step, termed sealing the golden apex, involves consecrating the spiritual array. However, Just as Jiang Yi was about to lay the foundation for the spiritual array, an unexpected ancient voice echoed from the depths of his mind. Ha ha ha, lad, you have not disappointed me. You have indeed awakened me once more. This was the mental imprint of Hong, startling Jiang Yi, who promptly dismissed Zhao He to prevent him from uncovering this secret. Hong the old demon, you have awakened. A surge of joy welled up within Jiang Yi, as he had not anticipated Hong's swift revival. He initially believed it would take several more days. Hong, old demon, Hong's voice elongated, imbued with a hint of exasperation and reluctance. Jiang Yi paused for a moment, realizing this nuance, and shrugged with a smirk. My apologies, it has become a habit of mine to call out like that. If you're unwilling, I shall simply call you Little Hong Hong. Upon hearing this, Hong nearly fainted with rage, and after a brief outburst directed at Jiang Yi, he eventually relented and stated, Very well, just call me Hong the old demon. Chapter 31. The Gate of Nine Nether. Initially, Jiang Yi intended to complete the Dragon Flame array before awakening Hong. However, with Hong's premature revival, Jiang Yi was compelled to alter his plans. Hong the old demon, you haven't forgotten our agreement, have you? The moment I awaken you, you are to teach me the earthly spirit array, Jiang Yi asserted. What are you so anxious about, lad? Do you fear I won't teach you? Hong the old demon chuckled. Jiang Yi continued, I could have waited to have you teach me later. But there is a pressing matter at hand that requires the deceased to speak. You mentioned that the Nine Nether Gate array allows one to traverse between the realms of yin and yang. Oh, so that is the case. No wonder you are in such a rush. Hong the old demon pondered thoughtfully. Hong the old demon, what is the minimum time required to master the Nine Nether Gate array? Jiang Yi's inquiry struck at the heart of the matter. If Jiang Yi could clarify the situation before the upcoming wager, understanding both himself and his opponent, his chances of victory would significantly increase, potentially allowing the general's mansion to regain its dignity. Yet time was of the essence. Only 3 days remained until the appointed hour, and he also needed to construct the Dragon Flame array, leaving him with a woefully insufficient amount of time. Days. Alas, your cultivation level is far too inadequate to perceive the true nature of the array, let alone grasp its profound mysteries. After a brief moment, the ancient demon Hong ceased his incantation, and Jiang Yi's mental realm gradually regained its tranquility. However, upon a certain spiritual fold within his mind, the intricate formation of the Nine Nether Gate was distinctly imprinted. It is not surprising that you, not yet having entered the realm of refinement, cannot discern the Nine Nether Gate formation. This bears no relation to your comprehension ability. Upon hearing this, the ancient demon Hong fell silent. Jiang Yi's chest, where the once dull 3 lives stone now shimmered with a hint of ethereal resonance, emanated a faint black glow that danced and flickered. A phantom emerged from the dark stone, materializing into a vague silhouette, elusive and indistinct, rendering its features and expressions indiscernible. This was the embodiment of the spirit tool, yet due to Hong's insufficient power, the formed shape remained exceedingly nebulous, resembling an elderly figure. Just as Jiang Yi was still taken aback by this phenomenon, the ancient demon Hong commenced the formation. From the boundless azure to the depths of the yellow springs, the portal of the Nine Nether Spirit realm opens. With a low rumble, Hong's hands flicked, and strands of black lines danced wildly between his fingers like electric threads. The black rays, interlacing and stretching, swiftly evolved according to an arcane pattern. In an instant, the stone chamber was enveloped in a chilling aura, filled with haunting apparitions and sorrowful wails. The flickering black light illuminated Jiang Yi's dark eyes, causing them to glimmer with a hint of trepidation. During his time in Kunlun, Jiang Yi had also been a master of formations. Yet this was his first encounter with the grand formation of the underworld, a spiritual array from another realm that stood in stark contrast to his previous practices. The pupils continually constricted as Jiang Yi was astounded to witness countless black lines coalescing into a towering shadowy portal, suspended in midair. This gateway existed in a realm between tangible reality and ethereal will, neither wholly real nor entirely illusory, yet imbued with formidable power. Surrounding this obsidian portal were silver ancient symbols, drifting like tadpoles in the void, seemingly animated with life. A glass-like radiance surged and fluctuated around the entrance, while a trace of desolate primordial energy permeated from the portal, leaving Jiang Yi's complexion somewhat pallid. "Is this the gate of the Nine Nether?" Jiang Yi murmured. "Stepping through leads to another world. Quick, act swiftly. My strength cannot be sustained for long." The old demon Hong's voice appeared to strain with effort. Chapter 32. The siege approaches indeed. There are many mysteries to unfold in due time. For now, you must attend to your task, the old demon Hong urged. It was, after all, Jiang Yi's first encounter with the Gate of the Nine Nether, a conduit between the realms of Yin and Yang. Although merely a glimpse into the underworld, Jiang Yi felt an exhilarating thrill. Jiang Yi took a deep breath to steady his emotions. "Old demon Hong, how do I communicate with these spirits?" he inquired. "In the future, as you cultivate the Gate of the Nine Nether, you will need to master the art of mediumship to converse with the spirits. However, at this moment, I am casting a spell. You may communicate directly with them through your thoughts," Hong explained. Jiang Yi nodded, his gaze fixated upon the two flickering spiritual flames. "I ask you, has the one named Danzi stolen the true dragon sword? Where is the true dragon sword now?" Jiang Yi focused his thoughts. "My lord, it is indeed true that Fong Danzi has exploited us to steal the true dragon sword and subsequently sought refuge in the general's manor, eliminating us to cover his tracks. I implore you to discern this truth." Jiang Yi's expression shifted slightly as a wave of mental energy resonated within his mind. As expected, the true dragon sword resides within the general's manor. With this confirmation, Jiang Yi could proceed with his plans at ease. A faint smile graced his lips, and a glimmer of brilliance sparkled in his eyes. "Long Guang, although the true dragon sword is in your possession, the outcome remains uncertain. Let us wait and see." Jiang Yi's strategy was straightforward. There exists a true dragon sword in the general's manor, and soon there will be another in the Martial Marquis manor. At that juncture, a contest shall ensue. In the face of adversity, the courageous shall prevail, and the truth shall be revealed. Having meticulously devised his plans, Jiang Yi finally exhaled in relief. "Ah, by the way, that undead called me my lord. What could that possibly mean?" Suddenly, he recalled this detail. "Did I not mention before? The 3-life stone is equivalent to the Emperor's seal. The Yama tablet signifies that you are the bearer of the 3-life stone. These undead, sensing the power of the 3-life stone, are naturally inclined to submit." Hearing this, Jiang Yi was somewhat taken aback. Instinctively touching the inconspicuous black jade stone at his chest, clearly astonished. "This object has accompanied me for over a decade, and I had always regarded it as worthless. Little did I know it possessed such remarkable utility." Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yi emerged from the Nine Nether Gate and murmured to himself, "Time is of the essence. I must hasten to complete the forging of the true dragon sword." In the assembly hall, the esteemed Jiang Taifeng of the Jiang family, the eldest elder and a prominent figure within the clan, alongside several revered family dignitaries, gathered in rare unity. As the darkness enveloped the sky, candles were lit within the hall. The flames stood tall, trembling subtly yet violently, casting an even more pallid hue upon the serious visages present. The oppressive clouds loomed ominously, creating an eerie atmosphere, and silence reigned among the assembly. In their gazes, one could discern a flicker of despair and reluctance. This day had been predetermined. Yet Jiang Yi had failed to arrive as expected. Suddenly, after an indeterminate period of silence, the teacups around the table began to tremble in unison, causing the tea to ripple. The wild flicker of the candles was abruptly disturbed, swaying chaotically. The sound of galloping hooves echoed. The dragon riders were approaching. A furrow deepened on Jiang Taifeng's brow as he clenched his fists. The dragon riders, the elite forces of the general's manor, were formidable, each warrior paired with a steed of remarkable prowess. A single rider, a silver-armored general at the 8th level of body refinement, accompanied by a spirit beast of the 7th rank, the white dragon steed. The synergy between rider and mount was seamless, allowing them to contend with practitioners at the 9th level of body refinement. With 300 dragon riders under Long Guang's command, They represented the might of 309th-level practitioners, charging into battle with lethal grace, striking terror into the hearts of many. The revelation of the Dragon Riders? To think Long Guang would resort to deploying his strongest asset merely to intimidate us. The pallor of the eldest elder's withered face grew more pronounced. The audacity of the general's manner stemmed largely from the cultivation of the Dragon Riders, earning them the royal family's unwavering trust. By bringing the Dragon Riders into play, Long Guang had evidently resolved to deliver a decisive blow to the Wuhou Manor, aiming to establish his family's supremacy henceforth. What? The Dragon Riders? Is that the Dragoon, known as the Shura of the battlefield? How could this be? We're utterly doomed. The Dragoon's strength is simply beyond our ability to resist. Long Guang is determined to see us dead. Should we just fight them, then? I can't bear to swallow this resentment. Fight? With what? The Jiang family's fire cavalry is still garrisoning the border. Besides, if this civil war truly escalates, how will we answer to the imperial court? Many began to voice their opinions. Some were despondent, some indignant, some sighed, some were silent. It's all Jiang Yi's fault, if not for his reckless remarks. How could our Marquis Wu's mansion have fallen into such dire straits? Suddenly, an elder directed the blame towards Jiang Yi. At this, everyone was momentarily stunned, followed by an even greater uproar. It was as if everyone had found an outlet, casting all the depression, discontent, anger, and other emotions in their hearts towards Jiang Yi. The second elder is absolutely right. This fellow is faithless. He has brought disaster upon our Jiang family. Indeed, perhaps Jiang Yi is a spy sent by the general's mansion. Alas, we were too trusting. If not for Jiang Yi's instigation that day, we wouldn't be in such a passive position. If I catch Jiang Yi, that traitorous spy, I will surely kill him. Jiang Yi is truly unfortunate. In Kunlun, he was said to be a demonic spy, who knew that after leaving Kunlun, he would become a spy for the general's mansion. Silence, everyone. The enemy hasn't arrived yet, and we're already in disarray. Jiang Taifeng rose abruptly, a vast and sharp aura spreading out, suppressing all directions. Instantly, the entire hall was silent. Whether Jiang Yi is a spy remains uncertain to me. However, Long Guang has long harbored ambitions to surpass my Wuhou mansion, and it was only a matter of time before he would seek to challenge us. Even in the absence of Jiang Yi, Long Guang would inevitably have acted against us. Moreover, it was I, the Marquis, who entered into the wager with Long Guang. Are you all blaming Jiang Yi, or do your insinuations point towards me? Chapter 33. The arrogance of Feng Danzi as these words were spoken. The countenance of the elders and the upper echelons of the family shifted dramatically. Such an accusation is no trivial matter. Yet, who can discern the hidden motives of those present? Perhaps Jiang Taifeng speaks true. Some individuals seek to exploit this opportunity to bring him down. A piercing gaze swept across the faces of the assembly, and within the hall, none dared to utter a word, evidently intimidated by Jiang Taifeng's formidable presence. The sky may fall, but with me, Jiang Taifeng, standing firm, what is there to fear? Rally yourselves, prepare to confront the external threat. As Jiang Taifeng declared this, he suddenly took action, striding purposefully towards the entrance of the hall. With his formidable cultivation, how could he be unaware that the general's manor's personnel were already en route? Yet, just as Jiang Taifeng was about to depart, a voice of reprimand echoed from outside. Of course, with the Jinlong sword in Long Guang's possession, he was fully aware that Jiang Taifeng was fabricating lies. The Jiang family branch had never possessed the Jinlong sword. Over the past month, Long Guang had endured considerable frustration, eagerly anticipating this day. Now that the appointed time had arrived, he was so exhilarated that he had not slept throughout the night, hastily sending individuals to initiate their challenge. With a resounding thud at the inner courtyard entrance, 2 guards attempting to intercept were sent flying by the prowess of the general's manor's experts, collapsing unconscious on the spot. The leader, resplendent in a robe of purple and gold, strode boldly into the inner courtyard of the Wuhou mansion, hands clasped behind his back, followed by a dozen or so armored warriors, exuding an air of menace. How audacious! Even the royal guard would refrain from violence within the confines of the Wuhou mansion. Have these miscreants lost their senses? Fong Danzi. Jiang Taifeng raised an eyebrow upon recognizing the instigator of this chaos as Fong Danzi. The pent-up fury within Jiang Taifeng ignited instantaneously. Ah, Jiang Wuho, I trust you are well. Fong Danzi sneered, his gaze brimming with malicious glee. You, Fong Danzi, have strayed from the path and betrayed the Wuho mansion. Now you dare to cause a ruckus? What punishment do you deserve? The Grand Elder glared, his voice filled with wrath. Lin Shanhua and the senior members of the Jiang family gritted their teeth, astonished that this ungrateful wretch had turned against them. Haraha! It has been quite some time, yet the Grand Elder remains fond of admonishing others. Be it said that I have strayed or that I am a petty person enjoying a moment of triumph. Know this, today, your fates are sealed. Do not presume I am unaware of your delaying tactics. The Jinlong sword is not within the Wuho mansion, Fong Danzi replied with a cold laugh. Humph. Were it not for your thievery of the Jinlong sword, would the Jiang family find itself in such dire straits? The Grand Elder's face flushed with rage, ready to strike. In response, Fong Danzi's expression turned icy. You old fool, refrain from slandering without evidence. Moreover, do you truly not understand how the Jiang family has fallen into this predicament? You lack virtue, so do not blame me for lacking righteousness. You should place the blame on Jiang Yi. Come, seize this old dog. Fong Danzi let out a cold snort and waved his hand, surprisingly intending to capture the Grand Elder. As soon as Fong Danzi's words fell, four silver figures suddenly emerged behind him, darting toward the Grand Elder with lightning speed. These four were the elite among the Dragon Knights, each possessing a cultivation level of the 9th stage of body refinement, clad in silver armor, wielding long spears crafted from spiritual materials. Together, they could rival a figure of the Edge of Sharpness realm. Although the Grand Elder held a prominent position within the Martial Marquis mansion, his cultivation had yet to reach the Edge of Sharpness. Now, as the four Dragon Knights moved to apprehend him directly, even Jiang Taifeng found it unimaginable and was caught completely off guard. Net of heaven and earth, the four shouted in unison, unleashing a silver aura that surged like a torrent, weaving into a net of silver threads that enveloped the Grand Elder in an instant. The Grand Elder attempted to struggle, but it was too late. He quickly found himself in a passive position. Within the inner courtyard, an uproar ensued as everyone was astounded by Fong Danzi's audacity, which seemed utterly unrestrained. Old man, what did you just insult me with? Try saying it again. Fong Danzi seized the Grand Elder and, without further ado, delivered a resounding slap to his face. The sharp crack echoed, and the onlookers from the Jiang family stared in disbelief as the Grand Elder's face turned red and swollen on one side. You. After a brief moment of shock, the dazed Grand Elder finally regained his composure, his fury boiling over. Yet, he was suppressed by the four Dragon Knights and could not move. The humiliation of being slapped in front of everyone was something he had never before endured. The Grand Elder serves as the visage of the Wuho mansion. Fong Danzi, while reluctant to strike at Jiang Taifeng, exhibits no fear of the Grand Elder. To humiliate him is, without a doubt, a flagrant affront to the dignity of the Wuho mansion. Such audacity is intolerable. Jiang Taifeng could no longer restrain himself. In the realm of the True Dragon Ancient Dynasty, save for the True Dragon Emperor, no one had dared to display such arrogance before him. Even Long Guang had shown restraint. Do you wish to kill me? Behold clearly what this is. Just as Jiang Taifeng was poised to take action, Fong Danzi let out a cold chuckle, his sleeves swirling as a golden scroll appeared in his grasp. This was the Edict of the True Dragon. Possessing it was tantamount to holding a life-saving talisman. Unless the True Dragon Emperor himself intervened, Jiang Taifeng could not lay a finger on Fong Danzi. If Long Guang had personally come to confront him, it might have been acceptable, but sending the traitor Fong Danzi to humiliate the Jiang family was utterly unbearable. Observing the members of the Jiang family trembling with rage, yet too fearful to retaliate, Fong Danzi erupted into laughter. Jiang Taifeng, on that day, you ousted me from my position as the chief alchemist to elevate that wretched Jiang Yi. Over the years, I, Fong Danzi, have made considerable contributions to your Jiang family. Yet you have treated me like a mere plaything, casting me aside. Very well. Is Jiang Yi not exceptionally gifted? Today, I shall witness how he comes to your rescue. With a chilling glint in his eyes, Fong Danzi produced 100 poisons pill and forcefully thrust it into the Grand Elder's mouth. This pill, with no antidote for 3 days, would undoubtedly lead to death. Jiang Taifeng, this is merely the beginning. Every individual Jiang Yi has ever saved shall not escape my wrath. Bring Jiang Qingwei here at once. The general has decreed that the young mistress of the Jiang family shall serve him well, acting as his personal maid. Haraha! Fong Danzi laughed heartily, kicking the Grand Elder aside, and stormed directly into the courtyard with his companions, intent on capturing Jiang Qingwei. Chapter 34. The Jiang Family's Desperation. A dragon possesses its reverse scale. To touch it is to invite death. For Jiang Taifeng, Jiang Qingwei represented that very scale. Fong Danzi's audacity in knowingly provoking him clearly indicated a lack of respect for Jiang Taifeng. With the decree of the true dragon in hand, Jiang Taifeng, despite his immense resentment and fury, dared not lay a hand on Fong Danzi. Only by betraying his nation would he be bold enough to defy the edict of the true Dragon Emperor. However, as a martial aristocrat of the true Dragon Ancient Dynasty, how could he so casually consider treason? The ancestral teachings of the Jiang family forbade their descendants from betraying the true Dragon Ancient Dynasty, placing Jiang Taifeng in a dilemma. On one side lay his beloved jewel, his dearest kin. On the other, the grave sin of treachery as dictated by his forebears. It was a choice that would be difficult for anyone to make. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Jiang Taifeng found himself unable to prevent Fong Danzi from breaching the courtyard. Fong Danzi, how dare you? Upon witnessing the scene, Jiang Taifeng roared, an infinite rage surging within him, seeking an outlet. He unleashed a powerful strike, causing a decorative rockery in the courtyard to shatter into countless pieces. The sheer force of that blow was akin to 1,000 pounds, meant as a warning to Fong Danzi. Yet, Fong Danzi was no fool. The more Jiang Taifeng displayed such ferocity, the more it revealed his reluctance to harm him. Fong Danzi understood Jiang Taifeng all too well. As a military aristocrat commanding millions in battle, with such a temperament, had he not been restrained by the decree of the true dragon, Fong Danzi would have been slain countless times over. Having mingled in the Marshal Marquis' estate for years, how could Fong Danzi be unaware of Jiang Taifeng's nature? Fong Danzi's intention to capture Jiang Qingwei is merely a provocation aimed at inciting his opponent and causing Jiang Taifeng to lose his composure, rather than an earnest attempt to seize Jiang Qingwei. Indeed, Fong Danzi's cunning scheme has borne fruit. Once Jiang Taifeng is thrown into disarray, the entire Jiang family will descend into chaos. Jiang Taifeng, what do you intend to do? With Fong Danzi wielding the holy edict of the true dragon, do you dare to harm him? Are you not courting treason? At that moment, a rugged and chilling voice emanated from beyond the inner courtyard, unmistakably belonging to General Long Guang. Long Guang. Jiang Taifeng was taken aback, not expecting Long Guang's appearance at the very moment he was losing his rationality. Clearly, this entire scenario had been meticulously orchestrated. By exploiting Fong Danzi's sensitive identity, they had deliberately incited him to provoke Jiang Taifeng, compelling him to abandon his composure, only for Long Guang to emerge at the opportune moment to strike decisively. Although Jiang Taifeng's strike did not directly target Fong Danzi, the forceful energy unleashed would inevitably affect Fong Danzi. This provided Long Guang with an excellent pretext to accuse Jiang Taifeng of wrongdoing. Fong Danzi, ever the willing participant, conveniently collapsed to the ground, feigning agony and wailing in a dramatic display. All of this was a conspiracy, and even Fong Danzi's performance was painfully lackluster, as if it were merely a formality. Yet, such details are inconsequential. What truly matters is the outcome. With the true dragon sword lost from the Wuhou mansion and Jiang Taifeng having injured Fong Danzi, these two charges are sufficient to cripple the Wuhou mansion henceforth. Long Guang, you are truly despicable. Jiang Taifeng trembled uncontrollably, veins bulging on his forehead, as if his blood were about to erupt. Huh, Jiang Taifeng, we are indeed well matched. Oh, by the way, let us set aside the matter of Fong Danzi for now. Today, I have come to fulfill our wager. You haven't forgotten, have you? Long Guang let out a cold smile and retrieved a scroll from his sleeve, which contained the agreement signed by the two of them a month prior. Slowly unfurling the scroll, Long Guang cast a glance at the ashen faces of Jiang Taifeng and the others, and with a grin, he recited, "Today, I, Long Guang, and Jiang Taifeng enter into this wager. If the Wuhou mansion fails to produce the Zhenlong sword within a month, the offspring of the Jiang family shall serve as slaves. And the young lady of the Jiang family, Xiao Yu, shall become my concubine." Long Guang did not continue with the latter part of the wager, deeming it unnecessary. At this moment, the members of the Jiang family not only loathed Long Guang, but also harbored deep resentment toward Jiang Yi. Even Jiang Taifeng began to waver, questioning whether his initial decision had truly been the right one. However, such thoughts were of no consequence now. His mind was tumultuous and restless. He would not allow the offspring of the Jiang family to be reduced to servitude, nor would he permit his daughter to be dishonored by Long Guang. "Ancestors of the Jiang family, I am ashamed before you. Today I fear there is no other choice." With a deep breath, after enduring a tumultuous internal struggle, Jiang Taifeng resolved to make a bold decision to betray the true dragon ancient dynasty. As his emotions gradually stabilized, his gaze sharpened, exuding an air of invincibility. "Long Guang, if you wish to lay a hand on my daughter, you shall have to step over my dead body." His voice roared like thunder, a fierce energy erupting from within him, as a faint glow of true spirit enveloped his form, spinning like a wheel. Upon witnessing this scene, the members of the Jiang family were struck with profound alarm. They were acutely aware of the implications of Jiang Taifeng's actions. Could it be? Could it truly be that the only path left was to betray the empire? This was a grievous crime that could implicate 9 generations. Oh, heavens! What sin has my Jiang family committed to incur such calamity? In that moment, despair engulfed the Jiang family, their hearts heavy as they felt they were nearing the brink of existence. "Jiang Taifeng, this calamity is of your own making. Feng Danzi, Jiang Qingyue has granted you this opportunity. Indulge as you wish and take action." Long Guang had awaited this moment for a long time, eager to compel Jiang Taifeng into treachery against the empire, thus paving the way for an unrestrained conflict. At the sound of this, Feng Danzi sprang to his feet, his gaze lecherously scanning the depths of the courtyard. Jiang Qingyue was renowned as one of the most exquisite beauties in Wuhou City. Previously, Feng Danzi had long coveted her beauty, yet their disparate statuses had kept him from entertaining such thoughts. But now, with this fortuitous opportunity, how could Feng Danzi let it slip away? He chuckled, "My lady, you shall soon belong to Feng Danzi." With 2 hearty laughs, he dashed towards Jiang Qingyue's residence. "Die!" Jiang Taifeng bellowed, raising his hand without a moment's hesitation to unleash a powerful strike, akin to a piercing sword aimed directly at Feng Danzi's back. "You should first take care of yourself," Long Qibing commanded, as the Jiang family's betrayal of the empire was met with swift capture. At Long Guang's order, he too released a surge of concealed energy that cut through the void, intercepting Jiang Taifeng's lethal strike, thereby safeguarding Feng Danzi. The clash of energies erupted in a cacophony, stirring a whirlwind of dust and chaos within the courtyard, enveloping it in a hazy shroud. Not good. Jiang Taifeng gritted his teeth as he watched Feng Danzi slip into Jiang Qingyue's secluded residence. "Ha ha ha, beautiful lady. I shall take good care of you in place of your deceased father." From deep within the courtyard, Feng Danzi's lewd laughter echoed. Chapter 35, The Return of Jiang Yi. The Jiang family courtyard was filled with swirling dust. Feng Danzi's figure quickly vanished within it. Meanwhile, inside the inner courtyard, Jiang Taifeng, Lin Shanhua, and others found themselves ensnared, surrounded by the dragon cavalry, leading to a brutal melee. The clashing of metal rang out, clang, boom, as swords met in fierce combat, and chaos soon enveloped the inner courtyard. Who would still concern themselves with Jiang Qingyue at that moment? Although Jiang Taifeng's cultivation was exceptional, he faced Long Guang, who was equally formidable. The two were evenly matched, making it impossible for Jiang Taifeng to break free and confront Feng Danzi in the short term. Just as both sides were locked in fierce battle, a piercing scream erupted from the courtyard. Jiang Qingyue's evidently filled with fright. However, in the next instant, Fong Danzi also let out a scream, but it sounded more like a wail of anguish. The combatants instinctively halted, their attention drawn to the massive cloud of dust swirling ominously above. It appeared to be suspended, as if caught in a colossal storm, refusing to settle. An overwhelming aura radiated from it, a terrifying force that sent chills down their spines. Who was behind this malevolence? Long Guang scoffed coldly. His fingers suddenly splayed as a silver light shot forth, entwined with a long sword, exuding an aura of spiritual energy, sharp and unmatched. This is the personal artifact of Long Guang, the Rui sword, which transforms at will, adjusting in size as desired. It is a mid-grade spiritual weapon, concealing within it a deadly formation. The Rui sword flickered like lightning, vanishing into the storm of dust. Not only Long Guang, but also the formidable masters, including Jiang Taifeng, were all rendered speechless. It is well known that few can withstand Long Guang's sword, even during the era of the true Dragon Dynasty. Who could this opponent possibly be? Within the inner courtyard, 100 figures suddenly froze, no one daring to utter a word. For a moment, the silence was so profound that one could hear a pin drop. The atmosphere gradually calmed, and the dust storm slowly ceased its swirling, revealing a clear and tranquil courtyard. Apologies for my tardiness. The young lady is currently being attended to by Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi's face bore no trace of a smile. On the contrary, his gaze was chillingly cold, a frigid intensity that sent shivers down the spines of those present. He advanced slowly, step by step, emanating a bone-chilling aura that compelled the onlookers to instinctively recoil. Long Guang was equally astonished. A month prior, this individual had been of no concern. Yet now, he was able to counter even the Rui sword, an unfathomable feat admittedly. Jiang Yi had not yet entered the pinnacle realm, but he was perilously close. His ability to withstand the Rui sword stemmed from the blood-amber demon blade. Although the blade had been drained of its spiritual energy, its material was of superior quality, surpassing the Rui sword by a grade, thus allowing him to temporarily block its strike without issue. I wondered who it could be, only to discover it was you. A mere alchemist. Do not think me unkind for the warning. The Jiang family has already betrayed the nation, and should you dare to obstruct, the punishment will reach your entire clan. Long Guang quickly regained his composure. The emergence of Jiang Yi indeed presents an unexpected variable. However, Long Guang, seasoned by countless battles, knows that invoking two major accusations serves as his most potent weapon. Long Guang is not intimidated by Jiang Yi. Rather, he understands that Jiang Yi's involvement would lead to even greater losses for the Dragon Cavalry. If a confrontation were to ensue, even 10 Jiang Yis would prove futile. Oh, the Jiang family has betrayed the nation? How was I not informed of this? My lord, has the Jiang family truly committed treason? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi could not help but smirk, casting a knowing glance at Long Guang. The implication was clear. Even a fool could deduce that Jiang Yi must have succeeded. Jiang Taifeng's spirits soared as he exclaimed, Long Guang, have you lost your wits? When did I ever utter words of treason? Do you still wish to argue? The loss of the true dragon sword. Are you not afraid of fulfilling the wager while daring to take action? Is this not indicative of treason? Long Guang retorted, his eyes wide with indignation. The true dragon sword lost. Who claimed it was lost? Did I not already inform you that the true dragon sword is merely stored elsewhere? Jiang Yi replied, shaking his head with a smile, regarding Long Guang with a look of disdain. Long Guang let out a cold laugh, his gaze shifting to Jiang Taifeng. You of the Martial Marquis residents certainly have a knack for jest. Whether it's jest or not, it is prudent to ascertain the truth before forming conclusions, Jiang Yi replied calmly. With that, he retrieved a crimson lacquered wooden box, approximately 4 feet in length, which served as a sword case. Jiang Taifeng, Long Guang, and their respective entourages widened their eyes, holding their breath in anticipation. Long Guang cast a glance at the injured Fong Danzi lying on the ground. The latter, despite his pain, nodded slightly, indicating that the true dragon sword remained with him. Seeing this, Long Guang finally exhaled, his expression regaining its composure. Jiang Yi refrained from idle chatter, and directly opened the box. Suddenly, a dazzling crimson light erupted, and a scorching wave of heat spread instantly, filling the air with a faint, reverberating dragon's roar. In the inner courtyard of the Wuhou mansion, the opposing parties were momentarily stunned. Their eyes, filled with varying degrees of shock, astonishment, complexity, and emptiness, were fixed intently on the treasure box in Jiang Yi's hands. Inside the box lay a long sword, measuring 3 feet and 3 inches in length, 3 fingers wide, intricately engraved with dragon patterns and exuding the essence of fiery spirit. What else could this be but the true dragon sword? This revelation left everyone dumbfounded, as they all understood that the true dragon sword was not present within the Wuhou mansion. Yet the sword in Jiang Yi's possession appeared utterly authentic. So much so that it seemed an illusion. Members of the Jiang family, including Jiang Typhon and the Grand Elder, were caught in a whirlwind of emotions. Gazing at the radiant true dragon sword, unable to suppress their gasps of astonishment, their previous despondency and despair vanishing in an instant. Long Guang, his thoughts racing, wore a furious expression. Gritting his teeth, his cold gaze turned to the figure of Feng Danzi lying on the ground. Feng Danzi was equally bewildered. He hastily retrieved a treasure pouch from his person and, upon opening it, found the true dragon sword quietly resting within. This was perplexing. The true dragon sword had not been lost. So, from whence had Jiang Yi's true dragon sword come? Could it be possible that there existed a second true dragon sword in the world? Absolutely not. Such a notion was inconceivable, for the true dragon sword was bestowed by the late emperor, and there was but one. Given that the true dragon sword remained with him, it was certain that the one in Jiang Yi's possession must be a counterfeit. Upon contemplating a certain possibility, Feng Danzi, enduring immense pain, swiftly rose from the ground and conveyed this idea to Long Guang. Fury surged within Long Guang, momentarily clouding his judgment, but Feng Danzi's words struck a chord, leading to a sudden epiphany. Indeed, that true dragon sword must be a counterfeit. How audacious of Jiang Typhon to attempt to deceive me with such a sham. Observing the jubilant Jiang family, Long Guang's ire intensified. However, he soon regained his composure, replaced by a burgeoning sense of triumph. To utilize a forgery to mislead me is a blatant affront to the imperial decree and a profound disrespect towards the entire true dragon dynasty. This time, Jiang Typhon and the entirety of the Wuhou mansion would likely find no sanctuary from the impending doom. The mere thought of Jiang Typhon facing total annihilation quelled much of Long Guang's rage. Ha ha ha, Jiang Typhon. You possess remarkable audacity to wield a false true dragon sword in such a duplicitous manner. Do you think this general is easily deceived? Long Guang suddenly erupted into laughter. Upon hearing this, the members of the Jiang family were momentarily taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances. Although the upper echelons of the Jiang family were aware that Jiang Yi had forged this true dragon sword over the course of a month, the fact that even Jiang Typhon could not discern its authenticity indeed demonstrated its remarkable craftsmanship. Long Guang's ability to discern the sword as a forgery spoke volumes. You claim it as a counterfeit, yet what proof do you have? Jiang Yi retorted with a cold smirk. Proof? The evidence lies in the fact that the genuine true dragon sword is in my possession. At that moment, Feng Danzi, with a chilling glare fixed on Jiang Yi, slowly retrieved the true dragon sword from his treasure pouch. A low, resonant sound of a sword's hum reverberated through the air, as the scorching essence of fire enveloped the surroundings, perfectly complementing the true dragon sword held by Jiang Yi, shining brilliantly without any hint of inferiority. Jiang Yi was not surprised by Feng Danzi's actions. He had anticipated this outcome long ago. Similarly, Jiang Typhon and the others held their suspicions towards Feng Danzi, rendering the situation unremarkable to them. However, they were taken aback by Feng Danzi's audacity in presenting the true dragon sword, a crime that could implicate his entire clan. Should the authenticity of the true dragon sword in Feng Danzi's possession be acknowledged, it would brand him as a sword thief. While the Marshal Marquis' estate would undoubtedly face repercussions, Feng Danzi would find it impossible to escape death. Feng Danzi promptly offered the true dragon sword with both hands to Long Guang. A glimmer of pride flickered in Long Guang's eyes as he accepted the sword, examining it with meticulous care before nodding in affirmation. Indeed, this is the true dragon sword bestowed by the late emperor. After a pause, Long Guang's gaze shifted, coldly locking onto Jiang Taifeng. Jiang Taifeng, not only have you failed in your duties, losing the true dragon sword, but you also dared to deceive the emperor with a counterfeit. Your crimes are manifold and too numerous to enumerate. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Jiang Taifeng's complexion paled slightly. Despite Jiang Yi's flawless craftsmanship of the true dragon sword, Feng Danzi had brazenly confessed to stealing it, with Feng Danzi as a witness. He feared that the matter would escalate to the imperial court, leading to severe consequences. After countless calculations, he had overlooked Feng Danzi entirely, causing his previously calm demeanor to once again spiral into turmoil. Haha, Long Guang, I never imagined that you, a dignified general, would fail to discern friend from foe. Do you truly believe that the item stolen by Feng Danzi is genuine? At that moment, Jiang Yi suddenly erupted into laughter. What do you mean by that? Long Guang was taken aback. Similarly, Jiang Taifeng and the others were equally perplexed, unable to grasp what Jiang Yi was trying to convey. The true dragon sword that Feng Danzi gave you is nothing but a counterfeit, designed solely to ensnare you into making a grave error from which you cannot recover. Jiang Yi chuckled lightly before shifting his focus to Feng Danzi, saying, Master Feng, or rather, Elder Feng, your mission has been accomplished. The Marquis has promised that upon success, you shall be elevated to the status of an elder within the Jiang family. Congratulations. Upon hearing this, not only Feng Danzi but also Jiang Taifeng and the other high-ranking members of the Jiang family were taken aback, quickly grasping Jiang Yi's intent. Jiang Yi's mind was astute, swiftly turning the tables and directing the blame towards Long Guang. In truth, this was not a spur-of-the-moment idea from Jiang Yi. Rather, he had previously uncovered Feng Danzi's secret through the Juyo Gate and had anticipated such a scenario, preparing his countermeasures in advance. Chapter 37. A disturbance at the Imperial Court. Elder Feng, you have performed admirably. Here is your elder's golden token. You may take your leave now. Jiang Taifeng cooperated splendidly, waving his sleeve to toss a token to Feng Danzi. What is happening? Feng Danzi was bewildered, unable to comprehend how he had inexplicably become an elder of the Jiang family. Of course, Long Guang was not a fool. He could not be easily deceived by Jiang Yi's few words. Feng Danzi swore an oath to the heavens. Elder Feng, there is no need to continue this charade. Rest assured, the general's manor will soon meet its demise. Long Guang poses no threat to you. Jiang Yi spoke with deliberate calmness, wearing a smile. He is currently indifferent to the consequences, intent on stirring the waters, the murkier the better. Jiang Yi, you? Feng Danzi was so anxious he felt like biting someone. Long Guang could no longer contain his frustration. He stepped forward, glaring at both Jiang Yi and Jiang Taifeng, and declared, Very well, Jiang Taifeng, we both wield a true dragon sword. Since we each hold firm to our claims, why not present ourselves before the emperor and let the court decide who is genuine and who is false? What say you, do you dare? This was precisely the challenge Jiang Yi had been awaiting. He had already concluded that with Long Guang's temperament, any compromise was out of the question. Unless they brought the matter before the imperial court for the emperor of the true dragon dynasty to adjudicate, Jiang Taifeng stood no chance of victory. What is there to fear? Let us go before the emperor at once. Jiang Taifeng understood the unspoken agreement and readily consented. After all, it was a gamble now, either life or death. As for Long Guang, he possessed the true dragon sword, rendering him invincible. It was his opponent who should feel apprehensive, and he naturally would not exhibit any sign of weakness. In the imperial capital of the true dragon dynasty, the simultaneous petitions of the Grand General and the Martial Marquis for an audience compelled the true dragon emperor to take the matter seriously, leading to the convening of a royal assembly. Within the sacred palace of the royal court, officials of all ranks gathered. The true dragon emperor sat majestically upon his dragon throne, his expression composed, casting a sidelong glance at the herald beside him. The herald stepped forward and proclaimed in a clear voice, Summon Jiang Wu Marquis, Grand General, to the throne. It was evident that the true Dragon Emperor was already well aware of the unfolding events. The true dragon sword was bestowed by the late emperor, and there was but one in all the land. It was hoped that the sovereign would discern the truth. Without any hesitation, Long Guang presented the true dragon sword, calling upon the court officials and military leaders to discern its authenticity. Many of these civil and military dignitaries were veterans of the previous dynasty and were familiar with the true dragon sword. The true dragon emperor himself was intimately acquainted with this legendary weapon. With their expertise, there was little chance of error. This sword was undoubtedly the genuine article belonging to the late emperor. Indeed, I have witnessed the late emperor wield this sword. There can be no doubt of its authenticity. The royal seal and the dragon engravings are meticulously crafted, a true masterpiece. Subsequently, the court was abuzz with discussions, and a consensus emerged that the true dragon sword in Long Guang's possession was authentic. After a thorough examination, the true dragon emperor nodded in agreement but refrained from voicing any opinion. While the ministers were free to express their views as the sovereign, he had to exercise caution in his words. After all, Jiang Taifeng also possessed a true dragon sword, and it was wise to compare both swords to ascertain which was the true one. With the support of the court, Long Guang's spirit soared, restoring his former bravado. What say you, Marquis Jiangwu? Why not bring forth your counterfeit for all to see? Long Guang mocked with a sneer. Jiang Taifeng merely huffed, disregarding the provocation, and presented his true dragon sword for inspection. A multitude of ministers gathered around, scrutinizing it closely. This sword also appears to be genuine. Indeed, it bore no flaws and seemed even more formidable than the one previously examined. Which sword is the true one? How can this be? I once safeguarded the true dragon sword. How could there possibly be two identical ones? Which is authentic and which is merely a facade? Similarly, the true dragon sword forged by Jiang Yi is impeccable, and all the civil and military officials of the court unanimously recognize it as authentic. Observing this, Jiang Taifeng let out a long sigh of relief, glancing at Jiang Yi with a sense of astonishment in his heart. Jiang Yi managed to forge the true dragon sword in just 1 month, flawless in every aspect, which is indeed terrifying. What? This is impossible. Long Guang was displeased. His previous expression of pride swiftly transformed into one of anger. Ultimately, both true dragon swords were presented before the true dragon emperor for verification of their authenticity. The true dragon emperor examined them meticulously for a full half-hour. Yet he could not discern their genuineness. I too cannot distinguish between true and false. In the end, the true dragon emperor could only smile helplessly. Upon hearing this, the court erupted in an uproar, as everyone seemed astonished that even the true dragon emperor could not tell the difference. Furthermore, several top-ranking royal craftsmen were also unable to determine their authenticity, each holding firm to their own opinions, indicating that this farce was far from resolution. Jiang Yi was quietly discussing with Jiang Taifeng and others, evidently strategizing their next course of action. Moments later, as the crowd was at a loss, Jiang Taifeng suddenly spoke up. I have a very simple method to distinguish the authenticity of these two true dragon swords. His words immediately captured everyone's attention. Long Guang and others looked at Jiang Taifeng with heightened vigilance, uncertain of what trick he might have up his sleeve. Oh, what clever method does Duke Jiang have? Please enlighten us, commanded the true dragon emperor. The method is quite straightforward. The true dragon sword is not merely an object of veneration. It is also a formidable weapon. Observing it with mere eyes makes it exceedingly difficult to discern its authenticity. It would be far more prudent to test the might of two true dragon swords. For the one exhibiting greater power must undoubtedly be the genuine article, blessed by the late emperor, as Jiang Taifeng suggested. Indeed, this method is quite advantageous, he remarked. Might the great general be willing to partake in this trial? The true dragon emperor nodded in agreement. Long Guang hesitated momentarily, for this was a proposal put forth by Jiang Taifeng, clearly skewed in their favor. Nevertheless, Long Guang was resolute in his belief that the sword he possessed was the authentic one. There was no reason for him to retreat. Very well, I am willing to accept the challenge, Long Guang declared, embracing the contest. In the royal palace, the court officials and military personnel retreated, creating a vast space for the impending duel. Several members of the royal family, all adept in the art of cultivation, collaborated to establish a sixth-grade spiritual formation, thus conjuring a sealed battlefield. A sixth-grade spiritual formation is already among the pinnacle in the mundane realm. Even a figure of the sharp-edge realm would find it impossible to breach unless they attained the second stage of cultivation, the condensed blade realm, which would allow them to consolidate their sharpness into a formidable force capable of shaking the sixth-grade formation. This contest aimed to measure the true dragon sword's power, with each side designating a cultivator to engage in combat. The military marquis's estate dispatched Jiang Yi, while the general's estate sent forth an unfamiliar figure. This individual was robust and distinguished, clad in silver armor, and served as one of the dragon cavalry leaders, his cultivation level comparable to that of Jiang Yi, both being at the 9th level of body refinement. With two practitioners at this level clashing swords, it was utterly implausible that the 6th-grade formation would be breached, allowing the assembled court officials to observe the spectacle up close. Of course, Jiang Yi, having proposed such a challenge, had certainly devised a strategy in advance. The true dragon sword forged by him, in both momentum and spiritual array, was not inferior to that of his opponent. Moreover, it was freshly minted, pristine, and entirely unblemished. In contrast, the true dragon sword wielded by his adversary, despite appearing intact on the surface, bore the scars of countless battles. With its internal structure and spiritual array core somewhat compromised, Jiang Yi was confident that the sword in his possession was undoubtedly more resilient and possessed greater might than his rivals. Sensing Jiang Yi's air of disdain, the dragon rider leader emitted a cold chuckle. A clash of strength? Excellent, that is precisely my intention. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the leader brandished his true dragon sword, executing a sweeping strike aimed directly at Jiang Yi. A powerful blade aura erupted, slicing through the void and summoning a terrifying force that caused the surrounding spiritual array to tremble slightly. Come at me. Jiang Yi advanced rather than retreating, propelling himself forward with a forceful stride, lifting his sword to meet the oncoming blade, resulting in a fierce collision. The sound of metal clashing reverberated as sparks flew. The two true dragon swords met briefly before separating, both warriors being thrust back several paces, their arms tingling from the impact. The opponent struck downwards with immense power, while Jiang Yi thrust upwards. Though his method of exertion was not as potent as that of his adversary, the outcome was remarkably equal. In this exchange, Jiang Yi's advantage in strength became evident. However, this was not merely a contest of martial prowess, but a test of the true dragon sword's quality, rendering the magnitude of their strength irrelevant to the result. Those observing from outside the spiritual array were left astonished. After all, many were unfamiliar with Jiang Yi, and even those who didn't know him were only aware that he was the chief alchemist of the martial marquis manor. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yi's strength proved to be even more formidable than that of the dragon rider leader. Sensing the peculiar gazes of the onlookers, the dragon rider leader's face flushed slightly, swiftly followed by a surge of indignation rising from the depths of his heart. It is worth noting that Jiang Yi is merely a Dan master, yet he is capable of suppressing someone of the dragon rider leader's stature. How utterly embarrassing. Most significantly, the true dragon emperor was observing as well. Although he was merely examining the true dragon sword, to be overshadowed by Jiang Yi in terms of cultivation would undoubtedly cast a shadow over his future prospects. Damn it. As this thought crossed his mind, the dragon rider leader gritted his teeth and abruptly summoned his inner energy, unleashing his full strength. A hum resonated as a flicker of spiritual light erupted from the sword, revealing that the dragon rider leader had surreptitiously employed a martial technique. This technique, known as the inch ray slash, consumed half of his internal vitality to elevate his energy limit, thereby tripling the power of the true dragon sword. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, a shadow darted towards Jiang Yi at lightning speed, a silver gleam in hand, akin to a meteor racing towards the moon. Jiang Yi had no time for hesitation. He grasped his sword with both hands and executed a diagonal slash. This was a rudimentary maneuver, devoid of any martial enhancements, aimed solely at utilizing the inherent capabilities of the true dragon sword to confront his opponent directly. The principle of force operates reciprocally. The martial technique employed by the Dragon Rider leader had not activated the spiritual array within the sword, but merely unleashed a more potent force and increased speed. If Jiang Yi could successfully parry this strike, it was inevitable that the backlash from this force would befall the attacker. In that fleeting moment, a thunderous sound erupted, and brilliant light surged forth, penetrating the spiritual formation and illuminating the vast expanse of the Imperial Sacred Palace to a blinding brilliance, causing the onlookers to instinctively close their eyes. The spiritual formation's protective barrier trembled violently several times, yet ultimately remained unbroken. After approximately 3 brief instants, the overwhelming, dazzling light gradually dissipated, restoring clarity to the spectator's vision. However, when their gazes once again converged upon the scene within the spiritual formation, nearly everyone was rendered speechless, including Jiang Taifeng, Long Guang, and even the true Dragon Emperor, all of whom stood in astonished silence, their mouths agape in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. Yet, in stark contrast to his moment of triumphant delight, Long Guang and his companions outside the spiritual formation were struck with alarm, their expression shifting dramatically as they stared in disbelief at the broken sword fragment beneath the feet of the Dragon Rider leader. The leader, sensing the unsettling atmosphere, lowered his gaze to inspect the true dragon's sword in his hand, only to be met with the shocking sight of its blade having been severed. What? The Dragon Rider leader was utterly bewildered. His gaze shifted swiftly, landing on the intact true dragon sword in Jiang Yi's possession, which appeared completely unharmed. This cannot be. How could this happen? The true dragon sword is broken. It is impossible. Mine is the genuine article. Stunned for several heartbeats, Long Guang suddenly erupted in a furious roar, his entire being trembling with disbelief. The ensuing uproar sent shockwaves through the entire imperial court, igniting a fervor that turned the atmosphere electric. Meanwhile, Jiang Taifeng and his companions were overwhelmed with joy, their elation spilling forth in tears of happiness. The feeling of emerging from the brink of death, that sensation of returning from the depths of hell, the profound contemplation of having survived a calamity. Countless thoughts surged forth, rendering one unable to contain their emotions. Moreover, this time, Jiang Yi not only saved the Jiang family, but also directly thwarted the general's residence, triumphing in the wager. How could such a feat not evoke excitement? Chapter 39. Returning to one's true form, gazing at the severed blade lying on the ground, Long Guang stood frozen in shock. The outcome was already glaringly apparent, yet he could hardly fathom that a genuine weapon could succumb to a counterfeit. What a profound irony! As he stared at the broken sword, an involuntary chill coursed through Long Guang's body, and cold sweat trickled down his back, causing him to tremble slightly. The distinction between genuine and fake was not merely a matter of losing a wager for Long Guang. One must remember the havoc he had previously wreaked upon the martial marquis residence, disturbing the inner courtyard, injuring a Jiang family guard, and humiliating the Grand Elder, compelling him to consume 100 poisons pill. Not to mention, even Jiang Qingyue had narrowly escaped humiliation. Jiang Qingyue was the dragon's reverse scale of Jiang Taifeng, a person one must never provoke. Contemplating the terrifying consequences of this chain of events, Long Guang felt his legs weaken, sweat pouring from his brow. The esteemed general of the true dragon ancient dynasty, leader of 100,000 iron cavalry, was now reduced to trembling in fear. This illustrates the gravity of the situation. Observing Long Guang, who appeared almost soulless, Jiang Yi's lips curled into a cold smile. Long Guang, this is your well-deserved retribution. As the saying goes, those who do not act shall not perish. Those who act recklessly shall perish even more. Had it not been for Long Guang's relentless aggression and provocations, seeking to trample the martial marquis residence underfoot, he would not have met with such a complete and utter defeat. Not only Long Guang, but also Feng Danzi and others were left utterly dumbfounded, particularly Feng Danzi, who, despite being merely a pawn of Long Guang, was the most audacious in provoking the situation at Wuhou Mansion, even coming perilously close to tarnishing Jiang Qingyue's reputation. Feng Danzi could almost envision his impending doom. The authenticity of the true dragon sword had been established, and there was no dissent from the Grand General, was there? Jiang Taifeng had regained his former composure, his voice now imbued with a newfound steadiness. The burdens upon Jiang Taifeng's heart had been lifted. As a victor, he naturally exuded the poise befitting one of his stature. Long Guang clenched his teeth, evidently reluctant, yearning to put up a struggle. However, the facts were indisputable, leaving no room for his rebuttal. At that moment, the dynamics of power between Jiang Taifeng and Long Guang had completely reversed. During their audience, Long Guang had once been arrogant and imposing. Yet now he was stripped of that bravado. This shift did not go unnoticed by the court officials, who were not foolish. They understood the implications of these developments. In the true Dragon Dynasty, Long Guang and Jiang Taifeng held the most significant power, and it was now exceedingly difficult for Long Guang to regain his footing. Henceforth, Jiang Taifeng's position would only become increasingly fortified, necessitating the cultivation of favorable relations with him. In light of these considerations, a minister promptly stepped forward to offer counsel. Your Majesty, the true dragon sword is a divine weapon of the late emperor, indeed invincible. The sword in the Grand General's hand is clearly a counterfeit. Indeed, it is undoubtedly a forgery. One wonders where the Grand General procured such a sham. The Grand General has handled this matter abysmally, resorting to a false true dragon sword to defame Jiang Wuhou, harboring ulterior motives. It is truly disheartening to discover that the great general possesses such a character, especially given the emperor's profound trust in him. Before long, many began to shift their allegiances, directing their blame towards Long Guang. However, the difference lies in the fact that Jiang Yi was a victim of deception, while Long Guang had brought this predicament upon himself. Jiang Yi could deeply empathize with Long Guang's current state of mind, yet he felt no compassion. Rather, he found a sense of comfort in witnessing Long Guang's downfall. Enough, esteemed lords, please maintain silence. This matter is one that I shall adjudicate, declared the Dragon Emperor. Instantly, the vast imperial court fell into a hushed stillness. Your Majesty, I believe this to be a misunderstanding. This counterfeit is as Long Guang's thoughts raced, and he appeared somewhat flustered, attempting to offer an explanation while his gaze darted about, seemingly in search of assistance. Yet, at this moment, no one was inclined to extend a helping hand. As despair began to envelop Long Guang, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Feng Danzi, igniting a spark of joy within him. This counterfeit was stolen by Feng Danzi, and I too was deceived by him. It was through my momentary negligence that I inadvertently offended Jiang Wuhou. I implore your Majesty to show mercy. Without hesitation, Long Guang callously shifted the blame onto Feng Danzi. Upon hearing this, Feng Danzi was utterly terrified, collapsing to the ground in a flurry of kowtows. Just as he prepared to defend himself, Long Guang struck him with a forceful blow, rendering him unconscious. You wretch, you should have been dealt with long ago. Long Guang seethed, glaring at the unconscious Feng Danzi. This action was, of course, a desperate attempt to obscure his own culpability and prevent Feng Danzi from revealing the truth. Feng Danzi truly reaps what he sows. Initially, he believed that aligning himself with the general's residence would lead to his ascension, yet in the end, he gained nothing and instead faces the direst of fates. Although Long Guang shifted the blame onto Feng Danzi, such a defense lacks credibility. The true Dragon Emperor is a discerning individual. He would not be oblivious to the intricacies of this affair. Nevertheless, as the Grand General of the Empire, Long Guang, barring any treasonous acts, is unlikely to suffer severe repercussions. Ultimately, this reflects a dereliction of duty on the part of the Grand General. It would be prudent for the Grand General to personally apologize to Marquis Jiang Wu and offer substantial reparations. In turn, this emperor shall represent the empire in extending condolences to the Wu Marquis. As for Feng Danzi, let him be executed, declared the true Dragon Emperor, lacking alternative recourse. The true Dragon Emperor resorted to monetary compensation to mitigate the calamity. This verdict is indeed lenient for Long Guang, barely scratching the surface of consequence. However, the true Dragon Emperor was already aware of the wager between them, a bet of considerable stakes that would surely bring Long Guang hardship. Thus, he chose not to intervene excessively lest he offend both parties. Long Guang, taken aback, found it astonishing that the true Dragon Emperor would so readily grant him clemency. Chapter 40. Return to the realm of cultivators. When Jiang Taifeng spoke these words, a commotion erupted within the imperial court, with ministers fervently discussing the matter. The wager between Jiang Taifeng and Long Guang was shrouded in secrecy. Apart from their respective family elites, only the true Dragon Emperor was privy to its details. Therefore, when Jiang Taifeng unveiled the contents of the wager to the public, it indeed startled the entire assembly of civil and military officials. The content of this wager is undeniably sensational. It demands that the esteemed general of the empire kneel and acknowledge his fault, while the general's manor has been thoroughly trampled by the Martial Marquis' estate. When the true Dragon Emperor reviewed the terms of the wager and confirmed the authentic signature of Long Guang, he could only sigh in resignation. Since this agreement reflects the consensus between both parties, it would be inappropriate for me to intervene. You must resolve this matter on your own. The true Dragon Emperor's statement tacitly acknowledged the validity of the wager. Upon hearing this, Long Guang collapsed onto the ground, his gaze vacant and his complexion ashen. Defeated, the general's arrogance had been utterly extinguished, and even if he were to rise again in the future, the shadows of this defeat would forever haunt him. Indeed, following this incident, the Martial Marquis' estate would grow even more formidable, leaving the general's manor with little hope for resurgence. What is this? Is the general feigning helplessness? Humph. Jiang Taifeng chuckled. Long Guang took a deep breath. The thought of kneeling before the assembled ministers to confess his error to Jiang Taifeng was more agonizing than death itself. Yet, Long Guang was no ordinary man. Having navigated the corridors of power for so long, he understood that circumstances change, and he was compelled to bow his head. As long as he had breath in his body, there would surely be opportunities for vengeance and retribution in the future. When he successfully rises again, reclaiming power and restoring his glory, who would dare to speak of today's events? Who would even remember them? Perhaps this was a form of self-consolation or a way to endure hardship, but Long Guang gritted his teeth and, before the gathered civil and military officials, knelt at Jiang Taifeng's feet. Martial Marquis, this humble servant acknowledges his mistake. Witnessing this explosive scene, many believed it to be an illusion, while others trembled uncontrollably. Who could have imagined that the formidable general of the true Dragon Ancient Dynasty, a figure of unparalleled arrogance and dominance, would find himself kneeling before another? In the realm of the true Dragon Ancient Dynasty, how immense was Long Guang's authority! He did not even need to prostrate himself before the true Dragon Emperor during court assemblies. A mere bow sufficed. Yet, this seemingly untouchable individual now finds himself in such a state of disgrace. Witnesses looked on, their hearts trembling with apprehension. Before long, this incident would reverberate throughout every corner of the true Dragon Ancient Dynasty, undoubtedly elevating the Wuhou mansion once more, while the general's mansion would likely remain in perpetual decline. 3 days later, a grand banquet was held at the Wuhou mansion. In the expansive courtyard, boxes upon boxes of treasures, jewels, silks, even spirit stones and elixirs were amassed, all sent as an apology from the general's mansion and the true Dragon Emperor. Jiang Yi emerged as the principal architect of this affair, prompting Jiang Taifeng to host a celebratory feast in his honor, attended by many prominent families. The elders of the Jiang family, who had once harbored doubts about Jiang Yi and even whispered slanders, now expressed their sincere apologies. Having witnessed Jiang Yi's salvation of the Wuhou mansion, of course, Jiang Yi bore no grudges over such trivial matters. His thoughts were already focused on the future, particularly his plans following his entry into the Blackshin sect. Master Jiangdan, we owe you a debt of gratitude for rescuing our Wuhou mansion and thwarting Long Guang, Jiang Taifeng exclaimed. What reward do you desire? He raised several cups in jovial celebration, clearly in high spirits. I seek the guaranteed admission into the Blackshin sect, Jiang Yi stated without a hint of hesitation. Given Jiang Yi's esteemed position in Wu Ho's regard, such a request posed no issue whatsoever. Upon hearing this, Jiang Taifeng and the others were momentarily taken aback. They had anticipated that Jiang Yi might request some rare treasures or even propose a marriage alliance with the Wu Ho, but they did not expect this particular wish. "Oh, you wish to go to the Black Xin sect?" Jiang Taifeng inquired with curiosity. Indeed, Jiang Yi offered no further explanation. After a brief contemplation, Jiang Taifeng smiled. "That is certainly feasible. This opportunity was originally reserved for you, but since you wish to join the Black Xin sect, it shall be yours. After all, there is a guaranteed quota for admission to the Black Xin sect each year, and keeping you by my side for another year could also prove advantageous." Jiang Taifeng recognized that someone of Jiang Yi's caliber was destined for greater things. The modest confines of the Wuho mansion could scarcely contain him. With a tinge of regret, Jiang Taifeng retrieved a black token from a pouch filled with treasures. "This is the admission token for the Black Xin sect. I will also draft a confidential letter for you. With these 2 items, they will accept you unconditionally." Jiang Taifeng handed the black token to Jiang Yi. Upon securing the token, Jiang Yi smiled faintly. The coveted opportunity to enter the Black Xin sect was finally within his grasp. After spending several months in the mundane world for this chance, he was now on the brink of re-entering the realm of cultivators, filling him with exhilaration. "Wonderful. Once I enter the Black Xin sect, I will surely uncover the identity of those who have wronged me. To my fallen brothers and sisters, I, Jiang Yi, vow to avenge you." The Kunlun Immortal Sect, situated within a small celestial realm, is regarded as the pinnacle of the cultivator's world, accessible only to the most prestigious sects of celestial beings and demonic lords. Below this celestial realm lies the vast expanse of the mortal realm, a boundless territory filled with mountains and seas that stretch infinitely. In the grand tapestry of the myriad realms, colossal empires such as the True Dragon Ancient Dynasty are but mere specks of dust, while the true powers that govern the vast world are not the imperial dynasties but the reclusive sections. Take, for instance, the Black Xin sect. Although it lies hidden within the depths of the mountains, it holds dominion over the spiritual veins of the earth and wields the fates of dozens of empires. Should they so choose, they could bring about the annihilation of these realms at any moment. With his past experiences and knowledge acquired during his time in the minor immortal realm, Jiang Yi is well versed in the extensive lore of the various sects within the vast world, having journeyed to the lower realms himself. Consequently, while the entrance to the Black Xin sect is elusive to the common folk, it presents no challenge to Jiang Yi. Nestled within the Tianma mountain range, the sect is enshrouded by an immense and bewildering formation, perpetually cloaked in mist and besieged by ominous winds. Those who venture within are destined to lose their way and fall prey to the spiritual beasts lurking therein. As a master of spiritual formations, Jiang Yi remains unperturbed by such illusions. Moreover, the Black Xin token he possesses offers a guiding intuition, even without a deep understanding of formations. He can navigate his way through the labyrinthine paths it reveals. As Jiang Yi ascends for 3 hours, a towering black stone pillar, reminiscent of a guardian giant, appears within his line of sight. This pillar, soaring to a height of 100 zhang, pulsates with a palpable surge of spiritual energy, while swirling demonic mists encircle it, as if challenging any who dare approach. This marks the entrance to the Black Xin sect, Jiang Yi muses. A further ascent of 100 steps leads to an expansive plateau atop the mountain, its surface seemingly cleaved by a great axe, presenting a smooth and level expanse. Upon the plains, towering black pavilions of sorcery rise ominously, enveloped in an atmosphere that is both eerie and foreboding, yet constructed with unparalleled finesse. As if sculpted by divine hands, the surrounding mountains, shrouded in mist, lend an ethereal quality to these structures, making them appear suspended in midair, evoking profound awe. Were it anyone else, they would undoubtedly be overwhelmed by the grandeur before them. However, Jiang Yi, accustomed to the wonders of the Kunlun Immortal Sect, finds no surprise here. Each of its 10 marvels is a masterpiece of nature's artistry, even without comparing it to the celestial sects. Many demonic sects within the minor celestial realms boast far more magnificent and imposing edifices than this black mystic gate. Consequently, Jiang Yi harbors little interest in the mountain scenery of the Black Mystic Gate and promptly strides toward the cluster of pavilions. Before long, he is noticed by the disciples guarding the mountain. Who approaches? A robust man clad in black with thick brows and bright eyes demands. This individual, a practitioner at the 7th level of body refinement, might be considered formidable in the mundane world, yet here at the Black Mystic Gate, he merely serves as a guardian disciple of the outer gate. The guardian remains silent, leading Jiang Yi to his destination before departing alone. Form an orderly line, one at a time. A cacophony of voices draws Jiang Yi's attention nearby. He observes a group of dozens of young boys and girls, queuing in anticipation of their trial assessments. These youths, merely 13 or 14 years of age, exhibit relatively modest cultivation levels, the highest being only at the 5th level of body refinement. Nevertheless, they are remarkable seedlings of potential. That one over there, fall in line at the back. Jiang Yi muses, when suddenly an elder clad in black emerges from the pavilion, beckoning him with a wave. Jiang Yi spoke little, swiftly integrating into the group. Standing among a throng of adolescents aged 13 or 14, he felt somewhat out of place, akin to a crane amidst a flock of chickens. Several youths whispered among themselves about Jiang Yi, evoking the sensation of a repeating student mingling with newcomers. Xiao Ji, possessing a talent of the 2nd rank, was assigned to the Central District. Chen Zhao, with a talent of the 3rd rank, was sent to the Lower District. Zhang Mo, endowed with first-rate talent, was dispatched to the Upper District. The pace of the trial assessments was brisk, diverging from traditional evaluations by methodically testing strength, speed, and mental acuity, among other attributes. The testing system of the Black Xian sect was both enigmatic and straightforward. One merely needed to enter a dim chamber, undergo stimulation from a spiritual formation, and through a series of calculations, their innate potential would be revealed. Jiang Yi found this method of assessment quite agreeable, as it was markedly more agile and efficient than the rigid practices of many ancient sections. It appeared that all demonic sects ardently pursued efficiency. The group moved quickly, and soon after, Jiang Yi was summoned inside. Upon entering the trial chamber, he observed the disciples who had completed their assessments, now divided into 4 groups, each standing in designated areas marked with the characters A, B, C, and D. The A zone was the least populated, containing only 1 individual, the one with the highest talent among them. Following the Black Xian sect's evaluations, disciples would be assigned to different locations for cultivation based on their abilities. Those assigned to the Upper District would receive the finest resources and mentorship, while the Central District was a step down. Conversely, those relegated to the Lower District faced a bleak future, as it housed the greatest number of individuals, making competition fierce and the allocation of medicinal resources meager. Rising from the Lower District is far more arduous than ascending from the Middle or Upper Districts. The guardians of the mountain, all disciples of the Lower District, engage in such menial tasks, while their counterparts from the Upper and Middle Districts scarcely partake in these trivialities, thus affording them more time for cultivation. Among the several disciples in the pavilion, some harbor secret delight, yet the majority were expressions of desolation, with a few unable to suppress their sobs. Why weep? If you have chosen to join the Black Xian sect and embrace the path of a demon cultivator, you must embody the spirit of a demon practitioner. Your senior brother, who will escort you, is on his way. Should he witness your tears, you shall be assigned to an even lesser place, the elderly man in black admonished sternly. Upon hearing these words, the weeping disciples promptly ceased their lamentations. Jiang Yi inwardly sighed, recognizing that the methods of the demon sect indeed possess a brutality and directness surpassing that of the Immortal Sect. However, this approach serves to temper the disciples' resolve, rendering them more mature and seasoned than their immortal counterparts. You are a direct entry disciple from the Wuhou mansion? After ensuring the little ones were in order, the black-clad elder turned his attention to Jiang Yi's token and confidential letter. Upon entering this dark chamber, you need do nothing but relax your mind and body. Emerge after 10 moments. Do you understand? The elder stated. Jiang Yi nodded, opened the door to the dark chamber, and stepped inside. The chamber was modest in size, less than a cubit square, shrouded in dimness, with faint waves of light traversing the walls, continuously scanning Jiang Yi's form. This was a 5th-grade spiritual array, specifically designed to assess the talents of cultivators. For the demon sect, which is not adept at constructing spiritual arrays, this constituted a sophisticated formation. 1 moment, 2 moments, 3 moments. As Jiang Yi underwent his assessment within the shadowy chamber, luminous patterns began to emerge incessantly on the stone wall outside, intricately calculating his innate potential. Upon the completion of the evaluation, these radiant designs would coalesce to reveal a rank of talent, subsequently materializing into a token that symbolized Jiang Yi's identity as a disciple of the Black Shin sect. The varying hues of the tokens indicated distinct levels of aptitude. Purple denoted the highest tier, followed by red, green, and finally white for the lowest. As time progressed, the luminous patterns multiplied and grew increasingly intricate, prompting the elder in black to furrow his brow. Typically, a greater complexity of patterns signified a more challenging calculation, implying that the individual being assessed possessed an extraordinary potential for talent. How could it be so convoluted? This is utterly astounding. The elder inhaled deeply. Moments later, Jiang Yi emerged from the chamber, yet the luminous patterns on the stone wall continued to surge and fluctuate, engaged in fervent computation. The elder's gaze shifted, fixating intently on a recess at the base of the wall, the very spot where the disciple's token would be dispensed. He was eager to discern the level of Jiang Yi's innate talent. Surely, a purple token of the highest caliber was a foregone conclusion. Just as the elder contemplated this, the recess emitted a distinct click, and the token final mint emerged. However, it was not one of the 4 anticipated colors. Instead, it radiated a pure, resplendent gold. A saint token. The elder erupted in a roar. Chapter 42. Confrontation of foes. What had initially appeared as a dimly lit trial chamber was suddenly illuminated by this brilliant golden light. In the crevice of the stone wall, a half-exposed golden card captivated the attention of all present, particularly the young ones whose eyes widened in astonishment. The elderly man clad in black, responsible for the testing, was animatedly exclaiming, "Holy card! Holy card! What does holy card mean?" Jiang Yi was somewhat perplexed as he casually extracted the golden token. This golden holy card was merely the size of a palm, indistinguishable from the tokens of other testers, yet its vivid hue was strikingly remarkable. Inscribed upon the holy card were arcane sacred patterns and Jiang Yi's basic information. Are you truly unaware of the holy card of the Black Shin sect? It is said that even those whose talents surpass the A-class limit rarely possess a holy card. The odds are exceedingly slim. It's simply astonishing. The elderly man hurriedly snatched the holy card from Jiang Yi's grasp, scrutinizing it with utmost reverence, as though it were a priceless treasure. The holy card was exceedingly rare within the Black Shin sect, appearing perhaps once every few decades or even centuries. Possessing a holy card often symbolizes a superlative genius. Although there are exceptions where individuals, despite holding a holy card, remain rather unremarkable. However, most who acquire it become figures of great influence. Jiang Yi was the first in nearly 3 centuries to possess a holy card, inciting envy among the other testers. Yet, upon comprehending the situation, Jiang Yi maintained a demeanor of tranquility. What a jest! Had I not been sealed in my cultivation, I would already have attained the 5th level of the Tao refinement stage. What is so peculiar about drawing a holy card? Jiang Yi chuckled inwardly. After the elderly figure in black returned the holy card to Jiang Yi, he remarked, as the holder of the holy card, "You will enjoy numerous privileges within the Black Mysterious sect. You must be a person of great fortune. Henceforth, you should make good use of this holy card." Privileges? What sort of privileges? Jiang Yi inquired, intrigued. Well, for instance, you can extract elixirs and spirit stones without restriction. There are also divine abilities and secret techniques available, and even the cultivation of forbidden arts is not out of the question. There are other privileges, but I cannot recall them all at the moment, as it has been far too long since a holy card has appeared. You may research the details later. Of course, possessing the holy card does not grant you absolute freedom. Given your current cultivation level, The privileges the holy card affords you are also limited. The higher your cultivation, the greater the powers of the holy card. There was once a rather mediocre practitioner who held a holy card, despite its possession. His weak cultivation meant it could not be of significant use to him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi felt a sense of clarity. The ability to extract elixirs and spirit stones without limitation alone was tremendously gratifying. This meant he would no longer have to worry about the resources necessary for cultivation. Jiang Yi took a deep breath, quietly marveling at his fortune. After calming his mind, the elderly figure in black began to announce, "Jiang Yi, you are to be sent to." However, before he could finish his sentence, a figure suddenly flashed into the trial pavilion, interrupting him. "Jiang Yi, you are to be sent to the lower district." The voice was frigid and resolute, carrying an undercurrent of fury. At this proclamation, a stir rippled through the crowd, particularly affecting Jiang Yi, whose gaze immediately fell upon the newcomer. It was Bo Yao. Jiang Yi furrowed his brows, unexpectedly encountering him here. Truly, fate had a peculiar way of intertwining adversaries. "Senior brother Boyo, are you suggesting Jiang Yi is to be sent to the lower district?" The elderly man clad in black spoke with utmost respect, yet his expression betrayed his bewilderment. Boyo approached with a hint of sinister charm, a cold smirk gracing his lips as his gaze remained fixated on Jiang Yi, unwavering. "What? Is there a problem?" Boyo retorted, not even sparing a glance at the elderly man in black. It turned out that Boyo was the individual the old man referred to, sent to escort the newly initiated disciples. Jiang Yi is a holy card mage. Sending him to the lower district seems rather illogical. The black-clad elder hesitated, choosing his words with caution. Clearly, Boyo was not someone he could provoke, and the evident hostility directed at Jiang Yi placed the elder in a precarious position. "What? Holy card?" The previously imposing Boyo's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing the term holy card mage, as if struck by a sudden revelation. Having just entered the trial pavilion, he had only heard the elder declare Jiang Yi's destination, unaware of Jiang Yi's holy card aptitude. Thus, upon hearing Jiang Yi's name, Boyo's mind was instantly flooded with the humiliating memory from the forest, prompting him to insist on sending Jiang Yi to the lower district without hesitation. Boyo held a respectable position within the Blackshin sect, granting him certain privileges to send a newly admitted disciple to the lower district. However, he could never have anticipated that Jiang Yi had indeed manifested the holy card talent. As his gaze fell, Boyo's eyes were drawn to the golden token grasped tightly in Jiang Yi's hand. Inhaling sharply, the chill in Boyo's countenance deepened significantly. How detestable! This individual is indeed a saint card bearer, an affront that is utterly intolerable. Bo Yao's fury surged within him, finding himself in a predicament. "Senior brother Bo Yao, to which district is Jiang Yi being sent?" inquired the elder cloaked in black. Jiang Yi maintained his silence, observing Bo Yao's reaction with keen interest. "Of course, he is to be sent to the lower district." With gritted teeth, Bo Yao resolved to confront Jiang Yi to the bitter end. "What of the saint card? Offending me, Bo Yao, will yield no good fortune for you." Bo Yao cast a cold glare at Jiang Yi, internally seething. Upon hearing these words, the elder in black, along with the other trial participants, expressed their bewilderment, struggling to comprehend. Jiang Yi, however, remained considerably more composed. Given his understanding of Bo Yao, such a course of action was plausible. "Senior brother Bo Yao, is this truly wise?" The elder in black questioned, visibly troubled. "What is unwise about it? What of Jiang Yi obtaining the saint card? At his tender age, yet to enter the Blade Edge realm. It is sufficient to indicate a deficiency in talent," Bo Yao retorted with a scoff. Although Bo Yao's ire was directed at Jiang Yi, he did not misstate this fact. If one were to disregard Jiang Yi's sealed cultivation at the age of 18, his 9th level of body refinement indeed fell short of being considered exceptional talent. If Jiang Yi were truly gifted, even in the lower district, he would still have the potential to rise. The lower district, fraught with competition, could serve as an even better opportunity for honing one's skills. Am I not entitled, as the scion of the Water Gate, to make this decision? Bo Yao, losing his patience, resolved to exert pressure on the Elder in Black through his status. Bo Yao holds a significant position within the Black Xin sect, akin to Tanghua, both being daughters of the sect leader. However, the former belongs to the Water sect while the latter is part of the Tang sect. Chapter 43. The challenge from the lower district. The Black Xin sect encompasses 7 factions, with the Tang sect and the Water sect being 2 of them, alongside another faction known as the Imperial sect. Within the Tianma mountain range, only these 3 major powers currently reside, while the other factions are dispersed elsewhere. This indicates that the Black Xin sect is not unified at present, but rather fragmented, nonetheless. The convergence of the 3 major powers within the Tianma mountain range renders the Black Xin sect here particularly representative. Among the Tang sect, the Water sect, and the Imperial sect, the former 2 engage in the most intense rivalries, while the Imperial sect, overseen by the Black Xin Demon Emperor, stands above the 2, possessing overall strength superior to that of the other factions. However, as the young masters of the Tang sect and Water sect, both Bo Yao and Tangu enjoy considerable standing within their sections. Thus, despite Bo Yao's cultivation not being particularly formidable at present, he wields his status to act as a small tyrant within the sect, with few daring to offend him. Particularly, as the Elder in Black is a disciple of the Water sect, he is even more reluctant to confront Bo Yao. With a sigh, the Elder in Black quietly stated, "Then let it be as Brother Bo Yao wishes. Jiang Yi shall be sent to the lower district." Many disciples whispered amongst themselves regarding this outcome, expressing their pity for Jiang Yi. Of course, a few disciples sought solace in the notion that even the holy card cultivators could only go to the lower district, leaving them with little to complain about. Nevertheless, Jiang Yi remained as composed as ever. Regardless of which district one ventures into, it will not impede Jiang Yi's cultivation progress. After all, with the sacred card in hand, he need not fret over cultivation resources. Such assurance suffices. "Jiang Yi, do you harbor any dissent?" After receiving the support of the cloaked elder, Bo Yao provocatively inquired. Jiang Yi shrugged and responded with a faint smile, "I have no objections." "That is well. Those who recognize the times are indeed the wise," Bo Yao retorted coldly. Although Jiang Yi held no objections to descending to the lower district, it did not imply that he was devoid of thoughts regarding Bo Yao's condescension. "May I inquire, which district does senior brother Bo Yao belong to?" Jiang Yi suddenly asked. "Isn't it obvious?" "Naturally, I am from the upper district." "Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey?" Bo Yao laughed, lifting his chin with an air of superiority. "Then, senior brother Bo Yao of the upper district, do you dare accept my challenge as a disciple from the lower district?" Just as Bo Yao was reveling in his own triumph, Jiang Yi's subsequent words ignited his fury like a spark to gunpowder. "What did you say? You wish to challenge me?" Bo Yao thought he misheard. The cloaked elder, along with the other trial disciples, were momentarily taken aback, gazing at the composed Jiang Yi in utter disbelief. How could Jiang Yi, merely at the 9th level of body refinement, dare to challenge Bo Yao? A practitioner at the refining path stage? Was this not akin to courting death? "I, Jiang Yi, a disciple from the lower district, formally challenge you. A disciple from the upper district. Do you dare to accept?" Jiang Yi's tone shifted abruptly, leaving no room for jest. In truth, he had long wished to slap this fellow in the face, and he never anticipated the opportunity would present itself so swiftly. Despite being a level below, Jiang Yi has now reached the 9th transformation of his vital energy, standing at the precipice of entering the realm of brilliance, with the potential to break through at any moment during combat. Even if he fails to achieve a smooth breakthrough, Jiang Yi, armed with his past combat experience, is confident he will not be defeated. Jiang Yi, this is no laughing matter. As a newly initiated disciple, even as a saint card practitioner, you must refrain from causing trouble, the elderly man in black cautioned. Jiang Yi's motivations extend beyond mere pride. His primary objective is to rapidly ascend within the Black Xin sect. The adage goes, one must seize the opportunity for fame early. Having adopted a new identity and starting from scratch, devoid of his previous accolades, he is determined to carve out a place for himself within the sect as swiftly as possible. "I have already entered the Black Xin sect and possess the Saint card. As long as I do not kill him or escalate the situation too much, it may not be a disadvantage, Jiang Yi contemplated. Needless to say, a newcomer from the lower district dares to challenge me. Bo Yao, I accept your challenge, but do not claim that I am bullying you. Today, I will lead these disciples to their training ground and lack the time to entertain you. Tomorrow afternoon, I will await you at the blade's edge. I hope you do not flee from the confrontation, Bo Yao remarked with a cold smirk. Agreed. Jiang Yi nodded in satisfaction. Very well. All of you can serve as witnesses. We shall see how you meet your demise. With a disdainful huff, Bo Yao swept his sleeve and departed, fueled by indignation. The elderly man in black quickly gestured to the others, urging, let me take you to your future training area. Hurry and follow me. Among the three major factions of the Black Mysterious Gate, the Tang Sect and the Water Sect have established a cultivation academy in the Central District, while the Imperial Sect has set up its academy in the Upper District. As for the Lower District, it has been ruthlessly abandoned by all three factions. The living conditions in the Lower District's cultivation academy are harsh, with 7 or 8 individuals often crammed into a small courtyard, leaving virtually no private space. The training grounds are even more congested, shared by dozens of people, and conflicts often arise over access to these facilities, leading to fierce competition. It is no exaggeration to say that the Lower District's cultivation academy resembles a slum, a prison. Only those who can escape this confinement are deemed worthy of demanding better conditions. When Jiang Yi and his companions arrived at the Lower District's cultivation academy, many individuals in the training grounds turned their gazes towards them. Another batch has arrived. Life here has become unbearable. Resources for cultivation are already scarce. And now newcomers are arriving. What a stroke of misfortune. It seems there are quite a few this time, perhaps 10? Let us go through the motions, everyone. Before Jiang Yi and his group could traverse the training grounds, they were swiftly surrounded by dozens of cultivators. This action left the newcomers, who were visiting the Lower District's academy for the first time, pale with fright, prompting them to huddle closer to Jiang Yi. What do you want from us? Someone timidly inquired. Either hand over your pills and spirit stones, or we'll give you a beating. That's the rule in the Lower District. A burly man with a shaved head stepped forward, grinning maliciously. Don't act recklessly. Among us are those with sacred card capabilities. Be careful lest you regret it. Another young individual retorted defiantly. Sacred card cultivators? Upon hearing these words, the individuals in the training arena were momentarily taken aback, only to erupt into hearty laughter shortly after. Little brat, do you take us for fools? A saint card bearer would never deign to come to our Lower District. Dare to deceive me, and I shall leave you crippled. The burly man guffawed, reaching out to seize the youth. At that instant, Jiang Yi casually unleashed a palm strike, swatting the man's arm away as if swatting a fly. I possess little of value, but this card is rather impressive. It should be pure gold. If you fancy it, feel free to take it. Before anyone could react, Jiang Yi cheerfully extended the saint card towards the bald giant. Chapter 44, Star-Level Practitioner Saint. Saint card. As onlookers beheld the resplendent disciple's token in Jiang Yi's hand, they were rendered utterly speechless. Subsequently, gasps of astonishment rippled through the training arena like waves, creating a rather exaggerated atmosphere. It truly is a saint card. How can this be? Why would a saint card bearer come to our Lower District? This is astonishing. It is the first time in my life I have laid eyes on a saint card. Shouldn't such practitioners reside in the Upper District of the Imperial Gates? Have they offended someone? In the training arena, the Lower District practitioners were thrown into a frenzy, murmuring about Jiang Yi while instinctively retreating a few steps. If faced with an ordinary Lower District practitioner, they would certainly plunder him to redistribute the scarce cultivation resources. However, before a saint card bearer, even with tenfold courage, they would not dare to act so recklessly. My younger brother lacks the discernment to recognize greatness. I hope you can forgive him. Just call me Baldy. I wonder how I should address you, esteemed guest? The bald man gazed at Jiang Yi with a look of reverence. His demeanor momentarily eased the tension among Jiang Yi's companions, emboldening them. His name is Jiang Yi. We refer to him as Brother Jiang, the youth remarked. Clearly, they had become quite familiar with Jiang Yi during their journey. Jiang Yi nodded and chuckled. I was merely jesting with everyone. I think I shall keep this item for myself. Indeed, this holy card is of no use to us. However, Brother Jiang, how did you come to possess a holy card in this desolate place? The bald man inquired, curiosity piqued. This question mirrored the thoughts of many others present. As Jiang Yi opened his mouth to explain, several youngsters eagerly interrupted, recounting the events involving Jiang Yi and Bo Yao in great detail. This prompted the bald man and others to turn pale with fright. Brother Jiang, you truly possess remarkable courage to challenge Bo Yao. This is major news for our Black Xian sect. The bald man exclaimed in astonishment. Is Bo Yao really that formidable? Jiang Yi countered. Within the Black Xian sect, Bo Yao was not particularly powerful. The true terrors were the star-level cultivators. Nevertheless, as the son of the Watergate's leader, his mere status invoked fear in many. For his father was a 7-star cultivator. Among star-level cultivators, the ranks from 1-star to 9-star signify increasing privileges and strength. Within the Black Mystic sect, attaining the esteemed rank of a 5-star practitioner grants one the privilege of becoming an elder, residing alone upon a peak, and even taking on disciples. Those who achieve a rank of 7 stars or higher become eligible to compete for the legacy of the Black Mystic Demon Emperor. Individuals such as Bo Yao, Tang Gua, and Yun Yang remain mere direct disciples, having yet to meet the star-level criteria. Upon learning this information, Jiang Yi developed a clear understanding of the hierarchical structure within the Black Mystic sect. Although Bo Yao is the young master of the Water sect, he has agreed to this duel as a fair contest. Should he emerge defeated, it would solely be his misfortune. Jiang Yi shrugged with a faint smile. He surmised that not only the disciples from the lower district were aware of his duel with Bo Yao. Likely, those from the upper and middle districts had also caught wind of it. By tomorrow afternoon, he anticipated a considerable number of curious onlookers, with so many witnesses present. Should Bo Yao falter, he would have no grounds for protest. Jiang Yi brimmed with confidence regarding this impending duel. Although the crowd was unaware of Jiang Yi's true cultivation level, the fact that he had obtained a holy card lent credence to his seemingly audacious claims, sparing him from ridicule. Brother Jiang, if you truly defeat Bo Yao, you will be hailed as a super newcomer, which would greatly benefit our lower district, exclaimed the bald-headed disciple, grinning mischievously. Is that so? Jiang Yi inquired, perplexed. Indeed, the Black Mystic sect has a rule designed to motivate lower district disciples. Any lower district disciple who triumphs over an upper district disciple gains immediate access to the upper district training academy. Furthermore, all lower district disciples will thereafter receive double the elixirs and spirit stones, the bald-headed disciple explained. No wonder these individuals are so enthusiastic. It appears there are benefits to be gained. Naturally, Jiang Yi harbored no disdain for the practitioners from the lower districts. Rather, he quickly befriended them, and they soon regarded him as their little leader, affectionately calling him Brother Jiang. Suddenly, amidst the casual chatter, a voice of astonishment pierced through the crowd. Isn't that the young lady from the Tang clan? Everyone, look, could it truly be the Tang clan's young lady? Let me see, exclaimed a bald man as he craned his neck. Jiang Yi and the others also turned their gazes, and indeed, they beheld a graceful figure approaching, adorned in a light blue gown that shimmered under the sun like scattered starlight. She exuded an ethereal charm that accentuated her exquisite beauty. Her long ponytail was tied high, swaying gently with each step. Many gazed at this enchanting silhouette, momentarily entranced, some even oblivious to the silver strands at the corners of their mouths. Tang Gua could be hailed as the most beautiful maiden of the Tang clan, her beauty rivaling that of the top few in the entire Black Xian sect. A goddess in the hearts of many. It truly is the Tang clan's young lady, even more stunning than the legends suggest. But wait, the Tang clan's young lady is a celestial prodigy. What brings her to our lower district? Today is indeed peculiar. Holy card practitioners and the Tang clan's young lady have both descended to the lower district. Amidst the crowd's wandering thoughts, Tang Gua's delicate visage bore a hint of anger. Her gaze fixed sternly on Jiang Yi as she called out, Jiang Yi, come here. What is happening? Jiang Yi was taken aback. He too was somewhat surprised that Tang Gua had managed to find her way to the lower district. Tangwa disregarded everything else and strode onto the martial arts arena, exuding a faint fragrance reminiscent of youthful femininity, which caused the hearts of the lower district cultivators to race uncontrollably, nearly leading them to the brink of bloodshed. "Come with me." She decisively grasped Jiang Yi's hand, hastily whisking him out of the crowd's sight. Witnessing this scene, the bald-headed individuals were left in astonishment, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Their goddess, the esteemed young lady of the Tang sect, was unexpectedly so forward with a newly initiated disciple. Such behavior was indeed rare throughout the entire Blackshian sect. Jiang Gu truly possessed exceptional charm, effortlessly captivating the Tang sect's young lady right after his entrance. For reasons unbeknownst to them, the bald-headed group inexplicably arrived at this conclusion. Chapter 45. Consolidating brilliance at the edge of a cliff in the lower district cultivation academy. The mountain breeze gently caressed Jiang Yi and Tangwa, fluttering their garments. Jiang Yi sighed helplessly, observing the anger etched on Tangwa's face, and was the first to speak. "It seems you have heard the news, haven't you? How dare you say that? Did we not agree that if you came to the Blackshian sect, you would come directly to find me? Do you still regard me as your leader?" Tangwa retorted with irritation. "Young lady, you must allow me time to seek you out. I have only just passed the trial," Jiang Yi responded. Tangwa clearly rejected this reasoning. "You're lying. Just moments ago, you were engaged in lively conversation with those people. How could you claim you had no time to find me?" She huffed. "All right." Jiang Yi's expression was one of defeat. Could this girl truly not spare even this little time? It seemed that reason had no place in discussions with women. Moreover, the most vexing part was, who prompted you to challenge Bo Yao? Are you not aware that he is at the Sharp-Edge realm? Tangwa continued. This is perhaps the source of Tangwa's utmost frustration. For her, Bo Yao is a formidable character, and it is utterly perplexing that Jiang Yi, a mere novice, dares to challenge him. After all, Jiang Yi is considered a comrade in arms to Tangwa, and naturally, she does not wish for him to suffer. "Boss, I acknowledge my mistake. However, the situation is already set in stone. There is no point in discussing it now," Jiang Yi said with a wry smile. Tangwa paused for a moment in silence before letting out a sigh, shaking her head. In a tone reminiscent of an adult admonishing a child, she remarked, "I truly find you quite exasperating. Here is a vial of, may it save your life." As she spoke, Tangwa forcefully placed a white jade vial into Jiang Yi's palm. Is a substance used to condense one's sharpness, a sacred elixir essential for those who have reached the 9th transformation of vital energy and blood. Consuming this elixir almost guarantees the manifestation of one's brilliance. To Jiang Yi's understanding, while may not be an extraordinary treasure, it is still a 5th-grade spiritual medicine. For the demon sect, which is not particularly adept at alchemy, 5th-grade spiritual medicines are quite rare and not easily obtainable. "Where did you acquire this?" Jiang Yi asked, astonished. "Rest assured, it is not stolen. Just take it and use it. Tomorrow, perform splendidly, with me backing you. You need not worry about anything, just unleash your full strength." Tangwa waved her hand and turned to leave, her blue skirt billowing in the breeze like a blue lotus swaying gracefully, her retreating figure evoking a myriad of thoughts. Jiang Yi stood momentarily entranced, his mind suddenly recalling the girl who had once taken his hand to admire the moonlight at the Lanyue Pavilion. Habitually, Jiang Yi touched the 3 live stone on his chest, his expression turning solemn. Within him, a tumult akin to a volcanic eruption surged forth, the blood and energy coursing wildly. Around Jiang Yi, a dim halo of black and white light erupted, swirling with astonishing speed like a revolving wheel. As the flow of energy transformed, it underwent a series of metamorphoses, first, second, third, until Jiang Yi swiftly completed the 9 transformations of his vital essence, a feat achieved in a single breath. With each transformation, a torrent surged forth, striking against the gateway to his mind domain, piercing through a veil that had long shrouded it, allowing him a glimpse into the profound mysteries of the Tao. In that moment, his vital essence transmuted into another form of power, magical energy. This energy coalesced into a sharp brilliance, capable of cleaving through 100 zhong, shattering gold and stone. far surpassing the might of mere vital essence. It resembled the stark contrast between spiritual artifacts and profound artifacts. When they clashed, the brilliance was undeniably overwhelming. Following the 9 transformations, a resounding echo reverberated through Jiang Yi's mind domain, akin to a grand door being flung open, awakening the consciousness that had been dormant for months. Jiang Yi had experienced this transformation before, so he did not find it novel. However, he was taken aback to discover that his mind domain bore numerous magical runes, accompanied by a restless surge of demonic energy, threatening to overwhelm his control. The explosion of this demonic essence could easily lead one to lose their sense of self. Having practiced the 9 Nether Gate, the imprint of its techniques lingered in his mind domain. Coupled with the remnants of the demonic arts he had learned in the early stages of his body refinement, these influences subtly altered his mental landscape, bestowing upon him changes previously absent. At this moment, Jiang Yi had honed his magical prowess to a sharp edge. Although not as formidable as before, he was still far more terrifying than practitioners of the same realm. Around him, numerous mountains and trees bore the scars of his formidable aura, marred by deep cuts and wounds. This was in fact a deliberate restraint of his power, were he to unleash his full might. Those stones and trees would have been severed entirely. The thought sent a shiver down Jiang Yi's spine, as he found it difficult to fathom the extent of his own strength. Satisfied with the results of the night, he felt that dealing with Bo Yao would now be as effortless as slicing through vegetables. Rising to his feet, he brushed off the dust from his clothes and prepared to depart. Suddenly, however, he sensed a disturbance in the distance. "Who dares to spy on my training?" Jiang Yi exclaimed sharply, simultaneously launching an offensive. Chapter 46. The enemy in the shadows. Now that Jiang Yi had re-entered the refining path stage, his senses had heightened significantly, allowing him to clearly discern that someone was watching him. For any practitioner, being spied upon during cultivation was a grave taboo, and Jiang Yi was no exception. In fact, he felt a surge of anger. He had not anticipated Bo Yao to be so despicable as to resort to such underhanded tactics. Without any mercy, Jiang Yi unleashed a powerful punch from 100 paces away, his magical energy converging into a sharp beam, resembling a streak of dark lightning, aimed directly at the voyeur. "This is bad." A figure quickly descended from a large tree, narrowly evading Jiang Yi's furious strike. With a thunderous crash, the ancient tree, towering 10 zhang, was instantly reduced to splinters. The silhouette narrowly evaded the attack, though appearing disheveled, suggesting a less formidable cultivation. "Since you've arrived, grace us with your presence." Even as the words reverberated, Jiang Yi materialized before the figure, launching a sudden kick that landed squarely in the abdomen. A wretched cry echoed as the figure was propelled backward like a projectile, felling 3 trees before halting. Allowing no respite, Jiang Yi reappeared beside the figure in the blink of an eye. Extending his hand, magical power surged forth like a vortex, forming a force field that ensnared the now mangled figure. "What enticements did Bo Yao offer to make you risk your life spying on me?" Jiang Yi scoffed. The figure was unrecognizable, obscured by blood and gore. Bo Yao? I don't know any Bo Yao. Please, spare me." The figure weakly pleaded. Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow, sneering, "Having only entered the Black Xian Gate a day ago, my sole adversary is Bo Yao. If not at his behest, who else would send you to spy on me? Confess truthfully, or face a fate worse than death." As he spoke, Jiang Yi produced a packet of medicinal powder. "This concoction is known as Thousand Insect Itch. Sprinkled upon you, it will induce an unbearable pruritus, compelling you to claw at your skin incessantly, tearing through flesh, then veins, and eventually your internal organs, even your brain. Imagine the sensation. Spare me. Spare me. I'll confess. In truth, I merely accepted favors from another, promising to spy on you, and if the opportunity arose, to dispatch you." The man uttered tremulously. "Who was the benefactor who offered you such inducement?" Jiang Yi inquired, his eyes narrowing. "If not Bo Yao, who else would harbor such animosity towards him? I am ignorant of the individual's provenance. I am truly ignorant. Spare my life, esteemed sir. How might one encounter this individual?" Jiang Yi pressed further. With the adversary concealed and himself exposed, it was imperative to unravel this matter, lest he find no peace. I chanced upon him at the slope of 100 ghosts. Whether one might still encounter him there, I know not. It is rumored that within the Black Mystery Sect, there exist others who have accepted his favors, ostensibly to assassinate you. Esteemed sir, this is all I know. Spare my humble life, I implore you. The slope of 100 ghosts was a desolate tract belonging to the Black Mystery Sect, seldom visited by any, that someone would plot his assassination, and furthermore, suborn more than one disciple of the Black Mystery Sect, vexed Jiang Yi, who furrowed his brow in contemplation. After a moment's reflection, Jiang Yi, finding no clarity, scattered the 1,000 insectage upon the man. This action filled the man with mortal terror. Yet, unexpectedly, the 1,000 insectage seemed to exert no effect, and the man felt not a trace of itching or pain. Though this concoction inflicts a heart-rending torment, an unbearable itch, know this, should you heed my words. I shall aid you in expelling the poison. Yet, should you dare to disobey, I guarantee that the 1,000 insect itch will immediately take effect, causing you agony beyond endurance. Do you comprehend? Jiang Yi stated gravely. I understand. As long as you spare my life, I shall certainly comply. The other party has completely capitulated. In this circumstance, compromise is the only means of survival. Very well, I need you to return to the 100 Ghost Slope and lure that individual out for me. Of course, I shall accompany you. Jiang Yi pondered. Who could possibly be at odds with him? If it is not Bo Yao, then who could it be? Could it be Long Guang? Jiang Yi furrowed his brow and mused to himself. Long Guang had suffered greatly due to Jiang Yi, and it seemed unlikely he could ever recover. However, it was conceivable he might seek revenge against Jiang Yi. Yet, upon further reflection, this notion appeared somewhat implausible. Jiang Yi had distanced himself from the true Dragon Ancient Dynasty and entered the Black Xin sect, thereby disengaging from worldly affairs. Even if Long Guang wished to retaliate, he must consider his own capabilities. Long Guang was a shrewd individual. Having witnessed Jiang Yi's prowess, he would likely refrain from provoking him again. The likelihood of Long Guang being the culprit seemed slim, so who could it truly be? Jiang Yi shook his head, perched upon the cliff. He contemplated for a considerable time, yet still found no clues, as the dawn gradually brightened. One may evade the first day of the month, but not the 15th. The truth will eventually reveal itself. Outside Jiang Yi's door, the voice of the bald man echoed. Heh. It seems you all are quite eager for double the elixirs and spiritual stones. Jiang Yi smiled and stepped out of his room. Indeed. We must trust Brother Jiang. I have heard that Bo Yao is already waiting on the Thin Blade Peak, accompanied by many practitioners from the upper district to observe. We cannot allow ourselves to falter first, can we, brothers? The bald man let out a thunderous shout, and the courtyard outside responded in unison, creating a lively atmosphere. I will strive to secure double portions of elixirs and spirit stones for you all. Let us proceed together. Jiang Yi nodded affirmatively. Consequently, the entire lower district of the Cultivation Academy erupted in excitement, with hundreds of lower district practitioners following Jiang Yi towards the Blade Peak. This was merely a portion of the lower district cultivators from this peak. It was likely that others from various peaks would also come drawn by curiosity. In summary, this afternoon at the Blade Peak would surely attract a considerable audience. Chapter 47. The White Spirit craned the solitary peaks of the Black Mysterious Sect, numbering in the hundreds, are either the result of human endeavor or the exquisite craftsmanship of nature. The Blade Peak, also known as the One-Edge Heaven, boasts an incredibly steep terrain, almost perpendicular to the earth. As one ascends to its summit, the peak becomes increasingly vertical. The ridge is merely a foot wide, barely sufficient for a single person to stand upon, rendering such a width insignificant in comparison to the colossal mountain. Thus, from a distance, the Blade Peak resembles a razor-sharp blade, reaching skyward as if to cleave the void in twain. Typically, the Blade Peak is seldom trodden, given its steepness, which deters most climbers. However, with Bo Yao selecting this location for the decisive battle, a multitude of spectators flocked to witness the event. transforming the usually desolate Blade Peak into a bustling scene. Many practitioners from both the upper and lower districts, and even a few from the middle district, were drawn by the sensational news of a newly initiated disciple boldly challenging Bo Yao, which stirred quite a commotion. After a day and night of fervent discussion, the incident had even reached the ears of certain high-ranking elders within the Black Mysterious Sect. Surely, the Black Shinmen would not prohibit such a decisive battle. As long as both parties reach a consensus, no one can impede the confrontation. At this moment, the appointed time draws ever closer, and the number of onlooking cultivators continues to swell. Despite the throngs of spectators, the distinction among the various factions of cultivators is readily apparent. The disciples from the lower tiers scurry up the mountain walls like ants, while those of lesser cultivation dare not ascend, relegated to gazing from the adjacent peaks. However, as the lower-tier disciples struggle to conquer the perilous Blade Peak, the superiority of their upper-tier counterparts becomes starkly evident. Suddenly, a resounding cry of a crane echoes through the air, followed by a massive shadow swooping down, soaring above the heads of the lower-tier disciples. A collective gasp arises as everyone looks skyward, witnessing a magnificent white spirit crane glide overhead, upon which perch 4 or 5 elegantly dressed upper-tier disciples. As the lower-tier disciples envy their upper-tier peers, the latter respond with glances of derision and disdain. Shortly thereafter, several more white spirit cranes slice through the air above, radiating an aura of grandeur. Alas, upper-tier disciples possess wealth. These spirit cranes are 7th-grade flying beasts. When shall I ever soar through the skies? The bald-headed disciple sighs with resignation. Bo Yao's cunning is not to be underestimated. By deliberately selecting the treacherous Blade Peak, he aims to undermine the morale of individuals like Jiang Yi. Furthermore, ascending Blade Peak is a formidable physical endeavor. Even if Jiang Yi manages to reach the summit, he will expend a significant amount of energy, a calculated strategy on Bo Yao's part. Regrettably, Bo Yao remained unaware that Jiang Yi had stepped into the realm of brilliance the previous night. If he so desired, transforming his magical energy into wings or enveloping himself entirely for effortless flight would pose no challenge. Jiang Yi refrained from ascending in a showy manner, partly to share the trials of the lower district disciples and partly to conceal his true capabilities. Observing the somewhat dejected bald man, Jiang Yi chuckled. "Do you wish to soar upwards? It is not a difficult feat. Give this a try." As he spoke, Jiang Yi retrieved a blue talisman from his pouch. This was the Wind Control Talisman, a privilege bestowed upon him upon joining the Sacred Soul Guild, which he had yet to utilize. Now, he decided to gift it to the bald man. The Wind Control Talisman? What a remarkable treasure! Are you truly giving it to me? The bald man exclaimed in astonishment and elation. Jiang Yi affixed the talisman directly to the bald man's leg and encouraged, "Chase after it and see." Before the bald man could fully comprehend the talisman's effect, he experienced a sudden blur of vision. The mountain winds howled around him, and the scenery rapidly receded. When he lifted his gaze, he was astonished to find himself at the mountain's summit. Meanwhile, the onlookers in the distance beheld a streak of azure wind racing upwards, swiftly surpassing the few white cranes belonging to the upper district disciples and reaching the peak first. What? That lower district disciple possesses a wind control talisman as well? Unbelievable. They pondered. Wasn't it a privilege reserved for upper district disciples alone? Where could he have acquired such a thing? In their perception, lower district disciples ought to ascend like ants, progressively crawling upwards. Yet, here was a lower district disciple who had outpaced them. What would others say? These questions were conveniently forgotten by the upper district disciples. Approximately half an hour later, Jiang Yi and his companions finally reached the summit. "You truly are quite slow. Why not use a wind talisman to soar up?" Bo Yao has long been impatiently waiting and, upon seeing Jiang Yi ascend, immediately began to mock him. "I have no need for such a thing," Jiang Yi replied with a faint smile. "No need? Or is it simply that you lack one?" Bo Yao continued his incessant banter. "Are we still going to fight? Do not allow these external distractions to overshadow the match. It only serves to make me believe you are intimidated." Jiang Yi found himself somewhat speechless. Bo Yao, however, remained unfazed. relishing the attention he was receiving. Jiang Yi, although I have accepted your challenge, I will not engage in a duel without a reward. There must be spoils. Boyo shifted his tone. Are you seeking a holy card? Jiang Yi retorted with a cold smile, realizing that only the holy card could entice his opponent. I cannot take the holy card from you, but I can claim the usage rights. If I triumph over you, you shall provide me with as many elixirs and spirit stones as I desire henceforth. Boyo chuckled, having long set his sights on the holy card. Very well, should you win, I shall acquiesce to your terms. However, if I emerge victorious, I am not as greedy as you. All the white cranes that have flown here today must remain. Jiang Yi made this declaration without so much as a blink. The value of a single white crane, if calculated in spirit stones, amounts to 100,000 spirit stones. Currently, 5 white cranes had flown in, equating to 500,000 spirit stones, a considerable sum for any direct disciple. The disciples from the upper district acquired these white cranes, some through collective purchasing, others through loans, and even a few simply to create an impression. Thus, from a certain perspective, these white cranes are indeed their lifeblood. Chapter 48. A single move to defeat the enemy. We accept your terms. Should you triumph, you may take all 5 of these white cranes with you. Bo Yao conceded. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi felt a surge of joy. Any profit was welcome. The white cranes were quite the spectacle at the upper district's cultivation academy. Even if he had no use for so many, he could always gift them to Tanghua, Yunyang, and others. With that settled, let us dispense with idle chatter and commence. Jiang Yi was the first to step onto the narrow ridge of the Blade Edge Mountain. The ridge was merely a foot wide, and the fierce winds at the summit posed a perilous threat. A moment's inattention could see one plummet into the valley below, necessitating utmost caution for those training their bodies. However, for those who had cultivated their spiritual energy, the terrain felt as stable as solid ground. As Jiang Yi confidently traversed the center of the ridge, many spectators were both astonished and anxious, including Tanghua, Yunyang, and Xiongfeng, who were perched on the adjacent peak. Their decision to observe from afar stemmed from a desire not to distract Jiang Yi. They wondered if the vial of frost concentrate had any effect. Was Jiang Yi concealing his true strength? Tanghua's eyes, like autumn waters, gazed intently at the figure on the ridge, a hint of unease evident in her demeanor. The frost concentrate? Miss, did you truly give Jiang Yi the frost concentrate your father has kept? Yun Yang's lips twitched slightly. Indeed, he has no use for it, and keeping it would simply be a waste. Why not let Jiang Yi challenge the Edge of Brilliance? If he succeeds, we shall witness him thoroughly thrash that fellow Bo Yao today, Tanghua remarked with a light-hearted smile. Keeping him around is a waste. Both Xiongfeng and Yunyang were taken aback by Tanghua's words. It seems you have quite the interest in that lad. Yunyang chuckled meaningfully. Tanghua playfully punched him, saying, less banter. If it were you, I would lend my assistance as well. Suddenly, the battle commenced. At that moment, Bo Yao stepped onto the blade's edge. He was enveloped in a fierce aura of magical power, particularly his legs, which were robust, providing a solid foundation to firmly anchor himself on the ridge. Jiang Yi, you have come here seeking your demise, Bo Yao sneered, his figure darting towards Jiang Yi like a shadow. In Bo Yao's eyes, given Jiang Yi's cultivation level, evading here would be nearly impossible. He could only brace himself for a direct confrontation. Come at me. Jiang Yi showed no signs of retreat. The Edge of Brilliance is not solely yours. With a thunderous roar, the magical power Jiang Yi had suppressed surged forth like a deluge, transforming into multiple streams of brilliance that swept in all directions. The brilliance trembled violently, distorting the very air around it, as ferocious gales swept across the surrounding peaks. Tanghua, Yunyang, and the others widened their eyes in astonishment, unable to believe that Jiang Yi had indeed cultivated to the edge of brilliance, and his magical power was so formidable, it was utterly astonishing. What? You two have achieved the edge of brilliance. Bo Yao could hardly fathom it. Just yesterday, Jiang Yi was at the 9th level of body refinement, and overnight he had ascended to the edge of brilliance, surpassing him in both the depth of his magical power and the dominance of his brilliance. In that fleeting moment, The absorbed moisture was naturally minimal, resulting in a water-sovereign fist that was somewhat diminished in strength compared to usual. Nevertheless, in a moment of crisis, Bo Yao placed his utmost trust in his family's secret technique, daring to take the risk. Gurgle. As the vapor intertwined, it rapidly coalesced into a fist-sized, opaque sphere, dark and translucent, which struck fiercely towards Jiang Yi. Too weak. Jiang Yi scoffed, and the previously gathered momentum converged instantaneously, transforming into a fist force akin to a towering mountain, unleashed with the weight of Taishan. Surrounding peaks bore witness as countless pairs of eyes shifted in color, observing the fierce collision of two formidable fist forces in the void above, one grand, one small. Boom! In an instant, spiritual light erupted, and shockwaves reverberated. Jiang Yi's fist force, imbued with a demonic essence, effortlessly crushed Bo Yao's water-sovereign fist. Furthermore, this overwhelming force continued unabated, directly crashing into Bo Yao, propelling him through the air. Bo Yao spewed forth a mouthful of vital blood, likely having shattered his internal organs. Had it not been for a few disciples from the upper district who swiftly flew to catch him, he might have plummeted into the valley below. The duel concluded with a single punch. Jiang Yi remained steadfast in his position, exuding an aura of terrifying might. Who was that individual? He actually obliterated Bo Yao with a single blow. Wasn't he Bo Yao a disciple of the upper district? How could he be defeated by a disciple from the lower district? Don't be absurd. Is this fellow truly a disciple from the lower district? Have you ever witnessed a lower district disciple capable of shattering a peak realm cultivator with a single punch? I have heard that this individual only joined the dark sect yesterday, yet possesses such formidable strength. How could he possibly be relegated to the lower district? It is perplexing. Bai Yao has suffered greatly this time. 5 white spirit cranes represent an immense fortune. After a brief moment of silence, the surrounding peaks erupted with a wave of agitation, as they seemed unable to accept this reality. Bai Yao, despite being a disciple from the upper district, was defeated in a single move by a newly initiated disciple from the lower district, delivering a resounding slap to the face of the entire upper district's cultivation academy. Bai Yao, having wagered, must accept his loss. I shall gladly accept these 5 white spirit cranes. Jiang Yi leapt down from the ridge, brushing off the dust from his clothing as he made his way toward the cranes. You. Bai Yao had yet to comprehend how he had been bested when he found himself sprawled on the ground. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Now, he was forced to watch Jiang Yi take away the 5 white spirit cranes, so enraged that he spat out a mouthful of black blood and fainted on the spot. How fragile he was, to be rendered unconscious from blood loss. TSK, TSK, TSK. The bald man and others looked on with disdain, quickly hurrying to follow Jiang Yi. Chapter 49. Playing the rogue. These white spirit cranes are spiritual beasts, capable of communication through divine consciousness. They merely require a drop of blood to recognize their master. Before hundreds of watchful eyes, the disciples from the upper district found themselves in a predicament. The thought of erasing the divine consciousness from the cranes was akin to a dagger to their hearts. They were unwilling to concede. Clearly, these individuals were reluctant to admit defeat, and as they exchanged glances, hesitation filled the air, with not a single person stepping forward to take action. After all, the value of the white cranes is extraordinary. Each one requires a considerable sum of 1 million spirit stones to acquire, rendering them quite the impressive steeds within the sect. Should one take a fancy to a particular junior sister, summoning a white crane would undoubtedly ensure her company for a leisurely outing. Thus, these white cranes are not merely mounts. They are emblematic of status and serve as a potent charm for courting. Tenghua, Yin-Yang, Xiongfeng. Come quickly and select one each. Jiang Yi called out, sweeping his gaze across the opposite peak. With 5 white cranes at his disposal, he deemed it unnecessary to keep them all for himself, preferring instead to bestow them upon Tenghua and the others. This gesture would not only strengthen their bond, but also complicate any attempts at evasion from the other party. Given that Tenghua and her companions were disciples from the upper district. What? He wants to give us white cranes? Upon hearing this, Tanguo and the others were instantly exhilarated. Although they had reached the pinnacle of their realm and possessed the ability to fly using qi, such an endeavor was incredibly taxing on their spiritual energy, making prolonged flight impractical. In contrast, the white cranes were renowned for their endurance, capable of flying tirelessly for 7 days and nights without fatigue. To the direct disciples, these white cranes were undeniably a luxury. Even Tanguo, the young master of the Water Gate, had no intention of spending 1,000,000 spirit stones on one, while Yunyang and Xiongfeng could scarcely entertain the thought. Yet now, Jiang Yi proposed to gift each of them one, a truly serendipitous windfall. His actions astonished the onlookers. After all, who would so casually bestow 3 white cranes? Was it a display of wealth, or did he possess a touch of folly? In their perspective, it was indeed incomprehensible to grasp the relationship between Jiang Yi and Tanguo, to say nothing of other matters. The sentiment behind the bottle of frost essence that Tanguo had gifted Jiang Yi last night was worth far more than 1,000,000 spirit stones. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures swiftly descended upon the blade's edge, and Tanguo, with a radiant expression, gazed at the stately, aura-rich white cranes, clearly exhilarated. Are you jesting? You're gifting us each a white crane. Xiongfeng's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the cranes, having just entered the edge of Brilliant's realm. His magical power was insufficiently robust, barely allowing him to ascend into the air. Moreover, due to his weight, even if he could fly, he could not sustain it for long. Possessing a white crane would be like adding wings to a tiger. Haha. Of course, I'm not jesting. Choose whichever one you desire. Jiang Yi waved his hand dismissively. Nominally, these 5 white cranes belonged to Jiang Yi, yet in practical terms, the crew led by Bo Yao would not easily relent. Those people were not foolish. Upon noticing Tanguo's involvement, their expressions darkened, grumbling in their hearts. This cunning fellow intends to use Tanguo to threaten us, they thought. Humph. A disciple from the Water Sect snorted softly, signaling to the others, clearly unwilling to concede. Hey, why are you all still dawdling? Hurry and erase your spiritual consciousness. Tanguo gazed at the Water Sect disciples with some impatience. Given the long-standing animosity between the Tang and Water Sects, she felt no obligation to show them any courtesy. What? Can't bear to lose? The Water Sect disciples became a source of laughter for Xiongfeng. What did you say? Repeat that? Are you daring to insult us, Water Sect? Have you lost your senses? The disciples of the Water Sect were instantly enraged. Those who had initially believed the duel was over and were preparing to leave the surrounding peaks now reconsidered, captivated by the unfolding drama. Look, the disciples of the Tang sect and the Water Sect are clashing, they exclaimed. The rivalry between the Tang sect and the Water Sect was well known, often resulting in minor skirmishes. However, this conflict pertained to the ownership of 5 white cranes, promising an escalation rather than a swift resolution. The newcomer, Jiang Yi, had cunningly outmaneuvered Bo Yao, securing the 5 cranes in a surprising twist. The Water Sect disciples must certainly be regretting their choices. Jiang Yi was likely to rise swiftly in renown within the sect. In any case, a captivating spectacle was about to unfold. Jiang Yi listened intently to the murmurs around him, a sly smile creeping across his face. This was precisely the reaction he sought. To ascend within the ranks of the Dark Xin sect, a path of conventional progress was utterly insufficient. What is the reasoning behind this? Jiang Yi pondered. The logic was straightforward. Could one truly sever their own hands? The opposing party chuckled derisively at his words. Hearing this, Tanguo grew agitated. You are being completely unreasonable. Humph. The opposing group remained unperturbed, adopting an indifferent demeanor that clearly indicated their intent to act unscrupulously. What can you do about it? Jiang Yi smiled, a subtle glimmer of menace flickering in his eyes. The Water Sect disciples across from him momentarily paused, taken aback, before regaining their composure. Oh? Are you suggesting that you intend to forcibly obliterate our consciousness? How intriguing. The expressions of the youths clad in azure became exceedingly vivid, their disdain for Jiang Yi's words unmistakable. In their eyes, Jiang Yi had triumphed over Bo Yao merely because Bo Yao had underestimated him, presuming Jiang Yi to be merely a body cultivator, thus falling victim to a surprise attack. However, They had now come to comprehend Jiang Yi's true prowess, each brimming with confidence, utterly unafraid of him. These disciples of the Watergate were all of Bo Yao's caliber, with the most formidable among them being the azure-clad youth who had already entered the late stage of the sharp-edge realm, on the verge of condensing true vigor, and naturally felt no fear towards Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi, do not act impulsively. The one taunting you is Ren Wu, who has also reached the late stage of the sharp-edge realm. He is deliberately provoking you, Yin Yang whispered in Jiang Yi's ear. The late stage of the sharp-edge realm? Jiang Yi scoffed internally, seemingly dismissing his opponent entirely. The sharpness he currently cultivated surpassed that of any disciple in the sharp-edge realm. The strike that had previously vanquished Bo Yao had not unleashed its full might. Otherwise, Bo Yao would not merely have fainted, but would likely have been shattered to pieces. With Jiang Yi's present cultivation, he had no reason to fear anyone unless they were a practitioner at the second level of the refining path, the condensing vigor realm. What now? Were you not going to obliterate my consciousness? Come and try. Ren Wu, the azure-clad youth, taunted from across the way. A group of shameless individuals. If they cannot play the game, they should refrain from participating. Tang Guo felt a surge of anger, not only because Jiang Yi intended to present her with a white crane, but also due to her intrinsic disdain for the conduct of the Watergate disciples. Even if Jiang Yi did not bestow a gift upon her, she would still find their behavior intolerable. Haraha. Well then, I have been waiting for those very words. Given your assertion, I shall not hold back any longer. Before Tang Guo could engage with them, Jiang Yi had already taken action. With a resounding thud, Jiang Yi's energy erupted, his feet propelling him forward in an instant, closing the distance to Ren Wu like a wraith. His fingers unfurled, a sharp brilliance enveloping his palm. Dark light flickering as if a demonic hand sought to seize Ren Wu's throat. Ren Wu's eyes narrowed, already on high alert. Just as Jiang Yi's fingers pressed against Ren Wu's throat, he felt as though his fingers had latched on his solid ice, failing to subdue his opponent with a single strike. Cautioning him from afar, Tang Guo warned, "This is the ice armor of the demon technique. The ice armor is a 7th-tier divine ability, surpassing martial skills in its potency. Through the cultivation of water vapor and the absorption of water elemental spirit energy, it is refined into a layer of ice armor as delicate as a silkworm's wing, rivaling steel. When perfected, the ice armor can stack into 1,000 layers, enveloping the entire body, rendering even true essence strikes nearly ineffective, and spirit artifacts incapable of harming the flesh, unless faced with a more formidable, profound artifact. However, Ren Wu's ice armor was merely rudimentary, having formed a meager 30 layers. With only a single layer covering his throat, Jiang Yi dismissed this technique entirely. With a sudden surge, his energy erupted, transforming into a forceful might that penetrated his 5 fingers. In an instant, Jiang Yi's fingers ignited with spiritual brilliance, shattering Ren Wu's ice armor layer by layer. This scene sent a chill through everyone present. Ren Wu, being in the late stage of the sharpness realm and having employed the ice armor divine ability, was not expected to be so easily overcome by anyone, let alone Jiang Yi. At this moment, the aura and lethality exuded by Jiang Yi were evidently more formidable than during his duel with Bo Yao. This was alarming. While Ren Wu was astonished, he also recognized the perilous situation and immediately retreated several steps, his entire being radiating a sharpness akin to a swiftly wielded blade. Fearful of being approached by Jiang Yi once more, a distinguished disciple from the upper district? How humiliating it was to be driven to flee by a disciple from the lower district. Tang Guo let out a cold laugh. Her words were intentionally crafted to provoke Ren Wu. Given his cultivation level, even if he could not overpower Jiang Yi, as long as he evaded and engaged in guerrilla tactics, Jiang Yi would be unable to contend with him. This girl was indeed quite clever. Jiang Yi's mind stirred. Upon hearing Tang Guo's remarks, Ren Wu could not withstand the provocation, especially with numerous onlookers present. A disciple from the upper district fleeing from one of the lower district would be a scandal if it spread, tarnishing the reputation of all upper district disciples. Gritting his teeth, Ren Wu resolved to advance rather than retreat, determined to fight Jiang Yi to the bitter end. 1,000 ice blades, Ren Wu exclaimed. as a surge of profound water elemental spirit energy emanated from his arms, instantly coalescing into a chilling array of white ice blades, aimed to strike down Jiang Yi. The 1,000 ice blades and 1,000 ice armor formed a complete set of divine abilities, perfected through the cultivation of 1,000 iterations. However, Ren Wu had mastered the 1,000 ice blades to the 70th level, rendering it considerably more potent than the 1,000 ice armor. As he beheld the menacing approach of the 2 ice blades, Jiang Yi felt a piercing chill. The moisture in the air swiftly crystallized into ice. Should this strike penetrate flesh, it would instantaneously freeze the blood vessels, rendering the internal organs and even the neural pathways of the brain inoperable, transforming the victim into an ice corpse. Too slow, it was utterly riddled with flaws. Jiang Yi shook his head with a sigh, acknowledging the formidable power of Ren Wu's 1,000 ice blade. Should he be wounded, he would indeed be in dire straits. Unfortunately, Ren Wu's agility and offensive stance revealed substantial flaws, and Jiang Yi possessed numerous evasive techniques to elude him. During his training at the Kunlun Immortal Sect, Jiang Yi had mastered a set of ethereal steps known as the illusory dance at the tender age of 7. This technique, akin to a fleeting specter, allowed him to traverse and leap through the mists with grace and elegance. Even though Jiang Yi's spiritual fruit had been sealed, his memory and current magical prowess rendered him more than capable of executing the illusory dance he had learned as a child. Prepare to meet your end. As Ren Wu unleashed a vicious strike with his ice blades, he suddenly perceived a flicker in Jiang Yi's figure. Enveloped in mist, Jiang Yi appeared almost unreal, as if ensconced within a dreamscape. With a swift motion, Ren Wu's blades fell, yet Jiang Yi remained in place, merely leaning slightly. To his astonishment, Ren Wu found himself striking at nothingness. Many onlookers blinked in disbelief, witnessing the bizarre scene where Ren Wu's attack had gone awry. As Ren Wu's strike missed, he found himself drawn close to Jiang Yi, his previous strength dissipating while new energy had yet to manifest, leaving him in a moment of magical vacuum. Recognizing this opportune moment, Jiang Yi seized the chance. "Now, where shall you flee?" he scoffed, extending his demonic hand to grasp Ren Wu's throat, rendering him breathless in an instant. In that fleeting moment, Ren Wu felt as if his life was slipping away, his body growing weak and incapable of resistance. "Jiang Yi, you dare to defy your superior, you shall pay for this." Sensing the grim turn of events, the disciples of Watergate erupted in fury, eager to retaliate. "Whoever dares to harm Jiang Yi will find themselves at odds with me." Tangua's figure flickered as he swiftly obstructed the disciples of the Watergate. Yun Yang, Xiong Feng, and even the bald-headed disciples of the lower district assembled together, standing resolutely before the Watergate disciples. Infuriating. Upon witnessing Tangua's intervention, the Watergate disciples hesitated to act recklessly. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi paid no heed to the surrounding commotion. Instead, he hoisted Ren Wu effortlessly, akin to lifting a chick, and, amidst countless fearful gazes, made his way toward the white spirit crane. "Now, shall you obediently sever the spiritual connection?" Jiang Yi coldly inquired, eyeing the seemingly breathless Ren Wu. In this suffocating predicament, on the precipice of life and death, Ren Wu had no alternative but to immediately sever the spiritual link between himself and the white spirit crane. Subsequently, a faint ethereal glow emanated from the white spirit crane, and the black line that had adorned its head vanished in an instant, signifying that it had returned to a state of being ownerless. Without uttering a single word, Jiang Yi punctured his fingertip, propelling a drop of his essence blood onto the white spirit crane. Moments later, a new black line gradually re-emerged atop the crane's head. Jiang Yi's heart stirred as he indeed sensed the spiritual connection with the white spirit crane. Chapter 51. The expert from the Star Pavilion. Once the white spirit crane established a telepathic bond with a cultivator, it could engage in spiritual communication, understanding each other's intentions. With a mental shift, Jiang Yi mounted the crane's neck, and the white spirit crane flapped its wings, soaring into the sky, swirling and dancing amidst the clouds. The surrounding disciples, witnessing this spectacle from the neighboring peaks, were filled with envy. "What are you all lingering for? Hurry and sever your spiritual connections." Jiang Yi spoke sternly. Although the disciples of the Watergate felt a lingering dissatisfaction, Jiang Yi's successive defeats of two formidable masters of the Watergate, particularly Ren Wu, a cultivator at the peak of the Sharp-Edge realm, showcased his undeniable prowess. Furthermore, with the presence of Tang Gua, Yun Yang, and other disciples of the Tang sect, Ren Wu and his companions were deterred from making any rash moves. Among the 5 white spirit cranes, only 3 belonged to them, possessing a shared spiritual connection, while the remaining 2 were borrowed, lacking inherent spiritual ties and temporarily controlled by a beast-taming talisman. Consequently, when Tang Gua and Yun Yang joyfully received their white spirit cranes, Xiongfeng's mood soured. What? The remaining 2 white spirit cranes are borrowed? They cannot be rid of their spiritual connection? Xiongfeng's expression shifted dramatically, and he bellowed. Ren Wu lowered his voice, coughed discreetly, and reassured, "Fear not. We disciples of the Watergate can accept our defeat. I shall send someone to fetch the owners of these 2 white spirit cranes to assist you in severing the spiritual ties." Upon hearing this, Xiongfeng's agitation subsided somewhat. "So, you're calling for reinforcements," Tang Gua muttered quietly. "What shall we do? Should I summon the sect master?" Yun Yang inquired. "There is no need for such trouble. We must honor our bets. With so many witnesses present, we have reason on our side. Even if this escalates to the head of the sect, we shall not suffer." Jiang Yi replied with a faint smile, casting a glance at the 2. It was essential to recognize that those who could walk upon the clouds and soar through the skies must possess profound and enduring magical power. The art of soaring through the clouds is a profound mystical technique known as the Cloud Ascension Method. Practitioners at the Sharp-Edge realm lack the requisite magical power to sustain it. Even those at the Condensing Barrier realm find it exceedingly challenging. The individual before us, effortlessly executing the Cloud Ascension Method, unmistakably possesses a cultivation level that has reached the 3rd tier of the refinement path, known as the Spirit Mastery realm. The hallmark of Spirit Mastery lies in its ability to elevate one's aura to a new echelon, transforming it into a spirit formation. Such formations can actively engage in combat, provide passive defense, or even augment one's physical form, enhancing strength and explosive power, among other capabilities. This differs significantly from the spirit formations constructed by Jiang Yi when forging the true dragon sword. The former represents a combat formation, while the latter merely serves as an auxiliary formation. Auxiliary formations can be wielded even by those in the body refinement stage, while combat formations necessitate at least the 3rd tier of the refinement path to cultivate. As the azure-robed practitioner gracefully glided down, landing atop the slender blade peak, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. All eyes were drawn to his chest, where 4 golden stars gleamed. A 4-star practitioner? Jiang Yi's heart stirred. Indeed. It was Ren Shaoqing, the elder brother of Ren Wu. This individual, also a disciple of the Watergate, had recently attained the prestigious 4-star title and was currently in the limelight. A hint of seriousness crossed Tang Gua's charming visage. What status does a 4-star practitioner hold? A 5-star practitioner can attain the status of an elder, and someone like Ren Shaoqing, appearing to be in his early 20s yet already recognized as a 4-star practitioner, suggests a future of remarkable success. This individual has already established himself within the Star Pavilion and is rumored to be among the top 100. A figure beyond our reach. The situation is quite precarious. Yun Yang inhaled sharply, furrowing his brows, and cautioned Jiang Yi. Within the Black Xin sect, aside from the division into upper, middle, and lower training halls, there exists a supreme Star Pavilion. This Star Pavilion has been collaboratively established by the Imperial Gate, the Tang sect, and the Watergate, and only the most outstanding disciples of the entire sect are permitted to cultivate within its confines. Every disciple of the Black Xin sect aspires to take residence in the Star Pavilion. However, merely acquiring a star ranking does not guarantee entry. Only those with a rank of 3 stars or above are qualified for residency, thus enjoying the myriad benefits of being a Star Pavilion cultivator. Within the Star Pavilion, there exists a celestial ranking, which enumerates 108 star positions. Those who ascend this list are disciples nurtured as focal points by the sect, enjoying privileges that surpass those of most elders. Notably, the celestial ranking does not distinguish between juniors and seniors, the leaders of the Tang sect, the Watergate, and even the Black Xian Demon Emperor find their names inscribed upon it. However, the top 10 positions on the celestial ranking are shrouded in secrecy, inaccessible to the average individual. It is, however, certain that the Black Xian Demon Emperor, along with the leaders of the Tang sect and the Watergate, are among the top 10. Brother, you have finally arrived. You must take charge. Upon seeing Ren Shaoqing's appearance, Ren Wu, who had previously been sullen, instantly brightened, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he began to envision the dismal fate that awaited Jiang Yi and his companions. Well, I am aware of the situation, Ren Shaoqing replied, merely gesturing lightly, his expression unchanged. From the moment he arrived, his gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon Jiang Yi. There was an intangible, mysterious aura emanating from Jiang Yi that he could faintly perceive. Chapter 52. Above the rules. While Ren Shaoqing scrutinized Jiang Yi, the latter was also discreetly observing him in return. If Ren Shaoqing were placed within the Kunlun Immortal Sect, he would indeed be considered quite ordinary, his aptitude hardly remarkable. In the minor celestial realms, disciples of such caliber are abundantly available. Jiang Yi, having attained the Dao fruit at the tender age of 18 and progressed to the 5th level of Dao refinement, possessed a talent that many could only aspire to, far surpassing that of Ren Shaoqing. Nonetheless, within the broader cultivation world, achieving the 3rd level of spirit control at Ren Shaoqing's age could indeed be deemed a mark of genius. Are you the new initiate? Ren Shaoqing inched closer to Jiang Yi, emanating an air of unspoken authority that subtly imposed pressure upon those around him. Sensing an overwhelming hostility, before Jiang Yi could respond, Tangguo could no longer restrain herself and interjected. Ren Shaoqing, what are your intentions? Tangguo glared at him defiantly. Ren Shaoqing's gaze flickered as he appraised Tangguo, subsequently smiling as he remarked, with the young lady of the Tang clan present, what audacity would a mere 4-star cultivator like myself possess? You. Tangguo's cheeks flushed crimson, her indignation surging forth. Although she was the daughter of the Tang clan's leader, and her status was indeed elevated within the Black Xian sect, strength eclipsed all else. Many cultivators from the Star Pavilion scarcely regarded the offspring of clan leaders like Tangguo and Bo Yao. Ren Shaoqing's words were clearly laced with intentional mockery, and observing Tang was discomfort. A subtle smirk of arrogance crept onto his lips. The individuals who reside in the Star Pavilion exhibit an undeniable arrogance, disregarding even the esteemed young lady of the Tang clan, provoking a mixture of astonishment among the gathered disciples. Naturally, should Tangguo ascend to the rank of a star disciple, even if merely at the lowest level, the dynamics would shift dramatically, and Ren Shaoqing would never dare to act with such disdain. The audacity of youth, unafraid of the formidable, commands my admiration. However, to cause such a ruckus at this nascent stage of your journey, what exactly do you aspire to achieve? Ren Shaoqing's gaze bore into Jiang Yi with a frigid intensity. In the presence of a distinguished 4-star cultivator, what could a mere Saint Card mage like myself possibly aspire to? Jiang Yi shrugged, a sardonic smile playing upon his lips. Tangguo and the others remained oblivious to Jiang Yi's latent Saint Card talent, merely aware that he had been dispatched to the lower district's training academy. Jiang Yi's candid revelation left Tangguo astounded, though beyond surprise, skepticism loomed larger. After all, the rarity of Saint Cards is well known. The last Saint Card mage from the Black Mysterious sect had emerged 3 centuries prior. If you truly are a Saint Card mage, then I must be among the top 10 on the star chart. Ren Wu erupted into laughter, clearly unaware of Jiang Yi's true identity. Of course, Bo Yao was privy to this knowledge but chose not to disclose it to Ren Wu and his companions, intent on monopolizing the benefits that the Saint Card would confer. Meanwhile, the bald man beside them was growing increasingly agitated. Upon hearing Jiang Yi's words, the expressions of those present shifted once more, as if the credibility of the claim had gained substantial weight. Particularly, when Shaoqing's demeanor changed, the earlier calm replaced by a shadow of foreboding. If what Jiang Yi claims is true, and he is indeed a Saint Card mage, the situation becomes rather precarious. Ren Xiaoqing is acutely aware of the immense privileges that accompany a saint card. It is an existence that transcends the established rules. The regulations of the Star Pavilion hold no sway over a saint card mage. They may restrain the practitioners of the Star Pavilion, but they cannot confine a saint card mage. Not only the Star Pavilion, but many high-ranking sect leaders lack the authority to impose restrictions on Jiang Yi, with only the sect master or several core elders possessing such power. Should a practitioner of the Star Pavilion take the life of a saint card mage, they would undoubtedly face relentless pursuit from their sect, a fight to the death. Conversely, if a saint card mage were to slay a practitioner of the Star Pavilion, it would be deemed merely unfortunate for the latter. Their demise would be of little consequence. This exemplifies the unreasonable privileges granted to saint card mages. Jiang Yi, do not be furtive. If you truly are a saint card mage, I implore you to present your card for inspection. Should you be deceiving us, I shall not show you mercy, Ren Xiaoqing remarked, narrowing his eyes. Jiang Yi nodded with a smile, responding, very well. Today, I shall ensure your complete and utter submission. As he spoke, he flicked his sleeve, and a radiant golden card soared into the air, suspended gracefully. The emergence of this golden card instantly captivated the attention of all present, akin to a magnet drawing in the gaze of onlookers. The golden card shimmered in the sunlight, exuding a brilliance reminiscent of exquisite glass or jade, rich in texture, with faint holy patterns pulsating with ethereal resonance, as if conveying ancient magical power, evoking an involuntary sense of reverence. Such an impression could not be fabricated. The saint card. Indeed, it is a saint card. Tangwa gasped, her sparkling eyes fixated on the golden card, her entire being trembling slightly in awe. Yunyang, Xiongfeng, and others were utterly astonished, as the surrounding disciples on the mountaintops erupted into a cacophony of gasps and exclamations, akin to a beehive disturbed. The overwhelming clamor seemed capable of toppling the very peak. The specifics of their discourse became inaudible, consumed by the sheer tumult, yet the exaggerated expressions on their faces rendered the subject matter all too clear. At this moment, the identity of Jiang Yi as a saint card demon was destined to spread widely, likely stirring even greater upheaval shortly. The disciples of the Watergate stood frozen, their expressions akin to ice sculptures, their minds rendered blank. They had evidently not anticipated that the individual they provoked was none other than a saint card demon. Was this not akin to lighting a lantern in a restroom? A blatant invitation for disaster? Ren Xiaoqing's complexion paled immediately, casting a fierce glare at Ren Wu, unmistakably blaming him for his recklessness. Ren Wu promptly lowered his head, silenced, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. Yet, deep within his heart, or perhaps in the hearts of all the Watergate disciples, a profound loathing for Jiang Yi had undoubtedly taken root. This time, they had stepped on a nail. Ren Xiaoqing inhaled sharply, cursing inwardly. It was evident that today's incident would not conclude quietly. Chapter 53. The Master of the Tang Sect, Bo Dalphone. As the sun sank lower in the sky, the afterglow painted the horizon with a myriad of colors, draping the misty mountains in a veil of golden gossamer, a sight ineffably beautiful. However, the individuals atop the mountain were too preoccupied to appreciate the splendid scenery. Their focus was entirely consumed by the confrontation unfolding at Bo Dalphone. In the twilight's embrace, the saint card in Jiang Yi's hand shimmered with an otherworldly brilliance, drawing all eyes to its captivating glow. As a 4-star cultivator who has ascended to the celestial ranking within the Star Pavilion, Ren Xiaoqing possesses the ability to crush all of his direct disciples, regardless of their lineage, including those of esteemed figures like Tang Gua and Bo Yao. However, it is ironic that he finds himself outmatched by a mere novice disciple, which plunges him into profound despair. Ren Xiaoqing is not an exceptional prodigy. In his early days, he faced numerous setbacks and endured significant oppression. Yet, the trials and tribulations he endured were anticipated, and he harbored no substantial sense of unfairness. This time, having just joined the Star Pavilion and climbed the celestial ranking, he believed he had reached the pinnacle, free from the scrutiny of others, only to be thwarted by Jiang Yi. Moreover, in front of so many direct disciples. And even those from the lower regions, the humiliation he suffered only intensified his resentment and fury. Senior brother of the Star Pavilion. I hear you are the owner of these 2 white cranes. Shouldn't you be here to cleanse your consciousness, rather than to provoke a conflict? Jiang Yi remarked with a smile, gazing at the sullen-faced Ren Shaoqing. Given Ren Shaoqing's current cultivation and status, he naturally dismissed the significance of the 2 white cranes. Rather, it was his indignation at being trampled by Jiang Yi that gnawed at him. Unfortunately for him, Jiang Yi held the moral high ground. And with so many eyes upon them, even the most furious outburst from Ren Shaoqing would not materialize. Anyone who has achieved Ren Shaoqing's standing within the demonic sect is not merely a brash fool acting on impulse. Haha, how could I, a senior brother, cause a scene over just 2 white cranes? Ren Shaoqing quickly regained his composure, chuckling lightly twice before gesturing to unleash 2 streams of spiritual light that penetrated the bodies of the 2 white cranes, severing their connection to divine consciousness. Observing this, Jiang Yi clasped his hands in gratitude, smiling as he remarked, I appreciate your assistance, senior brother. On the surface, Jiang Yi wore a calm smile, yet internally, he mused that Ren Shaoqing was far more cunning and composed than he had initially presumed. A small lapse in patience could unravel grand plans. Typically, when ordinary disciples faced such frustrations, they would erupt in anger. However, this individual maintained his composure, indicating an exceptional capacity for endurance. Those with great patience often possess deeper cunning. Haha, there's no trouble at all. Junior brother Jiang, it seems we have become acquainted through this encounter. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. As your senior brother, I will certainly look after you. Ren Shaoqing's smile was accompanied by a clear ulterior motive. His notion of looking after Jiang Yi implied a relentless scrutiny of him. Vowing not to miss any opportunity to undermine him, Ren Shaoqing, you need not concern yourself with Jiang Yi. From this day forth, he shall join our Tang clan, and I will ensure he receives proper guidance from my father. Tang Guo interjected. Her message was unmistakable. Should you dare to harm Jiang Yi, my father will not spare you. Oh, is that so? Then, junior brother Jiang, you must seize the opportunity to cultivate diligently. The star refining battlefield will commence in 6 months, and I intend to participate. I hope to witness your progress after receiving the favor of the Tang clan's leader. Ren Shaoqing subtly shifted the topic. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi was momentarily taken aback, prompting Yun Yang beside him to promptly provide an explanation. The star refinement battlefield, a significant event that occurs once every 3 years, serves as the most crucial assessment for the Black Mysterious Sect. Only disciples who have entered the refinement stage are deemed worthy to participate in this arena. Upon successfully completing the evaluation, they are rewarded accordingly. For the direct disciples, the paramount aspiration of participating in the Star Refinement Battlefield Assessment is to attain the title of Star Disciples. Moreover, Star Disciples can ascend to even higher ranks through this battlefield, ultimately establishing their presence in the Star Pavilion. Ren Shaoqing, who became a Star Disciple 3 years prior, is now preparing to enter the Star Refinement Battlefield, aspiring to achieve the coveted 5-star title. However, the significance of participating in the Star Refinement Battlefield extends beyond mere accolades. It offers invaluable opportunities to enhance practical combat experience and the chance to uncover hidden treasures left by ancient demon emperors. The Star Refinement Battlefield Assessment also serves as a shortcut to success, with many already eager and engrossed in seclusion, awaiting the battlefield's opening in 6 months. To ascend to the pinnacle of the Black Mysterious Sect, one must not only elevate themselves to prominence and achieve widespread acclaim, but also let their strength speak for itself. To trample upon a master of the celestial rankings, like Ren Shaoqing, would indeed command respect and belief from others. Yet, in but a fleeting moment, as both parties remained locked in confrontation, several figures suddenly soared from the depths of Yunsan. These individuals, whether golden-haired with azure eyes, or possessing 3 heads and 6 arms, or towering like mountains, each radiated formidable power capable of shaking the very earth. They descended upon a cloud of demonic mist, akin to dark clouds looming over a city. heralding an impending tempest that sent shivers down one's spine. This aura was utterly beyond Ren Xiaoqing's comparison, clearly surpassing several tiers of strength. "Father, Uncle Tong. King Heiyu, what brings you here?" Tang's expression shifted, a blend of astonishment and joy as she gazed upon the figures emerging from the ominous clouds. Leading the group was a man clad in a black and gold magical robe, crowned with a white headpiece. His golden hair blazed like fire, and his emerald eyes sparkled like stars. Though not particularly tall or imposing, he exuded an air of sharp intellect and cunning, embodying the essence of a formidable sorcerer. This man was none other than Tang's father, Tang Xiao, the master of the Tang sect. Behind Tang Xiao stood two others. To his left was a man named Tong Bai, whose cultivation of the 3 lives technique had transformed him into a fearsome figure with 3 heads and 6 arms, radiating a menacing aura that evoked a sense of dread. The other was a mountain-like figure, the sect's esteemed elder known as the Black Phantom King, also a pivotal character within the Tang sect. The presence of these 3 significant figures astonished even Tanghua. "You little girl, do you even recognize me as your father? Where has the eye collected vanished to?" Tang Xiao feigned anger, his expression stern. Chapter 54. The Gathering of Titans. It turned out that the vial had indeed been pilfered by Tanghua. Jiang Yi's mind jolted, his gaze momentarily blank. When Tanghua first revealed the vial, he had found it peculiar. While it was not an extraordinary treasure, it was still considered valuable within the Black Mysterious Sect. To discover that it had been stolen from her father added an indescribable complexity to Jiang Yi's emotions. Upon hearing Tang Xiao's words, Tangua's cheeks flushed a shade of crimson, shedding her usual commanding demeanor for that of a docile daughter. She immediately approached, grasping her father's arm and adopting a playful, endearing tone. "Alas, father, that vial of frost essence you possess is but a waste. It appears you have no use for it. Thus, might I discreetly take it and gift it to someone without informing you? You mischievous girl." Tang Xiao shook his head with a deep sigh, exuding an air of helplessness. Yet, as he spoke, his peripheral gaze fell upon Jiang Yi. How could he be unaware that the frost essence had been refined by him? Certainly. Had Jiang Yi been an ordinary individual, Tang Xiao would never have ventured to the blade's edge. The sole purpose of Tang Xiao and his companion's visit was to seek the Saint Card Demon. Just as Tang Xiao scrutinized Jiang Yi, a massive black cloud emerged from the opposite side of the mountain, swiftly approaching and descending. The cloud swirled ominously, exuding a palpable aura of malevolence, within which several indistinct figures manifested. The foremost figure bore a semblance of attire akin to Tang Xiao's, while the other individuals were garbed similarly to Ren Xiaoqing, Bo Yao, and the disciples of the Watergate. It appeared the Watergate had also received word of the matter. The imposing figure of the Black Phantom King spoke, his voice resonating like thunder, sending shivers down the spines of those present. This group comprised the Master of the Watergate, along with the Grand Elder and the Elder of Transmission, evidently drawn here for the same purpose concerning the Saint Card Demon. Upon landing, the Master of the Watergate immediately fixed his gaze upon Jiang Yi, scrutinizing him intently. Simultaneously, the formidable experts from both the Tang and Watergates probed him with their spiritual awareness. Had he been an ordinary person, he would have long since succumbed to anxiety and rapid heartbeat. Yet, Jiang Yi remained composed and self-possessed, entirely disregarding their presence. In the eyes of the common disciples, the gathering of the highest echelons of the Black Mystic Sect upon the razor's edge was akin to the awe felt by commoners in the presence of their sovereign. However, to Jiang Yi, these so-called high-ranking figures were of little consequence. Compared to the law elder of the Kunlun Immortal Sect, these individuals were as insignificant as grasshoppers. The former was a formidable powerhouse in the divine refinement stage, whereas these individuals would struggle throughout their lives to even approach such a realm. Jiang Yi remained composed in the face of the Kunlun Law Elder, undeterred by the scrutiny of these lesser beings. Moreover, he was determined to exude an air of transcendent calm and exceptional demeanor. For only in this manner could he be more readily accepted by the senior members of the Black Mystic Sect, thus garnering greater trust. Indeed, he was no ordinary individual. Although his cultivation might be somewhat lacking, the tranquility he exhibited was not something commonplace. Tang Xiao couldn't help but marvel inwardly. A weak cultivation could stem from inherent deficiencies, perhaps due to insufficient training time or inadequate resources. Yet, the rare quality of remaining unperturbed in the face of adversity was invaluable. Furthermore, since Jiang Yi had demonstrated the talent for the sacred card, there was no need to worry about his being a mediocrity. Just as the atmosphere began to grow somewhat subdued, both Tang Xiao and the leader of the water sect simultaneously exclaimed their approval, exchanging a knowing glance that revealed a shared amusement. It was astonishing to witness such a sight. Everyone was aware that the Tang sect and the water sect were as opposed as fire and water. Their enmity not only evident among the disciples, but also deeply rooted among the elders and even the sect leaders. Typically, when these two sect leaders encountered one another, they would never extend a cordial demeanor. At this very moment, the two great sect leaders exchanged glances, both revealing a peculiar smile that was utterly bizarre. It was not only Tang Gua and Ren Xiaoqing who were taken aback. Even Jiang Yi was perplexed. What on earth was happening with these two? Haha, old ghost of the Watergate. It seems you have also arrived at a realization. Tang Xiao chuckled, appearing to be in good spirits. Is that something you even need to mention, old ghost of the Tang Gate? I hadn't anticipated that you would recall that matter as well. The leader of the Watergate smiled in return. Taking a deep breath, Tang Xiao could not help but sigh. Indeed, it has been sealed away for 300 years. I nearly forgot about it. As they spoke, the gazes of the two sect leaders converged once more on Jiang Yi, leaving him even more bewildered. 300 years sealed away. Were they referring to the holy card? What could they possibly be laughing about? A flurry of thoughts raced through Jiang Yi's mind. Yet he maintained a calm exterior. Father, what are you two talking about? I can't comprehend a word. Without further discussion, Tang Xiao and the leader of the Watergate each placed a hand on Jiang Yi's shoulder and lifted him, soaring into the depths of the clouds. Several elders from the Tang and Watergates swiftly followed, vanishing into the mist. On the blade's edge, only Tang Gua, Ren Xiaoqing, and a group of disciples remained, exchanging bewildered glances, their expressions blank. However, even a fool could surmise that with the exposure of Jiang Yi's identity as a practitioner of the holy card, he was likely destined for soaring heights from that moment forth. Jiang Yi's expression shifted. It was indeed not so simple, but at that moment, clarity would come after meeting the sect leader, then everything would be revealed, as the leader of the Watergate also stated. The two leaders of the Black Xian sect displayed an exceptionally amiable demeanor towards Jiang Yi, even tinged with a hint of reverence. It is difficult to fathom that such esteemed figures, who rank among the top 10 practitioners on the stellar list, would exhibit such courtesy towards a newly initiated disciple. Were other disciples to witness this, they would undoubtedly be left in astonishment. Both Tang Xiao and the Watergate Master are formidable experts, having attained the 5th level of Dao refinement, which accounts for their astonishing speed. What would ordinarily take a lengthy distance of 1,000 miles felt as though it were merely a step away, and they arrived at their destination, the Demon Emperor Mountain Palace, in but a moment. Here we are, Tang Xiao said as they landed, releasing Jiang Yi. Chapter 55. The Demon Emperor, the Black Xian Sect. Demon Emperor Mountain Palace. This edifice is not only exceedingly secretive but also exudes an imposing grandeur. In comparison to the vast expanse of the outer mountain gate, this palace is more extensive and intricately designed, with dark magical towers connecting in a manner reminiscent of a coiling dragon, encircling the Demon Emperor Mountain Palace at its heart, akin to stars revolving around the moon, showcasing the marvels of celestial architecture. This location is undoubtedly the most spiritually vibrant area within the entire Black Xian sect and the mountain range, allowing for significantly enhanced cultivation speed for those who can practice within the confines of the Demon Emperor Mountain Palace year-round. Moreover, from the perspective of Jiang Yi, a master of formations, it was evident that the Demon Emperor Mountain Palace was fortified by various spiritual arrays, subtly pulsating with spiritual resonance. Observing Jiang Yi deep in thought, the Watergate Master smiled, a trace of pride flickering across his face. Are you intimidated? Within these confines lie numerous spiritual arrays, including the core formation of the Black Xian sect, the Grave of 10,000 Demons, which is said to have been forged over several centuries using the essence of 10,000 outer realm celestial demons. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiao further elaborated, stating that the core grand formation had remained dormant for several centuries. It is said that the tomb of 10,000 demons requires a full cycle of 60 years to absorb the essence of heaven and earth before it can be reactivated. Its immense power is beyond estimation. The tomb of 10,000 demons was refined by the founding ancestor of the Black Xian sect and has reached the third-tier level among spiritual formations, a pinnacle existence within the mortal realm. However, Jiang Yi, having grown up in the minor immortal realm, was well acquainted with the renowned Kunlun Immortal Sect, famed for its mastery of spiritual formations. A saying circulates in the minor immortal realm: the world's spiritual formations emerge from Kunlun, a testament to the Kunlun Immortal Sect's supremacy in this domain. Indeed, a third-tier spiritual formation is formidable, yet it fails to intimidate Jiang Yi. At his peak, he could independently refine a third-tier formation, while its lethality may pale in comparison to that of the tomb of 10,000 demons. It certainly did not carry the drawback of requiring a 60-year interval for activation. It seemed that the two sect leaders believed Jiang Yi to be daunted. As they continued to explain with a hint of pride, Jiang Yi merely smiled, offering no further clarification. Tang Xiao and the others did not prolong the discussion and promptly led Jiang Yi to seek an audience with the Black Xian Demon Emperor. The presence of the two sect leaders, along with key figures from their respective sects, startled the elder guarding the mountain palace, who hurriedly reported to the Black Xian Demon Emperor. Moments later, Jiang Yi and his companions were granted an audience. As they stepped into the main hall of the Demon Emperor's mountain palace, they were immediately enveloped by a chilling and ominous demonic aura that sent shivers coursing through their spines. Although the palace of the Demon Emperor appeared quite grand, upon entering, Jiang Yi discovered that its furnishings were rather simplistic, devoid of anything truly noteworthy. Observing this, he could not help but marvel inwardly. Indeed, the Black Mysterious Demon Emperor was a practitioner of profound transformation, a figure of remarkable caliber. In his previous experiences within the minor immortal realm, Jiang Yi had encountered numerous formidable individuals, whose palatial abodes were often opulent and resplendent, exuding the aura of sovereigns. Rarely, however, did he come across a place as unadorned and austere as the palace of the Demon Emperor. The more pristine and straightforward a residence, the more it suggested that its master was singularly focused, disinclined to be distracted by ostentatious trappings that could hinder their cultivation. Just as Jiang Yi was thoughtfully assessing the palace of the Demon Emperor, several figures emerged from the Grand Hall. These were the key figures of the Imperial Sect, with the foremost among them being the headmaster, the Black Mysterious Demon Emperor himself, with silver hair cascading to the ground, eyes like stars, and an imposing stature clad in a silver-black demonic robe. Jiang Yi was taken aback to find that the Black Mysterious Demon Emperor appeared younger and rather handsome than he had anticipated. Jiang Yi felt no fluctuations in the other's aura, as if he were void of presence. Although visible, he was imperceptible, akin to a mirage. This must be the realm of the mirage technique. Jiang Yi's heart raced, and he involuntarily inhaled sharply. The mirage technique represents a form of transcendence in magical power. Upon reaching this level, one can conceal their true cultivation, transforming their spiritual energy into nothingness, rendering their presence void, a state that transcends the natural order while simultaneously being palpably real. According to Jiang Yi's understanding, attaining the shimmering technique requires a minimum cultivation level of the 8th stage of the refinement path. The refinement path comprises 9 distinct realms: the first stage of sharpness, the second stage of solidification, the third stage of spirit mastery, which enables the practitioner to deploy spiritual formations for combat. The fourth stage is known as the Sea of Suffering, wherein the source of one's magical energy is perceived as an endless ocean of anguish, purifying one's path and nurturing the essence of the way. The fifth stage, the Fruit of the Way, involves embedding various mystical abilities into the Tao fruit, amplifying one's magical prowess by no less than tenfold. As for the sixth stage of ever-changing mysticism, the seventh stage of unity with heaven and man, the eighth stage of divine imprint, and the ninth stage of divine position, Jiang Yi had yet to reach such heights. Thus his understanding remained somewhat limited. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that individuals who have cultivated beyond the eighth stage of the refinement path in the mortal realm are undoubtedly top-tier powerhouses, capable of entering the lesser celestial realm at any moment. Moreover, he could not fathom the true depth of the Black Xian Demon Emperor's cultivation. He could well be at the eighth or ninth stage, or perhaps even have ventured into the divine refinement period. Acknowledging this, Jiang Yi felt a slight surge of caution. However, the Black Xian Demon Emperor did not fix his gaze upon Jiang Yi. Instead, he turned his attention to Tang Xiao and the others. Esteemed sect masters and elders, might I inquire what significant matter brings you here? The Black Xian Demon Emperor inquired as he gracefully settled into his seat. Esteemed master, we bring news of monumental joy. After 300 years, the Black Xian sect has once again produced a saint-card demon disciple. Unable to contain his excitement, Tang Xiao pushed Jiang Yi to the forefront. Upon hearing this, a flicker of astonishment crossed the previously serene visage of the Black Xian Demon Emperor, while the uninformed elders of the imperial sect gasped in disbelief. What? Saint Como. This young man is Saint Como. An elder, akin to one who has discovered a treasure, immediately approached, scrutinizing Jiang Yi from head to toe. 300 years. A full 3 centuries. To encounter Saint Como once more, surely the heavens do not forsake our black mysterious sect. Another elder from the imperial gate bellowed, urging, quickly, bring forth Saint Como for examination. There are those who wish to authenticate its authenticity. Jiang Yi found it perplexing why these old men were so fervently agitated. Nonetheless, he complied with their wishes and presented the Saint Como. The instant it was revealed before the assembly, even the black mysterious demon emperor could not restrain himself from rising. However, in stark contrast to the excitement of the other elders, the black mysterious demon emperor maintained a remarkable composure, directing his gaze primarily upon Jiang Yi himself. With the depth of his cultivation, a mere glance enabled him to pierce through nearly all of Jiang Yi's secrets. What? This? The black mysterious demon emperor involuntarily uttered a low murmur, his expression shifting repeatedly, marked by astonishment and furrowed brows, his thoughts in a state of tumult. The others in the grand hall were taken aback by the emperor's reaction. To astonish one who is usually as tranquil as water is indeed a rare spectacle. Chapter 56, The Century Pact. Thump, thump, thump. Jiang Yi's heart was in turmoil, his heartbeat accelerating with each passing moment. He was engulfed by worry, fearing that the black mysterious demon emperor would see through him entirely, unraveling the secret of the 3 live stone, the existence of the old demon Hong, and his own intentions, including the scheme of vengeance, and so forth. Jiang Yi felt as though he were devoid of garments, utterly exposed to the gaze of others. The ancient demon Hong Lao concealed himself within the 3 live stone, a relic so enigmatic that even the master of Kunlun could not unveil its secrets. Surely, the Black Xian Demon Emperor could not penetrate this mystery either. Contemplating this, Jiang Yi felt a slight alleviation of his anxiety, his mind swiftly returning to a state of tranquility. However, observing the Black Xian Demon Emperor's reaction, it was evident that he had discerned certain secrets, such as Jiang Yi's extraordinary talent, the latent potential of his physique, the strength of his mental prowess, and even the fluctuations of his future fortune. Undeniably, from these perspectives, this disciple was indeed a prodigy. Yet, merely possessing such attributes was insufficient for summoning a saint card. Why was that? The Black Xian Demon Emperor felt a profound astonishment within. Regardless of his intelligence and capability, he could not fathom that Jiang Yi had been expelled from the minor celestial realm and had sealed his Tao fruit. Otherwise, at the age of 18, with a cultivation at the 5th level of the refining Tao, summoning a saint card would have been well within his grasp. Nonetheless, the Black Xian Demon Emperor refrained from jumping to conclusions. With time, the truth would inevitably reveal itself. As the collective excitement of the crowd began to wane, tranquility once again enveloped the grand hall. At this moment, the Black Xian Demon Emperor pondered for a moment before addressing Jiang Yi. "What is your name?" "Disciple Jiang Yi." "Very well, Jiang Yi. From this day forth, you shall be my direct disciple under the Black Xian Demon Emperor." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi's expression shifted, momentarily taken aback. Yet, the other sect leaders and elders displayed no signs of surprise. By convention, only the master of the Black Xian sect had the authority to take a saint card disciple. "Why are you dawdling? Address him as master," Tang Xiao quietly urged from the side. Jiang Yi paused for a moment, gazing at the Black Xian Demon Emperor, and inquired, "Master, may I address you as master?" In Jiang Yi's heart, there was but one master, and even though he had departed from the Kunlun Immortal Sect, he could not bring himself to accept another as his teacher. Not to mention that the Black Xian Demon Emperor's cultivation was leagues beneath that of the Kunlun Sect master. Even if he were superior, Jiang Yi would still not refer to him as master. Once a master, always a father, resonated deeply within Jiang Yi. "What nonsense are you spouting? There are countless who yearn for such a title," Tang Xiao exclaimed, his face paling in disbelief at Jiang Yi's lack of gratitude. Yet, the Black Xian Demon Emperor remained unfazed. "If you can assist the Black Xian sect through this tribulation, you may call me whatever you wish," he replied. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi felt even more perplexed. What tribulation? What can a mere disciple at the edge of sharpness possibly do? He questioned. As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Tang Xiao and the expressions of the Watergate Master and others. To his surprise, he noticed a hint of despondency etched upon their faces upon hearing his words. 3,000 years ago, the Black Xian sect was at its zenith, wielding considerable influence throughout the demon path. The sect's founding patriarch, the sky-covering emperor, shared a close bond with the master of the Mirage Palace in the seas, Sophina, one ruling the continent and the other commanding the wild seas. 3 centuries later, both the sky-covering emperor and Sophina ascended beyond the realms, leaving a monumental pact for the descendants of their respective sections. The original heavenly sect was a prodigious talent, rising like a blazing sun upon entry, its brilliance undeniable to all. Whenever Jiang Yi experienced feelings of restlessness and arrogance, the esteemed leader of Kunlun would invoke the legacy of the original celestial sect to inspire him. The shadow cast by the Grand Emperor of the Heavenly Realm had already taken root in Jiang Yi's heart, making this figure a benchmark for his aspirations. As for the sea goddess, Sophia, she was said to be merely a child from a destitute family in the mortal realm. Yet it remains unknown how she attained such fortuitous blessings and accumulated profound merits to master the celestial laws, gaining renown across the desolate seas and establishing Mirage City. The Mirage, a beautiful yet illusory phenomenon, was created by Sophia to manifest dreams and rescue the suffering populace. These two figures embody quintessential legendary myths. And with Jiang Yi's innate talents, only through monumental fortuity might he ever hope to catch up to them. To his astonishment, the Grand Emperor of the Heavenly Realm was indeed the founding ancestor of the Black Mystic Sect, while Sophia had also established her own sect in the mortal realm. Jiang Yi's heart was thrown into turmoil. Previously, the tales he heard about these two were largely fragments from the lesser celestial realm or scattered stories straddling the line between reality and fabrication. Before her ascension, Sophia left behind numerous invaluable treasures and the lineage of the sea god, which contributed to the growing strength of Mirage City. Additionally, the Grand Emperor had bequeathed a scroll titled Heavenly Demon Art, encapsulating the essence of his lifelong cultivation. Regrettably, this scroll was seized by an alien race, leaving it with a missing page, and to this day, no one has been able to master it. Consequently, the Black Mystic Sect has lacked its most essential divine laws and has gradually fallen into obscurity. As the years pass, Mirage City has long left our Black Abyss sect far behind. The lackluster performance of the previous Holy Card Sorcerer has only intensified Mirage City's dissatisfaction, bringing the threat of canceling our alliance to the forefront. The Black Abyss Demon Emperor sighed softly, a flicker of unwillingness passing through his eyes. After a moment's pause, he continued, "Regrettably, the mediocrity of the Holy Card Sorcerer has failed to yield greater benefits for the Black Abyss sect. Over the past 3 centuries, Mirage City has scarcely engaged with us. Without the support of Mirage City, the Black Abyss sect is rendered inconsequential in the eyes of other demonic sections. It may sound harsh, yet this is the stark reality. In recent years, the Black Abyss sect has faced numerous provocations and even threats from various sections. If this continues, the Black Abyss sect will ultimately be submerged in the annals of history." Chapter 57. Sect Crisis. In the realm of cultivation, myriad sects and countless factions abound. Compared to the duality of immortals and demons in the minor immortal realm, the greater common realm is a chaotic tapestry, far beyond Jiang Yi's imagination. On the surface, the Black Abyss sect appears to be a moderately influential demonic sect within the greater common realm, boasting a commendable reputation and resources. However, even so, many seek to engulf the Black Abyss sect. This is not mere alarmism, in stark contrast to the entrenched dichotomy of immortals and demons in the minor immortal realm, which enjoys stability and tranquility. The greater common realm is rife with fierce competition. Day by day, at least one sect meets its demise, only to have another rise in its stead. The Black Mystic sect boasts a history of 3 millennia, once regarded as an unshakable entity by many. However, as its fortunes waned, whispers of ambition began to arise among certain factions. Yet, out of fear of the formidable Mirage Palace, most sects merely entertained such thoughts without daring to take decisive action against the Black Mystic sect. With the Mirage Palace's increasingly indifferent stance towards the Black Mystic sect, those lurking forces perceived a glimmer of hope, leading to a surge of provocations from various sects in recent years. Consequently, the Black Mystic sect found itself in a predicament, appearing rather beleaguered. As the Black Mystic Demon Emperor aptly remarked, should the current state remain unchanged and reconciliation with the Mirage Palace prove elusive, even the emergence of 1 or 2 prodigious disciples would amount to naught, providing only a drop in the ocean. The notion of significantly elevating the strength of the Black Mystic sect in a single stroke is but a fanciful dream. The construction of a sect is not a matter of mere days. It often requires centuries of accumulation and the baptism of countless battles. Of course, should an unparalleled powerhouse akin to a celestial emperor emerge, the tide could swiftly turn, yet such a possibility remains exceedingly slim. Upon grasping the gravity of the situation, Jiang Yi's emotions began to waver. Initially, his entrance into the Black Mystic sect had been solely for the purpose of discreetly investigating the minor Dark Lords who participated in the Battle of the Abandoned Peak, in hopes of uncovering the enemies of the Kunlun Celestial sect through them. Other matters were of no concern to him. However, inexplicably, upon learning of the precarious state of the Black Mystic sect, Jiang Yi felt a stirring within, as if he could not remain an outsider. These were the sacred secrets of the Black Mystic sect, which should not have been disclosed to a newly admitted disciple. Since you have acquired the sacred card and enjoy its privileges, you must also shoulder the responsibilities of a disciple of the sacred card. I hope you comprehend this. The Dark Abyss Demon Emperor fell into contemplation. Jiang Yi appeared somewhat bewildered. His gaze flickered as he glanced at the Dark Abyss Demon Emperor, then surveyed the various sect leaders and elders around him. The expressions on their faces were a complex tapestry of emotions. Some were despondent, others wore a look of despair. Some were filled with reluctance, while others seemed resigned. How could a sect with a history of 3,000 years be willing to descend into such a state of decline? Jiang Yi took a deep breath. A faint smile appeared on the stern countenance of the Dark Abyss Demon Emperor. It is good that you understand this. However, earning the favor of the people from the Mirage Palace will be as difficult as a mortal ascending to the heavens. You must prepare yourself mentally. I shall do my utmost. Jiang Yi clasped his fist in respect. He could not make any promises but would strive to give his best. Nevertheless, in the eyes of the sect leaders and elders, Jiang Yi's demeanor appeared composed and mature, exuding a sense of calm that was more endearing than that of those who spoke with fervent certainty. Nodding, The Dark Abyss Demon Emperor remained silent for a moment before shifting his gaze to the assembly. Let this matter rest for today. The fact that Jiang Yi is my direct disciple should not be made public for now. I shall announce it personally when the time is ripe. To maintain a low profile, Jiang Yi shall temporarily stay with the Tang sect. Of course, no one within the sect can restrict Jiang Yi's freedom. He is free to pursue his training wherever he wishes, including at the Water Gate and the Imperial Gate, the Divine Arts Pavilion, Martial Arts Hall, Treasure Repository, and training grounds. Aside from several perilous areas within the sect, Jiang Yi's access to any other locations should not be hindered. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Tang Xiao and the others bowed respectfully and replied in unison, "We shall diligently adhere to the command of the Master." The reason the Black Xian Demon Emperor has chosen to temporarily conceal Jiang Yi's identity as a direct disciple is twofold. Firstly, although Jiang Yi is a newly initiated disciple who possesses a sacred card, it is noteworthy that such cards have not appeared for 3 centuries, leaving many unaware of their profound significance. Thus, hastily elevating a novice disciple to the status of a direct disciple of the Master could easily dampen the motivation of other disciples, who might feel that no matter how hard they strive, they cannot compete with Jiang Yi's sudden rise to prominence. Secondly, Jiang Yi remains relatively weak. Should he display excessive arrogance or ostentation, it could lead to his premature demise. Within the sect, there may be no one daring enough to confront Jiang Yi. Yet those seeking to annex the Black Xian sect would undoubtedly devise means to extinguish the last flicker of hope for reconciliation between the Black Xian sect and the Mirage Palace. The Black Xian Demon Emperor continued. Upon hearing this, the crowd bowed once more before departing. Just as Jiang Yi turned to leave alongside Tang Xiao, he was called back by the Black Xian Demon Emperor. "Jiang Yi, you remain here," he commanded. Jiang Yi was momentarily taken aback, but nodded in agreement. Once only he and the Black Xian Demon Emperor remained within the Grand Hall, he finally inquired. Chapter 58. The Incomplete Demon Codex in the Demon Emperor Mountain Palace. There existed an exceedingly secretive space. This space was not particularly vast, measuring 10 zhang on each side, forcibly torn asunder by unparalleled magical power to create an independent realm, which even experienced the passage of time differently than the outside world. Thus, when Jiang Yi stepped into this enigmatic space, he was taken aback. In the Kunlun Immortal Sect, he had encountered such independent spaces and possessed a certain understanding of them. Those capable of creating such realms had already reached the stage of divine refinement, and not merely the first level of that stage. Jiang Yi speculated that, given the Black Xian Demon Emperor's cultivation, it would be quite a challenge for him to establish such an independent space. This secluded realm was originally created by the founding ancestor of the Black Xian sect, the Celestial Emperor, in ancient times. Suddenly, the Black Xian Demon Emperor began to expound, stirring Jiang Yi's thoughts, as he too had contemplated this matter. When the Celestial Emperor ascended to a higher plane, he left behind a legacy of demonic cultivation known as the Celestial Demon Technique. You are already aware that this technique is missing a page, and to this day, no one has succeeded in its cultivation. Nevertheless, I still wish for you to glimpse this demonic legacy. The words of the Black Xian Emperor piqued Jiang Yi's intense interest. The Celestial Demon Technique encapsulated the essence of the Celestial Emperor's cultivation, should one attain mastery over it. Even if they do not reach the heights of the Celestial Emperor, they would undoubtedly not fall far short. Master, why does the Celestial Demon Technique have a missing page? Who, exactly, are the alien beings you speak of? In that moment, 2 major factions emerged. One faction upheld the will of the Celestial Emperor, while the other vied for the position of sect leader, for at that time, only the sect leader was qualified to cultivate the Celestial Demon Technique. This discord led to internal strife within the sect. Although the alien beings were defeated by the mainstream forces, their lingering resentment gave rise to thoughts of splitting from the sect and establishing their own faction. Moreover, they sought to steal the Heavenly Veiled Demon Technique. Fortunately, this endeavor was detected by the higher echelons of the sect. Unfortunately, amidst a desperate struggle, the alien forces managed to seize a page of it. From that moment forth, The alien powers withdrew from the Black Xian sect, establishing their own faction, claiming the title of Heavenly Veiled Demon Sect. Like our Black Xian sect, the Heavenly Veiled Demon Sect gradually splintered into 3 other demonic sects: the Wind Sect, the Fire Sect, and the Sky Sect. The Black Xian Demon Emperor narrowed his eyes, evidently filled with rage. To this day, as the Black Xian sect faces adversity, the alien forces, instead of showing any sense of kinship, were the first to provoke. Now, the ones most eager to annex the Black Xian sect are none other than these alien beings. The Black Xian Demon Emperor spoke again. Jiang Yi sighed softly. It seemed that such overt and covert struggles were ubiquitous. As long as one is alive, one is perpetually enveloped by these disturbances. A surge of black luminescence erupted suddenly. Pouring forth from his palm, the potent magical energy swiftly morphing, brimming with vitality. In a fleeting moment, this radiance coalesced in mid-air, forming an extraordinarily intricate talismanic imprint. Seal. Open. With a soft command from the Black Xian Demon Emperor. A flick of his wrist sent the suspended talismanic imprint hurtling towards the center of the void in the independent space. Thud. A muffled sound reverberated, causing the entire independent space to tremble. Subsequently, the talismanic imprint vanished into the void, revealing a dark vortex that slowly unfolded before Jiang Yi's eyes. The Celestial Cave. A sudden jolt surged through Jiang Yi's heart. To carve out an independent space-time within the grand world is to create what can be termed a celestial cave. In the realm of Dongtian, the establishment of an independent world is referred to as a heavenly outer Dongtian. While it is within the capabilities of powerful beings in the divine refinement stage to create a Dongtian, the creation of a heavenly outer Dongtian is a far more formidable task. Jiang Yi's awareness of the heavenly outer Dongtian stems solely from a single visit to one. Guided by the Kunlun sect master. At this moment, the Black Xian Demon Emperor was fully engaged in his incantation to unlock the heavenly outer Dongtian. Oblivious to the profound change in Jiang Yi's expression, which, had he noticed, would have surely aroused his suspicion. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi meticulously scrutinized the ancient tome before him. It appeared rather unremarkable, neither dilapidated nor overtly mysterious, lacking any discernible spiritual fluctuations, clearly an extraordinary treasure of the cosmos. However, the moment the Black Xian Demon Emperor handed the tome to Jiang Yi, and his fingers made contact with its surface, he felt an overwhelming surge of malevolent energy coursing through his being. This dark aura was truly terrifying. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped Jiang Yi entirely, penetrating deep into his veins and bones like a venomous serpent. Countless demonic barriers and sinister whispers surged within his mind and heart, creating a tempest of turmoil. Jiang Yi felt as though the very world was spinning around him, ensnared in a multitude of icy vortices, rendering him precariously unstable. This sensation was exceedingly dreadful, reminiscent of the moment he faced utter defeat at Tianqi Peak, teetering on the brink of death. The backlash from this demonic tome was profoundly formidable, and he had yet to acclimate to its intensity. The Black Xian Demon Emperor shook his head with a sigh, placing his palm upon Jiang Yi's crown. A substantial force of magical energy cascading into him, promptly dispelling the backlash. Observing this reaction, the Black Xian Demon Emperor was not surprised. For the previous few Saint Card demon disciples had not fared any better than Jiang Yi. The Black Mystical Demon Emperor felt a tinge of disappointment, realizing that Jiang Yi was unlikely to manifest any miracles. In Chapter 59, The Secret of Miracles, within the confined space, Jiang Yi sat cross-legged on the ground, panting heavily. It must be said that the ancient scroll documenting the techniques of the celestial demon was indeed bizarre, seemingly imbued with a demonic essence, ensnaring him in a quagmire from which he could not extricate himself. Had it not been for the intervention of the Black Mystical Demon Emperor, Jiang Yi's 3 souls and 7 spirits would have been dispersed. Although Jiang Yi had ascended to the pinnacle realm, his magical power remained in its nascent stage. Only through the elevation of his abilities could he safeguard his spirit and soul from the encroaching demonic aura. However, what perplexed Jiang Yi was that the 3-life stone possessed the ability to dispel inner demons and refine malevolent energies. Yet this time it had shown no effect whatsoever. After contemplating for a moment, Jiang Yi surmised that the old demon Hong was likely aware of the black mystical demon emperor's formidable prowess. Should the power of the three-life stone be revealed, it could potentially lead to discovery. The old demon Hong existed in a state of obliteration, concealed within the three-life stone, and had sealed its spiritual fluctuations, rendering them imperceptible. Otherwise, at the very instant the demonic energy emanated from the ancient text, the three-life stone would have activated. However, just as Jiang Yi began to regain his composure, a faint glimmer of light suddenly illuminated his mind's domain. With a flicker of awareness, he swiftly redirected his focus to the cerebral realm. This domain was mysterious and intricate, akin to a miniature universe, teeming with countless neural pathways. Upon the neural fibers of Jiang Yi's mind were inscribed numerous sacred runes, including the secret techniques of Kunlun's cultivation, the essential methods for crafting talismans and formations, and even the ledger of life and death, among countless others. At that moment, Jiang Yi unexpectedly discovered an additional sacred mark upon the neural folds. This mark, as dark as ink, was inconspicuous. Had it not been for Jiang Yi's keen mental acuity, he might have failed to perceive it altogether. How are you feeling now? Is there any improvement? Do not dwell too much on this. After all, it is a fragmented inheritance. The Black Xin Demon Emperor observed Jiang Yi's furrowed brow, fearing it might undermine his confidence. I feel much better. Thank you for your assistance, Master. Jiang Yi regained his composure. Over the span of 3 millennia, the Black Xin sect had produced 12 sacred card sorcerers, yet none had been able to master the heavenly obscuration demon technique. Could it truly be that fate sought to extinguish the Black Xin sect? The Black Xin Demon Emperor shook his head in contemplation. The disciple is lacking. Jiang Yi expressed his apologies. The Black Xin Demon Emperor waved his hand dismissively, exhaling a sigh of relief. You must not blame yourself. After all, aside from the Heavenly Obscuration Emperor, no one has successfully mastered the Heavenly Obscuration Demon technique. I brought you here merely to test our luck. Knowing well what the outcome would likely be, the Black Xin Demon Emperor sought to console Jiang Yi, harboring a fervent hope that Jiang Yi might indeed be the chosen one. Even a fragmented inheritance could lead to success in cultivation. At that moment, however, Jiang Yi's thoughts were entirely consumed by the dark sacred mark, rendering him oblivious to the words of the Black Xin Emperor. The longer Jiang Yi engaged with this sacred mark, the more he felt it held the key to the cultivation methods of the Heavenly Obscuration Demon technique. To his astonishment, he had not deliberately sought to absorb the content recorded in the Demon Codex, yet it spontaneously manifested within his mind's domain. Is there truly no way to complete the Heavenly Obscuration Demon technique? After a brief silence, Jiang Yi suddenly inquired. The Black Mysterious Demon Emperor paused momentarily, seemingly taken aback by Jiang Yi's inquiry. Of course, there exists a method for completion. In fact, there are more than one, the Black Mysterious Demon Emperor stated. Despite his proclamation, the inability to achieve completion of the celestial covering demon art over the span of 3,000 years attests to the sheer difficulty of this method. Jiang Yi's eyes sparkled with curiosity. You have likely never heard of the miracle, have you? The Black Mysterious Demon Emperor remarked. Upon mentioning the term miracle, a solemnity washed over him, accompanied by a fleeting expression of yearning. Miracle? Jiang Yi was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, he had never encountered such a concept. Even during his time at the Kunlun Immortal Sect, despite having perused countless texts, he remained oblivious to the essence of miracles. Noticing the perplexed expression on Jiang Yi's face, the Black Mysterious Demon Emperor generously decided to unveil this secret. As you are now my disciple, I may divulge matters concerning the miracle to you. Do you understand that this universe, the heavens and the earth, emanates from a singular source? Whether it be immortals, demons, or various other arcane entities, they are all manifestations of this profound principle. Jiang Yi nodded in agreement. But do you comprehend the origin of this principle? The Black Mysterious Demon Emperor posed this profound question to Jiang Yi. The origin of this principle? I am unaware. Jiang Yi contemplated for a moment before shaking his head. In his previous life at the Kunlun Immortal Sect, his focus had been solely on cultivating immortal techniques and alchemical arts. with little contemplation on the deeper aspects of the path. The principle does not arise from nothingness. Every divine ability we cultivate, every natural law we adhere to, is not conjured from thin air. Martial practice involves martial skills, which are crafted by humanity. In the pursuit of the path, there exists a doctrine. And this doctrine is the very genesis of miracles. The vast cosmos is replete with numerous miracles, which resemble fragments of primordial laws. Each form of mystical art and principle is an amalgamation of various miracles, and the same holds true for the formidable dark arts. When the Dark Emperor imparted these unfamiliar concepts to Jiang Yi, he was profoundly shaken. Miracles, understood literally, are the remnants left by the divine. Deities do not exist. At least in the eyes of the populace. In this world, there are no gods, only those who approach divinity. Thus, the fragments of laws that circulate throughout the universe, the source of the power to create the great path, are perceived as the vestiges of the divine. Some extraordinary talents, endowed with natural gifts, have discerned the principles behind these miracles and integrated them, thereby forging their own mystical arts and laws. This is akin to the martial techniques practiced by warriors. With countless styles and endless moves, they ultimately boil down to combinations of fists, palms, blades, and swords. Miracles serve as these foundational techniques. Once one grasps the principles of these miracles, the creation of mystical arts and laws becomes effortless. Master, are you suggesting that I should learn the principles of miracles? Jiang Yi exclaimed, his eyes wide in astonishment as he gazed at the Dark Emperor. Upon hearing this, the Dark Emperor fixed his gaze upon Jiang Yi and inquired, "What do you think? Is this method not challenging? If you can master the miracles and become a miracle master, the plight of the dark sect will vanish into thin air. However, if miracles were so easily mastered, the world would be filled with those who create laws at will. Every law of heaven and earth, the birth of extraordinary powers, is the result of countless generations' dedication, continuously refined through personal trials and the acceptance of various dangers. The arduous nature of creating these mystical laws arises from the elusiveness of divine phenomena, akin to mirages or ephemeral visions, rendering them intangible. Nevertheless, this world is not devoid of prodigies. Some individuals possess an innate ability to perceive divine signs, and after mastering certain mystical elements, they can independently forge new powers or enhance existing ones. Such individuals are revered as mystics, holding the highest esteem within their realm. In an empire boasting a population of billions, it may produce a mere 10 formidable beings of the divine refining stage, yet perhaps not a single mystic. The emergence of a mystic inevitably stirs significant waves within the cultivation community, prompting various sects and factions to vie for their allegiance. Take, for instance, the current Black Xin sect. Should a mystic arise, they would undoubtedly engage in fierce competition for their favor. This is because mystics possess the unparalleled ability to perfect the fragmented heavenly demon technique, a feat unattainable by anyone else. Regrettably, in the entirety of the Western wilderness, few mystics can be found. Even when including the Eastern wilderness and the Wild Sea, the total may scarcely reach 100. Mystics? Such a profession truly exists. Jiang Yi inhaled deeply. Mystics are exceedingly noble beings in the realm of mortals and even in the lower celestial realms. They can assist others in refining their path and laws, and even create new powers. Do you understand why the Mirage Palace has remained so prosperous? Not merely due to their possession of the divine heritage of the sea goddess Safina, but also because Shimmering City has produced 2 miracle workers in the past century. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi's expression shifted dramatically. The existence of miracle workers in Shimmering City, could they not be sought for assistance? Jiang Yi was profoundly perplexed. The Black Abyss Demon Emperor pondered for a moment before gently shaking his head. It is not as simple as you imagine. Everyone regards miracle workers as treasures. Shimmering City would not easily extend their aid. Moreover, the Veil of Heaven demon technique is the supreme legacy of my Black Abyss sect and cannot be casually revealed to outsiders. The Veil of Heaven demon technique can be considered the very foundation of the Black Abyss sect. It is precisely because no one within the sect has mastered it that they have gradually descended into decline. Within the Black Abyss sect, only the successive leaders, the holy card demon disciples, and a select few elders are permitted to observe the veil of heaven demon technique. Jiang Yi could understand the sentiments of the Black Abyss demon emperor. No one is inclined to showcase such secret methods, especially given that Shimmering Palace has increasingly distanced itself from the Black Abyss sect, holding it in disdain. What conditions must one fulfill to become a miracle worker? Jiang Yi continued to inquire. The Black Abyss demon emperor replied, the most crucial aspect of a miracle worker is their ability to capture miracles. Perhaps your soul power is sufficiently potent, or maybe your mental realm is sufficiently robust. It is an ethereal strength, an innate gift. I too cannot grasp such power. As he spoke, the Black Abyss demon emperor inhaled deeply, a look of longing crossing his face. Miracle workers are not only the noblest of professions in the realm, but are also favored by the Tao of heaven. They resembled the chosen inheritors of divine favor. Each time they perfected or created a new path, they accumulated merit. Once this merit reached a certain threshold, they would receive the enlightenment of celestial laws, resulting in a meteoric rise in their cultivation, an ascent to the heavens. How could one not be envious? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi was utterly astonished, his very cells trembling with exhilaration. Goodness! Such miraculous beings exist in this world. Those who create paths, accumulate merit, receive divine enlightenment, and ascend in a single leap. Previously, Jiang Yi had considered himself a prodigy, a favored child of destiny. However, he now found it laughable to realize the existence of those beyond mere talent, those who surpass the heavens themselves. The miracle masters are indeed the divine offspring who transcend all geniuses. What a figure the Black Shin Demon Emperor is, and what immense cultivation he possesses. Even he, a being of such strength, speaks of miracle masters with profound respect and admiration. If one were to possess the gift of miracles and become a miracle master, what formidable forces could they command? Surely even the Kunlun Immortal Sect would be taken aback. Observing Jiang Yi's fervent expression, the Black Shin Demon Emperor remained remarkably composed. He recounted the legends of miracles and miracle masters to every saint card mage without exception, and all responded as Jiang Yi did, ultimately failing to become miracle masters themselves. The Black Shin Demon Emperor had come to terms with this. His extensive discourse with Jiang Yi was not to place hope in the miracle master, but rather to ensure transparency and fairness for every saint card mage. With the window ajar, a solitary moon hung high over the mountain, its serene light cascading down, reflecting in Jiang Yi's slightly quivering eyes. Since departing from the Demon Emperor Mountain Palace, Jiang Yi has been unable to quell the turmoil within his heart, his mind echoing with the words of the Black Shin Demon Emperor regarding miracles, miracle masters, and the heavenly guidance of the Tao, as well as the formidable techniques of the Shrouded Sky Demon. Jiang Yi felt an imperative to seize these elements, for they held the potential to alter his destiny and even challenge the hidden strengths of the Kunlun Immortal Sect. In the solitude of the night, sleep eluded him. Thus, he resolved to once again engage with the sacred patterns of the Shrouded Sky Demon technique residing within his mind. With the absence of the Black Shin Demon Emperor, he hoped the three-live stone would prove potent this time. Taking a deep breath, his heartbeat quickened. This was a venture fraught with peril, as failure would result in a backlash to his very soul. Yet, cultivation is a pursuit reserved for the intrepid. Timidity and indecision would forever bar one from ascending to the zenith of the great Tao. Chapter 61. The Path of the Immortal River in the Stillness of the Night. The deep mountains occasionally echoed with solitary, eerie howls, amplifying the desolation of the Black Shin sect as darkness enveloped it. Inside the room, a heavy breath resonated. Jiang Yi sat upright on his bed, inhaling deeply to steady his mind. He understood that this endeavor bore significant risks, yet he resolutely prepared to proceed. Despite the earlier foray into his independent space, which had revealed the ferocity of the backlash from the Shrouded Sky Demon technique, Jiang Yi remained acutely aware and cautious this time. With his spirit focused and energy settled in his dantian, he directed his consciousness inward to the realm of his mind. Within, the dim expanse of the cerebral domain materialized once more, revealing a labyrinth of intertwined neural pathways, intricately layered and teeming with countless mysteries. Near the Gate of Enlightenment, amidst the faint and elusive light, one could discern all the sacred patterns that Jiang Yi had practiced. Among them, the most inconspicuous and dim one was the inheritance of the celestial demon technique. Yet, Jiang Yi sensed that this dark sacred pattern was not as fluid and flawless as the others. There were several fractures within its lines. Sacred patterns embody the profound principles of supernatural powers, and their completeness facilitates a practitioner's comprehension. Conversely, a fragmented sacred pattern hinders the practitioner's mental clarity, rendering successful cultivation nearly impossible. 3 live stone, I hope you can protect me this time. Jiang Yi gently touched the dark jade stone at his chest, then closed his eyes, allowing his spirit to immerse itself in the sacred pattern of the celestial demon technique. As expected, the moment Jiang Yi's consciousness melded with the dark sacred pattern, a terrifying aura of malevolence erupted, bursting forth from his mind like a flood breaking through a dam. Akin to a mountain collapsing, a stampede of 1,000 horses, disrupting the very fabric of the universe. Jiang Yi immediately felt an immense mental shock, a sensation akin to being caught in a vortex, with the world spinning around him. This malevolent aura was extremely fearsome, resembling a grayish, deathly mist, capable of ensnaring one in despair, eroding the 3 souls and 7 spirits, as if they were on the brink of being torn asunder. However, this time, Jiang Yi was prepared. He had already activated all his magical power to safeguard his heart and mind, exhibiting a composure that contrasted sharply with the chaos of the day before. Simultaneously, just as Jiang Yi had hoped, the 3 live stone began to manifest its protective abilities. A gentle chill crept into Jiang Yi's chest, and an enigmatic, mysterious force instantly enveloped his entire being, surging into his mind, incessantly refining the malevolent energy that threatened to consume him. With the aid of the 3 live stone, Jiang Yi found his thoughts becoming significantly clearer, as if he had grasped a lifeline amidst a swirling vortex, which in turn stabilized his spirit. Though he could not entirely dispel this sinister energy, he managed to hold his ground. Excellent. I am indeed curious to discover the extraordinary nature of this heavenly demon technique. Jiang Yi's heart swelled with elation. For having overcome the backlash of the malevolent force, he had essentially passed the first trial. He continued to immerse his consciousness, and the inky black sacred patterns seemed to respond, emanating a faint glimmer. Jiang Yi felt as though he were suspended in the celestial expanse, surrounded by twinkling stars. The vast power of the cosmos surging like relentless tides, transmitting and consuming one another. He could sense that even the slightest fragment of this immense stellar force could reduce him to mere ashes, overpowering even the black mysterious demon emperor and some of the formidable beings from the Kunlun Celestial Sect. However, within the sea of stars, Jiang Yi remained unharmed, as if untouched by any external influence. Where am I? How did my consciousness arrive in this peculiar realm? Jiang Yi was alarmed. He was no novice. Having cultivated for many years in Kunlun, he had encountered countless diverse powers, yet he had never experienced anything so bizarre. Nevertheless, he recalled the teachings of the Kunlun leader, who spoke of a state in cultivation known as transformation. It is a realm where the void becomes reality, where the spirit is restored to its true essence, achieving a sublime transcendence, a return to simplicity, a supreme state of being. The difficulty of reaching the realm of transformation is beyond the imagination of most, and even Jiang Yi has only heard whispers of it. In the vast expanse of his spiritual world, countless stars tremble in unison, drawn together, coalescing into celestial rivers that illuminate the shadowy realm, resembling pathways to the heavens that evoke a sense of longing. While Jiang Yi cannot see the terminus of this celestial river, an irresistible impulse compels him to embark upon it, for he senses that this path may lead him to the very essence of the great Tao. This sensation is akin to a deceptive illusion of attaining transformation. Yet, at this critical juncture, a piercing, otherworldly shriek suddenly emanates from the far reaches of the starry sky, at the opposite end of the celestial river. The ominous crows, harbingers of disaster, signify impending calamity. Wherever they appear, bloodshed and suffering inevitably follow. At this moment, Jiang Yi finds himself confronted by a multitude of these dark omens within his spiritual realm, an endless swarm of them, instilling a profound sense of dread. Fortunately, his mind remains relatively clear, and he hastily severs his mental connection, extricating himself from the spiritual world. Gasping for breath as if emerging from the depths of water, Jiang Yi finds himself drenched in sweat. After a protracted period, he gradually regains his composure, reflecting upon the harrowing experience. Why did this occur? Could it be the consequence of the incomplete celestial devouring technique? How did I even step into the realm of transformation? A moment's delay, and the ominous crows would descend, leading a cultivator's spirit to the depths of despair, mildly resulting in a state akin to the living dead, or severely, in the shattering of the soul and death. Truly, this is a matter of great gravity. You, indeed, have discerned a trace of the miraculous patterns, suggesting a potential to become a master of the divine phenomena. As Jiang Yi pondered deeply, the astonished voice of Hong Laoma echoed in his mind. Chapter 62. The 100 Forged Peaks. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Yi's spirit jolted unexpectedly. What did you say? I have captured a miracle? His expression changed dramatically. Hong Laoma, being well-versed in the arcane, surely spoke no falsehood. Yet, Jiang Yi remained somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated possessing such divine talent, a revelation that would leave anyone unable to maintain composure. Did you just enter a transformative state? Hong Laoma countered with a question. Perhaps. Jiang Yi replied, uncertain. What did you perceive? Hong Laoma inquired further. The vast starry sky, the celestial river, and the shadowy crows, Jiang Yi declared resolutely. At this, Hong Laoma was momentarily taken aback, muttering to himself, the shadowy crows, quite troublesome indeed. However, he quickly shifted his tone, continuing, let us set aside the matter of the shadowy crows. It is this very thought that profoundly entices me to embark upon the path of the celestial river. Are you implying that if I reach the other side of this celestial river, I will have mastered the miraculous? Jiang Yi asked. Ha ha ha. Do you believe the path of the celestial river is so simple? To reach its far shore is to become a deity in an instant. A powerful being capable of transcending realms, Hong Laoma laughed heartily. Jiang Yi, somewhat perplexed, pressed on with his inquiry. Then, how does one truly master the miraculous? Hong Laoma pondered momentarily. The concept of a master of the miraculous only emerged in this era. During the age of the decline of the law, such masters had vanished entirely. Thus, I am also somewhat in the dark regarding the mysteries of the miraculous. Yet I am aware of one thing. If you can perceive the celestial river, it can be deemed a manifestation of divine wonders. Many cultivators, even upon entering the transcendental realm, cannot behold the path of the celestial river. While this realm is indeed extraordinary, few are able to glimpse the celestial river. Most who attain this level can merely discern the arrangement and movement of stars within the cosmic sea, deriving insights into the essence of the Tao from their observations. When these celestial bodies coalesce and transform into the celestial river, it marks the inception of miraculous occurrences. There is no need for excessive deliberation. My certainty stems from 2 points. Firstly, the path of the celestial river is exceedingly elusive, and your ability to perceive it signifies a divine aptitude. Secondly, it is perhaps an irrefutable testament. Take a moment to introspect your current cultivation level. The old demon Hong chuckled. Jiang Yi hastily assessed his own realm of cultivation. Upon inspection, he was nearly taken aback. Condensation of essence? How could this be? I have only recently stepped into the edge of radiance. And now I find myself in the essence condensation realm? Jiang Yi's mouth fell agape, his eyes nearly popping out. Despite having witnessed much in life, the leap from the edge of radiance to the essence condensation realm in just a few days was truly unfathomable. Nevertheless, as Jiang Yi observed the genuine essence flowing from his palm, it was so real that one could not help but believe. The Dark Xian Demon Emperor had once stated that only by perfecting or creating a divine law would one accumulate merit. When merit reaches a certain threshold, One receives the enlightenment of the Tao, resulting in a surge of magical power and a dramatic rise in cultivation. Could it be that this is what he meant? Jiang Yi inhaled deeply, struggling to regain his composure. The old demon Hong laughed heartily. You are indeed an idealist. This is merely a trivial breakthrough, and you are still far from accumulating merit and receiving the enlightenment of the Tao. Haha. Regardless, you have now demonstrated a miraculous talent. Given time, you will undoubtedly master this ability and ascend to the status of a miracle practitioner. At that point, eradicating the celestial extremity will become significantly easier. The old demon Hong is also quite exhilarated. However, Jiang Yi's thoughts are not yet fixated on the celestial extremity. Rather, a fervent desire for vengeance burns within him. He cannot forget the humiliation he endured at the Kunlun Immortal Sect, where he was ruthlessly driven away. Unbeknownst to him, dawn has already broken. Jiang Yi temporarily halts his exploration of miracles, packs his belongings, bids farewell to the bald-headed companions, and departs from the lower district's training academy, making his way directly to the training institute established by the Tang clan. The Tang clan boasts 36 peaks, each with distinct names and forms. Yet, every mountain is magnificent and perilous, soaring into the clouds like a series of swords piercing the heavens. 100 Forging Peak is the site of the Tang clan's training academy. Jiang Yi rides the white spirit crane, weaving through the sea of clouds, and soon catches sight of 100 Forging Peak. This peak stands proudly and aloof, a crane amidst chickens, with its mountain path lined with railings fashioned from blades and iron chains, the chill of cold iron sending shivers down one's spine. At the pinnacle of 100 Forging Peak stands a colossal sword, towering 100 feet high, embedded into the mountainside, as if to cleave the entire peak in two. An awe-inspiring sight. Upon this immense blade are inscribed numerous characters, either pertaining to sword techniques or ancient proverbs, perpetually inspiring the disciples. As Jiang Yi descends on the white spirit crane, he observes many Tang clan disciples engaged in their morning exercises. That must be Jiang Yi. I heard he's a Saint Card demon disciple and a friend of the young lady. Indeed, the young lady possesses a white crane, a gift from this individual. Regrettably, a fresh initiate, who holds a status superior to ours, seems unlikely to provide us with any advantages. Due to Tang Gui's influence, coupled with the widely recognized identity of Jiang Yixing as a Saint Card demon disciple, the elder disciples within the Tang sect dare not trouble Jiang Yi, thus sparing him considerable inconvenience. However, Jiang Yi is not devoid of social awareness. To garner followers within the sect, mere strength and status are insufficient. One must also master the art of winning hearts and fostering genuine affection among others. Chapter 63. To snatch from my hands? In the Tang sect, at the 100 Refinements Peak, Jiang Yi found himself surrounded by nearly 100 gazes, accompanied by a cacophony of discussions about him. These disciples of the Tang sect either possessed exceptional talent or had ascended through diligent training in the lower districts, vying for superiority. It is inconceivable that they would harbor no jealousy towards someone like Jiang Yi, who soared to prominence upon his entrance. Yet, they could only bury their envy deep within, too intimidated to express it overtly. After all, the companionship of the Tang sect's young lady and the aura surrounding the Saint Card demon disciple rendered them hesitant to provoke him. Jiang Yi, perceptive to this atmosphere, had no desire to be a mere paper tiger, someone who is treated courteously in public while being scorned in private. Esteemed brothers and sisters of the Tang sect, I am Jiang Yi. From this day forth, I shall be one among you, and I kindly request your guidance and support. With a casual wave, he sent the white crane away and stepped forward to greet the assembled crowd with a respectful bow. This gesture surprised some onlookers, as they seemingly did not anticipate that Jiang Yi, a Saint Card warlock, would exhibit such politeness. Following the battle with Bo Daofeng, several disciples of the Tang sect had observed that Jiang Yi was no amiable character, and the fates of Bo Yao and Ren Wu attested to his formidable nature. Within the ranks of the Black Xian sect, many disciples, upon gaining power, became arrogant and dismissive. One would expect Jiang Yi, adorned with the prestige of a Saint Card warlock, to be equally haughty. However, this was far from the case. His courteous demeanor and nonchalance eased the tense atmosphere among many Tang sect disciples. Haha, junior brother Jiang Yi, welcome to the Tang sect. After a brief moment of astonishment, a young man in white stepped forward from the crowd, returning the gesture with a respectful bow. This young man, named Lu Song, appeared to be in his early 20s, remarkably handsome, with a tall and upright stature and a steady stride, possessing a commendable foundation in cultivation, having reached the later stages of the condensation realm. With a smile, Jiang Yi waved his sleeve, suddenly producing a treasure pouch filled with various spirit beast cores, elixirs, and talismans, an offering for his fellow disciples. Although these items were not of great value, he hoped they would not be looked down upon. As he spoke, he handed the pouch to Lu Song. The spirit cores and elixirs were accumulated during his time at the Wuhou mansion, and since he had no personal use for them, he generously bestowed them upon his new companions. Upon witnessing this act, many Tang sect disciples were taken aback, murmuring in surprise. For those capable of cultivating on 100 refinements peak, spirit elixirs and cores were not particularly rare. However, the essence of Jiang Yi's gesture fostered a sense of camaraderie, gradually dispelling the psychological barriers that had existed among them. Jiang Yi's junior brother was truly too courteous. How could they shamelessly accept? Lu Song, with a smile gracing his face, suddenly felt a surge of admiration for Jiang Yi. However, before Lu Song could finish his sentence, a somewhat jarring voice pierced through the air. If Brother Lu is too polite to accept, then I, Fong Zong, shall not hold back. The tone was rather flippant, laced with a hint of provocation, emanating from the foot of the mountain path. Jiang Yi's spirit stirred as he cast his gaze down the path, where several figures were ascending 100 refinements peak. The foremost among them appeared to be no older than 17 or 18, clad in green attire. With long hair cascading over his shoulders, a cold smirk playing upon his lips as he approached with an air of nonchalance. Flanking him were 4 or 5 disciples, all around 20 years of age, their expressions devoid of warmth, their eyes brimming with scorn. Fong Zong, mind your words. Junior brother Jiang Yi has only just arrived at our Tang sect, and as a newcomer, he is a guest, Lu Song interjected, refraining from accepting the talisman bag, instead advancing towards the green-clad youth. Oh dear, we've just met, and Jiang Yi is already being hailed? Lu Song, you are indeed quite enthusiastic. Well, it's only natural, considering he is a Saint Card disciple. Cultivating a closer rapport now will undoubtedly yield benefits later. Why didn't I think of that? Had I known, I would have lingered at the mountaintop myself. Alas, Fong Zong wore a face of lament, feigning a sense of regret. Refrain from using such sarcastic tones. The star refinement battlefield is about to commence. If you do not seize the time to cultivate, you will only continue to create trouble for yourself. Although Lu Song was indignant, as the senior brother, he managed to suppress his ire. Just as the two exchanged barbs, Jiang Yi gleaned the history of enmity between them from the other disciples. At the 100 Forging Peak training ground established by the Tang sect, there are over 200 disciples. Among them, a faction is led by Lu Song, while another follows Fong Zong. Fong Zong has reached the late stage of the condensation realm and is several years younger than Lu Song, which leads him to regard the latter with disdain. Often, he finds himself at odds with Lu Song. Additionally, Fong Zong has a sister in the Star Pavilion, rumored to be a 5-star disciple, fiercely protective of him, which provides him with a sense of arrogant assurance. In contrast, Lu Song lacks a significant background. He is known for his simplicity and a strong sense of the greater good, which has earned him the affection of Tang Xiao, who appointed him as the master brother of 100 Forging Peak. Although Fong Zong possesses greater talent than Lu Song, the latter continues to overshadow him as the master brother, explaining Fong Zong's disdain for him. Fong Zong's speed of attack was astonishingly swift, even surpassing Jiang Yi's expectations. However, Jiang Yi had no intention of yielding. He was indifferent to the treasure at stake, but could not allow anyone to rob him. Jiang Yi believed in the principle of reciprocity, and since Fong Zong was uncivil, he felt no obligation to hold back. With a firm grip, he unleashed a surge of vital energy that enveloped his arm, significantly enhancing his strength. Vital energy? You have reached the condensation realm? Fang Zong exclaimed, taken aback, clearly not anticipating that Jiang Yi had also cultivated vital energy. Although Fang Zong had only recently encountered Jiang Yi, the entire Black Xian sect had been buzzing with discussions about him over the past few days. His origins and cultivation level had become common knowledge among the disciples. Just a couple of days ago, on the Thin Blade Peak, Jiang Yi had seemingly just entered the Edge of Brilliance realm, yet now he had ascended to the condensation realm. The speed of his advancement was nothing short of astonishing. Observing the condensed vital energy on Jiang Yi's arm, Lu Song and the other disciples of 100 Refinements Peak were rendered utterly speechless, their astonishment perhaps rivaling that of Fang Zong. The fact that Fang Zong's surprise attack had failed not only humiliated him, but also ignited a profound animosity within him. Initially, he had merely harbored a sense of jealousy towards Jiang Yi, stemming from the harmonious relationship between Jiang Yi and Lu Song, prompting him to seek a way to trouble him. However, at this moment, Fang Zong's feelings towards Jiang Yi had transformed into a deep-seated hatred. Chapter 64. The Wood Emperor Technique. I truly underestimated you. Wood Emperor Technique. Fang Zong exclaimed, his voice low, as his vital energy erupted forth. Suddenly, a layer of deep azure radiance surged from his arm, morphing into numerous slender tendrils of branches and leaves that began to entwine around Jiang Yi's arm. These tendrils were not corporeal, but rather simulated through magical energy, possessing a potent wood elemental attribute. Let go at once. Lu Song's expression shifted dramatically as he bellowed, simultaneously striking towards Fang Zong with a palm. Yet Fang Zong was equally formidable. He countered with a swift palm strike that met Lu Song's hand, resulting in a clash of energies. Bang! A muffled explosion resonated as their vital energies surged violently. Lu Song was thrust back 3 steps by the force of the impact, while Fang Zong merely trembled slightly. Although both were at the late stage of vital energy condensation, Fang Zong's cultivation method was considerably more domineering than Lu Song's. The Wood Emperor technique demanded an exceptionally high level of innate talent. Those with a natural wood cotton body absorbed wood elemental spiritual energy at a pace surpassing that of ordinary individuals, once successfully cultivated. The Wood Emperor's vital energy was not only more vigorous than typical true vital energy, but also more enduring. Most importantly, the Wood Emperor's vital energy possessed a unique ability to petrify the enemy. Jiang Yi's gaze shifted slightly as he noticed his palm ensnared by the verdant tendrils, immediately feeling a stiffness in his fingers akin to withered wood. Cease. However, just as Jiang Yi prepared to retaliate, a commanding voice echoed from the sea of clouds atop by Lian Peak. In the sky, 3 white cranes spiraled down gracefully, and Tanghua, Yin Yang, and Xiangfeng leapt from their backs. Upon witnessing Tanghua's arrival, Fang Zong hesitated for a moment but ultimately reined in his strength, abandoning any thoughts of seizing Jiang Yi's treasure pouch. Though he bore resentment towards Lu Song, Fang Zong dared not provoke Tanghua, for this was the domain of the Tang clan. As the saying goes, one must bow their head beneath the eaves. Seeing Fang Zong relent, Tanghua's previously fuming countenance softened somewhat, and with a flick of her high ponytail, she swiftly approached Jiang Yi. Are you injured? Tanghua inquired with concern. She stood close to Jiang Yi, exuding a subtle fragrance that evoked a sense of comfort. Observing the somewhat irritated girl, Jiang Yi couldn't help but smile. I'm fine. He moved his stiff fingers. Although still not entirely agile, the Wood Emperor's force was dissipating, and he would soon return to normalcy. Had the Wood Emperor's energy invaded him for a longer duration, his blood vessels would have begun to petrify, making recovery significantly more arduous. Although Jiang Yi claimed he was unscathed, Tanghua was no fool. Noticing his palm had taken on a slightly withered, bluish hue, a surge of anger welled up within her. Her gaze shifted, becoming somewhat fierce as she fixed her eyes on Fang Zong and his companions. Fang Zong, are you unaware that Jiang Yi is my friend? What grievance could he have caused you to warrant the use of the Wood Emperor art against him? Upon hearing this, Fang Zong's expression darkened slightly. Hey, young lady Tang, do you intend to suppress us merely by virtue of your status? He scoffed. In 6 months, When the star-refining battlefield opens, I, Fang Zong, shall undoubtedly become a star-level disciple and join the Star Pavilion. At that time, your tactics will be ineffective." With a cold sneer, he continued, causing Tengua's anger to intensify. "Joining the Star Pavilion? Even if you manage to do so, that is a matter for 6 months hence. I am fully aware of that. Otherwise, I would have already disposed of this brat, and you would be powerless against me. Enough. I shall not waste further words with you. There is no point in continuing this conversation. We shall take our leave." With a disdainful glance at Jiang Yi, Fang Zong huffed and departed from the 100 Refinements Peak. Once Fang Zong and his companions left, the tense atmosphere in the arena relaxed considerably, and many sighed in relief. Lu Song promptly approached Jiang Yi, looking slightly apologetic. "In truth, Fang Zong is not inherently bad. He simply has a personal vendetta against me. I apologize for the inconvenience." "Senior brother Lu, you still speak well of him? If he cannot even get along with someone as admirable as you, who else could he possibly relate to? Let us not dwell on that insufferable fellow any longer." It was evident that Tengua's ire had not yet subsided. Yun Yang and Xiong Feng, seemingly accustomed to such occurrences, approached Jiang Yi with a calm demeanor. "It is good to finally see you. It will be more convenient to undertake tasks together moving forward," Yun Yang remarked with a gentle smile. Jiang Yi replied, "That can certainly be arranged. With your presence in the Tang sect, the 4 core members of the Sacred Soul Gang are now solidified," Xiong Feng noted with a nod. Hearing this, Tengua felt a flicker of excitement, her anger dissipating significantly. Indeed, with many individuals around, there is also ample support. Let us not linger on this. Come, I shall escort you to your new abode. Tengua beamed as she led Jiang Yi away from the 100 Refinements Peak. The Tang sect boasts 36 peaks. Among them, 7 are designated for cultivation, while 18 serve as residences, leaving the remainder as desolate mountains. Each direct disciple of the Tang sect possesses a separate villa atop these peaks, where the summits are plentiful. And nearly everyone enjoys their own hilltop, quite a lavish arrangement indeed. Tengua selected the finest villa for Jiang Yi, situated adjacent to the residences of the 3 of them. Separated by merely 1,000 zhang, easily visible to one another with the naked eye. The spiritual energy within the mountain range where the Tang sect is located is far more abundant than that of the lower district. Thus, a single day of cultivation here equates to 10 days in the lower district. Furthermore, Jiang Yi's villa appears as if newly renovated, pristine and immaculate, with the garden-esque flora and fauna and the pavilions meticulously designed. Every aspect, from the lighting of the rooms to the tranquility and privacy, is of the highest caliber. What do you think? Are you satisfied? After guiding Jiang Yi through the courtyard, Tengua inquired with a smile. Jiang Yi chuckled heartily, teasing, "I am exceedingly satisfied, thanks to the gracious endowment of Her Majesty." Upon hearing this, Tengua couldn't help but laugh as well. "Ha, you may take your time to explore. Your decision will suffice." "And you?" Tengua asked. "I have just entered the condensed aura realm and wish to consolidate my cultivation, so I shall not join today," Jiang Yi replied. At this, Tengua appeared somewhat disheartened, yet she understood that solidifying one's cultivation is paramount, especially with the Star Refinement battlefield set to open in half a year. Jiang Yi and Ren Xiaoqing were poised for another confrontation, and naturally, Tengua wished for Jiang Yi's victory. "Very well, Xiao Yunzi, De Xiong, let us proceed first." With a wave of her hand, Tengua bid farewell to the 2, and they departed alongside Jiang Yi. It was not that Jiang Yi was reluctant to mingle with others. Rather, he had numerous matters demanding his attention. In the grand scheme, the Star Refining battlefield and the journey to Mirage City required formidable strength as a foundation, and he could not afford to neglect his cultivation. From a more immediate perspective, mastering the secret techniques of the Black Mystic sect was of utmost urgency. Additionally, he intended to utilize the individual who had spied on his training 3 days prior to unearth the mastermind behind it. Chapter 65. The mountain-subduing technique. The cultivation of a demonic path divine skill was indeed a pressing necessity. The Black Mystic sect boasted 3 renowned mountain-subduing secret techniques, a fact well known among the populace. However, these esteemed techniques were exclusively accessible to core disciples, those who had attained the 5-star rank, rendering them unattainable for the average individual. Jiang Yi, by virtue of his identity as a Saint Card Mage, could exploit this opportunity to cultivate the 3 mountain-subduing techniques. After Tanghua and her companions departed, Jiang Yi engaged in 2 hours of cultivation, solidifying his mastery of the realm. Subsequently, he mounted his white spirit crane and made his way to the Sacred Martial Pavilion. The Sacred Martial Pavilion, the largest repository of knowledge within the Black Mystic Sect, housed the 3 esteemed mountain-subduing techniques among its treasures. However, the pavilion was situated atop the Imperial Peaks, a considerable distance from the Tang sect. With the flying speed of the white spirit crane, the journey would take no less than the time it takes to burn 3 incense sticks. Amidst the sea of clouds, the white spirit crane flapped its wings. The sound of the wind howling around them, Jiang Yi sat serenely upon the crane's back, closing his eyes to cultivate his spirit. Suddenly, Jiang Yi's senses stirred. He faintly perceived an exceedingly subtle fluctuation of spiritual energy trailing him from a distance of 1,000 zhang. After breaking through to the condensing qi realm, his sensory perception had heightened, allowing him to detect presences within a range extending from 1,000 to 3,000 zhang. Even though the pursuer was intentionally concealing their aura, they could not evade Jiang Yi's mental grasp. It was neither Ren Shaoqing's presence nor Feng Zong's. Perhaps it was yet another individual plotting to assassinate me. Jiang Yi maintained a composed demeanor, eyes still shut, arms crossed over his chest, while his mind began to ponder the situation. 3 days prior, while cultivating, he had been surveilled. Moreover, that individual had claimed that he was not the sole observer within the sect. There were others lurking in the shadows as adversaries. It seemed that he was not lying. Indeed, there were other rivals within the sect. Who could it be? Infuriating. No, I must hasten to elevate my cultivation. At the very least, I need to master a formidable magical technique, lest I fall victim to those schemers sooner or later. As this thought crossed his mind, a sense of urgency welled up within Jiang Yi, heightening his vigilance. He refrained from any delays and hurried swiftly toward the Sacred Martial Pavilion. The Sacred Martial Pavilion, perched atop the Demon Emperor Mountain, was heavily fortified with multiple spiritual arrays. Even a master at the 7th level of the refining path would find it impenetrable. Jiang Yi, wary of acting recklessly, commanded his white crane to alight outside the pavilion's outer courtyard. "Is that you, Jiang Yi?" The elder guarding the pavilion's entrance brightened, a look of astonishment crossing their face. The sect leader had instructed that Jiang Yi was permitted free access to the Sacred Martial Pavilion. Yet they had not anticipated his arrival would be so prompt. "Elder, I have come to observe the divine arts. I hope for your permission to enter." Jiang Yi offered a slight bow. The elder of the Sacred Martial Pavilion nodded, uttering no further words as he directly activated the protective spiritual array, allowing Jiang Yi to enter. Upon stepping into the array, the fluctuations of spiritual energy from the outside world were effectively cut off, rendering Jiang Yi unable to sense the presence of the pursuer. Likewise, the enigmatic follower also lost track of Jiang Yi's aura. The Sacred Martial Pavilion was immensely vast, its internal expanse leaving Jiang Yi astounded. Although it did not rival the grand library of the Kunlun Immortal Sect, it far surpassed his expectations. The pavilion was structured like a pagoda, comprising 9 levels. Each level housed tens of thousands of scrolls, though not all were related to demonic arts. The majority consisted of scholarly texts, covering topics such as spiritual array cultivation, spirit beast identification, perilous terrains of the world, the celestial realms beyond, and numerous celestial techniques. Naturally, for practitioners of demonic arts, the distinction between celestial and demonic techniques was irrelevant. As long as a technique was formidable and suited to their needs, they would pursue it. This perspective stood in stark contrast to that of the disciples of the Kunlun Immortal Sect, who would never consent to such practices. Even if the library of the Kunlun sect contained demonic techniques, they were strictly prohibited, and no disciple would dare to cultivate them. Should anyone be discovered practicing such arts, there would be no room for negotiation. They would be treated as practitioners of demonic arts and eliminated without hesitation. As Jiang Yi traversed the pavilion, Moving from the first floor to the apex, he found the atmosphere within the sacred martial pavilion to be rather desolate. Throughout his journey, he encountered only a handful of disciples. Each of these individuals was, without exception, of 5-star rank or higher, undeniably prominent figures within the sect. Upon reaching the top level, Jiang Yi beheld the silhouette of a female disciple. The silhouette of the woman was enchanting. She was clad in a delicate azure gown, casually cinched at the waist with a purple sash, accentuating her already alluring figure. The sheer fabric was so translucent that it revealed glimpses of her fair, slender legs, a sight that was undeniably breathtaking. Jiang Yi, having encountered countless individuals in the realm of the celestial, had seen many beautiful beings from both the divine and demonic paths. Yet this one figure left him momentarily spellbound. This reaction, of course, stemmed from a natural response of a man. However, what truly captivated Jiang Yi was not merely the alluring outline of the woman, but rather an indescribable aura that she emanated. She stood in the corner, gently turning the pages of a book, exuding an almost surreal tranquility that suggested a profound unity with her surroundings. Jiang Yi understood that, given her level of cultivation, she was undoubtedly aware of his presence. Yet, she remained unfazed, her demeanor and essence unchanged. It is worth noting that access to the 9th level was generally prohibited for most, with even 5-star disciples lacking the privilege. Thus, Jiang Yi's presence in this exalted space was already astonishing, yet the woman regarded him as if he were but a wisp of air, her poise transcending that of ordinary individuals. As Jiang Yi gradually approached, moving to the opposite end of the bookshelf, he began to discern her profile and eventually her full visage. To his astonishment, not only was she stunningly beautiful, but she appeared to be merely 18 or 19 years of age. Such youth, combined with her remarkable cultivation and captivating aura, would shine brightly even in the illustrious realm of the celestial, never fading into the background. To his astonishment, he had not anticipated that the Black Xianmen would harbor disciples endowed with such remarkable talent and charisma. Jiang Yi quietly marveled at this revelation, yet he did not dwell on it for long. He subsequently shifted his focus to another section of the bookshelf, in search of the magical arts he required. Within the 9th level, the shelves were significantly fewer than those below, and the expansive space housed only 7 or 8 shelves, many of which stood vacant. However, the tomes preserved within the confines of the 9th level were undeniably treasures of the sect. The 3 paramount secret techniques, which Jiang Yi sought, were prominently displayed on one of the shelves, strategically positioned at the very center of the 9th level. As Jiang Yi approached, his gaze was immediately drawn to the large tome on the far left. The Corpse Soul Sutra. A shiver coursed through him, and he furrowed his brow as he casually picked up the book. Chapter 66. Title Scriptures. The Corpse Soul Sutra, crafted by a formidable demon cultivator 3 millennia ago, centers on the absorption of corpse soul energy and the condensation of corpse poison. Once the corpse poison is refined, the practitioner's entire magical essence undergoes a qualitative transformation, much like the Mu Huang Sutra of the Feng School, which, when unleashed, imbues one's power with the essence of the Wood Emperor, enabling the practitioner to petrify adversaries. However, the corpse poison is far more insidious. Once it invades the bloodstream, it transforms the blood into pus, ultimately leading to the victim's metamorphosis into a desiccated cadaver. Should one cultivate this technique to its pinnacle, the corpse poison could merge with the blood, infiltrating the cerebral domain and directly manipulating the victim's thoughts and will, even reducing opponents to mere puppets, compelled to obey one's every command. One can only imagine the horror of controlling Dao San after briefly examining the overview of the divine technique. Jiang Yi took a deep breath and mused to himself. Although the corpse soul technique is formidable, its malevolence far exceeds expectations, and the requirement to absorb the essence of the deceased soul is stringent, necessitating the act to occur within 12 hours of death. The soul energy required for cultivating the corpse soul technique is distinct from ordinary necromantic energy. Within the 12-hour window, the soul transitions into the underworld. leaving behind a trace of soul essence on the corpse. This essence is the crux of the technique. Once the 12 hours elapse, the gates of the 9 netherworld close, severing the soul's connection to the mortal realm, and the soul essence dissipates naturally. Jiang Yi instinctively glanced aside and saw that the enchanting woman was holding the very tome that was missing, the Title Sutra. It turned out she was practicing the Title Sutra. Contemplating this revelation, Jiang Yi opened the scroll for a cursory examination. The Title Sutra was considerably more orthodox than the corpse soul technique. However, it still belonged to the realm of demonic arts, primarily focusing on the cultivation of one's meridians. If the brain domain represents the essence of spirit, and the law sea serves as the source of power, then the meridians act as the nexus between the two. The transformation of magical energy into radiance and vigor is achieved through the meridians. Some individuals possess inherently weak and narrow meridians, resulting in slow magical energy circulation and insufficient explosive power, which directly diminishes their combat effectiveness. Conversely, even those endowed with robust meridians must continuously expand and strengthen them to attain greater explosive potential and sustained magical energy. The Title Sutra comprises 9 distinct levels, each dedicated to the refinement of the meridians. With each level transcended, the strength and permeability of one's meridians would double, resulting in a corresponding amplification of magical power and instantaneous explosive force. Why, then, is Fangzong more formidable than Lu Song, both being in the late stage of condensation? In the fleeting moment of their clash, Fangzong's surge of magical energy was markedly more powerful than that of Lu Song, sending the latter staggering 3 steps back. This clearly indicates that Fangzong's meridians are more robust and permeable, allowing for a greater release of magical energy in an instant. The Tide Sutra is a foundational technique. In the long run, it surpasses the corpse soul technique in efficacy, as Jiang Yi privately assessed. The corpse soul technique is overly reliant on external entities. Without a formidable puppet, or if the puppet is defeated, one finds oneself in dire straits. Conversely, the Tide Sutra emphasizes self-enhancement, regardless of time or place. One can rely on oneself, making self-improvement the most reassuring endeavor. Moreover, the Tide Sutra encompasses numerous mysteries, such as the unity of self and nature, embodying a state of calm amidst chaos, akin to that woman who remained unperturbed even when the heavens threatened to collapse. The Tide Sutra piqued Jiang Yi's interest to such an extent that he devoted 3 full hours to its study. His comprehension was nothing short of extraordinary, swiftly grasping the essence of the Tide Sutra. However, mere understanding of its principles was insufficient. One must cultivate it layer by layer, breaking through continual practice. The serene atmosphere of the Holy Martial Pavilion allowed Jiang Yi to immerse himself fully in the realm of the Tide Sutra. Unbeknownst to him, he began to practice the techniques outlined in the text. Suddenly, whether it was an auditory illusion or a genuine phenomenon, Jiang Yi heard a sound akin to the ebb and flow of tides emanating from within his being. The cultivation method of the Title Sutra involves simulating one's spiritual power as a tide, continuously impacting the meridians, gradually opening, tearing, and strengthening them. This process starkly contrasts with the traditional method of meridian opening, which is typically slow and requires abundant celestial materials and miraculous elixirs for recovery once the meridians are torn. In contrast, the Title Sutra aligns with the principles of the celestial order, allowing for remarkably rapid meridian opening. Moreover, through the self-circulation of one's own spiritual power, it is entirely possible to restore the torn meridians without external assistance. The sound of the tide echoed softly, disrupting the tranquility of the 9 layers of space. This phenomenon caused a subtle shift in the expression of a woman immersed in a state of unity with her surroundings. Her amber-hued eyes flickered with a hint of intrigue as her gaze fell upon Jiang Yi. How could she be unaware of the significance of the cascading sound? The first level of the Tidal Sutra necessitates the cultivation of a tidal sound throughout the body as meridians. However, this process is far from simple. Even those with exceptional talent may take a year and a half to achieve it. Yet, Jiang Yi's initial attempt had unexpectedly triggered a tidal reaction. compelling even this composed woman to acknowledge his presence. She had dedicated 3 months to cultivating her own tidal response. As the woman observed Jiang Yi, he too sensed the meaning behind her gaze. However, neither spoke, and the atmosphere grew slightly tense. Jiang Yi noticed that she seemed to be on guard, her body subtly radiating a hidden energy. "May I borrow a glance at that scroll in your hand?" In an effort to dispel the peculiar tension that enveloped the atmosphere, Jiang Yi took the initiative to speak first. He had thoroughly perused the numerous volumes of the tidal scriptures on the bookshelf. The methods of cultivation firmly etched in his mind, save for the solitary scroll held by the woman. "This simply won't do." The woman's voice was cold, her refusal to Jiang Yi absolute and unwavering. Her demeanor was rather unexpected. However, upon reflection, Jiang Yi surmised that her strong possessiveness might be at play, feeling that his presence in this ninth-tier space encroached upon her territory. Yet, the allure of the tidal scriptures was undeniable, compelling him to make another attempt. "I shall only take a moment. I promise to return it to you promptly, in the time it takes to burn a stick of incense." Jiang Yi offered with a slight bow, his politeness palpable. "Once I say no, it means no. What need is there for further discourse?" The woman's obstinate attitude incited a mix of irritation and helplessness within Jiang Yi. Chapter 67. The 8 Extremes of Mixed Origin at the Sacred Martial Pavilion. Within the ninth-tier space, the atmosphere felt stifling. A cloud of gloom hung over Jiang Yi's visage, as he grappled with the perplexity of the woman's antagonism towards him. In a typical scenario, even a lack of cordiality would not manifest so overtly. It remained uncertain whether this was a reflection of her inherent nature or if there lay deeper motives. Nevertheless, Jiang Yi was no longer the innocent and naive youth of the Kunlun Celestial Sect. He would not shy away simply because his counterpart was a woman. Every demonic faction operates under 2 sets of order. One is the luminous order, codified by established regulations, while the other is the subterranean order, comprised of unwritten rules tacitly acknowledged among peers. As a disciple of the demon sect, particularly one aspiring for advancement and success, a proud student would refrain from reporting grievances, even if they suffer losses. To do otherwise would only invite ridicule and mockery for their perceived weakness. This woman deliberately provoked Jiang Yi. Fully aware that he would never resort to reporting, Jiang Yi furrowed his brow, on the verge of speaking, when he suddenly noticed that the woman's figure dissipated like a wisp of smoke, vanishing without a trace. It was abrupt and without warning, so much so that even Jiang Yi could not detect it. This technique, aside from being known to disciples of Kunlun, was scarcely seen among practitioners from the outside world. This revelation left Jiang Yi astonished. Could the Black Xian sect possess techniques even from the Kunlun Immortal Sect? Who, then, was this Bai Lu? Did she have ties to Kunlun? With a frown, doubt swirled in his mind. After pondering for a moment without any clarity, Jiang Yi decided to set this matter aside. Given the current circumstances, it seemed unlikely he would be able to cultivate the tide scripture, so he shifted his focus to the final mountain sealing technique. This last technique was comparatively straightforward, consisting of merely 3 pages. Jiang Yi picked up the thin sheets of paper and focused his gaze. "The 8 Extremes Primordial Way," Jiang Yi murmured, beginning to decipher its contents word by word. An hour later, having finished reading the 3 pages, he felt a slight shock within. Initially, Jiang Yi believed that the 8 Extremes Primordial Way was a technique for cultivating true essence and magical power, but the truth was quite different. This technique was created 5,000 years ago by a formidable figure known as the 8 Extremes Demon Lord, primarily focusing on the cultivation of the 8 Extremes avatar. By means of transforming the 8 Extremes, one is able to disperse soul energy and even replicate the soul itself. The replicated soul possesses the remarkable ability of possession. Akin to cultivating a doppelganger, unbound by form, it may inhabit a spiritual beast, a practitioner, or even a tree. This stands in stark contrast to the avatars manifested by certain formidable beings, as there exists a fundamental distinction. An avatar, at its core, remains a part of the practitioner. Should it be shattered or severely damaged, the practitioner would experience significant repercussions. Conversely, The 8 Extremes doppelganger operates differently, even if the doppelganger is annihilated. The original remains unaffected. One can envision that if one successfully cultivates the 8 Extremes doppelganger, there would be no need to personally traverse perilous domains. The doppelganger could undertake such endeavors on one's behalf. Contemplating this advantage, Jiang Yi, who had previously felt a tinge of disappointment, found his spirits lifted. Although the loss of the title scripture was regrettable, the 8 Extremes primordial path still held profound significance for cultivation. Nodding to himself, Jiang Yi began to muse. Having committed the cultivation method of the 8 Extremes primordial path to memory, he refrained from lingering further, understanding the wisdom in moderation. Only the audacious 8 Extremes Demon Lord, a creator of law 5 millennia past, dared to embark on such reckless experimentation, ultimately mastering the miraculous patterns of the 8 Extremes and thereby crafting this extraordinary technique. The true value of the 8 Extremes primordial path lies in its ability to harmonize the 8 Extremes and facilitate a perfect cycle of magical energy, preventing self-destruction of both spirit and flesh. Following the prescribed cultivation method, Jiang Yi endeavored to channel the 8 Extremes. Initially, he only dared to summon a mere thread of magical energy, yet to his surprise, he succeeded with remarkable ease. In the fleeting moment when the 8 Extremes converged, Jiang Yi felt a surge of tumultuous energy within his sea of magic, his power undeniably more formidable than usual. If he could previously exert a force of 10,000 pounds with a single strike, he now believed he could wield approximately 12,000 pounds. One could only imagine the immense strength he would possess if he were to fully unleash the power of the 8 Extremes, an astonishing 80,000 pounds. Even a practitioner at the 3rd level of refinement would be crushed under such might. However, this sensation was ephemeral, within the span of 2 heartbeats. His once roiling sea of magic returned to a tranquil state. It appeared that only in that fleeting moment of the 8 Extremes operation could such enhanced power be unleashed. Yet, this was already more than sufficient, Jiang Yi mused. With this newfound understanding of the 8 Extremes, he was now significantly more formidable in magical confrontations than opponents of the same realm, and even those of a higher tier. Chapter 68. The division of shadow flow. During his time at the Kunlun Immortal Sect, Jiang Yi was well known for his fervent dedication to cultivation. Once he immersed himself in practice, he would lose track of time, whether for mere hours or extending into years, enveloping himself in solitude with a heart as still as water. At this moment, with the moon perched high in the sky, Jiang Yi finally emerged from his state of cultivation. After several hours of intense study and practice, he had gained considerable insight into the 8 Extremes primordial path, enhancing both the speed and harmony of its operation. Of course, had it not been for pressing matters, Jiang Yi would have continued his training until dawn. 3 days prior, he had been observed while cultivating, and they had arranged to reconvene at that very spot 3 days later. Now the appointed time had arrived. Jiang Yi mounted his white crane and silently made his way to the back mountain of the lower district's cultivation academy. The moonlight cascades like water, casting a serene glow upon the earth. At the edge of the forest on the hillside, a solitary figure meanders restlessly. Though his expressions remain obscured, his movements betray a palpable anxiety. I hold a deep appreciation for those who honor their promises. This serves as an antidote to the 1,000 insect itch, postponing its onset. Jiang Yi emerged from the depths of the woods, tossing a vial of medicine to the disciple. The disciple's face lit up with joy as he hastily caught the vial and ingested the remedy. Very well, I shall await your return here in 7 days. At that time, I will discreetly accompany you to the 100 Ghost Slope, Jiang Yi declared before vanishing into the forest. Evidently, Jiang Yi not only survived but thrived, ascending in both nobility and status, complicating matters for those who sought to harm him. During these 7 days, Jiang Yi experienced a modest breakthrough in his 8 Extremes mixed yuan technique. This discipline comprises 3 tiers. The first involves harnessing the 8 Extremes to unleash an octuple surge of power. Presently, Jiang Yi is capable of generating 2 to 3 times the force, a significant improvement even if it falls short of the coveted 8-fold. Upon the conclusion of the 7 days, Jiang Yi successfully advanced to the mid-stage of the condensation realm, bolstering his confidence. After all, the forthcoming expedition to the 100 Ghosts Slope held uncertainties, whether it would entail an ambush or be well within his control. Another night enveloped the land, devoid of moonlight, casting the forest into shadows. Following his rendezvous with the disciple, Jiang Yi, under the latter's guidance, set forth towards the 100 Ghosts Slope. Baiguay Slope is a desolate expanse situated on the borders of the Heishuan Gate. Although it does not harbor formidable spirit beasts, it emanates an aura of eerie malevolence. Legend has it that thousands of years ago, this Baiguay Slope was merely an unnamed valley. However, it became the battleground for two great empires, resulting in a landscape strewn with corpses, mountains of white bones, and rivers of blood, filled with an overwhelming sense of resentment. Another account suggests that two sects of demonic practitioners amassed over 100 cultivators to engage in a fierce battle, with none surviving the carnage. In the aftermath, some villagers, while hunting in the mountains, were struck dead by the terrifying sight of phantoms roaming the slope. Since then, Baiguay Slope has remained a desolate and uninhabited place. Yet, these tales are merely folk legends. Even if they bear truth, encountering vengeful spirits is not uncommon for those who cultivate the Tao. Typically, vengeful spirits, upon sensing the presence of a practitioner, flee in terror rather than attempting to instill fear, particularly among many demonic cultivators who delight in collecting souls to refine malevolent sorcery. These tormented spirits would find themselves in a fate worse than death. Nonetheless, the notorious reputation of Baiguay Slope, perpetuated through millennia of tales, deters disciples of the Heishuan Gate from venturing into its depths. Additionally, its position as a borderland of the Heishuan Gate renders Baiguay Slope a prime opportunity for those with ulterior motives. After a considerable time, Jiang Yi finally arrived at Baiguay Slope. True to the legends, the valley exuded an ominous atmosphere, and one could sense an overwhelming aura of malevolence from afar, easily affecting those with wavering resolve. The wind howled like the wails of lost souls, and the occasional eerie cries from the depths of the mountains sent chills down one's spine. The disciple accompanying him appeared visibly shaken, trembling with fear. Esteemed elder, the individual should be right ahead in that valley, the disciple remarked. Very well, you shall proceed first, and I will follow discreetly. Jiang Yi replied with a nod. Hearing this, the disciple cautiously ventured deeper into the valley. The dense darkness, devoid of moonlight, rendered the valley exceedingly obscure, as if a gaping maw from the abyss sought to engulf all in its path. Jiang Yi maintained a distance of 1,000 zhang behind the disciple, employing the capabilities of the Three Lives Stone to suppress his own aura. The Three Lives Stone possesses the ability to conceal spiritual energy. Even the formidable Hong Lao Mo could remain hidden within it, undetected by the Kunlun Master. Jiang Yi utilized the stone to ensure his own stealth. At the 100 Ghosts Slope, amidst the dense forest of the valley, the disciple walked for nearly the duration of an incense stick before finally glimpsing a familiar figure. You have arrived. Did you bring the person? A chilling voice echoed from the depths of darkness. And no, he did not fall for it, the disciple stammered. The shadow advanced slowly and seized the disciple by the collar. Did you not assure me of success? As he spoke, the figure sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy around the 100 Ghost Slope and confirmed the absence of any other auras. It appears Jiang Yi has grown wary of you. You worthless fool, despite the treasures I bestowed upon you, you are of no use to me. Prepare to meet your end. With that, the figure violently hurled the disciple into the air and pointed a finger upward. Boom! A dark beam of energy coalesced into a blade, piercing directly through the disciple's heart. Before he could even utter a cry of despair, he was obliterated, showering the area in a torrential downpour of blood. Flowing Shadow Division, one of the 5 great sword techniques of Kunlun. Upon witnessing this maneuver, Jiang Yi trembled throughout his being, a chill seeping through the soles of his feet. The Flowing Shadow Sect sword was an indelible memory for him. This technique had been practiced by both Ji Wushuang and Ji Wuye, and it was precisely through this very move that Jiang Yi had garnered fame at the Kunlun Wind and Cloud Martial Conference. Chapter 69, Rondo. The Flowing Shadow Sect sword could be considered the signature swordplay of the Kunlun Immortal Sect. It was renowned throughout the minor immortal realm, eliciting a healthy respect from disciples of both the immortal and demonic paths. In the past, Jiang Yi had risen to prominence through the Flowing Shadow Sect sword, achieving fame in a singular battle. This led to a subsequent surge of interest among many disciples of the Kunlun Immortal Sect to practice the Flowing Shadow Sect sword. However, the Flowing Shadow Sect sword is one of the 5 supreme sword techniques of the Kunlun Immortal Sect, requiring an exceptionally high innate talent in swordsmanship for one to be deemed worthy of its cultivation. To Jiang Yi's knowledge, among the disciples of the Kunlun Immortal Sect, no more than 20 had the capability to practice the Flowing Shadow Sect sword. Of these 20, 12 had already perished upon the Tianqi Peak, indicating that the shadow could very well be one of the remaining 8. Of course, this was merely Jiang Yi's speculation. After all, he had once wielded considerable influence within the Kunlun Immortal Sect, knowing nearly every disciple who practiced the Flowing Shadow Sect sword. Yet this shadow did not resemble anyone he recognized. Either this individual was exceptionally adept at concealing their identity, or they were a recently emerged disciple who had risen after Jiang Yi's departure from the Kunlun Immortal Sect. Nevertheless, the Flowing Shadow Sect sword is unmistakable. It is a hallmark of the Kunlun Immortal Sect's divine techniques, and Jiang Yi could not be mistaken. Furthermore, the Shenxi water mist shield, employed by Feng Bailu, was also a secret art of Kunlun. Could it be? Could it be that the people of Kunlun still intended to pursue me, sending someone to infiltrate the Black Xian sect with the intent to kill me? A chilling realization swept over Jiang Yi as he contemplated this horrifying possibility. Yet, what followed was a surge of immense resentment. Having already distanced himself from Kunlun and the realm of the minor immortals, he had embraced a life of a mere mortal. Was that not sufficient? How deep could the enmity run? Jiang Yi considered himself a person of integrity. Even during his time in Kunlun, though he shone brightly, he was not arrogant to the point of hubris. Aside from the typical pride that some prodigies possess, he had not wronged anyone. Yet, his adversary was relentless, dissatisfied with expelling him from Kunlun and intent on making his life a living hell. A fire of anger simmered within Jiang Yi as he longed to uncover the identity of this foe and the reason behind such intense animosity. How despicable! One day, I shall unearth you. Jiang Yi clenched his teeth, his gaze piercing through the darkness towards the shadowy figure, his eyes ablaze with determination, fixated on the opponent. This opportunity was rare. Jiang Yi could not afford to let it slip away. Judging by the aura of the figure who wielded the Flowing Shadow split sword, their cultivation level seemed modest. At the 3rd stage of the refining path, Jiang Yi felt confident in his ability to confront them. Just as the shadow prepared to depart, Jiang Yi seized the moment. The 3-life stone had kept his magical fluctuations concealed, leaving the adversary unsuspecting. With a swift motion, he darted forward, akin to a phantasm in the night, appearing mysteriously behind his opponent. As the figure sensed the abrupt disturbance in the air behind them, they realized the imminent danger. Who dares to launch a surprise attack on me? With a furious shout, the shadow barely had time to think before unleashing a powerful palm strike, a surge of brilliance erupting forth like a fierce torrent of energy. However, at that moment, Jiang Yi was not inclined to evade. His heart, ignited by rage, compelled him to strike first. Without waiting for the opponent's energy to fully manifest, Jiang Yi swiftly dispersed it with a single palm. The force behind the opponent's strike was formidable, capable of unleashing a weight of 10,000 pounds in a fleeting moment, indicating a cultivation level significantly superior to Jiang Yi's. Nevertheless, Jiang Yi was driven by murderous intent, launching an all-out assault. The 8 extremes turned in unison, upheaving the earth and sky. He held nothing back, pushing the 8 extremes to their utmost limit, his magical powers surging forth. At the moment of convergence, the might of his unleashed magic had already tripled, reaching a terrifying force of 30,000 pounds. In the dark of night, the 2 palms collided. From a distance, it resembled 2 meteors colliding in the night sky. A thunderous roar erupted, reverberating through the valley and forest as the energy swept across the surroundings. The cracking sounds echoed within 100 zhang radius of their clash. Countless ancient trees, centuries old, were shattered by the overwhelming force. The creatures hidden in the woods let out terrified cries, fleeing in all directions. Some unfortunate birds and beasts that failed to escape were obliterated into dust. Amidst the tremendous cacophony, a piercing wail broke through. The figure was sent flying by Jiang Yi's wrathful palm, unable to withstand even a fleeting moment of impact. The power of Jiang Yi's strike was undeniably immense. Executed under the advantage of surprise, had his opponent attained the fourth stage of body refinement, the Bitter Sea realm, with a magical power tenfold stronger, there might have been a chance to resist. At this moment, however, he was struck by a palm from Jiang Yi, causing a third of his meridians to shatter, with even signs of tearing evident in his Dantian sea of energy. A cultivator expands and strengthens this sea through gradual effort, thereby acquiring greater space for storing energy. Furthermore, the opponent was astonishingly able to unleash a tremendous force of 30,000 pounds with a single blow, indicating that his cultivation was likely on par with his own. Contemplating these matters, the shadowy figure lost all desire to fight. Yet, would Jiang Yi allow him to flee? The two figures leaped and pursued across the mountain peaks, the distance slowly closing. The opponent dared not take to the skies. Flying was exceedingly perilous, especially now that his sea of energy was ruptured and his power was continuously leaking, leading to significant depletion. Should he ascend into the air, he would likely become an easy target. Thus, he could only rely on the intricate terrain to evade Jiang Yi. Did he think he could escape? Let me show you the true essence of the Flowing Shadow Sect's sword technique. With a cold shout, Jiang Yi soared into the air, forming sword fingers with both hands as his power surged, illuminating the surroundings with flashing sword light. The two sword fingers rotated before his chest, dazzling like bolts of lightning. Chapter 70. The Dragon Cliff Sword Chi. Jiang Yi asserted, "You have grievances that are well-defined. Killing me would serve no purpose." Very well. You are undoubtedly aware of how I was driven away from Kunlun, and you know precisely who has conspired against me from the shadows. If you are willing to reveal the mastermind, I can grant you a chance at survival. Jiang Yi's gaze shifted, his voice deepening. All right, I will tell you. It is. The man glanced around anxiously, as if fearing discovery. Yet, within his fist's energy, there concealed a golden talisman. A divine talisman? Jiang Yi's expression changed, and he immediately grew wary. Boom. At the moment when the opponent's fist collided with the flowing shadow of the sword's radiance, the golden talisman erupted in a brilliant explosion. The divine talisman, as its name suggests, encapsulates a particular divine ability within it. Once activated, this power is unleashed. However, what this talisman sealed was not merely a divine ability, but rather an essence of sword energy. When the talisman detonated, the concealed sword energy burst forth, causing a violent tremor in Jiang Yi's heart. The might of this sword energy was truly terrifying, akin to the overwhelming weight of Mount Tai or the relentless flow of the Yellow River. In that explosive moment, the entire valley trembled, and the ethereal energies drifting in the air ignited into flames. The imperial aura contained within the sword energy evoked a sense of subservience in those who felt it. In the depths of the valley's forest, a faint dragon's roar echoed in response to the eruption of the sword energy. How familiar it was! How endearing! How long had it been since he had felt this long-lost presence? Did the old friends still remember their master from days gone by? It was Longya. The sword energy of Longya. Boom. A stone and a sword suddenly clashed. Yet the sword energy of Longya was overwhelmingly ferocious, looking down upon the world with disdain and disregarding all. At that moment, Jiang Yi was unable to harness the full power of the three-live stone. He merely believed that the essence of the three-live stone could withstand this sword energy. Even so, the sword energy of Longya still sent both the three-live stone and Jiang Yi flying. Chapter 71. The list. Although the opponent was bloodied and unrecognizable, their body language and reactions made it evident that they were prepared to concede. However, just as they were about to speak, it seemed they recalled some dreadful consequence. After a moment's hesitation, they ultimately chose silence. This action greatly incensed Jiang Yi. The aroma of blood permeated the air, wafting into the depths of the valley, stirring the bloodlust of many ravenous spiritual beasts. Once Jiang Yi departed, the scattered flesh and viscera on the ground would likely be devoured without a trace. However, amidst the remains, a faintly luminous object lay. Jiang Yi's gaze shifted, settling upon the radiant object, a treasure crystal sack. With a beckoning gesture, the sack levitated into his grasp. After a cursory inspection, Jiang Yi opened the treasure crystal sack. A dazzling spiritual light greeted him, and a powerful gust of spiritual energy billowed forth, causing Jiang Yi's dark hair to dance wildly. It was a cache of crystals, a considerable amount, suggesting a wealth of ill-gotten gains. Jiang Yi's heart stirred slightly. Spiritual stones were primarily used for cultivation or to replenish depleted mana after battles. Crystals, on the other hand, not only stored more spiritual energy, but could also rapidly replenish mana during combat in a matter of moments. Furthermore, certain specialized crystals, such as blood crystals and dragon crystals, possessed diverse ability enhancements. Consequently, crystals were more valuable than spiritual stones, with one crystal being equivalent to 100 spiritual stones. Jiang Yi inventoried the contents, discovering a total of 350 crystals within the treasure crystal sack, a substantial fortune. Having secured the crystals, Jiang Yi continued to sift through the items within the treasure crystal sack. Or rather, it resembled a coded message, though Jiang Yi did not fully comprehend it. Based on his experience and understanding of Kunlun Immortal Sect's culture, he roughly discerned the nature of the booklet. Gazing at it, he was taken aback and inhaled sharply. It seemed to be a list, intimating the identities of those who sought his demise. Jiang Yi clenched his fist, nearly pulverizing the booklet. However, after a moment's hesitation, he refrained from doing so. Observing the already crumpled list, he narrowed his eyes. There were 19 individuals remaining, and he vowed to unearth them all. Discovering that 19 individuals were lurking in the shadows, poised to strike against him, Jiang Yi felt a surge of anger. Yet, upon regaining his composure, he realized that the situation was not entirely dire. He decided to postpone any action for a few days. With a sigh of resignation, he shook his head. After this ordeal, Jiang Yi became increasingly vigilant. The 19 individuals on the list might not all be lurking within the Black Mystery Gate, but there were undoubtedly numerous infiltrators within the sect, monitoring him and poised to launch an offensive at any moment. In Jiang Yi's mind, the first person who came to mind was Feng Bailu, whom he had encountered in the Holy Martial Pavilion. She might also be an infiltrator, considering that the Mirage water smoke cover she had used was also a unique secret of the Kunlun Immortal Sect. Chapter 72. Ancient ruins. Relying on heaven or earth is inferior to relying on oneself. Only by enhancing one's own strength can one achieve self-preservation in dire straits. In recent days, Jiang Yi had been diligently cultivating the 8 Extremes Primal Chaos path. With the assistance of crystals and elixirs, he had made remarkable progress. Compared to a few days ago, Jiang Yi's speed of cultivating the 8 Extremes has doubled, and the magical power he can unleash has surged to 4 times its previous capacity, equating to an immense force of 40,000 pounds. However, as the upper limits of his magical power continue to rise, subsequent challenges have arisen. After Jiang Yi was sealed by Kunlun, the strength of his meridians has evidently diminished several levels. Although he remains considerably more powerful than his peers, when faced with quadrupled, or even octupled, magical power, he finds himself at a disadvantage. The current predicament for Jiang Yi lies in the fact that while he can unleash 4 times, or even more, of his magical power, his meridians are unable to withstand such force, leaving him reluctant to unleash his full potential. The enhancement and cultivation of his meridians are exceedingly arduous. Even with the aid of superior spiritual herbs and crystal resources, the effects remain marginal. How frustrating it is! If only the Tidal Sutra could be cultivated. Jiang Yi feels a sense of unwillingness. The principle of a single hair can move the entire body illustrates that the inability to cultivate the Tidal Sutra has impeded his progress in the 8 Extremes Mixed Origin path. If he were to proceed with the usual cultivation methods, It might take until he breaks through to the third level of body refinement to enhance his meridians through the elevation of his realm. Yet, Jiang Yi has only recently entered the second level of body refinement, no matter how talented or well-grounded he may be. It is improbable to achieve a breakthrough to the third level in a short time. From the third level onward, cultivation becomes increasingly challenging, and the pace of advancement correspondingly slows, and Jiang Yi is no exception. The third level of body refinement marks the beginning of the spirit mastery realm, where one starts to grasp the secret techniques of spirit formations for combat, which are exceedingly intricate, with numerous paths to choose from. Some individuals focus intently on mastering a single spirit formation, thereby accelerating their rate of progress. However, the downside is that a singular spirit formation can become predictable, making it easier for enemies to seize opportunities for counterattacks. Consequently, the majority of individuals tend to cultivate 2 or 3 spiritual formations. Naturally, those with greater aspirations and exceptional talents often strive to master 5 formations, embodying the quintessence of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Each practitioner delves into a specific formation corresponding to these attributes. Upon the successful cultivation of these 5 distinct elemental formations, they can converge into a singular, formidable, superkilling array. Thus, within the realm of the spirit manipulation stage, divergences in speed and progress become apparent among practitioners. As for the 4th stage, the Sea of Suffering, it represents a process of accumulation and consolidation, demanding an even more prolonged span of time. Upon reaching the 5th stage, the Fruit of the Tao, one encounters a critical juncture in the path of cultivation. Some may spend their entire lives without achieving the Tao fruit, while those fortunate enough to attain it experience a meteoric rise in their magical prowess, potentially multiplying their abilities several times over, or even a dozenfold, leading to boundless prospects. At the tender age of 18, Jiang Yi achieved the Tao fruit, astonishing the entire minor celestial realm. However, this was facilitated by the purity and abundance of spiritual energy within the minor celestial realm, coupled with the unparalleled cultivation resources of the Kunlun Celestial Sect. Now, as Jiang Yi navigates the mundane world, his cultivation environment pales in comparison to his former circumstances. It is worth noting that Jiang Yi's previous rapid advancements and breakthroughs stemmed from his prior experience in cultivation, compounded by the relative ease of early-stage advancements, which created an illusion of effortless progression. At this moment, entering the spirit manipulation stage seems an unattainable feat, as the fortification of his meridians is not a task that can be accomplished in a single day. Without external stimulation, his cultivation has reached a temporary standstill. Jiang Yi paused his training, exhaling a deep breath. Is Jiang Yi still in seclusion? At that moment, the voice of Tangua echoed from outside the courtyard. A few days ago, Tangua visited Jiang Yi, but the latter was engrossed in his cultivation. Today, Tangua has returned, seemingly with matters to discuss. And since Jiang Yi found himself unable to further his progress, he decided to emerge from his seclusion. You all have come? What brings you to me? Jiang Yi stepped out of the courtyard to greet them. Tangua, Yin Yang, and Xiang Feng had just parked the white crane in the yard and approached with cheerful smiles. Today, Tangua's attire was notably different from her usual ethereal goddess-like garments. She wore a fitted leather outfit that was fresh and clean, accentuating her figure splendidly. Both Yin Yang and Xiang Feng were also clad in practical outfits, exuding readiness. Surely you haven't forgotten so soon? A few days ago, we agreed to take on a sect mission together, and we have already made our selection, Tangua remarked. It became clear that they were preparing for a mission, explaining their light attire. What mission? Jiang Yi inquired, his expression shifting. We plan to venture to the northern frontier's heavenly prison in search of ancient ruins, Tangua replied. At this, Jiang Yi's heart jolted. Ancient ruins? What kind of ruins? He pressed. We aren't entirely certain. However, a new B-class mission has emerged within the sect, indicating that in the northern frontier's heavenly prison lies a city lost for millennia. Considered a treasure trove, Tangua explained. Many have sought these ancient ruins in the northern frontier, and there are tales of individuals who have encountered fortuitous events, soaring to great heights. Yet, There are also those who have met their demise in the heavenly prison. It is indeed a perilous place. Must our esteemed Tang family young lady truly venture to such a location? Yun Yang spread his hands, offering a wry smile of resignation. Renowned for his formidable demeanor, Xiong Feng trembled at the mere mention of the term Heaven's Prison, his complexion paling slightly. Boss, this expedition to Heaven's Prison is classified as a B-level mission. Given our capabilities, it truly feels somewhat daunting, Xiong Feng lamented with a shake of his head. The tasks within the Black Mystic Sect are categorized by levels ranging from the lowest to the highest: D-level, C-level, B-level, A-level, and Super A-level. Each of these 5 tiers comes with explicit cultivation requirements. For individuals like Tang Guo and her companions, who are at the first and second levels of the refining path, the C-level missions are most suitable. In contrast, B-level missions are generally attempted only by cultivators at the 3rd or 4th levels. A-level missions are typically reserved for those who have attained the Dao fruit, often necessitating the collaborative efforts of the sect's elders. As for Super A-level missions, they do not manifest frequently. In the millennia of Black Mystic Sect's history, such tasks have only appeared twice. Thus, in the eyes of many, sect missions are predominantly categorized into 4 levels: A, B, C, and D, with Super A level being an exception. I don't care. I'm going anyway. With the boss backing you. What is there to fear? Just don't embarrass us, all right? Tang was shot a glare at Yun Yang and his companion before turning her gaze to Jiang Yi once more. With her sparkling eyes, she seemed to fervently hope for Jiang Yi's participation. Heaven's Prison, huh? It has indeed been a long time since my last visit. Jiang Yi thought wryly, as vivid memories of that once familiar scene flooded his mind. Chapter 73. Heaven's Prison. The mortal realm, with its breathtaking landscapes and vast resources, may not possess the lofty allure of the lesser celestial realm, yet it remains the very foundation of this star domain. Other mysterious realms, such as the demon domain, ghost domain, or the lesser fairy realm, are independent worlds established upon the foundation of the mortal realm. In essence, these autonomous spaces, including the lesser fairy realm, are extensions of the mortal realm, albeit with a superior existence. The mortal realm, as the fundamental world, harbors countless mysteries and is steeped in various legends. Its history is far more ancient than that of the lesser fairy realm and similar domains. Thus, the extraordinary tales and secretive legends of the mortal realm abound endlessly. The mortal realm is divided into 2 continents, the eastern wastes and the western wastes, separated by a vast and desolate sea. The eastern wastes are predominantly inhabited by cultivators, while the western wastes are occupied by practitioners of demonic arts. Both regions conceal numerous enigmatic locations, largely unknown to the populace. One such obscure place is the Tianyu, situated in the western wastes. Legend has it that long ago, the lesser fairy realm initiated a war between the immortals and demons, with formidable beings from the upper realms descending upon the lower realms. To prevent disruption to mortal lives and to maintain the order of the mortal realm, a secret battlefield for the immortals and demons was established as a consequence of divine retribution. Countless adept beings from the lesser fairy realm perished in this battlefield, their vengeful spirits lingering, the fires of conflict ever burning, and a malevolent aura rising to the heavens, enveloping the area in a shroud of death, akin to a purgatory. Over the passage of time, this site of the immortal demon battlefield became known as Tianyu. It is uncertain how many epochs have passed, but as time progresses and the spiritual essence of heaven and earth cycles, the malevolent energy and vengeful souls within Tianyu have gradually dissipated, allowing this desolate land to slowly regain a semblance of vitality. As it has evolved to this day, the abyss still retains its reputation as a perilous domain in the minds of outsiders. However, unlike in the past, there is no longer a palpable fear that prevents one from daring to set foot within its confines. On the contrary, some individuals, either fleeing from pursuers or adventurous souls, frequently traverse the abyss. Over time, this has led to the emergence of a cadre of inhabitants, gradually forming small factions that have established sects nestled among the mountains and waters. Jiang Yi's impression of the abyss remains rooted in an experience from 3 years prior. when he accomplished the 7th task assigned by the master of Kunlun, slaying a colossal spirit dragon deep within the abyss. Thus, this marks Jiang Yi's second foray into the abyss. Accompanied by 3 companions, Jiang Yi rode on a white spirit crane, journeying together. After approximately half a month, they finally arrived at the northern frontier. The environment of the northern territory pales in comparison to the inland regions, being close to the Barren Sea and icy ocean. The temperature is considerably lower. The frigid winds that sweep through feel akin to sharp blades, inducing a slight sting upon the skin. Moreover, the spiritual energy in the northern region is not as abundant as that found in the Xian sect, evidently due to the scarcity of hidden spiritual veins beneath the earth. Throughout their travels, they encountered few individuals, as most were reluctant to venture into this desolate expanse. After 2 more days of flight, they ultimately reached the edge of the abyss. From a distance, they observed a shift in the color of the sky ahead. The northern territory had been characterized by lofty skies and gentle clouds, yet upon reaching this point, they were enveloped by a hazy, ashen mist that obscured their vision considerably. What an intense aura of malevolence! Are we nearing the abyss? Inquired Tanghua, peering ahead from atop the white spirit crane. What a terrifying sensation! Could there be high-level spirit beasts lurking within? Murmured Xiongfeng, holding his breath. Yun Yang's expression was grave as he gazed at the desolate world before him. His previously carefree mood now tinged with tension. This place was shunned even by spiritual beasts. However, it seemed there was an abundance of demon beasts. Jiang Yi yawned and casually remarked that compared to 3 years ago, the malevolent aura of this infernal realm had dissipated considerably, and the sense of danger had lessened somewhat. In fact, this contrast made Jiang Yi feel more at ease. Demon beasts? Are there really demon beasts here? Yun Yang asked, astonished as he glanced at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi nodded with a smile. Regardless of their presence, it is prudent to be cautious. I am merely giving you a heads up. Demon beasts are far more formidable than spiritual beasts. No matter how powerful a spiritual beast may become, its bloodline is merely that of the beast clan. Even when they reach the pinnacle of cultivation and ascend to the celestial realm, they can only become beast immortals. In contrast, demon beasts possess a bloodline of the demon clan. Initially, they take on beast forms during their early stages of cultivation, but as their power grows and they age, they transform into human forms, often indistinguishable from the human race, and their physical prowess can surpass that of humans. From the perspective of future potential, demon beasts are undeniably far superior to spiritual beasts. Even in their juvenile stages, demon beasts exhibit intelligence and can comprehend language, a trait that spiritual beasts cannot match. However, demon beasts are unwelcome in the world. Both the celestial and demonic paths, along with various schools of thought, harbor disdain for the demon clan. Among cultivators of the celestial sect, there is a saying, exterminate demons and eliminate evil, with the first step being the eradication of demons, followed by the destruction of devils, illustrating the profound aversion they hold towards the demon clan. It is precisely due to the unwelcoming nature of the demon race, shunned by all paths, that they retreat to remote corners, and even to the small worlds hidden within underground fissures. Consequently, it is quite rare to encounter demon beasts under normal circumstances. However, desolate places like the abyss of heaven are among the few habitats for these creatures. The colossal spirit demon dragon that Jiang Yi slew was indeed a demon beast. If such creatures existed, would we not be akin to sheep entering the tiger's den? Xiongfeng could not help but swallow hard. Ha, you are mistaken. To the demon beasts, it is the human race that resembles the tiger, while they are the sheep. As long as humans do not provoke them, they typically refrain from launching attacks on our kind, Jiang Yi replied with a smile. Oh, I see. That puts my mind at ease, Xiongfeng said, feeling somewhat relieved. The demon race, unwelcome in the world, is akin to a rat scurrying across the street. Universally despised, they dare not show themselves during the day, only venturing out at night to places where human presence is sparse. As long as we take proper precautions at night, we should encounter no issues. While Jiang Yi spoke with confidence, Tanghua, with her sparkling eyes, stared at him motionlessly, a look of suspicion etched on her face. Jiang Yi, how do you know so much? You even understand the habits of the demon race? Tang was suddenly inquired. This question took both Yun Yang and Xiang Feng by surprise, eliciting expressions of astonishment. Jiang Yi smiled awkwardly, realizing he had only mentioned the demon race to alleviate their concerns and ease their tension. He had not anticipated that Tang would pose such a question. Haha, I read it in a book, he replied. Jiang Yi chuckled softly, scratching his head and inquired, Is this something you read in a book? The crowd paused, taken aback by the notion. Could it truly be so? Skepticism lingered among them, for literature regarding monstrous beasts was nearly non-existent within the Blackshin sect. Perhaps you should all devote more time to reading? It may prove invaluable in critical moments. With that, Jiang Yi swiftly redirected the conversation. We are about to enter the Nether Prison. Everyone, be mindful of concealing your presence. Chapter 74. The Ancient City upon entering the Nether Prison. They were immediately enveloped by a shroud of ashen mist. This fog was imbued with a hint of decay, even containing a trace of toxic elements. A mere mortal venturing here would likely not survive beyond a day. Even practitioners would need to continuously purify these toxins using their spiritual energy. To endure a prolonged existence in the Nether Prison posed a significant challenge for any cultivator. Let us all descend and conceal the white spirit crane. Soaring at such heights makes it an easy target, Jiang Yi advised. Tang nodded in agreement, stating, You are right, caution is paramount. Subsequently, the four descended to the ground, tucking the white spirit crane into their treasure pouch while simultaneously suppressing their own auras to the faintest levels. As they landed, they were met with a strikingly different scene upon the ground of the Nether Prison. Bones lay scattered, and decayed wood and crumbling stones littered the area, creating a disarray reminiscent of a battlefield. The terrain appeared as if it had been ravaged by an explosion, with numerous craters serving as echoes of the ancient clash between celestial beings and demons. Many plants exhibited a dark green hue, likely a consequence of prolonged exposure to toxins. The malevolent energy rising from the void caused a slight distortion, rendering everything in this world to appear as if it were writhing in an eerie dance. As Jiang Yi remarked, within the confines of the celestial prison, the presence of spirit beasts was utterly imperceptible, yet a faint aura of demonic energy lingered in the air. The spirit beasts had all been devoured by the demon kin, and the skeletal remains scattered across the ground were predominantly those of spirit beasts. For cultivators of merely the first or second layer of the refinement path, this place was undeniably fraught with peril. After probing the nearby environment with his divine sense, Jiang Yi's thoughts grew somber. He had visited this location once before and recalled that 3 years ago, he could still sense the faint presence of a few spirit beasts. Now, however, not a single one remained, a testament to the demon's alarming ascendance. Where is the maze city you mentioned? Jiang Yi inquired. In the northwestern direction. According to the task instructions, though we are not entirely certain of the specifics, Yun Yang replied. The northwestern direction? Could it be that ancient city? A thought sparked in Jiang Yi's mind. 3 years prior, he had inadvertently stumbled into an ancient city teeming with outsiders, some seeking refuge from enemies, others embarking on adventures. Very well, let us set forth. This place is ill-suited for lingering, Jiang Yi declared as he began to make his way towards the ancient city etched in his memory. The others, without hesitation, followed suit. With the spirit beasts devoured, the energy-hungry demon kin would inevitably turn their sights upon humanity, especially given that Jiang Yi and his companions were not particularly formidable. Thus, he dared not allow them to tarry in this desolate wilderness. Reaching the densely populated ancient city would afford them much greater safety. After traversing for approximately 7 or 8 hours, darkness enveloped the sky, and they remained vigilant throughout their journey. Traveling through the celestial prison by night was an exceedingly dangerous endeavor, particularly since Jiang Yi had warned that demonic beasts roamed the night, a notion that intensified Tang was trepidation. At the end of the celestial abyss lies the desolate ice ocean, where the frigid winds weave like a shuttle, particularly piercing during the night. Throughout the journey, Tang nearly always clung to Jiang Yi's arm, seeking warmth and alleviating her trepidation. This instinctive act was merely a subconscious quest for safety. Despite Tangua's vivacious demeanor and her usual portrayal as a leader, she, like any woman, harbored her own fears. It was not only Tangua who felt this way. Yun Yang and Xiong Feng also breathed heavily, occasionally wiping cold sweat from their brows, their nerves taut, reacting intensely to any rustling sound. Even Jiang Yi felt a twinge of unease, for while they could manage ordinary beasts with their combined strength, the appearance of a formidable creature like a titan dragon would spell doom. Fortunately, after half an hour, Jiang Yi finally glimpsed a flicker of light on the horizon. "Look! We've arrived," he suddenly exclaimed. The group, upon seeing that faint glimmer, felt a surge of hope, their spirits lifted. It was the glow of the ancient city. Wonderful news. They had finally reached their destination. The journey had been truly terrifying. They were eager to press on, to brave the night, as they felt breathless from the tension. With renewed vigor, they hastened towards the ancient city. Before long, the four of them arrived at the vicinity of the city. The ancient city appeared rather rudimentary, its walls in disrepair, peeling and seemingly on the brink of collapse. However, it was evident that the city was enveloped by powerful spiritual formations, rendering external disturbances utterly ineffective. The ancient city possesses but a single entrance, vigilantly guarded day and night, where meticulous verification of identity is required for entry and exit. Observing the cultivators stationed at the city gate, Yun Yang couldn't help but furrow his brow, pondering, "Will they permit us to enter?" "Rest assured, it shall be no trouble at all," replied Jiang Yi with a reassuring smile. "These guardians are merely intent on preventing the entry of shape-shifting demons. Ordinary folk will not be hindered. Let us proceed." With that, Jiang Yi stepped forward, prompting Tangua and the others to pause momentarily in surprise before swiftly following in his wake. As anticipated, just as Jiang Yi had suggested, the guards merely posed a few straightforward inquiries before allowing them to pass through a testing spiritual array in succession. This array primarily assessed the presence of demonic aura and bloodlines. If no issues arose, they would not be further scrutinized. "Very well, you may enter," gestured one of the guards dismissively. With a soft click, the city gates slowly creaked open, revealing a narrow passageway, through which Jiang Yi and his companions filed in. "Jiang Yi, you are truly an encyclopedia. How do you know everything? Even the purpose of these guards is clear to you. How remarkable!" Tangua exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Jiang Yi, of course, could not divulge that he had visited before, otherwise he would undoubtedly be subjected to an endless barrage of questions from Tangua. "I merely conjectured," he responded. "Consider this. Since the celestial prison permits outsiders to come and go freely, and this ancient city is occupied by foreigners, it stands to reason that they would not obstruct others from traversing. The only group to be cautious of would be the demon race." Thus, Jiang Yi explained, and after some contemplation, Tangua and the others deemed his reasoning plausible, allowing him to evade further scrutiny. The ancient city is modest in size, with merely a dozen streets crisscrossing within its confines. On either side of these thoroughfares stand dilapidated houses, reflecting rather meager living conditions. As for the cultivators within the city, they appear to be few. Not a single figure is visible along the entire street. Could it be that everyone is asleep? Yin Yang pondered curiously. Jiang Yi exhaled softly, contemplating inwardly. It is not that everyone is asleep. At this hour, they must have gathered at the demon fighting arena. The demon fighting arena is the sole opulent establishment in the ancient city and the locale that attracts the greatest number of cultivators. Its primary functions are twofold. Firstly, it serves as a specialized training ground for cultivators to familiarize themselves with the characteristics of demonic beasts, albeit at a steep cost. Secondly, it is a venue for assembling mercenary teams. Chapter 75, The Demon Fighting Arena. The celestial abyss is desolate, a veritable wasteland. The construction of an ancient city within such a barren expanse is remarkable, yet the creation of such a grandiose and luxurious demon-fighting arena within this city is nothing short of a miracle. The arena is vast and majestic, exuding an aura of age and timelessness. From a distance, it resembles a colossal gray box, perfectly square and sharply defined. However, As Jiang Yi and his companions approached the arena, they were profoundly struck by the imposing grandeur of the structure. The arena towers over 100 feet high and stretches over 1,000 feet in length and width, its walls constructed from ancient blue stones, weathered by the elements and the passage of time. Upon entering the interior of the arena, every corridor and chamber reveals walls adorned with strikingly intricate relief sculptures. These reliefs, varying in size, vividly depict the lifelike figures of monstrous beasts and the demon clan, accompanied by textual descriptions of the demon tribe, as well as essential knowledge on slaying demons. Moreover, the chamber houses engravings of accumulated experiences and secret techniques for vanquishing demons, meticulously inscribed by predecessors. Naturally, such chambers are under strict supervision, and entry is not permitted without the payment of a substantial fee for observation and study. Exiting the corridor of the chamber leads directly to the heart of the demon-fighting arena, an immense open battlefield of colossal proportions. The battlefield is circular, with a diameter of 1,000 zhang, its surface paved with blocks of green bricks. A cursory glance reveals numerous bricks stained with blood, remnants of countless years, indelibly marked despite attempts to cleanse them. Surrounding the battlefield are tiered viewing platforms, which, though somewhat weathered, exude an impressive grandeur, making the entire demon-fighting arena resemble a living relic of antiquity. For 3 years, the arena has remained unchanged, as Jiang Yi had anticipated. The majority of cultivators in the ancient city congregate here, coming and going in a constant flow. Some individuals are engaged in the study of demon-slaying techniques within the corridors and chambers, while others are embroiled in combat with the beasts in the arena. And some are in the process of forming mercenary groups, although it is the dead of night. The demon-fighting arena is ablaze with lights and filled with the clamor of voices. Observing this scene, Tang Guo and her companions are left agape, their expressions one of astonishment. The atmosphere of slaughter within the arena is palpably more intense than that of the outside world, a sensation that Tang Guo and her companions have never experienced before, evoking an eerie impression of stepping into a realm of unrelenting torment. Within the arena, cries of agony and the howls of monstrous beasts intermittently resonate. Individuals were incessantly being carried away, some unfortunate enough to be torn asunder by the monstrous beasts, leaving not even a corpse behind. Conversely, some of the beasts were also felled in combat. To enter the arena, one condition prevailed: the payment of a venue fee. Ascending into the arena was tantamount to signing a pact of life and death, absolving the venue of any responsibility for the demise of either combatant. It was here, 3 years prior, that he had battled beasts, laying the foundation for his demon-slaying prowess, without which the slaying of the giant spirit dragon would have been a formidable task. Alas! Another agonizing cry echoed as the arena staff carried away a mangled corpse. Simultaneously, several figures emerged from the exit, stepping into the arena. Having observed the spectacle for a while, Jiang Yi and his companions were about to depart when the appearance of these figures within the arena caused them a stir. Is that the woman? Jiang Yi's heart quivered as he realized that a woman had entered the arena. Clad in a light gauze, her snow-white legs were partially visible. Her exquisite features were flawless, and her ethereal, flowing hair made her a vision of beauty. It would be difficult for any man to resist her allure. Feng Bailu. Yun Yang's eyebrows arched in astonishment, his mouth agape in disbelief. Xiang Feng was equally stunned, rubbing his eyes in amazement, exclaiming, "Isn't that the Star Pavilion's prodigy?" Hailed as the most beautiful disciple of the Black Shin sect, Feng Bailu? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi was taken aback, realizing the significant influence Feng Bailu held within the sect. Casting a glance, he then looked at Tang Guo. Tang Guo could undoubtedly be considered a first-rate beauty. Yet upon the appearance of Feng Bailu, a subtle hint of disdain flickered across her brow. In terms of beauty, Tang Guo might not be inferior to her rival. However, when it comes to physique and innate talent, she fell somewhat short. "Do you all know this woman?" Jiang Yi inquired. Upon hearing this, Xiong Feng's brows furrowed in astonishment as he fixed his gaze upon Jiang Yi. Who does not recognize Feng Bailu? She is a once-in-a-century prodigy of the Black Shin sect. Having joined merely 2 years ago, she has already attained the title of 6-star disciple. shattering the record for the fastest advancement within the sect. Moreover, Fong Bailu possesses not only striking beauty, but also a delightful character, making her the dream goddess for many. Even the Black Xian Emperor and the two sect leaders hold her in high regard. She is indeed the most promising candidate for the position of sect leader. Yun Yang's gaze fell upon the graceful figure in the demon arena, and he inhaled deeply. Furthermore, she is Fong Zong's elder sister. After a moment, Tang spoke up again. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi felt as if struck by a bolt from the blue, his mind swirling with thoughts. So Fong Bailu is Fong Zong's sister? No wonder Jiang Yi couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Still perplexed, he recalled that their first encounter at the Holy Martial Pavilion had been devoid of any animosity, and Yun Yang had mentioned her amiable nature. Why then did she harbor hostility towards him? Suddenly, everything fell into place. Fong Bailu was indeed Fong Zong's sister, and Tanghua had previously mentioned that Fong Zong's sister was fiercely protective. It must be that upon learning of the conflict between Jiang Yi and Fong Zong, she had developed an antagonistic sentiment towards him. Strangely, they pondered how Fong Bailu could possibly appear in the abyss of hell. Could it be that she had come for a sect mission? It seemed unlikely. With her status as a 6-star disciple and her formidable cultivation, she could easily undertake an A-rank task, yet she chose to be here for a B-rank mission? It made no sense. Yun Yang and Xiong Feng were perplexed. At that moment, a wave of astonishment echoed through the demon-fighting arena. Chapter 76, Tail follow with a resounding boom. The mountain-like fire ape erupted in midair, disintegrating into fragments that scattered across the ground. A crimson demon core rested delicately in Fong Bailu's palm. Without a glance, she flicked her hand, sending the demon core flying towards a few companions behind her. One figure darted forward, grasped the demon core, and without a second thought, consumed it, commencing immediate refinement. As Jiang Yi and the others shifted their focus to the individual refining the demon core, they were taken aback to discover that it was none other than Fong Zong. The appearance of the Fong siblings in the abyss of hell signaled that something extraordinary was afoot. However, no one had the time to ponder these matters. Nearly all eyes in the demon-fighting arena were captivated by Fong Bailu's presence. This woman was not only strikingly beautiful and exuded an extraordinary aura, but her formidable prowess left many men spellbound. How delightful it would be to forge a partnership with such a woman, even without such fortune. To join her in slaying demon beasts would be a remarkable stroke of luck. Consequently, numerous teams in the process of forming mercenary groups extended their olive branches. Unfortunately, Fong Bailu paid them no mind, continuing her onslaught against several demon beasts. After acquiring the demon cores, she hastily departed with Fong Zong and the others. Fong Bailu's prowess is indeed formidable. Even within the realm of lesser immortals, she would be regarded as a prodigy. Had she been nurtured from a young age within the Kunlun Immortal Sect, she would likely have soon attained the fruit of enlightenment. Jiang Yi marveled inwardly at this thought. Fong Bailu, being of a similar age to Jiang Yi, had presumably already reached the 4th level of the Dao refinement stage, known as the Bitter Sea realm. Practitioners of the Bitter Sea possess profound magical power, allowing for enduring combat capabilities, seemingly drawing from an inexhaustible wellspring of energy. The fact that Fong Bailu could continuously slay several ferocious beasts without rest is an achievement beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Unless one has opened the Bitter Sea and augmented their magical energy tenfold for sustained battle. At her age, to possess such cultivation is indeed astonishing. It is no wonder that both the Black Xian Demon Emperor and the two sect leaders hold her in high esteem. Should the Black Xian sect produce several such geniuses, a resurgence would not be beyond the realm of possibility. Alas, Fong Bailu is a woman. Had she been a man, even if not a saint card demon, she would surely entice the hearts of the people in Mirage City. Jiang Yi, should we familiarize ourselves with the characteristics of the beasts? Tang was suddenly inquired. Jiang Yi pondered for a moment before replying, certainly. Once we exit the ancient city, we shall inevitably encounter these beasts. Let us first study in those chambers, and then practice several times in the beast arena. We will greatly enhance our skills. Very well, let us proceed thus. Tangua nodded with a smile. Thereafter, they temporarily set aside thoughts of Fong Bailu and her companions, focusing their attention on the study of the beasts. As direct disciples of the Black Shin sect, Tangua and her peers were accustomed to wealth, and without a moment's hesitation, they paid the fees for the chambers that charged for their services. Certainly, the content within has been perused by Jiang Yi 3 years prior. Thus, this time, he assumes the role of a mere observer. Whenever the group encounters perplexities, Jiang Yi discreetly offers his insights. Given the substantial material present in this chamber, Jiang Yi and his companions dedicated 3 full days to studying its contents. In summary, when confronting demonic beasts, one must heed the following points. These creatures possess a considerable degree of intelligence. They deliberately obscure the traits that humanity has discerned. Under Jiang Yi's guidance, Tangua and the others have developed a foundational understanding of the demon clan. In the subsequent days, they engaged in practical experiences at the demon fighting arena. This arena is remarkably accommodating. As long as the fees are sufficient, one can select demonic beasts for training at will, depending on their own strength and the attributes of their cultivated abilities. They may initially opt for weaker beasts whose attributes are countered. Gradually, they can increase the challenge by selecting more formidable opponents. Individuals like Fong Bailu, who effortlessly appear to slay beasts without a glance, are seldom encountered in the arena. Naturally, those of higher cultivation, having attained Dao fruit or even greater realms, typically disdain participating in the demon fighting arena. After several days of intensive training, the combat prowess of Tangua and her companions has seen a modest improvement. Additionally, the demon cores they obtained, once refined, can aid in breaking through their current levels. For instance, both Tangua and Yunyang have successfully entered the condensation realm, while Xiongfeng has advanced to the later stages of the sharp edge realm. As for Jiang Yi, his cultivation has not experienced significant growth, having reached a bottleneck. He requires greater stimulation to potentially achieve a breakthrough. With the training of these days, their courage in facing the demon beasts has significantly increased. It can be said that this journey has not been in vain. Yunyang remarked with a smile while sitting on the sidelines. Jiang Yi nodded in agreement, but chose to remain silent. Boss, where are we headed next? Xiongfeng inquired. Tangua produced the task directive scroll, glanced at it for a moment, and said, the task involves searching for the ancient relic's secret cache, with the criterion for success being the acquisition of 100 demon cores. What? We must slay 100 demon beasts? Yunyang's expression shifted. In other words, the main task is to eliminate the demon beasts, while the ancient cache serves merely as an additional reward, Jiang Yi said with a wry smile. Indeed, it would be ideal to discover the cache. The task directive merely states that a cache exists within the heavenly prison, but it does not specify its precise location. Tangua explained. Do you think Fong Bailu and her companions are here for the cache? Yunyang asked. Tangua nodded. It is highly likely, given Fong Bailu's character. She would not leave the Black Mystic sect without something sufficiently enticing. Upon hearing this, Xiongfeng chuckled. We could follow them. Perhaps they possess some clues. Indeed, regardless of the location, we will encounter demon beasts, and accompanying them may lead us to the cache, Tangua agreed. With everyone resolved to pursue Fong Bailu, they prepared to set off. For the past few days, Fong Bailu had remained in the demon fighting arena, continuously acquiring demon cores to enhance the cultivation of Fong Zong and the others. On this particular day, as Fong Bailu and her group prepared to leave, Jiang Yi and his companions decided to take a chance and follow them, hoping to uncover the rumored cache. Chapter 77. The Cave of 1,000 Demons. Taking advantage of the early dusk, Fong Baitu and her companions hastily departed from the ancient city. Although Jiang Yi and his group were unaware of their destination, they followed from a distance, hoping to uncover something of significance. Once they exited the ancient city, they left behind the protective barrier of the spiritual formation, and within the heavenly prison, the air was thick with demonic energy and a savage atmosphere, instilling a sense of oppressive urgency that brooked no relaxation. Fong Baitu had already entered the Bittersea realm, her magical prowess amplified tenfold, and her spiritual perception heightened equally, allowing her to sense even the faintest movements within a vast expanse. Raindrops sounded like thunder, and even the leap of a grasshopper was detectable. Without the 3-life stone to mask her aura, it was highly probable that Fong Baitu would notice Jiang Yi and his companions. After traveling for the better part of the day, where exactly were Fong Baitu and her group headed? Why did it seem that the path was growing increasingly sinister? As she gazed at the sun sinking in the west, Tang's brow furrowed slightly. The nights in the heavenly prison were fraught with danger. As beasts roamed freely and the demonic energy intensified tenfold, a sentiment shared by all. Tangua naturally wished to avoid traveling into the night without any fruitful discoveries. Our young lady, this is not a mere game. There is no need to rush, Yin Yang sighed in resignation. Beside him, the large bear's complexion had turned pale as he surveyed the surrounding ruins and the scattered bones, clearly unnerved. Though he remained silent, Jiang Yi could discern the tension among the group. Their spirits were high-strung and uneasy. Fortunately, Jiang Yi was somewhat familiar with the heavenly prison, and he recalled the destination of this path. If memory served correctly, there was only one destination, the Cave of 1,000 Demons. Jiang Yi pondered silently, his eyes narrowed, gazing into the distant horizon. This desolate expanse, devoid of life, was littered with endless piles of rubble and withered trees, while the ground was strewn with bones, offering no sanctuary. Should one be encircled by ferocious beasts, there would be nowhere to flee. Moreover, ahead lay a place known as the Cave of 1,000 Beasts, a notorious den for such creatures, rendering this path particularly perilous for any cultivator. The Cave of 1,000 Beasts. I have ventured there myself. It is indeed a stronghold for the beasts, and even during the day, they roam freely. What then? Could Fong Bairu and her companions be seeking in the Cave of 1,000 Beasts? As Jiang Yi walked, lost in thought, his astonishment was palpable. Observing his contemplative demeanor, Tangua blinked and suddenly inquired, Jiang Yi, do you possess knowledge of this area? Tangua, clever and perceptive, may not have been aware of Jiang Yi's prior visit to the Abyss, yet it was evident from his actions since arriving that he was quite familiar with this realm. Glancing at Tangua and noting her skeptical expression, Jiang Yi realized that unless he offered some explanation, she would not relent. Clearing his throat, he managed a wry smile and replied, this path is a dead end. Beyond it lies the Cave of 1,000 Beasts, a domain of ferocious creatures that still wander even in the light of day. The Cave of 1,000 Beasts? Upon hearing this, the group was taken aback, their faces paling noticeably. What could Fong Bairu and her companions possibly want there? Could they truly be seeking to vanquish the beasts? Yun Yang stroked his chin, deep in thought. After a moment's reflection, Jiang Yi shook his head, asserting, that seems highly unlikely. In the depths of the 1,000 Demons Cave, the demonic beast roamed freely. If the sole purpose was to fulfill a sect mission, venturing into such a perilous place for extermination would be unwise. Fong Bailu and her companions are not foolish. Upon reflection, Jiang Yi's words held merit. Should they seek to vanquish demons, the demon-fighting arena would suffice, offering a safer alternative. Even if the arena lacked an abundance of demonic creatures, they could navigate near the ancient city, where assistance would be more readily available in times of peril. The 1,000 Demons Cave is, after all, the domain of these beasts, who would be reckless enough to confront demons within their own territory. Even someone as skilled as Fong Bailu, a master of the Bitter Sea realm, would lack the audacity to do so. If their intention was not to slay demons, what could their true purpose be? De Xiong inquired. While uncertain of their motives for venturing into the cave, it was clear that it was not for extermination. There must be some hidden secret. Perhaps they possessed clues to a concealed treasure. Tangua inhaled deeply, her chest dramatically rising and falling. Jiang Yi chuckled, nodding in agreement. By the way, how did you come to know about the 1,000 Demons Cave? Tangua's gaze shifted to Jiang Yi. He scratched his head and laughed heartily. I read about it in a book. I always tell you to read more. There is no harm in it. Another book, you say? What book, pray tell? Tangua pouted, her expression one of suspicion. This girl truly was relentless in her inquiries. Oh dear, we must keep up. Otherwise, we shall lose their traces. Just then, Yin Yang gasped in surprise. It was then that Tangua realized, her consciousness sweeping through the air. Indeed, they were quickly losing the presence of Fong Bailu and the others. Hurry, follow closely. With that, Tangwa quickened her pace. Yunyang cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Yi, a sly smile gracing his lips, and without further ado, he quickened his pace to match that of Tangwa. It was evident that Yunyang was attempting to alleviate the awkwardness of the situation. A sentiment Jiang Yi grasped without difficulty. Each individual harbors their own secrets, and Yunyang seemed to possess an innate understanding of Jiang Yi's plight. Jiang Yi merely shook his head with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further, while he and Xiong trailed behind. After a passage of an hour, the presence of Fang Bailu and the others finally came to a standstill. With a resolve that belied their trepidation, Jiang Yi and his companions ventured into the territory of the Thousand Demon Cave. Upon entering this domain, they were greeted not by the endless expanse of barren plains, but by a series of rugged, overlapping mountains. Scattered across these desolate heights were countless ancient caves, interwoven and intricately connected, presenting a breathtaking spectacle. It is said that during the epoch of the celestial and demonic conflict, the Thousand Demon Cave served as a pivotal battleground, where numerous formidable beings sought refuge, with these ancient abysses becoming their final resting places. In later years, many cultivators braved the celestial prison, discovering treasures and even artifacts within these ancient recesses. However, as time has passed, the riches within the caves have dwindled significantly. Furthermore, in recent years, the demon beasts have claimed dominion over the Thousand Demon Cave, dissuading adventurers from daring to explore this perilous region. Suddenly, as Tangwa and her companions delved deeper into the Thousand Demon Cave territory, a faint rustling sound emanated from behind a massive boulder, drawing the attention of all present. The four of them instinctively directed their gazes toward the colossal stone, whereupon a shadow darted forth with remarkable speed. Chapter 78. The Forbidden Arts of the Wood Sovereign. However, this shadow did not surge forth to launch an ambush. Rather, it sought to escape. Demon beast, spare your life. Jiang Yi, swift of hand and keen of eye, did not hesitate. With a flick of his finger through the air, he summoned the power of the eight extremes, amplifying his magical prowess threefold. The true essence coalesced into a luminous blade, which shot forth from Jiang Yi's fingertips, striking the shadow with lethal precision. Jiang Yi discreetly employed the Kunlun Immortal Sect's flowing shadow subsect sword technique, a definitive move designed for annihilation. Swift as a bolt of lightning, it was executed in utter silence. The shadow barely had time to utter a cry before it collapsed to the ground, cleaved in two. Upon closer inspection, the onlookers discovered it to be a demon ape, albeit a diminutive one, standing merely half a meter tall, with an exceptionally feeble demonic aura, lacking even a fully formed demon core. Let us hasten, for Bailu and her companions have already engaged the demonic beasts, Jiang Yi declared, unhesitatingly channeling his magical essence to soar through the air. Tangwa and the others did not lag behind, promptly following Jiang Yi as they traversed the desolate mountains, soon witnessing a fierce battle unfolding before them. It appeared that Bailu and her party had intruded upon a forbidden territory, provoking the wrath of slumbering demonic beasts nearby. At that moment, one after another, colossal demon beasts emerged from the ground, their imposing forms towering like mountains, exuding an overwhelming demonic presence. All of these creatures were demon apes, reaching heights of dozens of zhang, their fur a mottled brown-gray. As Bailu and her companions wielded their weapons against them, the clash of steel resonated like the sound of metal striking metal. These were stone apes, indicating that the territory was claimed by the demon ape clan. Jiang Yi inhaled deeply. Among the demon race, the ape-like beasts were formidable beings. In the path of cultivation, the pursuit of the essence leads back to 4 words: subdue the heart. Those who can conquer their own hearts are destined to attain the great way and transcend the mundane world. There exists another phrase, the heart of the monkey and the mind of the horse, signifying that within every individual lies a demon ape. And only by subduing this inner demon can one tame the heart. This underscores the significant status of the demon ape within the hierarchy of the demon race. Though these stone apes have yet to reach the realm of transformation into human forms, they are nonetheless ancient beings, each with a millennium of existence. Their punches and kicks cause the very mountains to tremble and the earth to quake. Fong Bailu and her companions can only rely on their agility to barely withstand the onslaught. Should they be struck by the stone apes, it would likely result in their utter annihilation. Sister, what should we do? We are no match for them. Fong Zong cried out. Sent sprawling by one of the stone apes. You all go ahead. I will hold them off. Fong Bailu's demeanor was as cold as frost. And in this moment of peril, there was not a trace of panic in her, exhibiting remarkable composure. Manifestation of all things, she exclaimed, her silken attire billowing as an astonishing azure light erupted from within her. Manifestation of all things? This is a forbidden technique of the Wood Emperor's art, said to consume half of one's magical power with each use, leaving one unable to recover for a considerable time. Tangua gasped in astonishment. The azure light radiated in all directions, its spiritual resonance causing the desolate mountains to come alive, with a vigor akin to that of spring after rain. Withered trees and decayed wood began to sprout and flourish wildly. In the blink of an eye, towering trees ascended from the earth, resembling ethereal spirits, their branches reaching out to strike at the stone apes that charged forth. Witnessing this, Jiang Yi was also stirred. Fong Bailu's mastery of the Wood Emperor's art far surpassed that of Fong Zong, reaching an extraordinary level where she could conjure life from mere moments of despair, transforming death into vitality. This encapsulated the true essence of the Wood Emperor's art. The sound of impact echoed as the stone apes collided with the colossal trees, producing a series of resounding cracks. The monstrous beasts inherently possess formidable physical prowess, and the stone ape is exceptionally robust to an almost grotesque degree. Blades and swords cannot inflict wounds upon it, let alone these colossal trees and ancient vines. However, Fong Bailu's expenditure of half her magical energy to manifest the myriad phenomena of nature is not in vain. These massive trees and ancient vines, while incapable of injuring the stone ape, can indeed ensnare it. Although the vines are neither sharp nor pointed, they are incredibly resilient. A single vine might be easily broken free from by the stone ape, yet when 10 or even 100 unite, even the mightiest of strength cannot facilitate an easy escape. This young woman should not be underestimated. This maneuver is sufficient to contend with numerous formidable foes. Fortunately, she has assisted us in subduing these stone apes. Otherwise, given our current strength, it would have been exceedingly difficult to survive. Jiang Yi took a deep breath and murmured to himself. Fong Bailu had entered the ancient cave, and we hastily followed suit. Tangua, already in motion, urged them onward. Seizing the opportunity while the stone apes were ensnared, Jiang Yi and the others stealthily followed her inside. As Fong Bailu and her companions were wholly engrossed in combat with the stone apes, their focus was so intense that they remained oblivious to the presence of pursuers. Once the group had entered the ancient cave, they continued to conceal their presence. This ancient cave was immense, resembling a fabled sanctuary, and Jiang Yi had never been to such a place before. After all, the Thousand Demon Cave is filled with countless ancient caverns, and during his brief stay of merely 6 months in the celestial prison, it would have been impossible for him to have visited every single ancient cave. Fong Bailu, risking the peril of being slain by the stone ape, deliberately chose this particular ancient cave, indicating that it must harbor secrets within. Jiang Yi and the others trailed behind, advancing until they had ventured approximately 1,000 paces into the depths of the cave, at which point they paused. Chapter 79, Half-Demon. The swirling demonic wind was not only potent, but also enigmatic. There appears to be a mesmerizing effect, one that corrupts the heart and induces a state of mental disarray. Those with a feeble will find it nearly impossible to concentrate, and the acceleration of their magical prowess has noticeably diminished. Fong Bailu, a practitioner of the Bitter Sea realm, has experienced a tenfold enhancement in her magical and mental faculties, yet even she was unexpectedly ensnared by this force. However, her adaptability is remarkable. As the malevolent wind lifted her, she promptly invoked the Wood Sovereign technique. A stream of ethereal light surged from beneath her feet, penetrating the earth, anchoring Fong Bailu firmly in place as if her feet had taken root. No matter how fierce the tempest, it could not sway her. Unfortunately, others fared far worse. Fong Zong, who had significantly increased his cultivation through the consumption of demon pills, had reached the pinnacle of the third stage of refining Tao. Yet he was still toppled to the ground, appearing quite disheveled. The other cultivators fared even more poorly than Fangzong. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi and his companions were directly swept into the depths of the ancient cave by the demonic wind, crashing violently against the cave walls before collapsing to the ground. The weakest among them, the Great Bear, was injured on the spot, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Fang Bailu's cold gaze shifted to Jiang Yi and his companions, her expression changing abruptly. "Have you been following me?" However, at this moment, none were inclined to dwell on such matters. The malicious wind showed no signs of abating, swirling like a tempest within the ancient cave, filling it with a dense miasma of demonic energy. Everyone focused their minds, striving to prevent the malevolent energy from infiltrating their bodies. Fang Bailu called out sharply, her hands weaving intricate gestures of magical incantation, unleashing a layer of pure, radiant light. In an instant, this brilliance illuminated all directions, enveloping everyone, including Jiang Yi, in its protective embrace. Once enveloped by the layer of green light, Jiang Yi immediately felt a refreshing coolness wash over him, as if he were being cleansed by a mountain spring. His mind and spirit became significantly clearer. The Wood Emperor technique not only possessed both offensive and defensive capabilities, but also had the remarkable ability to invigorate the mind, rendering it a truly versatile divine art. However, what astonished Jiang Yi was not the miraculous nature of the Wood Emperor technique, but rather the fact that Fang Bailu would come to his aid at this moment. Not only Jiang Yi, but also Tang Guo and the others were shrouded in this green light, leaving him curious about Fang Bailu's intentions. "Whoever dares to reveal themselves, tread carefully, lest I dismantle your pitiful lair," Fang Bailu declared with unwavering authority, her cold gaze glinting with a chilling light. She promptly struck out with a palm, her magical power cascading like a waterfall, the Wood Emperor's aura ruthlessly crashing against the ancient cave. Boom! The ancient cave trembled as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was shattering, rocks tumbling down in a frenzy. It seemed there was a barrier above the cave, which glimmered faintly in response to the magical energy, safeguarding the ancient structure. Otherwise, it would have been unable to withstand Fang Bailu's strike. The girl had a fiery temperament, yet it was precisely this fierceness that Jiang Yi found appealing. In the midst of the howling demonic winds, a peculiar voice emerged, and a shadow materialized before them. This shadow bore the form of a human, yet possessed an unsightly visage, with skin a deep green and two fleshy wings protruding from its back, appearing neither fully human nor entirely demon. A potent aura of malevolence emanated from it, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. It was a bat demon, presumably a half-demon. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Yi's heart stirred. Half-demons were the offspring of demons and humans, but typically, such unions were deemed impossible, as the realms of demons and humans were thought to be irrevocably separated. The demon tribe possesses a remarkable ability to enchant and beguile, often transforming into a myriad of beautiful maidens to lure humans, thus obtaining opportunities for intimacy, which may inadvertently lead to entangled relationships. The demon tribe is indifferent to such occurrences, as their reproduction is exceedingly arduous, with a success rate that pales in comparison to that of humans. A more prevalent scenario involves demons capturing humans and enforcing their will upon them. After all, the demon tribe is shunned by the heavens, having inflicted numerous calamities upon the world during ancient wars, seemingly subject to divine retribution that renders their reproduction increasingly challenging, forcing them to rely on interbreeding with other races. In either case, half-demons are scorned by both humans and demons alike, regarded with disdain. As a half-demon, one cannot escape the derision. Tang was snorted in indignation, angered by the label. "Do not call me a half-demon, you wretched being." The very utterance of half-demon provoked the bat demon into a furious rage, transforming its previously dark green eyes into a blood-red hue. With a hiss, a torrent of demonic energy erupted from its form, swirling violently. In the blink of an eye, the bat demon morphed into a fleeting shadow, lunging directly at Tangua. The bat demon's speed was astonishing, rendering Tangua's attempts at evasion largely ineffective. and even Jiang Yi would find it challenging to thwart the demon's advance. Nevertheless, Tang Guo, displaying remarkable audacity, resolved to counterattack. With a crackling sound, a violet lightning whip lashed out, unleashing a ferocious current that swept through the void, causing the hair of onlookers to stand on end. Although Tang Guo was a practitioner of demonic arts, this lightning technique was rooted in the orthodox traditions of the mystical sect, possessing the power to counteract malevolent entities and demonic forces. Despite Tang Guo's limited cultivation and the still immature mastery of the yin-yang maternal thunder technique, her strike proved surprisingly effective. The bat demon sensed a surge of pure lightning power approaching and emitted a peculiar shriek. However, in that fleeting moment, evading the attack was clearly impossible. With a resounding smack, the bat demon abruptly swung its black wings, forcefully deflecting the thunder whip. Spectators could even observe a layer of purple electricity dancing and crackling along the demon's wings. The bat demon endured the assault of the lightning technique. Yet Tang Guo was taken aback, realizing she was now in peril. Infuriated by the pain, the bat demon clenched its fingers and swooped down towards Tang Guo's head. Demon creature, perish. With a momentary respite, Jiang Yi launched his counterattack. The 8 extremes revolved, unleashing a threefold increase in power. In a moment of urgency, Jiang Yi disregarded caution and directly invoked the flowing Shadow Sect sword. With a swift motion, he pointed his arm, and his magical energy surged like a roaring whirlpool. Layers of demonic light erupting forth. In an instant, it coalesced into the flowing Shadow Sword light, slicing through the air with lethal precision. While the flowing Shadow Sect sword might not rank among the mightiest of the 5 revered sword techniques of the Kunlun Immortal Sect, there was no disputing its unrivaled speed. Almost as the bat demon's palm was about to strike Tang Guo's crown, a black flash, sharp enough to instill terror, cut through the air, severing the demon's hand. Chapter 80. The Ancient Cave's Peril. With a thud, a dark green hand fell to the ground, a surge of agony causing it to writhe like a fish freshly returned to the shore. In the fleeting moment that followed, dark green demon blood gushed forth from the wound with wild abandon. Ah! Within the ancient cavern, a piercing wail of agony echoed. Tang Guo, momentarily rendered speechless by the scene before her, had believed her end was nigh. Yet, when she opened her eyes, she beheld the severed arm of the bat demon. The expressions of the others shifted dramatically, as they had not anticipated Jiang Yi's formidable prowess. The ferocity of his sword aura and the terrifying swiftness of his strikes far exceeded their expectations. Even Fang Bailu could not help but furrow her brow slightly, a glimmer of astonishment flickering in her cold gaze. "I shall annihilate you all," roared the bat demon, its hatred intensifying with the loss of its arm, as it threw its head back in a furious howl. In the midst of its roar, the astonished onlookers witnessed the creature expelling a dark green orb from its maw, radiating with ominous light. It was the demon's core. This fiend was prepared to fight to the death. "Everyone, be cautious," Fang Bailu exclaimed, her complexion shifting as she once more summoned her Wood Emperor's vital energy. With a resounding strike, azure light erupted, merging with formidable true energy that struck the bat demon. Yet, to their astonishment, Fang Bailu's blow seemed to collide with an impenetrable steel barrier, yielding no effect whatsoever. The bat demon unfurled its wings, enveloping itself in a protective cocoon, transforming its form into a sphere. Under the influence of the demon core, a luminous shield enveloped the bat demon, effectively obstructing Fang Bailu's Wood Emperor's energy. "This is dire. The myriad manifestations have drained too much of my mana. I can no longer summon my full strength," Fang Bailu thought anxiously, her brow furrowing in concern. The myriad phenomena directly drained her of half her magical energy, and subsequently, she cast the Wood Emperor's technique in quick succession. Despite Fang Bailu having opened the sea of bitterness, her magical reserves were beginning to wane. Otherwise, in her prime condition, a single strike from her would have left the bat demon in no state to remain unscathed. The ineffectiveness of Fang Bailu's attacks severely undermined the confidence of those present, leading some to place their hopes upon Jiang Yi. After all, it was Jiang Yi's earlier maneuver that that severed the bat demon's hand. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Jiang Yi had unleashed thrice the normal magical energy, coupled with the flowing Shadow Sect sword. To achieve that feat, while the power of thrice the magical energy was formidable, the consumption was equally significant. Jiang Yi had yet to cultivate the Sea of Bitterness, nor had he reached the condensation realm, rendering him far inferior to Fong Bailu in terms of magical prowess. At that moment, Jiang Yi had already expended a considerable amount of energy, making it impossible for him to unleash that triple force again or wield the flowing Shadow Sect sword effectively. The situation was perilous. Jiang Yi understood that it was implausible for Fong Bailu to suppress the soon-to-be rampant bat demon. Under normal circumstances, it would be prudent for everyone to take advantage of this opportunity to flee. However, Fong Bailu's expression clearly conveyed no intention of retreating. Whether it was her stubborn nature or some profound allure of the place that compelled her to resist leaving, it remained uncertain. Regardless of the reason, Jiang Yi would not be the first to flee. If there were indeed treasures hidden within this locale, it would be worth the risk to pursue them. Even if nothing was gained, at the very least, Fong Bailu had previously protected everyone without holding grudges. And Jiang Yi did not wish to owe anyone a debt of gratitude. With the demon core manifesting, this creature intended to sacrifice 10 years of cultivation to enhance its power. We should retreat deeper into the ancient cave. Fong Bailu hesitated for a fleeting moment before dashing towards the innermost depths of the ancient cave, with the others swiftly following suit. Her decision to venture deeper into the cave suggests that something captivating lured her within. This ancient cavern starkly contrasts with the myriad of other caves within the Thousand Demon Cave. While other caverns branched out endlessly, this particular one possessed no side passages, presenting a singular path into the abyss. The group stood at the precipice of a sheer cliff, their legs trembling, peering into the unfathomable depths below. "Flee! Why do you hesitate?" A voice taunted. "Today, you face certain doom, either by my hand or by plunging into this abyss, becoming mere wandering souls in the universe." At that moment, the bat demon barred their path, its demonic energy seemingly doubled. The hand that had once been severed had astonishingly regrown, a testament to the formidable regenerative abilities inherent to the demon race. With the aid of a demon core, the bat demon had resurrected its severed limb and significantly enhanced its cultivation. However, such a feat came at the cost of a decade's worth of cultivation, indicating the bat demon's resolute intent to eliminate Jiang Yi and his companions. Should it succeed in slaying them, the essence absorbed would suffice to restore its power and possibly facilitate a breakthrough. How infuriating! The information we obtained was misleading. There is no hidden treasure here, but rather a graveyard. Fong Zong suddenly erupted in fury, now possessing the strength to enter the Star Pavilion. He had no desire to meet his demise in such a place. Hidden treasure? Huh, how naive. Indeed, there was once a treasure here, but it was taken 6 months ago. You have arrived too late. You shall only serve as my sustenance. Prepare to meet your end. The bat demon emitted a piercing, otherworldly shriek, its wings unfurling dramatically to obscure the sky, while a wave of malevolent energy surged forth, propelling the crowd towards the precipice of the soul severance cliff. In an instant, 2 beams of demonic light erupted from the demon's maw, targeting Fong Bailu and Jiang Yi directly. Among the gathered, Fong Bailu possessed the highest cultivation, while Jiang Yi had severed one of his hands, instilling a sense of trepidation within him. By eliminating these 2 first, even if the demon merely cast them down the cliff without claiming their essence, it would still be a worthwhile endeavor. The remaining individuals would pose little challenge, allowing the bat demon to relish in their defeat. "Do not harm my sister. Jiang Yi, I shall assist you." Fong Zong and Tanghua, among others, sprang into action. The bat demon had anticipated such a response. It flapped its wings with a powerful thrust, drawing Tanghua and the others toward it with an overwhelming force. "Half-demon, meet your demise," Fong Bailu bellowed, as a long sword shot forth from her palm, resembling a sinuous serpent as it lunged forward. This was Fong Bailu's treasured artifact, the Autumn Water Sword, formidable in its might, yet once released, it could be easily seized. She was willing to take this risk for the sake of her only family member. Similarly, Jiang Yi hurled forth an object, a pitch-black talisman. Chapter 81. The abyss of soul severance. A low hum reverberated as a dark red spiritual light erupted from the talisman, illuminating the intricate runes inscribed upon the paper. A torrent of searing heat cascaded downward. To refine a demon, one must employ true fire. Jiang Yi's talisman absorbed the essence of celestial fire, distilling it into genuine demon-refining flames. As the talisman activated, the true fire ignited, swiftly encasing the bat demon and beginning to melt its demonic form. The bat demon was first struck down, its demon core shattered, followed by the peril of its very being, causing it to wail in agony. I loathe. I detest. 6 centuries of cultivation, and now I face obliteration. May you all meet a dreadful fate. Enraged beyond measure, the bat demon felt an overwhelming tide of fury surge within, a murderous intent rushing forth like a deluge. This creature had toiled for 6 decades, transforming from a half-demon into a fully realized form, mere moments away from refining its wings to achieve complete metamorphosis into human shape, thus stepping into the realm of demon kings. Newly emerged demons are merely referred to as demon beasts or half-demons. After a millennium of arduous cultivation, they may attain a human form and be called demon kings. After 10 millennia, they ascend to the status of great sages. Both demon kings and great sages are categorized into 9 ranks. Had the bat demon successfully devoured Jiang Yi and his companions, absorbing their essence, it might have ascended directly to the rank of a 9th-tier demon king. Alas, it faltered. Not only was the opportunity to become a 9th-tier demon king lost, but it also faced the prospect of utter annihilation. In a fit of boundless resentment, the bat demon chose to self-destruct its demon core, opting for mutual destruction. This is perilous. We must retreat at once. Sensing the impending doom, Jiang Yi, in a moment of desperation, unleashed a powerful strike. Boom! A colossal blast of wind propelled Tang Guo and the others out of the ancient cave. Simultaneously, Feng Bailu made a similar choice, sending Feng Zong and the others flying with her forceful palm strike. However, this meant that both Jiang Yi and Feng Bailu found themselves with no avenue of escape. Behind them lay the abyss of soul severance, and they were not only assailed by the bat demon's core energy, but also faced tremendous backlash from casting their companions out, causing both to plummet into the depths of the abyss of soul severance. A primal scream erupted from the depths of the dark chasm, gradually diminishing until it was abruptly drowned out by the explosion of the bat demon. With a resounding roar, the demon core detonated, unleashing a terrifying energy that obliterated the ancient cave in an instant. Countless rocks collapsed, transforming the once majestic cavern into a desolate ruin. Suddenly, several figures were flung out from the cave's entrance, crashing to the ground. Tang was stood in shock, her eyes void of light, her mind a blank slate. Jiang Yi was still inside. Why was he so foolish? Tangwa clenched her teeth, unable to restrain her fury as she unleashed a barrage upon the cave entrance. The others, regaining their composure, wore expressions of anguish and joined her in the effort. However, before they could breach the entrance, a series of roars echoed from behind them. The cave, housing stone apes and bat demons, was perilous not only for its inhabitants but also for its enigmatic nature. Many had fallen into the chasm of severed souls, yet none had ever returned alive. Thus, the mysteries that lay beneath the chasm remained unknown. Time passed, an hour, a day, perhaps even a month, until Jiang Yi, who had fainted, finally regained consciousness. As his awareness returned, he was struck by an icy, bone-chilling dampness, accompanied by the sound of rushing water in his ears. Gradually opening his eyes in the dim surroundings, Jiang Yi's vision remained hazy, obscuring the objects around him. Yet, his mental faculties could extend over great distances, indicating that the depths of this chasm led to an expansive underground realm. Chapter 82. The Barrier. What? Did you think I was dead? Feng Bailu approached Jiang Yi and, in the midst of their conversation, lightly tapped his chest, sealing several vital acupoints. Jiang Yi was taken aback, suspecting Feng Bailu harbored malicious intent, and contemplated resisting. However, just as he prepared to channel his energy, he was suddenly overwhelmed by excruciating pain radiating from the 8 extremes of his body, and his spiritual sea fell into a disquieting silence, rendering him incapable of harnessing his power. Fong Bailu, not allowing any defiance, swiftly suppressed him with the might of the Wood Emperor's aura and then flicked a pill into Jiang Yi's mouth. You have been unconscious for 20 days. You should be quite aware of your physical condition. If you wish to survive, you must obediently refine this elixir. With these words, Fong Bailu turned and departed, swiftly vanishing from Jiang Yi's sight. Jiang Yi stood there, momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that Fong Bailu would save him. Moreover, the pill she had bestowed upon him was a third-grade spiritual elixir, an exceedingly rare treasure within the Blackshian sect, typically reserved for elders and stewards. Although as a Saint Card demon, Jiang Yi could unconditionally acquire any elixir, Fong Bailu did not possess such privileges. He was taken aback, recalling her previously hostile demeanor towards him. Now, she was presenting him with a third-grade spiritual elixir for healing, an act that seemed utterly perplexing. Truly, she was an enigmatic individual. Jiang Yi shook his head, deciding to set aside these thoughts and promptly began to restore his vitality. He had battled the Bat Demon, and in a moment of crisis, he had managed to save Tang Guo and the others. Yet he had been struck by the demon's life essence, resulting in damage to his 8 extremes and his spiritual sea. This elixir was precisely what he needed to mend both. In the following days, Jiang Yi devoted himself to cultivation, surrounded by a relatively safe environment, devoid of any disturbances, and with Fong Bailu not making an appearance. However, as Jiang Yi's cultivation progressed and his spiritual perception was restored, he became aware of Fong Bailu's presence. After all, she had repeatedly come to his aid during perilous moments, and Jiang Yi resolved to set aside past grievances and express his gratitude to her. Following the trace of her aura, he ventured forth in search of her. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi meticulously observed the scenery of this subterranean world. The underground realm, vast and intricate, rarely basked in sunlight, yet it was illuminated by certain spiritual plants emitting a gentle glow and the spiritual ores embedded within the rocks, rendering the darkness not entirely devoid of light. This shadowy, humid environment was favored by many mystical beasts, often housing creatures far more formidable than those above ground. Bathed in a faint silver luminescence, Fong Bailu's form emerged from her gauzy attire. Her long legs stood straight, her figure elegantly proportioned without a hint of excess, as if each inch was meticulously crafted by divine hands. The flawless contours of her silhouette captivated the gaze, leaving one momentarily entranced. Truth be told, this was the most exquisite figure Jiang Yi had ever encountered, unparalleled in beauty. Noticing Jiang Yi's prolonged silence, Fong Bailu furrowed her brow slightly and turned to face him, her expression tinged with annoyance. However, upon seeing Jiang Yi's unwavering gaze fixed upon her, her irritation was swiftly replaced by a blush that graced her cheeks. A sense of shyness enveloped her, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Jiang Yi immediately realized his gaffe, and with a sudden slap to his forehead, he offered an awkward smile. I apologize. Both individuals recognized the awkwardness and swiftly sought to dispel the uncomfortable atmosphere. The Saint Card mages are undoubtedly remarkable talents with unwavering resolve. One cannot help but wonder how you manage to attain the qualifications of a Saint Card mage. Fong Bailu shot a glare at Jiang Yi before turning away, yet a veil of ethereal aura now enveloped her, rendering her form indistinct. Haha, I never intended to become a Saint Card mage. Let us not dwell on that. I am here to express my gratitude for your elixir, Jiang Yi remarked. No need for that. My rescue of you was born from the bond of our sect, Fong Bailu replied, her tone regaining its composure. The bond of our sect? Perhaps. At least in the current circumstances, it appears that Fong Bailu is not among those 20 names. Otherwise, she would not have needed to rescue me. For reasons unknown, this conclusion brought Jiang Yi an unexpected sense of relief. This waterfall was, in fact, a manifestation of the mind, possessing form yet devoid of sound. Both real and illusory, as Fong Bailu had stated, it served as an exit from the barrier. To depart from this place, one must overcome the seal of this barrier. Indeed, it is an exit from the barrier. What? You haven't left because you are waiting for me? Jiang Yi teased. Fong Bailu cast a sidelong glance at him. her expression still serious. "Instead of jesting, you should contemplate how to escape," she stated. Startled by her words, Jiang Yi responded, "What do you mean by that? You haven't found a way yet? Do you have a solution?" Fang Bailu's delicate brows furrowed, a flicker of insight dancing in her cold gaze. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yi replied, "No, that is not right. I recall that you once wielded the Mirage Water Smoke Shield within the sacred martial pavilion. That particular technique ought to penetrate this barrier. The Mirage Water Smoke Shield is a renowned technique of the Kunlun Celestial Sect, and when mastered to a profound level, it allows one to appear and vanish without a trace, disregarding the existence of barriers, traversing walls, and evading even the most supernatural entities. Given Fang Bailu's mastery of the Mirage Water Smoke Shield, she should be more than capable of dealing with this barrier." "Mirage Water Smoke Shield? I have attempted it more than once, yet alas, I always fall just short," Fang Bailu replied, shaking her head slightly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi's mind stirred as he began to ponder. The Mirage Water Smoke Shield is divided into 4 levels, with Jiang Yi's understanding reaching the 3rd level. The 9 turns of the soul would make it quite simple to pass through this barrier. Fang Bailu, being just a step away, may very well be stuck at the 8 turns of the soul, as the transition from 8 to 9 often presents a formidable bottleneck. Just a step away, how unfortunate. Is it truly the case that this barrier bears no vulnerabilities? If only a flaw could be revealed. Jiang Yi mused to himself. Hearing this, Fang Bailu sighed in resignation, realizing that she could not rely on Jiang Yi. "You are thinking far too simplistically. This barrier has existed for over a millennium, and your cultivation is insufficient. If anything, it would be more accurate to say that I should be the one to take the lead," Jiang Yi chuckled. Fang Bailu shook her head, saying, "How can I simultaneously wield the Mirage Water Smoke Shield while creating a flaw? It is utterly impossible to focus on 2 tasks at once." She abruptly halted, a sudden change overtaking her expression, as if a thought had struck her with clarity, and a gleam of inspiration flickered in her eyes. "Wait a moment. Your suggested method, perhaps it is worth a try." Chapter 83. The world of ruins. While conjuring the Mirage Smoke Shield, she simultaneously created vulnerabilities in the barrier. To engage in such a dual endeavor was a concept that Fang Bailu had never contemplated before. This was due not only to the high mental demands placed upon the practitioner, but also to the requisite mastery of the mystical arts. Reaching the 3rd level of the Mirage Smoke Shield, where one attains the realm of 9 transformations of the soul, signifies not an unlimited enhancement of one's agility, but rather a reduction in the oscillation frequency of the barrier. With this mutual interplay, the success rate of penetrating the barrier would significantly increase. No matter how one seeks to elevate their own frequency, there exists a ceiling, even though Fang Bailu had ascended to the realm of 8 transformations of the soul. Her movement could shift a myriad of times in the blink of an eye. Nevertheless, relying solely on amplifying her agility, even if doubled to 20,000 times, would not suffice to breach this barrier. Conversely, if one were to approach the barrier itself and deliberately create weaknesses, thereby diminishing the barrier's frequency, the task would become considerably easier. After a moment of introspection, Fang Bailu seemed to attain a semblance of clarity. She took a few steps back, gauging her distance from the barrier, and then steadied her mind. With a gentle exhalation, the sound of her breath echoed softly in the tranquil, subterranean world. Suddenly, that exquisite figure sprang into motion. Fang Bailu's form flickered like lightning, transforming in an instant into a streak of white, akin to a tempest upon a frozen surface, conjuring a powerful wave of chilling air. As her agility was unleashed, it felt as though time itself had slowed. Surrounding her, the void seemed to distort slightly, as if drawn and tugged by an invisible black hole. Swiftly, her agility reached an astonishing frequency, resembling 1,000 movements in an instant, akin to the swift winds and flashing lightning, instilling a sense of trepidation in those who dared to approach. A series of crackling electric lights flickered around her, forming a formidable wave of assault directed toward the waterfall. Under the relentless barrage of these electric strikes, the ethereal waterfall barrier trembled slightly, with the cascading waters abruptly severed. Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes, his mind stirring. Bailu's comprehension was indeed profound. she grasped concepts with remarkable ease. Unfortunately, the time she had for experimentation was far too brief, and relying solely on her would likely lead to failure. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yi's figure spun into motion, electric sparks dancing around him, as wind and thunder entwined in a captivating display. He too unleashed the Mirage Mist Barrier. Albeit its power and finesse were considerably subdued compared to Bailu's mastery. Yet, the grace and composure he exhibited were unmatched by her. Even though Jiang Yi's Dao fruit had been sealed, his years of rigorous training in the renowned Kunlun Sect had made him far more familiar with these signature techniques than the average practitioner. Furthermore, he was wary of revealing too many secrets to Bailu, hence he deliberately suppressed his aura while executing the Mirage Mist Barrier, minimizing any signs of his presence. At that moment, Bailu was wholly absorbed in her relentless assault on the barrier, oblivious to any other movements around her, leaving her unable to perceive Jiang Yi's actions behind her. A crackling arc of electricity surged from Jiang Yi's rapidly spinning form, striking the barrier's weak point directly. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted from within the waterfall, which shattered like glass, instantly fracturing into countless shards. Under Bailu's continuous onslaught, the barrier could no longer withstand the pressure, and a fissure began to tear open. Splendid! The barrier has been lifted. Let us hasten our departure, Jiang Yi exclaimed with unrestrained joy. Fang Bailu, however, subtly shook her head, choosing not to elaborate further. With a swift gesture, a mirage enveloped Jiang Yi entirely. This ethereal mist, pulsating at an astounding frequency, allowed Jiang Yi to seamlessly traverse the barrier. Without hesitation, the two swiftly exited through the fissure of the barrier. Upon their emergence, they were greeted by an entirely different panorama. The sky was a resplendent blue, with clouds gracefully drifting, as if washed clean. The earth stretched infinitely before them, adorned with majestic mountains that soared into the heavens and ancient trees that shielded the stars and obscured the moon. Each stone, each blade of grass, exuded an aura of timelessness, steeped in the essence of primordial wilderness. A few nameless birds soared overhead, casting enormous shadows that loomed like a floating continent, evoking an unsettling sensation. The two found themselves in this realm, akin to stepping into a land of giants, feeling conspicuously out of place. Jiang Yi was uncertain of their whereabouts, yet he sensed that this was neither the common realm nor the minor celestial realm. Each realm possesses its unique spiritual atmosphere, with varying degrees of spiritual purity. For instance, the common realm offers a purity suitable for practitioners in the refinement stage, while those at the divine refinement stage must seek the minor celestial realm, where the spiritual essence is more abundant and refined. Remaining in the common realm indefinitely could lead to stagnation or even regression in one's cultivation. Though certain areas within the common realm teem with spiritual energy, others are relatively barren. They all reside within a singular domain, bound by its limits. Surpassing these confines would usher one into an entirely different world. Jiang Yi sensed the spiritual energy of the world before him, saturated with a profound ancient atmosphere, seemingly not of this era. Let alone the purity of the spiritual energy and other distinctions, coupled with the vivid elements surrounding him. It was entirely dissimilar to both the mundane realm and the minor celestial realm, leaving Jiang Yi somewhat astonished. If one were to venture a guess, he believed this ancient world might be an ancient relic, a celestial domain forged by formidable ancients. Where on earth is this place? Fang Bailu was equally taken aback. Jiang Yi shook his head, a look of helplessness on his face. He had not anticipated that after narrowly escaping the subterranean world, he would inexplicably find himself in such a peculiar location, unsure if he could ever leave. Jiang Yi let out a faint sigh. Fang Bailu furrowed her delicate brows, her keen gaze suddenly sweeping deep into the vast forest. If they were to ascertain the possibility of escape, it would be prudent to inquire of someone. Chapter 84. The primitive giants within the colossal forest. Two diminutive figures stood alert and vigilant. Moments later, indeed, for enormous silhouettes surged forth from the depths of the woods, resembling moving mountains in their grandeur. Jiang Yi estimated that these beings towered over 10 zhang, their limbs robust and muscles well-defined. They bore wild, unkempt hair, Their upper bodies bared, adorned in garments woven from grasses and vines, reminiscent of primordial giants. Their voices boomed like thunder, reverberating painfully against the eardrums. Dreaming of making us their sacrifices? Fong Bailu did not hesitate and initiated the assault, channeling the Wood Emperor technique. An aura of profound light erupted from her entire being as she swiftly formed the Wood Emperor seal, enveloping the surroundings in its embrace. Countless azure light particles erupted from the Wood Emperor's imprint, scattering across the land and infiltrating the towering ancient trees surrounding it. The Wood Emperor technique possesses the ability to command nearly all flora, and amidst this forest of colossal trees, it significantly amplifies Fong Bailu's power. Boom, boom. In an instant, the very earth trembled. The great trees awakened as if possessed by spirits, lunging with ferocity towards the four primordial giants. Wood manipulation? This human is formidable. Everyone, be cautious, roared one of the giants, though he remained undaunted. With a sudden stomp, a surge of violent energy permeated the ground, causing a terrifying explosion. The trees, which were poised to encircle them, were severed at the roots, instantly losing their vitality. Jiang Yi's expression shifted, astonished. These creatures may appear rough and unrefined, yet they are not foolish. They seem quite formidable. Under the infusion of the Wood Emperor's formidable aura, the once teetering trees rose again, and numerous thick vines ensnared the four primordial giants. The quartet, taken aback, seemed unprepared for the resurgence of these seemingly lifeless trees. Fire breath, roared the four in unison, unleashing fierce flames to incinerate the attacking trees. My opportunity has arrived. Jiang Yi's eyes gleamed. At this moment, all four giants were focused intently on Fong Bailu, presenting a perfect chance to strike. Jiang Yi refrained from direct engagement. On one hand, he sought to assess his opponents, and on the other, his cultivation was inferior to Fong Bailu's, making a supportive role more prudent. The 8 extremes chi spun, splitting the shadows into sections. This layer of luminescent barrier, shaped like an egg, enveloped them entirely. It was a magical shield forged by the combined efforts of the four. Countless sword marks marred its surface, with numerous fissures evident, yet it ultimately endured. Fortunately, we united to unleash the diamond technique. Otherwise, our sacrificial mission would have been in vain. A giant bellowed, his furious gaze betraying an intense rage. At that moment, the two found themselves in a precarious position. Flee quickly. Jiang Yi realized that victory was beyond their grasp and immediately pulled Fong Bailu to escape. You cannot escape. They roared in unison, Diamond Shield. The four giants thundered together, their colossal hands overshadowing the sky. The luminous barrier that had originally enveloped them suddenly transformed into an overwhelming shield of light, descending upon Jiang Yi and Fong Bailu like a mountain. Boom. As the diamond shield crashed down, the space below instantly collapsed, the air being violently compressed and extracted. Jiang Yi and his companion felt as if they were nailed in midair, immobile. An immense pressure surged down from above. Buzz. Jiang Yi felt a sharp jolt in his mind, a deafening hum filling his ears, as an overwhelming pain coursed through his entire being. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, and the world before him faded into darkness, rendering him unconscious. Chapter 85, Collaboration Tick. Tick. In the darkness, dampness, and chill of his surroundings, Jiang Yi could distinctly hear the sound of droplets striking the flagstone. His head felt hazy and throbbed faintly. As he struggled to pry his eyelids open, his vision gradually sharpened. A faint light streamed through a small window, sketching a vague outline of the dark space. The ground was littered with bones, and swarms of rats and ants scurried about. The air was thick with a nauseating stench of decay. Where am I? Jiang Yi suddenly awoke, his body thrashing in alarm. The clinking of iron chains shattered the silence, binding his hands and feet with an overwhelming force. Startled, Jiang Yi glanced at his limbs, realizing they were shackled to the wall by chains as thick as his forearms. Stop struggling, we have been imprisoned. A calm and chilling voice echoed from nearby. Jiang Yi turned his head and noticed Fong Bailu was similarly confined to the wall. Furrowing his brow, he shook his dizzying head, fragments of memory surfacing, being subdued by a golden shield in the dense forest. Have we been captured? Who are they? After a brief silence, Jiang Yi gradually regained his composure. I'm not quite sure, but I heard it's the barbarians, Fong Bailu replied. Barbarians? I've never heard of their existence, Jiang Yi pondered. Fong Bailu sighed helplessly and continued. They might be an ancient secret tribe. Our situation is dire. In 7 days, the divine ritual will take place, and we are to be sacrifices. At her words, Jiang Yi's expression turned grave. The divine ritual? It makes sense. Mountain tribes are particularly fond of such offerings. Jiang Yi took a deep breath and attempted to channel his magical energy, seeking to gauge the sturdiness of the iron chains. It was futile. They had sealed our 8 extremities with soul-fixing nails, and with merely the power of the magical sea, he was far from sufficient. Fong Bailu observed Jiang Yi's desperate struggle and sighed in resignation. The eruption of magical energy could not solely rely on the magical sea. The magical sea was merely a foundation. More crucially, it was the operation of the 8 extremities and the smooth flow of the meridians that could thoroughly enrage the magical sea, rendering it ferocious. However, once the 8 extremities were sealed, the magical sea would be unable to act alone, manifesting only a meager fraction of its power, scarcely enough to be deemed effective. These brutes were indeed cautious. The chains were forged from dark iron and embedded with a spiritual formation, making it impossible to break free without achieving enlightenment. To his astonishment, Jiang Yi realized they had even used soul-fixing nails to seal our 8 extremities. Understanding this, he ceased his struggles, conserving his energy to contemplate alternative strategies. You mentioned that we are all sacrifices, aside from you and me. How many others have become offerings? Jiang Yi inquired. Fong Bailu shook her head. I am uncertain. But surely there are many. After a pause, she continued, we cannot rely on them. It is better to think of ways to secure our own fates. Jiang Yi concurred with her sentiment. Destiny should always be grasped in one's own hands, rather than entrusted to others. Particularly after Jiang Yi had endured the calamity of Kunlun, he understood this truth more profoundly. Thus, we can only wait for 7 days. Until they release us for the sacrifices, to seize our chance to escape, Jiang Yi mused aloud after a moment of contemplation. Fong Bailu's eyes flickered briefly as she cast a glance at Jiang Yi. This was indeed their sole opportunity. Yet could they not foresee the impending reinforcement? I surmised that they would undoubtedly dispatch a substantial force for escort. Jiang Yi nodded, affirming that is certainly the case. These brutes are not as simple-minded as they appear. Rather, they possess a rather intricate thought process. Escaping their grasp will not be an easy feat. Do you have a plan? Fong Bailu inquired, a hint of curiosity evident in her tone. There is a method, but I wonder if you are willing to cooperate. Jiang Yi replied, do share. Fong Bailu's complexion shifted slightly. To prevent eavesdropping, Jiang Yi initiated a secretive communication with Fong Bailu. Our only recourse is to lead them to misjudge our strength. Jiang Yi remarked with a smile. What do you mean? Fong Bailu asked, astonished. Our most pressing concern at present is the blockade of the 8 extremes. Do you have a means to remove the soul-sealing nails? Of course. Have you forgotten the title scripture? Jiang Yi chuckled. Upon hearing the phrase title scripture, Fong Bailu's expression shifted dramatically, and her delicate form trembled slightly. The title scripture is an unparalleled technique for cultivating one's meridians, capable not only of enhancing them, but, when mastered to a certain degree, even allowing for the reversal of meridian flow and the manifestation of the ephemeral. If we were to master the title scripture, the displacement of the 8 extremes would render the soul-sealing nails ineffective, and our cultivation could naturally be restored. However, mastering the title scripture would require your assistance, Jiang Yi stated earnestly. Previously, at the sacred martial pavilion, Jiang Yi had clashed with Fong Bailu over one of the volumes of the title scripture, during which she had displayed unwavering resolve, adamantly refusing to yield. However, as of today, Fong Bailu's attitude towards Jiang Yi has subtly shifted. Now, trapped in dire circumstances, it seems her heart has begun to waver. So, you were referring to that incident from before. Very well. I can impart the incomplete passage to you. Nevertheless, Are you certain you can cultivate to the level of reversing the meridians within 7 days? Fang Bailu's expression was one of skepticism. Her acquiescence brought Jiang Yi great joy, and he was not the least bit angered by her doubts. Jiang Yi had long since achieved a profound understanding of the title scripture, and with his innate talent and the cultivation he had amassed at Kunlun Immortal Sect, he had already grasped the essence of the title scripture. However, after encountering the incomplete passage, he repeatedly found himself at a critical juncture in his cultivation, unable to break through, which led him to abandon further attempts. Moreover, endowed with miraculous talent, though he could not yet directly complete the missing parts of the title scripture, he had caught a glimpse of its profound meaning. Now, should he acquire the missing passage, Jiang Yi felt confident in his ability to cultivate to the realm of reversing the meridians. After a brief moment, Fang Bailu readily imparted the incomplete passage of the title scripture to Jiang Yi, who, with renewed vigor, comprehended the entirety of the grand work in one breath. Boom! In an instant, it was as if the dam separating two mighty rivers had been breached, unleashing a torrential flow that converged and surged, creating tumultuous waves. Chapter 86. Establishing a unique path. Within Jiang Yi's mind, a formidable will surged like a river, embracing all. This wondrous and mysterious sensation immediately elevated Jiang Yi's comprehension to a new realm. The title scripture envisions the entire network of meridians as flowing water, formless, ever-changing, incapable of encompassing all. Only with such grand ambition and profound wisdom can one truly comprehend the essence of the title realm. Jiang Yi, with a restless spirit, felt his mystical energy seeping outward like a spring. Yet, this moment was unlike any he had experienced before, even during his time at the Kunlun Celestial Sect. To his astonishment, he realized that his mystical energy was not flowing through any meridian, but rather coursing freely and effortlessly, unconfined by conventional paths. The energy had transcended the rigid trajectories of the meridians, embodying a wild and unfettered essence. What does it mean to forge one's own path? At this very moment, Jiang Yi's mystical energy had truly reached the realm of self-realization. A faint ethereal light emanated from the back of his hand, as his energy continuously coalesced and intensified. This spectacle left Fang Bailu utterly astounded. While externalizing mystical energy is relatively simple, the human body houses numerous meridians, not all of which are capable of releasing such energy. The palms and soles are the most common points for energy release due to their robust nature, whereas other meridians, being comparatively weaker, release energy slowly and with diminished potency, risking rupture. As for the back of the hand, it is typically devoid of any mystical meridians, making the emergence of energy there all the more extraordinary. Yet, before her eyes, mystical energy surged from Jiang Yi's hand, completely defying convention. How could Fang Bailu not be astonished? This was beyond belief. The talented Fang Bailu could not help but gasp in disbelief, not merely at the bizarre phenomenon before her, but at the astonishing speed with which Jiang Yi had mastered the title sutra. This individual is nothing short of a monster. Fang Bailu is not solely devoted to the cultivation of the Wood Emperor scripture, as she has encountered a bottleneck in her progress. She has recently begun to concurrently practice the title scripture, hoping to strengthen her meridians to facilitate a breakthrough in the Wood Emperor scripture. Despite having practiced the title scripture for several months, she has yet to achieve the realm of independent cultivation. And how long has Jiang Yi been practicing? He has barely been in the Black Xin sect for a few months. The mere thought of this diminishes Fang Bailu's confidence considerably. She once believed that among the disciples of the Black Xin sect, and even within the talent-rich Star Pavilion, no one could surpass her in terms of innate ability. However, the talent Jiang Yi displayed today genuinely left her somewhat in awe. It was unexpected that he had reached the realm of independent cultivation so swiftly. No wonder he secured the qualification for the holy card. After a long while, Fang Bailu sighed in realization. At this moment, Jiang Yi also ceased his practice attempts, having grasped the cultivation method of the title scripture. If he continues to follow the prescribed regimen in the coming days, there is a promising likelihood of achieving the 8 extremities shift. Don't overthink it. I have practiced the title scripture for quite some time before. Only lacking a few incomplete scrolls, Jiang Yi remarked with a wry smile. His intention in saying this was not to be modest, but to convey his understanding of the significance of self-confidence for a cultivator, particularly in the early stages of their journey. After all, which of the unparalleled powerhouses that dominate the world was not filled with lofty ambitions in their youth? The belief in one's own supremacy is often the driving force behind their ascent. This exemplifies the vigor and passion of youth. Once these invaluable traits are lost, prolonged immersion in the shadows of insecurity may cultivate a feeble approach to conflict. Feng Bairu is a promising talent with the potential to ascend to the ranks of true masters, and Jiang Yi does not wish to cast a shadow over her. Is it truly so? Feng Bairu cast a skeptical glance at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi nodded and said, "Otherwise, do you believe that the Tide Scripture can be mastered so easily? Very well, I will begin to focus on my cultivation over the next few days, and you may also attempt to engage in your own practice. Should you encounter any uncertainties, we can discuss them together. After all, I have dedicated considerable time to studying." Jiang Yi reiterated his extensive immersion in the cultivation of the Tide Scripture. Feng Bairu nodded, choosing to say little further. She gently closed her eyes and began to embark on a renewed understanding and practice of the Tide Scripture, perhaps inspired by Jiang Yi and their exchanges. Feng Bairu's cultivation of the Tide Scripture progressed remarkably well this time. Within approximately 3 days, she achieved a self-sustaining mastery. Logically, her pace of advancement was already astonishing. Unfortunately, with little time remaining, reaching the level of reversing the meridians appeared nearly impossible. In contrast, Jiang Yi's rate of progress was even more formidable. Within the remaining 4 days, he truly began to grasp the pathway to reversing the meridians. The most significant barrier from achieving self-sustained mastery to reversing the meridians lay in the process of mimicking the meridians. The 8 extremities are readily interchangeable. In truth, it suffices to simulate one of the 8 extremities. By pulling a single thread, the entire web is set in motion, causing the remaining 7 to unravel, ultimately allowing the suppressed power of the 8 extremities to surge forth. In recent days, Jiang Yi has tirelessly simulated the grand pulse of the 8 extremities, and at last, he has successfully forged a connection. A tempestuous surge of energy raced within Jiang Yi, carving out a pathway in areas that previously lacked meridians, aligning perfectly with one of the 8 extremities. With this newly established channel, a transformation swept over Jiang Yi's entire being. The previously sealed and suppressed energies found their release, surging forth uncontrollably. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of 7 muffled explosions resonated from within Jiang Yi. As the sealed 7 meridians erupted, the dim stone prison was illuminated by the brilliant radiance emanating from Jiang Yi's body, and the dense vital energy swept in all directions, nearly shattering the stone confines. Feng Bailu's gauzy skirt fluttered wildly, clinging tightly to her exquisite curves as the iron chains clinked in the gust of the vital wind. Had he succeeded? Feng Bailu's cold eyes widened slightly. She distinctly sensed Jiang Yi's magical power surging exponentially, an awe-inspiring revelation. However, Jiang Yi remained remarkably composed. After days of persistent effort, he was already aware of the possibility of success, thus rendering him unfazed by the outcome. Chapter 87. The Divine Sacrifice Ceremony. With a thunderous crash, the heavy stone door was thrust open by an immense force, slamming against the wall with a resounding clamor. Several towering figures surged in, their faces obscured by the dim surroundings, yet it was not difficult to imagine the fierce expressions of these barbarian tribesmen. However, what perplexed Jiang Yi was the rather diminutive stature of these barbaric individuals. Upon hearing this, the others also calmed themselves. Subsequently, they meticulously examined the iron chains and the spiritual formation within, ensuring that everything was flawless before they could finally feel reassured. Guarding the sacrifices was a divine mandate. Any slight oversight would mean certain death for them. With only a few hours remaining until the grand sacrificial ceremony, escape was impossible. They might as well resign themselves to becoming offerings, for perhaps they could be fortunate enough to catch the eye of the Dark Knight Demon Lord, leaving them with a glimmer of survival. Behave yourselves. Should I detect any further disturbances, you shall not fare well, growled a few of the barbaric men before sealing the stone door. Once they had distanced themselves, Jiang Yi and his companion finally felt a slight easing of tension. That was a close call. Jiang Yi inhaled deeply, relieved that he had not hastily forced the soul-binding spike from his body. Otherwise, that moment would have surely betrayed him. Nevertheless, the soul-binding spike within Jiang Yi had grown virtually ineffectual, as his 8 extremes had shifted positions, allowing him to dispel the spikes at will. Meanwhile, the soul-binding spike within Fong Bailu remained utterly motionless, with not even a tremor in her 8 extremes meridians. At this juncture, Jiang Yi was effectively free, able to extract the soul-binding spike from Fong Bailu whenever he chose, and thus he refrained from taking action. Fong Bailu too calmed her mind, for even she had felt a twinge of anxiety moments prior. If discovered, they would face certain doom. With the sacrificial rites commencing in just a few hours, they needed to prepare thoroughly. However, I remain astonished by the remarkably short stature of those barbaric people. Moreover, their cultivation seems rather feeble. Could it not be a matter of lineage? Jiang Yi wore a perplexed expression. Fong Bailu explained, the barbarian tribes are divided into combat and non-combat races. They likely belong to the latter. Furthermore, even among the combat races, they do not maintain their giant forms at all times. It appears they have acquired some secret technique that enables them to amplify their physical size and significantly enhance their cultivation during battle. This information was gleaned by Fong Bailu from the curses and shouts of other captives, while Jiang Yi lay unconscious. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi experienced an epiphany, as if the clouds had parted to reveal the moon. No wonder they are so formidable. I thought to myself, if their entire race were so powerful, they would have already unified the vast realm and would not be hiding in this secluded paradise. The vast realm is abundant and diverse, and indeed, the innate conditions of the barbarian tribes surpass those of the human race. However, their continuous concealment in this secret domain is sufficient proof of their insufficient power to secure a place in the greater world. Throughout these hours, both Jiang Yi and Fong Bailu remained silent, having long prepared themselves to await the emergence of an opportunity. Meanwhile, within the other stone prisons, a cacophony of roars, howls, curses, and struggles ensued. They were unwilling to resign themselves as mere sacrifices to conclude their lives in such a manner. Alas, the soul-binding nails rendered them powerless, forcing them to watch helplessly as time slipped away and death drew near. At last, a deafening sound akin to a bell echoed through the air, signaling the commencement of the sacrificial ceremony. The cacophony of cries momentarily ceased, only to transform into a more tumultuous roar. And Jiang Yi could distinctly sense an unprecedented despair emanating from these sounds. Much like the anguished roar that erupted from Jiang Yi's brothers during the battle at the abandoned peak, when they faced annihilation with no avenue for escape. That scene surged forth in his mind, causing him to tremble involuntarily. The stone door rumbled open once more, revealing 8 figures within the stone prison. Although their cultivation was modest, each at the 3rd level of the refinement path, they represented an unassailable force against those ensnared by the soul-sealing nails. Jiang Yi, confined within the 8 extremes, found himself even weaker than a practitioner at the 9th level of body refinement, let alone capable of contending with 8 adept individuals at the 3rd level of refinement path. The time for the divine offering ceremony has arrived. You sacrificial offerings ought to behave, declared 4 members of the barbarian tribe as they advanced, unlocking the iron shackles binding Jiang Yi and Fong Bailu. They held no apprehensions regarding the possibility of escape, for their faith in the efficacy of the soul-sealing nails was unwavering, compounded by the fact that 8 of them stood guard, ensuring no errors would occur. Once the chains were released, Jiang Yi and Fong Bailu remained composed, refraining from any hasty actions. After all, they were still within the dungeon, where the myriad mechanisms and intricate formations remained unknown. It was prudent to wait until they were outside to act, under the oppressive watch of the 8 barbarian guards. Jiang Yi and Fang Bailu slowly exited the stone prison, merging into the throng of sacrificial offerings. Just as Jiang Yi had anticipated, the dungeon was a labyrinthine maze, replete with countless traps and overlapping spiritual formations. Revealing their strength prematurely would undoubtedly spell doom for any hope of escape. However, what Jiang Yi had not foreseen was the existence of a passage that led directly from the dungeon to the plaza of the divine offering ceremony. As the great doors swung open and light flooded in, a cacophony of noise surged forth, enveloping them in its tumultuous embrace. Jiang Yi's complexion changed dramatically as he beheld a vast square resembling a demon-fighting arena beyond the great doors, surrounded by towering walls and teeming with countless barbaric tribesmen, leaving no room for escape. At the center of the square, a towering sacrificial pyre, standing 10 zhang high, blazed with fierce flames, intended for incinerating offerings. Witnessing this scene, even Fang Bailu's face turned pale. Is there any chance for us to escape? Jiang Yi inhaled sharply. Chapter 88. A desperate counterattack. The pathway leading to the sacrificial grounds was merely 100 zhang long and was quickly approaching its end. Jiang Yi's thoughts raced. In such a critical moment, one must not succumb to panic. At this juncture, the prospect of stealthily fleeing was utterly impossible. Fortunately, allies remained at their side. If they could unleash their powers and incite a riot, the opportunity for escape might still exist. Jiang Yi cast his gaze over the massive procession of offerings before and behind him, contemplating a strategy. It appeared that Fang Bailu had reached a similar conclusion. Exchanging a knowing glance with Jiang Yi, moments later, all the offerings were ushered onto the sacrificial grounds. This arena was vast, filled with innumerable tribesmen participating in the grand sacrificial ceremony, producing a hum like a swarm of bees. Surrounding the imposing sacrificial pyre stood 8 colossal barbarian giants, steadfast and dignified, exuding an air of unwavering authority. Their presence instilled an immense psychological pressure. Had Jiang Yi not undergone the transformation of the 8 extremes and secretly restored his cultivation, he might have crumbled under despair at this moment. Shifting his gaze, Jiang Yi looked towards the opposite side of the sacrificial altar. It was an immense stepped plaza, where each level of stairs ascended from the ground to the fire sacrifice tower, the earth beneath laid with ancient bluestone, worn and weathered by countless ages. Every 10 steps, 2 tribal individuals lay prostrate on the ground in reverent humility. These were the elite of the tribe. The closer one was to the fire sacrifice tower, the higher their status among the tribe's people. At the very top of the stepped plaza stood a solitary colossal figure, the leader of the tribe, the barbarian king. He loomed like a mountain, with disheveled hair and bare chest, his feet unshod, draped in a massive beast-hide armor that barely concealed his lower body. His exposed arms gleamed with an ethereal light, reminiscent of steel. A sudden jolt of alarm surged through Jiang Yi. The depth of this being's power was unfathomable, and he dismissed any thought of probing with his spiritual sense, knowing that his current cultivation level was insufficient to discern anything. With the barbarian king present, the prospect of escape became increasingly daunting. Fang Bailu seemed to sense this as well, her eyes betraying a slight tremor, evidently under considerable pressure. The sacrificial offerings were brought forth, and the flames awaited their tribute. Upon the elevated platform of the fire sacrifice tower, 2 tribal priests bellowed in unison, their commanding voices resonating as they brandished their ceremonial flags. Subsequently, the offerings were forcibly ushered up the stepped plaza, compelled toward the fire sacrifice tower to be cast into the flames. No! No! A cry erupted, followed by frenzied resistance. Take action. At that moment, Jiang Yi could no longer contain himself. Suddenly, 8 beams of light erupted from his body, and the soul-sealing nails were forcefully expelled from within him. The previously suppressed magical energy instantly surged forth. This commotion immediately attracted the attention of those around. However, due to Jiang Yi's swift and premeditated actions, the barbarian warriors were left bewildered, unaware of what had transpired. The few barbarian fighters suppressing Jiang Yi were the first to react, their fury ignited, as they launched an assault against him, seeking death. Just as they moved to strike, A powerful and profound light erupted, and the wood's sovereign's aura obliterated them, reducing the warriors to mere fragments scattered through the air. Although these barbarian fighters were at the third level of the cultivation path, which exceeded Jiang Yi's prowess, they were still vastly inferior to Fong Bailu. Having been restrained for over 10 days, Fong Bailu, now unshackled, showed no mercy towards them. This scene ignited chaos in the sacrificial grounds, inciting a frenzy among all the barbarians. What a welcome turn of events! Fong Bailu, undaunted, immediately invoked the tidal scriptures, establishing her own energy meridians. In the blink of an eye, several channels formed within her, specifically designed for the transmission of magical energy. Thunderous roars erupted as her aura surged, her power erupting like a volcanic explosion, each punch and palm strike threatening to collapse the very fabric of the surrounding space. The barbarian warriors who charged at her were akin to moths drawn to a flame. For every one that approached, another fell, and for every group that attacked, a whole contingent perished. Fong Bailu's ferocity startled Jiang Yi momentarily. However, with her temporary protection in place, Jiang Yi was free to pursue his own endeavors. With a swift push of his foot, he ascended into the heights above. With a sudden flourish, he spread his arms wide. Fingers splayed as if to summon forth a magnetic vortex from his palms. A formidable force surged forth, extracting the soul-sealing nails from within the bodies of the sacrifices. This was dire, an ominous turn of events. The barbarian king, consumed by fury, realized that this sacred ceremony had been utterly ruined by Jiang Yi. The ritual was pivotal to the fate of the barbarian tribe. Its failure would cast a shadow over the entire clan. Enraged beyond measure, the barbarian king unleashed a powerful punch, his formidable strength piercing through the void. The air crackled with intensity, collapsing the space around him, reducing all obstacles to mere ashes in an instant. Even from a distance of several dozen paces, Jiang Yi could feel the overwhelming force, as if his garments would be torn asunder. Chapter 89. Escape. The Mirage Water Smoke Shield was nearly a closely guarded secret of the Kunlun Immortal Sect. Outside of this sect, few possessed mastery over such a mystical art. In this moment of peril, Jiang Yi had no time for hesitation and invoked the Mirage Water Smoke Shield. Though he successfully evaded the barbarian king's devastating blow, he had nonetheless astonished Fong Bailu immensely. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. Waves of barbarian warriors surged around them, mounting pressure on her with each passing moment. Fortunately, Jiang Yi had successfully extracted the soul-sealing nails from the bodies of the sacrifices, allowing their powers to be restored. Many of these offerings had endured years of imprisonment, suffering humiliation and torment. The pent-up rage and resentment within them were incalculable. Having just escaped the brink of death, they were now poised to unleash all their fury. Even amidst the furious shouts of numerous individuals, each wielding their most formidable powers to relentlessly assail the barbarian warriors, there were many who possessed profound cultivation, with at least a dozen individuals at the Bittersea realm. Moreover, there were dozens at the third level of the refinement path and second level of the condensation realm, their fervent rage rendering their presence utterly astonishing. The barbarian warriors found themselves unable to withstand the onslaught, swiftly retreating in disarray. Even the towering barbarian giants could not alter the tide of battle. They could merely defend themselves, utterly devoid of the ability to retaliate. Boom, boom, boom. Within the sacrificial arena, the cacophony of furious roars, the thunderous explosions, and the anguished cries of the barbarian warriors intertwined, creating a tumultuous uproar that exceeded the wildest imaginations of the onlookers. Even Jiang Yi was taken aback, realizing the depth of resentment harbored within these individuals. Their desire for vengeance not only sought retribution, but aimed to annihilate the entire barbarian race. This sentiment resonated profoundly among the crowd, whose bloodlust knew no bounds, sparing not even the barbarians outside the sacrificial ground. Witnessing the uncontrollable chaos, the barbarian king was left astounded. What was intended to be a sacred ritual had devolved into a massacre, an unprecedented calamity. Despicable. You wretched be the force emanating from the barbarian king, far surpassed expectations, transcending all conceivable levels. Whether it was Jiang Yi, Fang Bailu, or the other cultivators present, they were all struck by the overwhelming aura of the barbarian king. An unmatched and formidable energy enveloped the area, solidifying the very air around them. Everyone's magical powers were subjected to a certain degree of suppression, rendering their spells sluggish and less effective. The barbarian king was enraged, inciting the others not to retreat, but to confront the barbarian in a united front. Yes, let them engage him. Let him pay the price. United in purpose, they collectively believed that this brute was no match for them, and they surged forward together. Although the barbarian king exhibited extraordinary power and control, the crowd surprisingly felt no fear. Like moths drawn to a flame, they charged at him recklessly. Under normal circumstances, these individuals would never dare to confront the barbarian king head-on. However, consumed by a frenzy of rage and hatred, they had lost their reason. Their spirits ignited by mutual encouragement. They rallied together. Even the barbarian king was not spared from their onslaught. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Yi was taken aback. This was dire. Had these people truly lost their minds, disregarding their own lives? His expression shifted as he glanced at Fang Bailu not far away, only to find her equally grave. While fervor is not inherently detrimental, charging into battle without strategy was the mark of recklessness. These individuals, having only just regained their powers, were recklessly retaliating. Despite having slain a significant number of the barbarian warriors, their own magical reserves were severely depleted. Now, even if they pooled their remaining strength, it would be challenging to pose a fatal threat to the barbarian king. Seizing both tribal elders, time was of the essence, and they hastened forth. With a flicker of his form, Jiang Yi soared beyond the sacrificial grounds. Simultaneously, his fingers curled, and his arcane power surged forth, manifesting as a formidable force of attraction, whisking away the two wounded and barely conscious tribal elders. Fang Bai's eyes sparkled with determination as she cast a glance at the barbarian king, who was locked in a fierce struggle against the multitude of cultivators, and without hesitation, she fled the sacrificial site. Although the barbarian king stood like an impregnable fortress, impervious to their assaults, he found himself momentarily unable to extricate himself, merely watching as Jiang Yi and the others made their escape. Jiang Yi was the architect of this calamity, igniting the wrath of the barbarian king. Witnessing Jiang Yi's flight, the barbarian king erupted in fury. In an instant, his colossal arms trembled with might, unleashing a tempest of brute force that reduced the surrounding cultivators to mere dust. The barbarian king sought to pursue, but having just decimated one group, another rushed forth to take their place. Yet, a few, intimidated by his overwhelming strength, transformed their fury into trepidation and hastily retreated. However, a significant number, burdened by deep-seated grievances and possessing singular resolve, remained intent on engaging the barbarian king in a relentless struggle, leaving him little room to attend to those who fled. In the depths of the cave, Jiang Yi fixed his gaze upon the two tribal elders, his oppressive aura instilling within them a profound sense of impending doom. Once cultivators of the Bitter Sea realm, they now lay gravely injured, utterly incapable of resisting Jiang Yi's might. Resign yourselves to your fate. You cannot escape. The sole exit of the barbarian realm is known only to the barbarian king. Jiang Yi sighed deeply, glancing at the two individuals who had already succumbed to their torment, lying unconscious nearby. We must find a way to negotiate with the barbarian king, Fang Bailu suggested. Jiang Yi pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. This is indeed our only option. Given their current cultivation levels, it was impossible for them to forcefully tear apart the spatial barrier. Such a feat could only be accomplished by a being of the divine refinement stage. The only exit resides in the knowledge of the barbarian king, and unless something can profoundly move him, it would be exceedingly difficult for Jiang Yi and his companion to find their way out. Regrettably, the barbarian king harbors a deep-seated hatred for us, rendering the prospect of our release nearly impossible. Fang Bailu shook her head, her expression tinged with gravity. Hadn't the two elder barbarians just mentioned that the reason for the grand sacrificial ceremony was the threat posed by the seven-night demon lord? If we could assist the barbarian king in liberating himself from this menace, I believe he would surely set aside his grievances, Jiang Yi mused. After a rigorous interrogation, Jiang Yi learned that the barbarian tribe had long been suppressed by the demonic faction. Within this barbarian realm, the barbarians are not the dominant force. It is the demonic faction, led by the seven-night demon lord, that reigns supreme. The barbarians had once thrived in self-sufficiency, but several millennia ago, the loss of their greatest treasure led to a decline in fortune, making survival increasingly arduous and shortening their lifespans. The artifact that governs the rise and fall of the entire barbarian tribe is known as the Human Sovereign Scripture. This ancient sacred text encompasses the secrets of the transformation of fortune. Regrettably, this sacred scripture has been stolen, and the copies among the barbarians are incomplete and disordered, which has resulted in generations of barbarian kings being unable to truly comprehend the essence of the Human King Sutra. Consequently, the lineage of the barbarian kings has been deprived of the blessings that fortify their fate, leading to an ever-deteriorating fortune. From a flourishing era to a decline towards an apocalyptic end. Once the genuine apocalypse arrives, the barbarian race will cease to exist. However, the Lord of the Seven Knights from the Demon Clan possesses the ability to capture divine manifestations, which could aid the barbarians in completing the Human King Sutra and prolonging their fortune. It is precisely this point that has allowed the Demon Clan to firmly suppress the barbarians. In order to preserve the fate of his people, the barbarian king has no choice but to compromise with the Lord of the Seven Knights, catering to his every demand. The grand ritual to honor the gods is also a stringent requirement proposed by the Lord of the Seven Knights. The blood sacrifice of a profound-grade magic artifact. The diagram of 10,000 ghosts necessitates 500 cultivators as living offerings every 60 years, and it will take 20 cycles to achieve the desired result. The batch of sacrifices that Jiang Yi and his companions belong to is the final one, on the verge of success, only to be thwarted at the last moment by Jiang Yi. This ritual to honor the gods is more crucial than ever. If Jiang Yi and the others escape, they will have to substitute with barbarian individuals, which is precisely what the barbarian king detests most. Nevertheless, according to their assertions, the copies of the Human King Sutra are also flawed, and to sustain their fortune, it seems that only a miracle master possesses the capability to accomplish such a feat. Fong Bailu fell into contemplation. A miracle master, how distant and exalted. How could one so easily find a miracle master? Moreover, even if one were found, they might not be willing to assist. Indeed, it is true that the miracle master is our only hope. Jiang Yi nodded in agreement. Where shall we find the miracle master? Fong Bailu inquired, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi smiled faintly. It is but a hair's breadth away, just beyond the horizon. Upon hearing this, Fong Bailu's body trembled, and her complexion shifted dramatically. Do you know where a miracle master can be found? She questioned, her pupils narrowing sharply. Despite Jiang Yi's unmistakable hint, Fong Bailu's immediate assumption was that he possessed knowledge of the miracle master's whereabouts, rather than believing that he himself was the miracle master. Since the last fleeting glimpse of a miracle, Jiang Yi had seized every opportunity to practice in secret, and he had now reached the threshold of becoming a miracle master. Although he had yet to create his own divine abilities, he was certainly capable of mending the fragmented ones. Over the past few days, Jiang Yi had been honing his skills using the Shrouding Sky demon arts, gradually perfecting this unparalleled technique. Fortuitously, the cultivation of the tidal scripture had fortified his meridians, rendering them twice as robust as before. In the past, Jiang Yi's limit was to unleash thrice his magical power, but now that limit had escalated to sixfold. Consequently, he could effortlessly wield 4 times his magical power, experiencing a significant enhancement in both the speed and fluidity of its circulation. As for his cultivation realm, Jiang Yi was but a hair's breadth away from the 3rd level of the spirit mastery realm, with the potential to break through at any moment given the right opportunity. Fong Bailu's pace of cultivation was equally commendable. With the aid of the tidal scripture, her reservoir had doubled in strength, allowing her to store an equivalent amount of magical power. Previously, each time she cast the all-embracing nature, she would expend more than half of her magical energy. But now she could execute it thrice in succession, marking a significant qualitative leap. Chapter 91. The Transaction in the Realm of Defy at the Black Xian Sect. Within the majestic halls of the Demon Emperor Mountain, the Black Xian Demon Emperor, Tang Xiao, the leader of the Tang Sect and the master of the Water Sect, along with a dozen high-ranking elders, convened. The expressions of those present were gravely solemn, and even the usually icy demeanor of the Black Xian Demon Emperor revealed a hint of agitation. It had been 3 long months since they dispatched 5 groups of individuals. Yet they could not even locate the body of Jiang Yi. The master of the Water Sect sighed and shook his head. Within the heavenly prison, the demonic creatures roamed freely, and they had plunged into the abyss of the 1,000 Demons Cave. It seemed unlikely that they would survive. It was a pity, as a Saint Card demon disciple appeared only once every 300 years, and they had hoped for the resurgence of their sect. Yet, before it could truly begin, it appeared to have already come to an end. Indeed, 3 months had passed, and alas, Master, is it still necessary for us to continue our search? It was regrettable that, to date, there were no leads. The heavenly prison was vast and intricate, teeming with ferocious beasts. The disciples sent to investigate were hesitant and fearful, and after several fruitless attempts, many were beginning to contemplate giving up. Continue searching. We must persist, the Black Xian Demon Emperor insisted, designating this matter as a secondary priority task. Whoever finds Jiang Yi shall be awarded 3 additional stars, a piece of Xian weaponry, and the option to cultivate any one of the 3 great foundational techniques. The Black Xian Demon Emperor remained undeterred, continuing to send forth individuals to the heavenly prison, establishing it as a dedicated mission to motivate everyone in their quest. He understood all too well that the Black Xian sect was in decline. If they missed this opportunity with a Saint Card demon disciple, it would be 300 years before another chance arose. The Black Xian sect could very well be engulfed by the sky-masking demon sect. Jiang Yi was the key to the rise and fall of the Black Xian sect, and the Black Xian Demon Emperor was willing to spare no expense to locate him. As the Black Xian sect fervently mobilized to search for Jiang Yi and Feng Bailu, the barbarian realm was equally rife with tension, with efforts underway to uncover the whereabouts of the two. The confinement of the 3-life stone rendered Jiang Yi's cave impenetrable, creating an illusion of his complete disappearance. Over the course of 3 months, the barbarian king, expending every ounce of his strength and rallying tens of thousands of his kin, regrettably failed to locate Jiang Yi. As time progressed, the fury within the barbarian king began to wane, for he could not devote all his energies to the pursuit of Jiang Yi. Consequently, the fervor of the search had noticeably diminished over the past fortnight. During this time, Jiang Yi had successfully ascended to the 3rd layer of the refining path, not only significantly enhancing his magical prowess, but also enabling him to amplify his combat capabilities through the use of spiritual formations. The Black Xian sect's 2 paramount techniques, the Tidal Sutra and the 8 Extremes Primordial Tao, had also made considerable progress, now capable of unleashing 5-fold strength. However, the Celestial Veil demon art remained exceedingly profound. Even with Jiang Yi's newfound ability to capture divine phenomena, perfecting this extraordinary demonic technique within 3 months proved to be an arduous task. Furthermore, throughout these 3 months, Jiang Yi had also been elevating his cultivation and refining other mystical powers. As he gazed out from the cave entrance, he began to ponder aloud. Pray tell, what does the matter regarding the divine phenomenon master truly signify? Feng Bailu gradually approached the entrance, standing beside Jiang Yi, her gaze also fixed on the outside world. After months of contemplation, she had come to realize that, like herself, Jiang Yi had inadvertently entered this barbarian realm and had been held captive within the dungeon ever since. After enduring 3 months of concealment in a cave, having narrowly escaped, they now dared not reveal themselves. In such circumstances, how could Jiang Yi possibly know the whereabouts of the miraculous master? Feng Bailu felt a greater sense of bewilderment. Hadn't he already explained it before? Enough with the questions. Follow me, and you shall see. Jiang Yi smiled faintly, preferring to offer little in the way of explanation, and swiftly departed the cave. Fang Bailu hesitated momentarily. Despite her confusion regarding Jiang Yi's intentions, she decided to follow him. In this unfamiliar realm, he was her sole acquaintance. Though she projected an icy demeanor, deep down, she was still a girl, inevitably harboring a hint of trepidation. Jiang Yi provided her with a semblance of reassurance. In the realm of the barbarians, within the ancient hall of the barbarian king, the ruler pinched his brow, his expression clouded with melancholy, as if lost in contemplation. At that moment, a frantic barbarian warrior rushed in and knelt to report, "My lord, the sacrificial offering has arrived." Upon hearing this, the barbarian king's countenance shifted dramatically, his eyes widening in astonishment, his massive frame trembling with agitation. Little did he anticipate that after 3 months of hiding, Jiang Yi would present himself just as the king was about to abandon hope, leaving the ruler curious about their true intentions. At the sacrificial site, flames soared into the sky as 10 colossal figures and hundreds of barbarian warriors encircled a man and a woman. However, Jiang Yi and Fang Bailu stood their ground, making no offensive moves. Compared to 3 months prior, both Jiang Yi and Fang Bailu had significantly enhanced their cultivation, particularly after the title scripture had fortified their meridians, effectively doubling their combat prowess. In the steadfast defense of their position, the duo's fortifications were akin to an impregnable bastion. "Speak. What brings you here?" Moments later, the barbarian king appeared at the sacrificial ground, his voice resonating with an imposing chill that sent shivers down the spine. Though the barbarian king appeared calm at present, it was merely the deceptive tranquility that precedes a storm. Jiang Yi could sense an unprecedented aura of murderous intent. Chapter 92. Manifesting divine signs. The sacrificial ground was rife with tension, the atmosphere thick with hostility. Upon the arrival of the barbarian king, the previously taught barbarian warriors and the primitive giants secretly exhaled in relief. Had the barbarian king not come, they would have found it impossible to subdue Jiang Yi and his companion. Even with 100 barbarian warriors and 10 primitive giants present, should Jiang Yi choose to flee, there remained a glimmer of opportunity for escape. Should Jiang Yi manage to elude capture once more, the barbarian king would undoubtedly erupt in fury. Fortunately, it seemed that Jiang Yi and his companion had no intention of fleeing. Now that the barbarian king had arrived, the weight of anxiety lifted from the hearts of the barbarian warriors and primitive giants. The barbarian king advanced with a formidable presence, akin to a ferocious tiger descending a mountain, affording Jiang Yi no respite. A hint of gravity crossed Fang Bailu's fair visage, her mind still fraught with concern. Where, she pondered, was the miracle worker Jiang Yi spoke of? As the barbarian king appeared poised to unleash his wrath, Jiang Yi maintained an air of calm indifference, a quality that occasionally earned Fang Bailu's admiration. "You should understand that over the past 3 months, I have mobilized countless tribal warriors in search of you. Today, your audacious arrival must surely signify your desire to leverage my strength to escape this realm." The barbarian king, suppressing his anger, maintained an air of composure and authority, speaking with measured clarity, unperturbed by fleeting hatred. As the ruler of his people, he was not only endowed with superior strength, but also possessed a grand heart and a calm mind. Evidently, the barbarian king was managing quite well at the moment. Yet, should Jiang Yi fail to present something compelling, would the barbarian king maintain his equanimity? The answer was patently obvious. Ha ha ha. The barbarian king, true to his title, discerned our intentions at a glance. "You are correct. Our visit is indeed to seek an exit from the barbarian realm." Jiang Yi laughed heartily, relishing the ease of conversing with someone perceptive. Upon hearing this, the sacrificial grounds erupted into turmoil. Jiang Yi had disrupted the sacred ceremony, effectively condemning 500 barbarian warriors to death, and had nearly failed to fulfill the demands of the 7 Knights Demon Lord, jeopardizing the very fate of the barbarian lineage. The barbarians harbored an intense hatred for Jiang Yi. How could they possibly allow him to escape? "You ought to be acutely aware of your predicament. Leaving this place is an impossibility. Let us be direct. What do you possess that might sway this king? The barbarian king stepped forward slowly, his inner strength surging. A prelude to action. He was skeptical that Jiang Yi could offer anything to impress him. He was clearly losing patience. Do you intend to strike? To kill us? Jiang Yi replied leisurely, a faint smile lingering on his face. Meanwhile, Fang Bailu held her breath, poised to act at any moment. What would it matter to kill you? With a furious bellow, the barbarian king abruptly raised his immense hand, a tempestuous blaze erupting from his palm, contorting the surrounding air. The entire sacrificial ground was instantly enveloped in a wave of heat, each breath becoming searing. Very well, kill us. Then, the king's scripture shall forever remain incomplete, and the destiny of your barbarian race will forever be in the clutches of the demonic horde. Just as the barbarian king was poised to strike, Jiang Yi's words resonated, stunning every barbarian present. The barbarian king had not anticipated that Jiang Yi would use the king's scripture as leverage. The proposition was too alluring, too earth-shattering. This, of course, hinged on the veracity of Jiang Yi's claim. Jiang Yi chuckled, continuing, I possess the means to complete the king's scripture and perpetuate the fortune of your barbarian race. Do you realize the implications of this? The barbarian king's countenance shifted dramatically as he regarded Jiang Yi with gravity, inquiring, have you heard that to complete the laws of divine power, one must possess the ability to capture divine vestiges? Only a miracle master can accomplish such a feat, do you? Perchance, have a miracle master friend who can assist? The barbarian king seemed not to consider that Jiang Yi himself might be a miracle master, possessing the power to capture divine vestiges. After all, miracle master were rare treasures, true phoenix feathers, and unicorn horns. Those who had made a name for themselves had either cultivated assiduously for millennia, revered by major sects and cultivation empires, or were reclusive prodigies, nurtured by the celestial realms on high. Given Jiang Yi's age and cultivation level, it was difficult to associate him with the title of Miracle Master. Although there is no direct correlation between the talents of a miracle practitioner and that of a cultivator, in the hearts of the people, miracle practitioners are regarded as geniuses, and only those with exceptional cultivating talents are deemed capable of becoming miracle practitioners. I do not have any friends among the miracle practitioners. However, I possess a modicum of ability to capture miracles. Jiang Yi smiled softly, his voice not loud. Yet it resonated deeply within the hearts of everyone present. You claim to possess the talent for miracles? The first to react was Fang Bailu, who stood beside Jiang Yi. Upon hearing those words emanate from his lips, she was struck with a profound shock that left her momentarily stunned. Fang Bailu's eyes trembled violently, her expression one of utter astonishment as she gazed at Jiang Yi, clearly overwhelmed. Having known Jiang Yi for nearly half a year and spent over 3 months in this barbarian world, she had never been aware of his miraculous talents. However, upon reflection, she recalled that before their departure, Jiang Yi had indeed hinted at something in the cave. She had simply assumed he was referring to someone else. A sharp intake of breath escaped her lips as she struggled to calm her tumultuous emotions. The mental upheaval experienced by the barbarian king was no less significant than that of Fang Bailu. He harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Jiang Yi, having vowed to eliminate him since the day Jiang Yi disrupted the sacred ceremony. Yet now, Jiang Yi boldly proclaimed himself a miracle practitioner. If his words held any truth, he could not be slain, but instead revered like an ancestor. The sheer contrast of this revelation was almost too much for the barbarian king to fathom. As for the other barbarian tribesmen present at the sacrificial site, they were all left in a state of uproar. Doubt, exhilaration, joy, and trepidation. They glimpsed hope, yet feared it might merely be a splendid illusion. Chapter 93, The Sovereign Scripture. Jiang Yi, the Master of Miracles. The conjunction of these two entities indeed left everyone astounded. However, following a brief moment of astonishment, the crowd gradually regained their composure. Words can be spoken with abandon, and boasts can be made frivolously. Yet true prowess is not possessed by all. Young man, do not attempt to deceive me. If you genuinely possess miraculous talent, only then do you earn the right to negotiate with me. Otherwise, I shall subject you to the 10 most cruel tortures of the barbarian tribes. rendering you unable to live, yet unwilling to die. The barbarian king was both astonished and enraged. He harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Jiang Yi, yet simultaneously harbored hopes that Jiang Yi might indeed possess miraculous abilities, capable of sustaining the fortunes of the barbarian clan. Am I jesting at this juncture? Jiang Yi retracted his smile and spoke earnestly. Very well. I shall tentatively place my faith in you. Follow me. After a moment's hesitation, the barbarian king opted for a temporary compromise, recognizing the gravity of the matter. Better to err on the side of caution than to make a fatal misjudgment. With the barbarian king's pronouncement, the atmosphere within the sacrificial arena suddenly relaxed, and the once tense barbarian warriors and primitive giants withdrew. The barbarian king uttered no further words and turned to exit the sacrificial grounds. Are you truly a master of miracles? Fang Bailu asked, wide-eyed. Jiang Yi shrugged and smiled faintly, saying, Did I not inform you earlier? With that, he swiftly followed in the footsteps of the barbarian king. Fang Bailu paused momentarily, her emotions in disarray as she pursued him. Her heart was tumultuous. She had never felt this way before. Since Fang Bailu entered the Blackshin sect, her remarkable talents have placed her among the elite within the Star Pavilion. In a remarkably brief span of time, Fang Bailu's cultivation and status have soared, rendering her a blazing star within the Star Pavilion. Her rank on the star ranking has ascended with great momentum, and even the Black Xian Demon Emperor regards her as a potential core disciple of the future. Over the past few years, the pride and confidence Fang Bailu has cultivated have reached an overwhelming level. Within the Black Xian sect, few can capture her discerning eye. However, this confidence began to waver with the emergence of Jiang Yi, particularly with the appearance of another sacred card mage 3 centuries later. Especially during these past months of interaction, Jiang Yi's pace of cultivation and his comprehension of the Tidal Sutra have surpassed hers significantly. All of this might have been manageable. Yet now Jiang Yi boldly claims to possess a miraculous talent. Such a revelation has delivered a shock that Fang Bailu finds hard to contain. In terms of cultivation, Jiang Yi still lags behind her by a realm. With diligent practice, she could potentially bridge the gap in their cultivation speeds. However, the notion of miraculous talent directly undermines her resolve. At this moment, Fang Bailu's emotions are tumultuous. A twinge of jealousy towards Jiang Yi surfaces. How wonderful it would be if he lacked such miraculous talent. At least their differences would not be so pronounced. Simultaneously, she hopes Jiang Yi truly is a miracle worker, for only then could the barbarian king possibly facilitate their departure. Throughout their journey, the two spoke little, until they entered the ancient hall of the barbarian king, where they were roused by his voice. This is a transcription of the Human King's Sutra, albeit with several omissions. You may take a look. Shortly thereafter, the barbarian king emerged from the side chamber, holding a vermilion wooden box. Upon opening the box, a scroll of ancient and weathered bamboo slips was revealed. When Jiang Yi unfurled the scroll, he noted that 3 bamboo strips were indeed missing, indicating its incomplete nature. Without uttering a word, he began to study the barbarian king's scripture, while the barbarian king and Fang Bailu refrained from disturbing him, patiently awaiting the outcome. After a thorough examination lasting a full 2 hours, Jiang Yi comprehended the essence of this fragmented scripture from beginning to end. He discovered that the cultivation method outlined in the barbarian king's scripture was both archaic and expansive, lacking specific techniques, yet embodying a singular concept, its core philosophy. The scripture was not a manual for personal cultivation, but rather an exhortation to harness collective strength. The fundamental principle of this text lay in mastering the fluctuations of fortune and cultivating one's destiny. The changes in destiny are elusive and intangible, akin to miraculous phenomena. For instance, within a powerful and thriving tribal community, the scripture would impart wisdom on how to sustain momentum and advance further. Conversely, in times of dwindling numbers and declining fortunes, it would guide one on how to avert calamity and transform a period of desolation into an era of prosperity, to govern the rise and fall of humanity, to seize the destinies of millions and ascend as the sovereign among men. This encapsulates the true essence of the barbarian king's scripture. However, The means of cultivation within this scripture are not fixed. They may involve acts of kindness, the vanquishing of malevolent entities, or solitary contemplation. As long as one endeavors to grasp and practice according to the core principles of the Barbarian King's scripture, success will naturally follow. Had it been the former Jiang Yi, grasping the essence of the human king scripture within just 2 or 3 hours would have been virtually impossible. Is there any way to complete its deficiencies? The Barbarian King inquired anxiously. Fang Bailu also held her breath, fixated on Jiang Yi. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes and replied, "It is indeed challenging. However, it is not entirely implausible. The greatest obstacle to completing the fragmented human king scripture lies in the ethereal nature of its principles. In other words, the methods of cultivating the human king scripture are diverse. Even if I were to complete the scripture, it might differ from the original, yet the results would remain consistent. Moreover, the text implies that one must harness the collective strength of the entire barbarian tribe rather than relying solely on one's own cultivation. Whether through performing daily acts of kindness or vanquishing evil, each action influences the rise and fall of the tribe." Jiang Yi spoke with eloquence, leaving Fang Bailu utterly astounded. She had not anticipated that Jiang Yi could deduce so much after merely 2 hours of study. The Barbarian King, however, was completely dumbfounded. While Fang Bailu had never practiced the human king scripture and was unaware of its complexities, the Barbarian King had dedicated centuries to its cultivation and understood the inherent difficulties. Every word spoken by Jiang Yi was a distillation of the profound truths that the Barbarian King had spent hundreds of years grasping. Could it be that this young man had already practiced the human king scripture? A ludicrous thought flickered through the Barbarian King's mind. Chapter 94. The Sacred Spring of the Green Lotus. This is simply incredible. The Barbarian King took a deep breath, once again overwhelmed by Jiang Yi's revelations. This time, Jiang Yi no longer merely spoke of his intentions, he demonstrated his capabilities through tangible actions. Regardless of whether Jiang Yi possessed any miraculous talents, his extraordinary comprehension alone was sufficient to earn the respect of others. "So, are you able to complete the Human King Sutra?" Fang Bailu inquired, striving to maintain her composure as she gazed at Jiang Yi in astonishment. Jiang Yi nodded affirmatively, stating, "It should not pose a significant problem, although one condition remains unfulfilled." "What condition?" The Barbarian King interjected, his excitement palpable. No one was more exhilarated than the Barbarian King at that moment. "This is not an issue. My tribe has a sacred spring of azure lotus. Just by soaking in it for 7 days, both your magical and mental prowess will see a substantial enhancement, and you may even acquire transformative abilities. The primitive giants within our tribe can alter their size, thanks to the sacred spring of azure lotus. If you agree to assist me in restoring the Human King Sutra, I can arrange for you to train in the sacred spring." The Barbarian King proposed. The sacred spring of azure lotus is an ancient dragon vein spring, later developed by powerful figures of the barbarian tribe, who infused it with divine waters, transforming it into a revered training ground. Over time, it evolved into a forbidden zone for the barbarians, accessible only to those with remarkable achievements in battle or exceptionally talented youths. Every individual emerging from the sacred spring experiences a dramatic increase in cultivation, with many unexpectedly gaining transformative abilities. While ordinary barbarian warriors cannot achieve such magnification, those who acquire these abilities possess the power to become giants, exponentially increasing their strength. "Oh, such a sanctuary for cultivation exists? That is truly splendid," Jiang Yi exclaimed, his expression filled with delight. Jiang Yi has just entered the 3rd level of the refining path, the spirit guardian realm, and his cultivation remains precarious. It would undoubtedly be immensely beneficial for him to cultivate within the Chilean sacred spring. Consequently, Fang Bailu would also stand to gain significantly, perhaps even advancing to the late stage of the Bitter Sea realm. Of course, if you can assist my tribe in freeing ourselves from the control of the Night Demon Lord, I shall ensure your safe passage out and provide you with additional rewards." A smile finally graced the face of the Barbarian King. Jiang Yi pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. then curiously inquired. I recall being told in the dungeon that it was the Dark Knight Demon Lord. Why is it now referred to as the Seven Knight Demon Lord? After finalizing their arrangement, Jiang Yi and Feng Bailu were escorted by the barbarian king to the clan's sacred site, the Chilean Sacred Spring. This spring is shrouded in secrecy, hidden atop a perilous peak deep within the barbarian tribe's territory. The water of the sacred spring is pure celestial dew, descending directly from the heavens into the spring. The peak is exceedingly high, seemingly close enough to touch the sun, moon, and stars, rendering the temperature of the Chilean sacred spring frigid, almost at the freezing point. As Jiang Yi gazed into the waters of the spring, he observed that the water flowed in a marvelous cycle, as if possessing its own consciousness, harmonizing with the laws of heaven. Even more astonishingly, when Jiang Yi and Feng Bailu approached the edge of the spring, they found that they could not see their own reflections, yet the shadows of the clouds drifting in the sky were vividly visible. No reflection? How can this be? The barbarian king inhaled deeply and remarked, "It seems the rumors are indeed true." What rumors? Feng Bailu pressed for clarification. The Chilean sacred spring was originally known by another name, the Spring of Forgotten Feelings. Long ago, the ancestors of the barbarian tribe drew water from the heavenly pool and plucked the forgotten feelings lotus to create this sacred spring. Only those who are devoid of emotions cannot perceive their reflections in this spring, the barbarian king intoned softly. Devoid of emotions? What does that mean? Jiang Yi inhaled deeply. Feng Bailu, equally perplexed, pondered the meaning of being devoid of emotions. Such individuals, throughout their lives, would undergo 3 tribulations of love. It is said that while celestial tribulations can be anticipated, those of love are unpredictable. The tribulations of love for each of you have yet to manifest. Should they arise, the reflections of those tribulations will appear within this spring of forgetfulness, continued the barbarian king. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi was suddenly shaken, and the image of Ji Wushuang surged to the forefront of his mind. If one were to speak of a significant other, Jiang Yi's heart held only a place for Ji Wushuang. He had even, in some mystical sense, bestowed upon her the stone of 3 lives. Yet, why was there no reflection of Ji Wushuang in the spring of forgetfulness? Just as Jiang Yi was engulfed in confusion, Feng Bailu suddenly snorted coldly. Absurd. I refuse to believe in such nonsense. In this life and the next, I shall not engage in matters of love, let alone speak of a significant other. Feng Bailu appeared somewhat irate, her emotional response exceedingly intense, which seemed quite unusual. This is merely a legend, one that has circulated among my barbarian tribe for millennia, yet no one has ever sought to verify it. You need not concern yourselves with it. Instead, focus on your cultivation. The barbarian king, undeterred by Feng Bailu's vehement words, offered some words of comfort before departing the mountain. Why such a strong reaction? It is merely a legend. Jiang Yi stood in astonishment at Feng Bailu's anger. It is nothing, Feng Bailu replied icily, and without further ado, she leapt directly into the sacred spring of Qinglian. Jiang Yi furrowed his brow, pondering the hidden secrets that Feng Bailu must be concealing. However, he did not dwell on it for long, and instead seized the opportunity of these 7 days to hasten his cultivation. Chapter 95. Wings of the Demon. At the pinnacle of the treacherous peak, the sacred spring was enveloped in a misty haze, resembling a dreamscape. The spring was modest in size, merely 10 feet square, yet it was ample enough to accommodate 2 individuals. At this moment, Feng Bailu had already immersed herself in the azure lotus sacred spring, perhaps overwhelmed by her emotions. She seemed oblivious to Jiang Yi's intention to join her in meditation and directly settled in the center of the spring. With Feng Bailu occupying the central position, the sacred spring appeared devoid of any available space, leaving Jiang Yi in a rather awkward predicament. His gaze shifted to Feng Bailu, and he could not help but feel a tremor in his heart, his cheeks flushing slightly. Clad in delicate gauze, even in the absence of water, her pristine white form was tantalizingly obscured. Now, as she was enveloped by the spring's waters, the gauze seemed almost ethereal, her fair skin glowing with a subtle blush. Exquisite and translucent, akin to the purest snow, stirring an irresistible urge within him. Although Jiang Yi had immersed himself in the demonic sect, he had been raised in the Kunlun Immortal Sect, and the ingrained principle of propriety between men and women lingered within him. At this moment, faced with the captivating beauty of Fong Bailu presented in such an alluring manner, he found himself at a loss. In the vigor of youth, it would be disingenuous to claim that he remained entirely unaffected. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately decided to step into the azure lotus sacred spring. As he submerged into the water, a chill enveloped him, instantly subduing the turbulent blood energy within Jiang Yi, allowing him to regain his composure. However, the sacred spring was rather shallow. Remaining at the periphery would render it ineffective. Jiang Yi advanced a few more steps, bringing him within mere inches of Fong Bailu. Their breaths palpable in the air. A faint fragrance emitted from Fong Bailu, reminiscent of a natural body scent. Yet, this very scent became a barrier between them, prompting Jiang Yi to halt, unwilling to encroach further. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to begin his cultivation. He closed his eyes, determined to focus, resisting the temptation to steal another glance at Fong Bailu's enchanting beauty. Jiang Yi was an adept cultivator, well-versed in maintaining his resolve amidst distractions and temptations. Once he entered a state of meditation, he became impervious to external influences. Similarly, Fong Bailu entered a meditative state, oblivious to the happenings around her. Thus, both embarked on the sacred purification offered by the Qinglian sacred spring. This miraculous water had the power to dispel inner demons, cleanse the marrow, fortify the mind, enhance spiritual strength, and amplify magical prowess, an all-encompassing elevation that was indeed extraordinary. After several days of this divine cleansing, Jiang Yi distinctly felt his cultivation level rise. Although he remained at the initial stage of the condensation realm, both his magical energy and mental fortitude had significantly strengthened. Most astonishingly, within the depths of his magical sea, demonic energy surged, initiating a profound transformation. Whether one pursued demonic or celestial cultivation, upon reaching a certain level of magical prowess, a sublime elevation would inevitably occur. Within the vast ocean of the Dharma, the primordial elixir manifests, giving rise to demonic essence, or perhaps celestial essence, thereby enabling the further condensation into the fruit of the Tao. Fong Bailu has now attained the late stage of the bitter sea realm, which has allowed her to condense demonic essence. However, Jiang Yi, though only at the condensation realm, has not yet formed demonic essence. Instead, he has generated the power of demonic essence, which can only be attributed to a mutation. Moreover, the transformation of the demonic essence within Jiang Yi's Dharma ocean does not cease there. He perceives this demonic essence coursing through his body like a searing lava, gradually coiling around his right spine. It is unbearably hot, despite the holy spring water nearing its freezing point. Jiang Yi feels as if his entire being is ablaze, particularly the right side of his spine, where an intense energy churns violently. Unable to endure any longer, Jiang Yi instinctively exerts pressure to expel this searing heat outward. Suddenly, a tremendous roar emanates from within him, and in an instant, a jet of pitch-black flame erupts from the right side of his spine. The black radiance flashes and surges, expanding dramatically, and in the blink of an eye, it extends over a yard beyond Jiang Yi's body. The excruciating pain akin to shattered bones compels Jiang Yi to let out a howl, startling even Fong Bailu awake. What happened? As Fong Bailu opens her eyes, she is taken aback by the sight of Jiang Yi. Astonishingly, she sees a 3-meter-long pitch-black wing extending from the right side of Jiang Yi's back. This dark wing is suffused with demonic energy, adorned with intricate dark golden demonic patterns, resembling the seals of a demon god, mesmerizing to behold. Demon wing? Do you recognize this? Jiang Yi exclaims in astonishment. Jiang Yi had indeed encountered individuals with wings sprouting from their backs, though they belonged to the rare winged people of the lesser immortal realm. In contrast, the mortal realm was predominantly populated by those who relied on magical artifacts for flight. The golden magical patterns adorning the luminous wings, along with the shimmering trails left in their wake, unmistakably indicated the characteristics of demonic wings, which Jiang Yi had previously glimpsed in fragments of ancient tomes. It was said that this was a unique ability of the great demon god. As Fang Bailu spoke, a hint of envy flickered in her eyes. Although Jiang Yi was uncertain of the veracity of her claims, possessing an extraordinary ability was certainly preferable to lacking one. However, a curious thought arose. Why had the other demonic wing not manifested? Moments later, Fang Bailu expressed her bewilderment. How peculiar. What does this silver thread signify? She mused aloud. Hey, this isn't appropriate, is it? Jiang Yi remarked, feeling an overwhelming sense of vulnerability as he found himself completely exposed. Fang Bailu seemed to realize the awkwardness of the situation, clearing her throat sheepishly and hastily adjusting her garments. Subsequently, she inadvertently glanced at her own attire, only to discover that the sheer fabric had become translucent, leaving only a pale belly wrap visible. This revelation instantly flushed her cheeks with embarrassment, rendering her ears a deep crimson hue. Chapter 96. The Seven-Night Demon Lord in the Sacred Spring. Both individuals wore expressions of discomfort as they emerged from the water. After 7 days, both Jiang Yi and Fang Bailu had undergone significant advancements. Furthermore, Jiang Yi had acquired the mutated ability of demonic wings. Although he was still unaware of the practical applications of this newfound power, it was better than nothing, and he believed its value would eventually manifest. Meanwhile, Fang Bailu had also attained a unique ability known as the Tree of Destiny. The Tree of Destiny thrives within the core of the White Dew, and once activated, it can absorb the essence of the earth, thereby acquiring abundant spiritual energy. This influx is undoubtedly a boon for the myriad manifestations that consume vast amounts of magical power, providing them with a continuous source of support akin to wings bestowed upon a tiger. After a brief exploration of their newfound abilities, the two concealed them from sight. Within the ancient hall of the Barbarian King, the ruler of the barbarians gazed upon Jiang Yi and his companion, his expression filled with elation. Does this imply that you are now capable of completing the incomplete Human King Sutra? He inquired with delight. With my current mental fortitude, I can sustain the effort. Yet capturing divine phenomena and perfecting the techniques is no trivial task. I hope you can exercise patience, Jiang Yi replied. And how long might this endeavor take? Asked the Barbarian King. At the very least, a month. At most, 3 to 5 months, Jiang Yi stated. 3 to 5 months? Such a prolonged period? The Barbarian King frowned, a look of concern etched upon his face. Observing his distress, Jiang Yi inquired, What troubles you? The Barbarian King replied, I fear that the Night Demon Lord may come seeking trouble. After every divine ceremony, he invariably finds fault, indirectly extorting a portion of wealth from my tribe. Jiang Yi nodded in understanding. I see. I will expedite the process. Please prepare 3 bamboo slips and a carving knife. I shall inscribe the incomplete sections upon them. Very well. I shall dispatch someone to attend to this immediately. Once everything was arranged, Jiang Yi retreated into a secluded chamber to commence the task of refining the Human King Sutra. Time flew by, and nearly 2 months had elapsed. One day, the entire barbarian tribe suddenly became agitated. My Lord Barbarian King, the Night Demon Lord has arrived. A barbarian warrior knelt on the ground, reporting, Curse it. That vampire is here again, trying to extort wealth. Is there still no movement from Jiang Yi's side? The Barbarian King inquired. And none. What should we do? Invite the 7-Night Devil Monarch in first. The Barbarian King sighed helplessly. Each time the 7-Night Devil Monarch arrived, he would take away a large amount of wealth, be it treasures or slaves. Over the millennia, the barbarian race had lost an immeasurable fortune. Alas, the 7-Night Devil Monarch controlled the fate of the barbarian race. Without him, the barbarian race would decline even further, perhaps even face extinction. The Barbarian King was also deeply displeased. Every time he managed to accumulate wealth, it would all be plundered by the 7-Night Devil Monarch. It was unlikely anyone could remain calm in such a situation. The 7-Night Devil Monarch has arrived. Soon after, a voice echoed from outside the ancient hall. Before the 7-Night Devil Monarch even arrived, a fierce demonic aura permeated the air. The Barbarian King quickly left his throne and went forward to greet him. At the entrance of the ancient hall, a tall man draped in a black cloak, with his hands behind his back and a grim expression, strode in. The demonic race and demon cultivators were two entirely distinct concepts. Demon cultivators were humans who cultivated demonic arts. The demonic race, on the other hand, was a separate race altogether, with fundamental differences in blood and soul from humans. The demonic race resembled humans in appearance, but they were taller, more flexible, and possessed greater talent for cultivation. The distinctions in appearance were merely in skin tone and subtle differences. The skin tone of the demonic race was deeper than that of humans, and some even had light green skin. Their ears were more elongated and pointed than those of humans, but otherwise, they were essentially the same as humans. Welcome, Lord Seven Knight Devil Monarch. The barbarian king had no choice but to lower his pride and submit. The Lord of the Seven Knight Demons, with a stern expression, strode purposefully towards the throne and casually took a seat. I heard that during the last divine offering ceremony, you mishandled the proceedings and ended up using 500 barbarians as substitutes. Is that true? The Lord of the Seven Knight Demons began his interrogation without preamble. The barbarian king let out a low sigh and nodded. It was my oversight. I humbly ask for your forgiveness, Lord of the Seven Knight Demons. Forgiveness? Very well. Prepare 50 million spirit stones, 3,000 maidens, and 100 pieces of mysterious artifacts, and this matter shall be considered settled. The Lord of the Seven Knight Demons declared, cutting straight to the point. Upon hearing this, the barbarian king was utterly astounded. 50 million spirit stones, 3,000 maidens, and 100 mysterious artifacts. This was tantamount to demanding the barbarian king to take his own life. 50 million spirit stones represented nearly a decade of the tribe's accumulation. And while he might entertain the notion of fulfilling that demand, the latter two conditions were utterly impossible to meet. The barbarian society had a significant gender imbalance, with a ratio of 10 men to 1 woman. The barbarian maidens were exceptionally beautiful and rarely ventured into public, regarded as treasures within their tribes. Due to the constraints of fate, their reproductive capabilities had waned over time. Thus, 3,000 maidens would constitute more than half of the entire barbarian population. As for the 100 mysterious artifacts, that was nothing short of a fantasy. As a leader, the barbarian king possessed merely 3 such artifacts, and it was unlikely that the entire tribe could muster 100. The Lord of the Seven Knight Demons was clearly intent on making things difficult for the barbarian king. With a twitch of his lips, the barbarian king's expression darkened considerably. Lord of the Seven Knight Demons, your demands are exceedingly unreasonable, he managed to say, suppressing his fury. In terms of cultivation and strength, the barbarian king is not inferior to the Seven Knight Demon Lord, yet he finds himself utterly humiliated, with the latter perched upon his neck, an unbearable situation. Are you now attempting to impose unreasonable demands upon me? Just moments ago, you insisted on my atonement, and now you shift the burden onto me? It appears you lack sincerity altogether. Very well, if that is the case. The fate of your barbarian tribe no longer requires my intervention. The Seven Knight Demon Lord chuckled coldly. You. The barbarian king gritted his teeth, fury surging within him. Indeed, the fate of the barbarian tribe does not necessitate your assistance. However, at that moment, a voice resonated from outside the ancient hall. Upon hearing it, the barbarian king's expression shifted dramatically, his gaze darting towards the entrance. Outside the ancient hall, Jiang Yi and Feng Bai Lu strolled in leisurely, cradling a crimson-lacquered wooden box in their hands. Witnessing this scene, the barbarian king's heart soared with joy. Has it succeeded? Has the king's scripture been completed? The barbarian king hastened forward to greet them. Accepting benefits and alleviating calamities, I shall not go back on my word. Jiang Yi smiled and handed the wooden box to him.